Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents For Adriano by Soraya Naomi, narrated by Tom and Elizabeth Russell. Chapter 1. Adriano. I stare out of the small window of the plane into the clouds as we fly above them, leaving the warmth of Italy to head back to Chicago. Only a few other passengers occupy seats in first class, so it's quiet. "Anything to drink, sir?" the flight attendant asks with a radiant smile. I look at her, shaking my head. "No, thank you, but I'd like some more peanuts." "I'll be right back." She moves away and actually returns within seconds, handing me the bag. "Sir." "Thanks, sweetheart." I wink at her, and she blushes innocently. She's pretty. Not a remarkable beauty, but she has full Angelina Jolie kissable lips, and I have a magnificent view of them. "Please let me know if there's anything else you need, sir." She locks eyes with me, the corner of her lip curving up. She's not innocent at all, so I contemplate whether or not to play with her, to get my mind off things. I need to shed this unidentified emotion I've been experiencing since leaving Luca and Fallon's wedding. The wedding was a joyous occasion, and while I'm happy for my friend, witnessing their ceremony and their closeness made me wonder how it would feel to have that. A sense of melancholy strikes me when I realize that, in some way, I can relate to how they feel. I've never told anyone, not even my best friend Luca, the heartache of Cam's and my relationship, but lately, this sense that something's missing has been coming over me more often. Maybe I'm in an early midlife crisis, turning 30 in all next month. Perhaps I just need a distraction. I eye the flight attendant slowly from head to toe. Sadly, nowadays, no one's a pleasant diversion anymore. Yet, I still check her name tag. Cindy. Oh, God, what an awful name. I'm not sure I hide my grimace when I read it. I pop a peanut into my mouth and don't respond. But then she bends down toward me and whispers seductively, "Anything. Don't you know men love the chase, Cindy?" Although she's making this too easy, and I do want to eliminate this nagging feeling seething beneath the surface, I'm unable to take her up on the offer. She's not enticing enough to fuck. She's simply not her. Cindy places her hand on my thigh, close to my crotch, and I'm now becoming exasperated at her forwardness. So I say firmly, "I don't need anything else, Cindy. Go." She hurries away with an offended expression, but I can't be bothered a bit about her. There's only one woman residing in my thoughts these days. After finishing the peanuts, I'm back to staring out the window with that exact same bleak feeling I've tried to dispel. But my problem is that the person I try not to think about is actually my next assignment. My number one priority as soon as I'm back in the States is finding Camilla Guillermo, my Cam, who I only just recently found out happens to be the daughter of my boss, my capo crimine, James. I'm part of the Chicago Syndicate, which rules the drug traffic in Chicago and the rest of Illinois, or the Mafia, the Syndicate, as we call it. Our organization consists of 4 high ranks and many capi or captains, soldiers and associates who do the street work. Captains and soldiers are our official members. Associates are people who work for us, politicians, journalists, cops, lawyers, entrepreneurs, but aren't true members of the syndicate. The 4 high-ranking men are 1. Capo crimine, boss, James. 2. Underboss, Luca. 3. Head capo, captain, me. And 4. Consigliere, lawyer, Salvatore. We also have other capi who work below me and directly instruct most of the soldiers. Every ounce of drugs sold in and around the Chicago area comes from us. If I catch anyone smuggling drugs into Chicago and selling them in our territory without obtaining permission or paying us royalties, I find and execute them. Since Luca is going to be on his honeymoon for the next 2 weeks, I, being his backup, am in charge as underboss and will report directly to my boss, James. As head capo in the Chicago Syndicate, officially third in rank after James and Luca, I never take my duty lightly. James and Luca have put a lot of faith in me. During the upcoming 2 weeks, I'll be operating as underboss, second in command, while Luca is enjoying his new wife in Italy, and my only assignment is locating Camilla. Just a few weeks ago, James revealed that Cam is his biological daughter from an indiscretion in the first years of his marriage to Alyssa. No members of the Syndicate, except for Luca and me, know she's related to James. It was a shock to learn, but did clarify why James had been personally looking for her recently, instead of ordering one of us to do so. Before I found out Cam was his daughter, I only knew that James hired her after some altercation in a restaurant that got her fired. So James gave her a job bartending at the strip club in the Syndicate's headquarters. That was James's way of getting close to her. However, he never got the chance to tell Cam their family, because I fired her after she tried to help Fallon escape our headquarters. I thought it was the only way to protect Cam, to let her leave, and then she vanished. Now I'm wondering if she's had an agenda since the day she came to work for us, and I'm starting to believe that she might have had an ulterior motive all along. After Cam and Fallon's escape attempt, a bomb exploded at our headquarters. I'll never admit it, but I know deep down that Cam planted that device. Luca has also had his suspicions, and while I disagreed at first, it's becoming more obvious that Cam's guilty. Only I haven't the faintest clue as to why. My last lead to Cam's whereabouts was in the loop. Her passport and credit cards aren't being used, and there's no way she could have left the country, or even Chicago, without my knowing. And Fallon helped Cam financially several times, before Luca and I found out. But now Cam doesn't have anyone providing her with money, as far as I know, so she has to still be in the loop. How is she living? How is she surviving? Cam worked for us for 1.5 years, and during that time, she was a constant, beautiful, yet difficult to manage disruption to my perfectly organized sex life. I fucked them and left them. No promises, ever. Never did a woman get close to me, except for a quick fuck. Nonetheless, I coveted Cam from the moment I was first introduced to the Italian enigma, and I also kept going back to her, which was a novelty for me. She doesn't even know how far she's gotten under my skin. I remember nights when I'd drive up north to our headquarters just to be with her. Other girls in the strip club are interchangeable, and they entertain all our Mafia men. However, I claimed Cam her first night there, and no one has been permitted to touch her since. I couldn't stand the thought of sharing her. We spent many nights together, and even though she didn't like to talk about her life, I at least thought I knew something about the type of person Cam was. But since she left, I've dug up so many new things about her that it's made me realize I hardly knew her at all. I found out about the bomb. I learned she used to work in a hardcore sex establishment, Club 7, and she's been alone since she was 16. I finally comprehend why Cam was always closed off. She didn't have an easy life. I most recently discovered Cam's a Mafia princess, although she doesn't know it yet. And now, James has ordered me to find her, but keep my hands to myself. She's off limits. Since his secret is out, he's forbidden me to continue any sexual relationship with her, because it's against the hierarchy of the Syndicate. I won't risk my position as capo, but unfortunately, my dick usually overrules my mind when it comes to women, and it has a complete mind of its own when it comes to Cam. I plow a hand through my hair and let my head fall back against the seat. Closing my eyes, I evoke every second of our first meeting. 2 years and 3 months ago, as I climb the stairs to the strip club of the Syndicate's 3-story headquarters, located alongside the north shore of Chicago's suburbs, I already recognize voices coming from the room at the end of the hall. I'm greeted by Luca and James, who are in the middle of the room beside the rounded burgundy sofa. I nod to both of them, and fix my focus on the unknown woman with an attractive bob standing next to James. I'm usually not a fan of women with short hair, but who is this delectable creature? James takes his cue to introduce us. Adriano, meet Camilla. She'll be working here at the club from now on. Why did he suddenly hire someone new? We're not understaffed. I can't help but stare at her. My God, her legs go on forever. She's almost as tall as I am, and I'm over 6 feet. I inspect her body slowly, like no one is watching, and when I reach her face, I'm pleasantly stunned that she's challenging me with an arc of her perfectly shaped eyebrow. Her eyes are deep brown and heavily lashed. She looks absolutely appetizing in a tight, black knee-length dress. Sexy, yet not too revealing. In other words, she's smoking hot. Camilla, nice to meet you. I go old school, take her hand in mine and kiss her knuckles. Luca hides an eye roll, but I catch it and grin. Adriano, she says huskily. Her voice is hoarse. Hoarse in the sexiest way I've ever encountered. I didn't expect that sensual voice to accompany this striking woman who smells like vanilla. With her, my obsession with vanilla ignited. Welcome to our little establishment. Then I address James while holding on to her hand. What will she be doing here? Bartending, James answers. Then I better show her the ropes. I let the pad of my thumb swirl over her fingers, and she shivers noticeably. She's not immune to my charms. And I guide this interesting woman to the bar, which is a stainless steel and black granite area that's open at each end and set up like a juice bar. She speaks before we step behind it. I can make drinks. Her simple statement has me confused. You look like you don't believe I can tend the bar, she explains. Oh no, sweetheart. I'm not doubting your qualifications. I'm just staggered by the sex vibes you're throwing around with that voice and those gorgeous lean legs. I smirk while extending my hand, inviting her behind the bar. No, I believe you. That was the first night I tried to get Cam into my bed. I failed that night, and for over 3 months after, and almost gave up my chase. But it was too much fun to try to capture her. I don't even think she liked me at first. I'm jarred from my thoughts by heavy turbulence and the ping of the seatbelt sign, so I adjust my belt. Where are you now, Cam? She's been missing for 9 months. My first soldier, Damien, has been working around the clock to uncover any clue about Cam's hiding place. I'm hoping for a positive update when my plane lands at Chicago O'Hare Airport. I have to find her, to know that she's safe, but more importantly, I need to talk to her before James or Luca does.
Chapter 2. Camilla. I sit here in this crappy one-bedroom apartment with paint peeling off the yellow-colored walls. Before me on the bed is all my cash. It's a pathetic pile totaling $35. I rummage my hands through my outgrown bob haircut in hopelessness. The rent for this place has been paid until the end of the month, which is today. But if I can't pay for next month, I'll be forced out. I bite my nail while my stomach growls in hunger, and I'm tempted to withdraw the $50 I have in my checking account. But as soon as I do that, they'll know where to find me. In the 9 months that I've been on the run, I've been living off cash only and haven't left an electronic trail. A friend helped me hide in Iowa, but when I was told that the Chicago Syndicate was on the hunt for me, I became more and more fearful all the time. I ran 9 months ago because of my former ruthless Mafia employer, Fat Sal, the owner of Club 7, the Loop's most debauched underground sex club. I'm a liability to him. And apart from Sal, the Chicago Syndicate is also looking for me. The only reason why they would want me is because of a small device, a bomb, I accidentally dropped outside their headquarters. I never even realized I dropped it. It must have fallen out of my pocket the night I helped Fallon escape. I got it from Club 7 and always had it with me in case of danger. Later, I heard it had detonated, and I'm pretty sure the Syndicate knows I'm guilty. They'll never believe it was an irresponsible accident. I can't believe this. Discouraged, I swipe the money off the bed with my arm and groan. I've never been this broke. Ever since my mom died of cancer when I was 16, I've been on my own. I did finish high school while I was in foster care for 2 years, but I never had the funds to pay for college, and without a college degree, all I could land was a waitressing job in the Loop. I didn't earn much, but at least I could pay my bills and survive, even if I was living from paycheck to paycheck. I was proud of being able to take care of myself. But I also lived a lonely existence. Sometimes I met new friends, but friendships never lasted somehow. And I had absolutely no family. I always felt a little lost. My 5th waitressing job was at Club 7. I met Fat Sal when I started working there, at the official Club 7, which is the legal dance club on the 1st floor. The pay was decent, but the owner was very strict. I'd overheard rumors of an exclusive VIP area underground, which piqued my interest because I thought I could possibly make more money working there. But the employees of the dance club and the underground area were always kept separate, so no matter who I asked, I couldn't find anyone who knew anything specific about the VIP area. Until I met a new colleague as I was leaving work one day, and she let it slip that she worked in the underground club. She was one of the hostesses, and we became casual friends. Eventually, curiosity killed the cat, and when the opportunity arose for me to sneak downstairs with the hostess of the underground Club 7, I chose to take it. And that choice, that split-second decision, is my biggest regret. 2 years and 10 months ago. The hostess has finally found a way to get me into the VIP area since I'm wondering what happens down there. I follow her to doors I didn't know were an elevator, and we make our descent. The doors open into a beautiful space with soft music, white draperies on the walls and draped over 4-poster bed frames, blood-red carpet, and people fucking. It's a sex club. Okay, so this isn't the kind of VIP club I expected, yet I'm intrigued. My friend is called away and tells me that she'll be right back and to stay put. But I'm enthralled by the crowd, and I wander around just a bit to absorb the quiet, erotic atmosphere. After I make one trip around the room, I remember that I'm not supposed to be down here, and I hurry back to the elevator to wait for her. But after 10 minutes, I figure that she must have forgotten me, so I step into it. I push the button for the 1st floor, but the elevator goes down another level and opens up into a long hallway. When I push the button again, it doesn't go back up, and I don't hear the mechanism turning. I decide to get out when I hear faint noises and follow the sounds until I come upon another passageway that ends at another area. As I reach the doorway, I see it's a completely different world. A swarm of people is gathered around a center podium where a group of naked women are lined up. An auctioneer wearing a black mask slams his hammer on the table. "Sold! 10,000. I shudder as I take in my surroundings. A woman screams. She's covered in blood and hanging on a cross. A man fisting his cock stands next to her, and in his free hand is a knife. Repulsed, I shrink back while fear creeps up my spine. What is this place? Then a man in a black suit, with his dark, long hair pulled back from his forehead and tied up in a man bun, rushes to the woman, and I gasp when he feels for her pulse and drops her arm. Abruptly, his head whips around to me. I'm still standing at the rear of the crowd by the doorway, and everyone else is riveted on the naked women being sold, so no one is paying attention to me. "Who the fuck are you?" he snaps as his hand flies to his earpiece. Shit, he's a bodyguard. "I'm from upstairs. Was just on my way back," I managed to choke out. He's on me within seconds, knowing full well that I just witnessed a murder. Grabbing my upper arms, he shoves me backward into the hall and drags me to the elevator, and we move one floor up and to Fat Sal's office, where I hear what will become of my future. It took me 5 months to eventually escape. After those 5 months, I'd changed. I'd hardened. I wasn't that girl who was easily intimidated anymore, and I now understood that the world is filled with some sick individuals. During the weeks after I fled from Fat Sal, I laid low. Then I found a waitressing job outside the Loop, a job I got fired from, and I still don't know exactly why. On the same day, I met James Calderon. He offered me a way back into the Loop with a job at his private establishment, and a lack of funds convinced me to accept his proposition. When you're down on your luck, you'll make unwise decisions. Little did I know that I'd just run from one mafia man into the arms of another, and I stayed there for 1.5 years because of Adriano Montesi. A few months ago, I finally worked up the courage to visit Club 7 in an effort to talk to the one person who could help me, the man that facilitated my escape in the first place. I got in with the help of the hostess of Club 7, who's apparently missing now. But I had to flee the club when I learned that Sal, Luca, and Adriano were also inside at the same time. And that's had me scared that the two powerhouses, Fat Sal and James, might be working together now. Fat Sal hunts me to kill me. I know too much about his illegal businesses, and he needs me disposed of. The Chicago Syndicate wants me to pay for supposedly planting a bomb at their headquarters. Or they're working together because they couldn't locate me individually and are hoping that with collaborative resources, they'll find me quicker. And then still, Fat Sal will kill me. Deciding to get up from the bed, I head over to the filthy window, the view a brown blur because of the dirt stains on the glass. A crushing feeling of isolation overcomes me on this day that is my birthday. My 28th birthday, which I spend alone, so unlike my previous 2 birthdays that were spent with Adriano. 2 years ago. I turned 26 almost 3 months after I start my job bartending in James's strip club. Adriano Montesi, the manager of this oddly located little club, has been hovering around me constantly. I didn't like Adriano the first few days. He was wild and untamed, exactly the kind of guy I needed to avoid. He was also pompous, too familiar, and flirted relentlessly. And not only with me. The instant we met, I could read the mischief in his dark brown eyes. Adriano's tall frame absolutely emanates authority and pure sensuality, and he's too handsome for his own good. He has a face created for sin, messy black hair that never seems to stay in place, and is constantly wearing a tailored suit without the jacket. He's always known the effect he has on women, and that irritated me, so I didn't give him the time of day beyond being professional and aloof. But he's a man used to getting what he wants, and I'm beginning to crack around him. He keeps seeking me out, and his charismatic behavior is wearing me down. My armor is breaking. I've kept a reasonable distance from all the men so far. I get paid on time, and for now, I'm safe from Fat Sal here. but I can't figure out exactly who these guys are and what they do. I'm almost positive they're drug dealers because they're all wealthy and give off that vibe. I also wonder if they might be a gang because I see the same men among the clientele night after night. And although I was told this is a strip club, it appears to actually be some kind of sex club, because they're stripping, yes, but these women go above and beyond just taking their clothes off. And I think these men are called the Syndicate. I've definitely overheard that name. While I'm wiping off the bar in the almost empty room, Adriano walks in. I lift a brow and cross my arms over my chest. You again? Your heartwarming welcome heats my insides, Kem, he answers playfully. I saw Adriano this morning. He's often here either when I start my shift or when it ends, but he's never taken me home. A driver picks me up and drops me off at night. You don't even give me a chance to miss you, I retort, continuing to clean, and Adriano covers my hand with his, stopping my movement. I look up into his eyes while the warmth of his grip burns into my skin. How long until you're finished? He asks, his face close to mine. He does this often, invades my personal space. I used to let him goad me, but not anymore. Now I start to play with him. I want to play with him. Why? He leans in closer to my ear and whispers, I'm your escort. I frown, then my brows shoot up. Escort? You're offering to let me pay to have sex with you? Adriano rears back with a crease in his forehead. Confused, he says, What? What? What are you talking about? He repeats. But then understanding dawns on him as confusion is replaced with a Cheshire Cat grin. What? No! You're being weirdly cryptic, I fire back in defense. Oh, he meant escort as in driver, not whore. Adriano tugs me around the bar and presses my back against it. I like the way you're thinking, Cam, but unfortunately, I meant that I'll be driving you home tonight. My embarrassment is pushed aside by a swoosh of excitement. Adriano never acts as driver for the staff. I'm enjoying his company too much. I shouldn't indulge in his attention, because I've eavesdropped on many conversations since I started my job, and I know he's slept with at least 2 girls who work here. And the other men have let it slip how many women have fallen under Adriano's spell, only to get hurt the next day when he moves on to someone else. Still, I gravitate toward him. His undeniable charm is a force to be reckoned with, and I'm really enjoying our banter. I tilt my head and place my palm on his chest, creating a distance between us. Why are you my driver tonight? His lips curl up into a wicked smile. Because I never have you alone. Does that work on other women? I reply sarcastically. Adriano shrugs and takes my hand in his. He's always acting so forward, and it feels strangely nice. I'm not even surprised anymore when he makes these intimate gestures. I reach for my purse under the bar behind me, and as I turn around, he's ogling my ass unapologetically. Get a good look, my friend? I put my hands on my hips. That damn irresistible smirk curves his lips. Not really. Could you turn around? He actually rotates his finger in the air. I simply glare at him. And maybe bend over, he adds with a chuckle. Deciding to ignore his taunts, or else he'll continue on this path the entire ride home, I tow him with me out the door to the car. I've dozed off in his comfortable silver metallic convertible and awaken when Adriano softly calls my name, brushing my hair out of my face. Come, wake up. You're home. My eyes flutter open and collide directly with his. He's so near, his body heat palpable. My hand automatically touches his unshaven jaw, and his eyelids fall closed as I graze my fingertips over his lips. Adriano lets me explore him without making a smart-ass comment to break the enchantment like he usually does. Neither of us interrupts the quietness of our moment. Neither of us moves closer. Looking at him up close and personal, I trace the tips of my fingers down his cheek. In turn, his hand laces into my hair, cradling my head, and I caress his long, thick lashes. A feral growl meets my ears, and he opens his eyes. His gaze drops to my lips and then back up. One of these days, I'm going to kiss you, Cam. But not now. Now you don't want it bad enough. I want you to beg me for it because you made me wait so long. There's a vow hidden inside his plight. A vow of how when I do finally submit, it'll be unforgettable. Remarkable. With just a small touch, not even a kiss, just a gentle caress and a few words, Adriano can entrance me like no other man ever has. He notices that I'm beginning to want him. We're both constantly provoking each other. Adriano stretches his arm and checks his silver watch. It's midnight. Happy birthday, beautiful. And he presses his lips to the side of my mouth. Twining my arms around his neck, I hug him. It's such a joy that someone remembered my birthday. I've been dreading spending the day by myself. I hate spending birthdays alone. Thank you. He extends his arm to grab a black velvet box on the back seat. For you. My first present. Excitedly, I lift the lid. But there's nothing inside it, so I glance up with a sulk. What are your plans tomorrow? I know you don't have any family. I'd like to spend the day with you. To try to get into my bed? I tease. No, just as friends, I promise. He gives me a boyish grin. Okay, what did you have in mind? I'm picking you up at 9 a.m. for breakfast, and we're going to fill your box. No pun intended, I swear. With presents. He holds up his palms. Laughing, I reply, I believe you, and I'd like that. Let's see where the day takes us. I smile as he gets out to open my door and escorts me all the way to my front entrance where we say a friendly goodbye. And from that night on, Adriano is my new chaperone. The driver still picks me up, but Adriano takes me home almost every night. The next day, I experience my most memorable and intimate birthday. Where do I go from here? I have two choices. Go back to Fat Sal or go back to the Syndicate. Deep down, I don't want to believe Adriano would hurt me. But that was before I left a bomb at their headquarters and became an enemy. So I don't know if I can take that risk. The uncertainty is terrifying, and it's draining me. Therefore, it's time I make a change. I'm done being the hunted one.
Chapter 3. Adriano. I enter the spacious studio room of my loft with exposed brick classic elements and polished concrete ceiling on the 40th floor of the Astoria Tower, located in the South Loop neighborhood. Dropping my suitcase on the hardwood floor, I turn to my right to the bar of my open kitchen, which looks out into the living room and is angled toward the 85-inch TV hanging on the opposite brick wall. I switch on the lights in the entire apartment, and with one button, my industrial brown loft with one wall existing of floor-to-ceiling windows lights up. The food portions on the plane were tiny, and now I'm starving. So I order Chinese from the only place close by that's still open and will deliver at this late hour. Then I climb up the floating staircase to my master suite. After changing out of my suit into sweatpants and a t-shirt, I grab my gold lighter and cigs and open the double glass doors to go out onto the terrace. It's windy, but not cold, and I appreciate this time of night. Flicking open my lighter, I duck inside out of the wind to light my smoke. It's May 31. Happy birthday, Cam. I take a draw, letting the nicotine burn down my throat. She's alone out there. She must be. The fumes billow up from my nostrils into the midnight air as I stand with my feet shoulder-width apart in the middle of my terrace. I miss her. What's she doing today? Sadness washes over me at the thought of Cam spending today by herself. She detests that. After she'd worked for us for 3 months, we grew closer, and our friendly interaction transformed when we celebrated her birthday together. 2 years ago. A lot of gorgeous women have captured my attention through the years, and it's been easy to get into their pants. But Cam is elusive. So stunning, so funny, so incredibly sexy. She's the first woman who's ever friend-zoned me, and chasing her has been too amusing. Only she puts up a wall that I've been trying to breach, and I think she wants me to break it. She's been opening up slowly since her birthday, which was spent in different restaurants throughout the loop, where we'd eat one small dish and then continue on to the next restaurant she wanted to visit. She downright baffled me with her fantastic idea to pass the day. Food and a beautiful woman. What more can a guy ask for? I've been driving Cam home every night since the first time I dropped her off when we almost had our first kiss. I was rock hard on the drive to my apartment, still feeling how she gently examined my face with her fingers, how an arousing tremor ran down my spine when she stroked my eyelashes, a strangely sexy move that made me shudder down to my toes. Because business has been slow, I've had time for her most nights, but unfortunately, it's increased recently, and it's been difficult to be her driver at the end of every one of her shifts. That bothers me because I enjoy accompanying her home. As I hit the gas toward our warehouse up north to assist Luca with interrogating a dealer, I text Cam hurriedly. Adriano, I'm working late. Not sure until what time. Stay in one of the private rooms. I'll be there later. Cam, hi. No, that's fine. I could ask Damien to take me home. I've seen Damien watching Cam, and he has a hard-on for her. No way is he taking her home. I answer curtly. Adriano, stay there. I'll be expecting you to be at the house later, Cam. Cam, bossy, aren't we? Adriano, be careful or I might spank you. Cam, promises, promises. I get a kick out of her taunts and am anxious for this night to be over. All of a sudden, we have a new routine. Whenever I'm going to be late, she waits for me in one of the strip club's private rooms, which has a bed and an adjacent bathroom. And this is all while I'm being friend-zoned by Cam. One night I arrive at the house after midnight to find her snoring softly on the bed. I'm dead tired and remove my dress shirt before I lie down on the mattress spooning Cam. She snuggles against me, and I drape my arm around her waist, pulling her into me. Then I drift off to sleep with the sweet scent of vanilla surrounding me. It's the very first time I've ever slept with a woman in a bed for an entire night without having sex. I take another draw from the cig between my thumb and forefinger while watching the Chicago Nightline. She's out there, somewhere, alone. After the night we literally slept together, our friendship progressed into more. I was constantly pushing her boundaries, and she was always resetting them. I broke her restrictions, but she also broke mine. Before, a woman was just a means to a fuck. Not Kim. She was something else. She became friendlier and more open, yet there was always something holding her back. There was something or someone in her past that had a hold of her present. I could sense it in how she closed down when I'd ask personal questions, which she evaded answering. Maybe if we'd remained just close friends, we wouldn't be apart and wouldn't have made such a mess out of our situation. When I do find her, how will our relationship be now? I'm her father's capo. I finish my smoke and move back inside to go downstairs. Chinese food is delivered 5 minutes later. But after a few bites of steamed vegetables, my appetite's gone. I crawl into bed, beat from worrying about Cam. I'm sure James will be at my front door as soon as he returns from Italy tomorrow, expecting new information about his daughter. Information I don't have. I hold the door open while eating a sandwich and welcome James and Damien. James demands an update before I've even closed it. Camilla? Damien? I prompt Damien to fill us both in.
She's missing without a trace. Her cards aren't being used. We haven't had a sighting since we lost her after she left Fallon's therapist office months ago. She must have connections or a shitload of cash. Maybe she's left the country somehow.
That's impossible. James waves his hands around, obviously distraught by the current state of affairs because he rarely raises his voice. I swallow the last bite of my sandwich, motioning for them to join me in the kitchen and address Damien. It's disconcerting how people keep escaping our grasp.
Either she's out of the country or living inside somewhere and never leaving the house.
Damien interrupts. She hasn't left the country. I just know she hasn't. She's nearby.
Or she's dead,
Damien expresses, and is seized by his collar by James. He knocks him against the wall, right next to my high-end speakers, with his arm blocking Damien's throat. Shut up. Don't mess up my furniture. Although I wouldn't mind James punching Damien once. Calmare. Calm down. I place my hand on James's shoulder, and he steps back. Well, if Damien didn't realize Cam is important to our boss, he certainly knows now. James's face still exudes anger.
I apologize.
Damien actually looks regretful. She's good at hiding, I explain. We need to lure her out. We need to dig deeper, Damien. I've told you this is top priority. James stalks off to the kitchen. Check her card records again. I order in a clipped tone and dismiss him. Damien leaves, and I turn to my capo crimine. I've never seen him this emotional. He's usually cool and collected. This situation with Cam, who doesn't even know she's his daughter, is affecting him severely. Make sure he keeps his mouth shut about my outburst. James instructs me. I'll take care of him. He won't speak a word. We've got nothing after all these months. Damn it, I'm worried about her. He exhales a heavy breath and avoids my eyes as I take a seat on the stool next to him. Me too. I disclose and rub a hand down my jaw. We have no leads. I'm not sure where we go from here. Let's talk to Henry one more time. Maybe he can be of help. Henry's the Syndicate's hacker. He's a computer geek who works officially for the government and unofficially for us. I nod and fish my phone out of my pocket, and the reminder for the board meeting displays on the screen. Luca and I are owners of a security software company, Security Simplicity, that's managed by 3 directors and 30 employees. It was a thriving business for a while, which made it easy to launder our syndicate money through our own company. But competition is fierce in this division of the software market nowadays, making it difficult to fake numbers when there's decreasing profit. The cash we earn with the drug dealings in Chicago needs to be legitimized. It's invested into our company, and we appear to be successful, hard-working entrepreneurs. All our finances are being handled by the finance director of the company, Jeffrey, along with Consigliere Salvatore, who handles the finances of the syndicate. They manage to whitewash syndicate money through Security Simplicity. Apart from Security Simplicity, we also use another company that's owned by James and Salvatore for money laundering. Therefore, we're never under investigation because we seem legit. And the syndicate's power and influence reaches far beyond the Mafia. We have associates working for us in every government body, including the police, the FBI, and the DEA. I pocket my phone and inform James. I have a meeting at Security Simplicity. Can I meet you at headquarters later? I've got to attend this meeting since Luca's not here, and we've had some issues during the last week, so I want a status report. Anything serious? Luca hasn't mentioned it to me, James says. It wasn't anything serious as far as we could tell. but the meeting must mean there's an update. Fine. I'll call Henry on my way out. Meet us at headquarters as soon as you're done at Security Simplicity. James commands before we disband, his demeanor just as rigid as when he came in. My assistant, Janie, hands me a cup of steaming coffee, just as I'm about to exit my office for the board meeting. You're fantastic, Janie. Throwing her a wink, I reach for the cup to take it with me. I undo the top button of my black dress shirt and enter the boardroom. Gentlemen. I extend my hand to our 3 directors and claim my seat in the leather chair at the head of the rectangular cherry table. Adriano, we called this urgent meeting to discuss the financial health of this company. The finance director, Jeffrey, who's sitting on my left, begins. I'm afraid we've had a decline in profits. Meaning? I ask, grabbing a napkin and a vanilla muffin from the tray in front of me. I can't find ways to methodically flow cash into the company if the actual numbers are close to stagnant, and now they're even declining. I quickly chew the muffin while different scenarios blaze across my mind. Can't you conjure a new investor? He shakes his head in denial. No, not in this economy. And with the current state of SS, it would put us on the radar and raise unwanted questions. The director's gazes clash for a second. This is not good. There's another issue, he continues when I stay quiet. Money has been disappearing. How much? I don't know exactly. Accounting and IT are looking into it as we speak. Ballpark? I question, my voice tight. Jeffrey sighs before answering. Over 1 million. How's this possible? I grit my teeth as I fling the muffin on the table. My guess is that we have a thief on the inside, someone who's been intelligently covering moving millions out of the company. There are only 30 people on this staff, 30 people who've been carefully screened. I fire back, disbelieving his theory. It's also a possibility that there's been an oversight in accounting. That would be a huge oversight, then, I comment dryly. This could cause major problems for us. Since the Syndicate runs all drug traffic in Chicago, we have significant amounts of cash to launder. We need profitable companies in order to keep forging documents. What's our course of action? Probably a new assignment for Henry. Waiting for news from accounting or IT. Jeffrey replies. When did you demand to have an update by? I ask, because we need answers fast. End of the day. Contact me as soon as you've heard from them. I rake a hand through my hair, realizing that I need to go meet James and Henry now. Anything else? Not at the moment. I'll call you as soon as I know more. Jeffrey answers. Nodding, I say my goodbyes and depart for the Syndicate's headquarters. Usually, issues arise within Mafia organizations or between Mafia organizations. Soldiers are cappy wanting to move up in rank, causing death and violence. Underworld fighting underworld. Those issues can be resolved quickly and without a trace by the police we have in our pockets. But in this case, it could also be that an outsider is targeting us. I'm not convinced it's someone on my staff. If an outside party is involved, I don't know how to protect us. We have influential people in power on the state level, but not on the national level. On the other hand, I'm not sure this is actually an attack from the outside. The only thing I am sure of is that Luca and I need to stay under the radar and remain known as 2 regular, successful businessmen. We work with criminals and must never forget that. I trust no one but the Holy Four, James, Luca, Salvatore, and myself. We're the core and the power of the Chicago Syndicate. Now, for my plan of action. First, Luca needs to be informed and return to Chicago as soon as possible. Second, I bring James and Salvatore up to date and let Salvatore primarily handle the monetary problem of Security Simplicity. And third, I focus on locating Cam. while speeding alongside the Chicago River, making the same trip Cam and I traveled together often. I'm not worrying about money. I'm obsessing about how to find Cam.
Chapter 4. Camilla. The soft breeze of the wind hits my cheek when I venture outside for the first time in weeks. I'm cornered with nowhere to go but back to the loop. I'm withdrawing money to await my fate. This is not a life, and I'm tired of running. My options aren't limited anymore. They're non-existent. It's either wither away in reclusion, or let Fat Sal or the Syndicate find me, and then I'll figure out how to fight back. Tears sting my eyes as I reminisce on my way to the ATM. 2 years and 10 months ago. The dungeon is what the insiders call it. It's a secretive fight and BDSM club. This isn't a club with a referee during a fight or safe words during S&M sex. Everything is allowed. It's a fetish club. Fat Sal is a human trafficker, and I'm his new slave. Or so I'm told in his office the night I'm caught in the fight club after witnessing a man slicing a woman to death and getting off on it. Sal's bodyguard, who has his hair tied up in a bun, takes me to him and leaves us alone. Trembling on my feet in this bleak, windowless room, I remain upright while an overweight, balding Italian in a crisp white shirt with sun-kissed skin and pearly white teeth spits fire at me. 15 minutes later, his bodyguard returns with my purse. I can hear them whispering heatedly back and forth behind Sal's desk. No friends, no living relatives. Sal checks my driver's license and traces a finger down my cheek as I stand with dread skulking over my skin.
"What did you see?"
he asks calmly. "Nothing," I murmur, fear causing me to break out in a sweat. His mouth curls into a malicious smile.
"You saw everything, and you're beautiful, Camilla Guillermo."
He pauses and grasps my chin roughly between his thumb and forefinger, forcing me to look at him.
"I own you now. You'll work in this club. You have nowhere to go, no family. And you witnessed something I should murder you for. But such a pretty face."
He jerks my chin in mock presentation to his guard.
"It would be a waste."
I'm in an acute state of shock, not fully understanding what's happening.
"Take her to the other women, Santino."
What I didn't know at the time is that I wouldn't see the outside world again for 5 months. Santino shuffles me through the maze of passageways and into a beige room where he throws me onto an empty bed with white cotton sheets. My skin-tight, sleeveless uniform mini-dress has ridden up my hips, and Santino gawks at my legs. I try to get my wits about me, but there's no time for me to let everything sink in because Santino jumps on me, pushing me back on the bed. "Get off!" I yell, waving my arms, but he catches them and pins them next to my head. With his entire weight pressing on me, he handcuffs me to the bed frame as I choke under his chest, kicking and screaming. Santino unbuckles his belt and slides it off to put it around my arm. He tightens it roughly, making me grimace, and I see a spoon and syringe on the nightstand. "No drugs, please," I beg as the first tear streams out. He stops his preparation and glances at me without expression. Then he continues while I struggle miserably. I'm held in the deep, dark underground along with 5 other women, all of them spaced out on their beds, doped up on heroin. The tiny hairs on my arms rise from the cold down here. Santino taps my vein, and the tip of the syringe punctures my skin. I watch him push the liquid into my blood. My fighting stops, and my body goes weak. It feels so good. I'm becoming lighter and lighter until I'm flying. I'm flying. It feels so effortless. Let me close my eyes and enjoy it more. Yet I lose consciousness. The night has passed, and I wake up in an instant, knowing exactly where I am and what happened the previous evening. The drugs knocked me out. I have no sense of time. Is it morning or afternoon? Unexpectedly, Santino comes in, undoing the cuffs and jostling me to the neighboring bathroom, and insists, "Shower." I quickly shower as he grants me some privacy, and am drying off when I notice that my clothes are missing. Santino returns while I'm drying my hair, staring at my breasts. I cross my arms over my naked chest. "Where are my clothes?" My voice sounds pitiful and fragile.
"No more clothes, Camilla."
"What? I can't wear clothes. What are you going to do to me?"
"Come with me."
He doesn't touch me and allows me to trail him this time, back to the fight club area. Before we enter, I can hear the voices of the people. Santino turns around to me.
"You're not to speak or protest. If you do either, you'll be punished."
My eyes were already bursting with tears, and now they overflow. I wipe away the wetness as I hesitantly follow Santino across the threshold and toward the center stage, while dozens of people, some clothed, some not, watch my march. The space is dark except for one spotlight on the podium, which I take the steps up to when Santino motions for me to do so. The light blinds me, giving me some shred of decency, not having to look at these people who are going to bid on me. And then I don't know what will happen. The part after the bidding is what I fear most. The auctioneer with the black mask comes up behind me, but he lets a knuckle graze my nipple, causing me to shrink back in terror. He harshly grips my arm and bends down to whisper, "Behave." Next, he shouts to the small crowd, 1,000. Different voices yell, "Aye." Never have I felt so exposed. I tremble in revulsion when the man's calloused hand slides down my side, stopping at the flare of my hip. 2,000, 22, 25. Everything goes so fast while coldness envelops me, and I'm pursing my lips to keep from crying out for help. The spotlight blinding me is now freaking me out. All I see is a white blur. All I hear are scary voices, and I'm so cold. 25 going once. Twice? Sold, the auctioneer announces and shunts me to the side. I barrel into Santino and break down, clutching him to shield my body from others. He stiffens and pushes me away, but then grabs my shoulders and rushes me forward. We careen through the throng. No one touches me while I make myself as small as possible. Acute panic scorches my skin when I'm halted in front of a huge man with bulging muscles and cruel intent blazing in his eyes, standing next to a cross. "Work starts," Santino says into my ear. "Please don't do this," I plead, whisper soft. "You must. You'll be tied to the St. Andrew's cross and take what he gives you. Understand?" I don't move an inch. "Camilla, do it or else!" Santino urges me, but my feet refuse to budge. "Come here," the man yells and pulls me to him. His sweaty hand covers mine, and I'm pressed with my back against the cross. The crowd is focused on a fight that's now taking place on the stage. I see blood sprays. I turn my head to my left and am confronted with a woman being beaten while she's strapped to a similar cross. Not wanting to watch, I look to my right while my ankles are being shackled. I see another woman, also naked, being choked while she's trapped against the cross. And another woman is just lying on a table with her feet getting licked. Can this be real? People passing us don't even glance my way, like what's happening to me is the most mundane thing in the world. The man who paid for me stands right in front of my face. Your skin is too flawless. His finger traces down my cleavage, and I recoil from his touch. Be still, or I'll cut you, he warns, his tone menacing. My face is wet from tears that I can't keep in. From fear, from confusion, from disbelief. And then the worst happens. The bite of a whip slashes the bare skin on my thighs, and I scream out in agony. Another crack of the whip makes contact with my stomach, and another one stings across my breasts. No! I cry uncontrollably. More pain, more slashing of my skin. My own screams echo through my eardrums. Time is a foreign concept as my skin is on fire. Someone's untying me, and moments later I'm lowered onto a mattress. An excruciating prick stings my fingernail, and I zone out. I wake up after I don't know how long, feeling empty, and I'm marred with reddish-purple welts and cuts. It even hurts too much to move. When my skin pulls tight, silent tears rain down my temples. This becomes a part of the routine. At night, at least I think it's nighttime, because I have no idea about time while I'm held captive. I'm auctioned off. And I'm not certain if this happens every night or not. Then I'm sold and strapped to the St. Andrew's cross to be spanked, whipped, or beaten by these fetishists who, as far as I remember, never raped me. During several rare moments when my mind is clear enough to think, I learn that every girl is sold to certain fetishists and BDSM practicers. There is also sexual intercourse taking place down here, and not only in the sex club one floor above. I've seen some girls being raped while I'm beaten in the fight club. Somewhere, I'm thankful that I'm too intoxicated to have vivid memories. I get simple food. I sleep. I'm shot up with heroin underneath my fingernails, instead of the inside of my elbow. Often. And I'm auctioned. That's the routine. For the next 5 months. My body is damaged deeply. Emotionally, I'm empty. However, I'm also getting mad. Mad at Fat Sal. Mad at myself for accepting it all. For not being able to fight back because I'm too drugged up. 2 years and 5 months ago. I'm constantly slipping in and out of consciousness while I'm held at Club 7's dungeon. Days pass in a blur of memories. I barely remember conversations with anyone except Santino. In moments of lucidity, I hear myself screaming. I hear lashes, crowds cheering, grunts, and silence. Santino is the only man that guards me. I cling to him, begging for help, telling him to stop giving me drugs. He never tends to the other girls, and I don't know why, but I use it to my advantage when I'm coherent enough to remember that bit of information. After I'm struck with the fever, he begins to crack. One morning, I wake up less disoriented than I've been in a long time. My eyes are open, and I feel as if I've been asleep for weeks. Rational thoughts are trying to assemble in my mind. I look around the dimly lit, beige room and determine that I'm alone. Moving my body underneath a cotton sheet, I grimace from soreness. I know I've been here for a while, but not the exact time frame. A clang sounds when I move my leg. I sit up and wince, finding my left ankle shackled to the bed frame. but my gaze shoots to the door when footsteps from down the hall come closer, and Santino darkens the doorway in a black suit, staring at me with his hands in his pockets. As usual, his long hair is tied up in a bun. I pull the sheet up to cover my breasts, even though he's seen me naked constantly. "How are you feeling?" His tone is even, calm. "Not good." My own voice sounds far off. "What day is it?" I cough through my dry throat. "Tuesday," he answers and shifts closer. I scrutinize his movement carefully. He takes a bottle of water from the nightstand and uncaps it, handing it over. With a hesitant hand, I raise it to my mouth and gulp down the entire contents. "You had a fever," he mentions, towering over me beside the low, small bed. The water hydrates my throat soothingly as he just stands there. "How long have I been out?" I ask again softly and grimace from the pain in my fingernails. 2 days. "How long have I been here in total?" Stillness eats the room. "Please tell me." 4 months, he answers tersely. "Please help me," I murmur. He's on me the next moment, straddling my hips and pinning my hands to the pillow as the bottle drops to the floor. Acute distress courses through my veins as he leans in close to my ear. "I'm not going to hurt you, but there are cameras everywhere," he utters. "Stop talking so much." I stiffen in his hold. "Are you going to help me?" "I have helped you. You were feverish and were out for too long. I've decreased and then stopped your shots. But no one can know." A dampened sense of relief blazes over me. I haven't been drugged for the past few days. That's why I feel more aware now. "Why are you helping me?" I ask. But he ignores my question. "Why did you come down that night? It's your own fault this happened." Why is he so upset about it? Is it his doing that the elevator went down and I accessed this part of the club? "Don't speak too articulately and let on that the drugs are leaving your system. If I catch you talking to anyone, I'll inject you," he warns and storms off. "No!" I scream and clamp my hand over my mouth, afraid he'll come back with a needle if I'm not quiet. There's something in him wanting to help me, and I take full advantage of that during the next few weeks. I'm nauseous and cold, yet still feverish for days. My body is going through withdrawal, and at night, Santino gives me sedatives. Everything hurts, and sometimes I even ask for a shot just to make the throbbing disappear, but he drags me through withdrawal. For 3 weeks, I'm not auctioned since I'm too sick and too undesirable. Yet that doesn't last. I'm not sure if Santino has protected me from Fat Sal these last few weeks, but now they're whispering back and forth in the doorway. Sal wants to check on me, and then I overhear him saying to Santino that it's not normal for me to be this ill for weeks. Sal jams him out of the way and points his finger at me. "You're working tonight. I have a special surprise for you." And he charges out. Panic rapidly rises. Still, we're quiet until we can't hear Sal's departing footsteps anymore. "I'm going back out there?" I cry softly and sit up. "I don't know if I can handle that without drugs." "We have to go now." Santino pays no attention to my tears and loosens my ankle cuff. He leads me through the long corridor to the fight club. The scent of blood and sweat saturates the air. We reach the area and stand in line by the door behind 3 other girls with 2 other guards. They're blocking my view of the center stage, but it's quiet inside the club until a gong bangs, and I gasp, startled. "Shut up!" Santino's hand covers my mouth roughly. I reach for his arm to make him let go, But then he's pushing something inside my mouth. A pill.
"Take it. It'll numb you from the pain,"
he whispers against my ear. Sheer dread makes me swallow it, and then I'm being rushed forward to a round mahogany table with a centerpiece of red roses. One yellow spotlight shines on the table. The concrete is cold against the soles of my feet. There are a dozen men, all sitting around the table in casual attire, and the rest of the space is empty and desolate. Their hungry gazes slide unnervingly over my bare body, and then my eyes meet Sal's, and he holds out his hand to us. A lump forms in my throat.
"Here's our meal, gentlemen. On the table."
He snaps his fingers, and the guards place all 4 of us on it. My mind is becoming fuzzy, and I start to feel lighter. The effect of the pill. But terror stays. Lying on the edge with the spotlight in my face, I close my eyes and shriek when a hand touches my breast. My hands and legs are spread apart and held in place. I jerk my head around and see that the same is being done to the other girls.
"The rules, my slaves, are no screaming and no jumping off the table,"
Sal yells over our cries. Meanwhile, classical music starts to play in the background of this ceremonial display. All the men laugh while one pinches my nipple, and then they release me. I cover my breasts with my arms, and a whip comes down on my hip. I curl up and shout from the pain of the sting, but I'm crudely spread apart again by many hands. And plates of food are being placed around me. Tears stream down my face when I feel nasty tingles on the swell of my breasts. Girls are now moaning instead of screaming.
"You little slut, you like that,"
a rough voice says. I'm being touched between my legs, and I cringe from the filthy contact. As pain shoots through my breasts, I'm too exhausted to continue struggling. Blinking profusely through the tears to clear my vision, I peer down my side, and hysteria erupts at the sight of the blood trails running down my body. The man next to the table holds up a knife with my blood dripping from the tip and licks it off. I gag, yet nothing comes up. Then I'm being lifted off the table by my shoulders and knees like a china doll and taken away.
"No more,"
I beg with my head hanging back.
"Come on."
It's Santino who took me away.
"Stand on your feet."
We're in the bathroom, and he's placed me under the shower. Santino sets a first aid kit on the sink and waits until I'm done. I look at the thin red lines on my breasts and bend forward, vomiting. Agony and nausea dominate my current state. I need to get out of here because I refuse to live through that again. Turning away from Santino, I block him out. He takes a step back and allows me to wash my body, but leaves the shower curtain open. The cuts on my skin prickle when the warm water cleans them, crimson streaming down my stomach. I let the water splutter on my face, making me less dizzy and more aware. I don't trust Santino, but he has helped me, and I've sensed him conceding more and more the last few weeks when he's here. He obviously has an attraction to me, and I need to use that now. I'm trying to stay awake. However, I feel sleep pulling at me. It must be the effect of the pill, but I don't know what I swallowed. After brushing my teeth in the shower for what seems like forever, I motion for him to join me to talk while the water runs, hoping it will drown out our conversation for the cameras in here. He reluctantly comes forward, and his gaze drops to my lips. I lick them and block out my circumstances. You have to help me get out, Santino. I dare to use his name. He slowly guides me backward.
Dead spot,
he whispers, and we move to the corner of the shower.
Santino,
I utter frantically, because this is my window of opportunity, and I don't know how long I'll have him alone, so I clear all other thoughts out of my mind. You have to help me. Regrettably, he merely touches my cheek. Help me, please, I plead and kiss him. His hands tangle in my wet hair, and even though my body hurts, I play along. He pulls back, breathing hard. I want to. He's so close, and I need to convince him, so I press my body against his. But I don't know how, he finishes. Let me escape. You must know this place. There must be a way. I'm lucid enough to run now. Yet he keeps staring at me blankly, so I prompt, Santino! I need a plan. There's no time for a plan. Anything you can come up with? I'm gripping his suit jacket that's wet now, too, as I can see him contemplating his options. The hostess has been asking about you. She's the one that got you into the sex club, right? Yes. Can she keep a secret? He asks. I have no idea, since she's just an acquaintance, not a close friend. But I lie. Yes. There are a lot of corridors here, and you'll need to run alone, he informs, raising his brow, thinking it might dissuade me. Nevertheless, my shoulders straighten, and I almost can't believe he's going to help me. I think that kiss, along with his apparent guilt, convinced him to let me go. He told me before that he knew me from when I worked upstairs. I never noticed him, but I omitted that piece of information. Fine. I'll agree to anything as long as I get a chance to escape. But I need shoes. I need shoes and clothes. I'm going to cuff you to the bed as usual. I'll be back as soon as I can. If someone comes, pretend you're drugged out, he says. I dry hurriedly and want to ask what he's going to do. But from then on, everything happens so fast. Before I know it, he's shackling my ankle and out the door. I'm hoping he also realizes that now is the perfect time since Sal is still attending his psychotic ceremony. Minutes tick by, and I wait in the room with the door open. I don't know what's happening to the other girls. They haven't been brought back yet. As I wait, mistrust fills me. There's a good chance Santino was lying. And as time passes, that sense keeps growing. I'm still struggling to stay awake, and eventually I fear he's not coming back. I turn on my side in defeat, and suddenly conscious of the burning in my blemished breasts, tears pool over as I break down. I bite my lip to keep from making any noise and cry alone in the dark, silently. And then I lose consciousness. Wake up. My shoulders shake and my eyes fly open as a hand smothers my scream. Let's go, Santino says in a soft voice with a finger to his lips, motioning for me to stay quiet. He undoes the shackle and hurries me with him into the long hallway. They're still at the ceremony. Your friend is upstairs at the elevator now with clothes. He stops at a corner. Go left here, straight ahead, then take the first right. Run to the elevator at the end and go to -1. Your friend is waiting on that floor. She'll take it from there. Do you understand? I nod, wanting to get out as soon as possible. Yes. I hesitate to say more, but add, thank you. And I bolt before he changes his mind. I round the corner and run straight ahead in the empty hall and stop to peek around the corner before turning right. It's empty, so I race to the end, not concerned about my naked, battered body. My only goal is getting out of here. I sprint to the gray doors of the elevator at the end of the hall, anxiously glancing back over my shoulder. They open, and I step inside the small space, pressing -1 relentlessly. Close! I practically pray when I hear voices coming down the hall. Thank God the doors close, and I sag against the cold metal wall as I ascend, holding my breath again as they open. Camilla! My friend's eyes widen in horror when she witnesses my state. I breathe a sigh of relief, and she comes inside, ramming fabric and ballet flats into my hands. "Get dressed! We're going up!" I yank the black uniform dress over my head and step into the shoes just as the doors open again. I'm back on the main floor. Hope causes new tears to burst free, but I wipe them away as she hauls me through an archway. We go down a hall lined with vibrant pop art posters of pin-ups to another door that opens outside into the cold and windy street. Though it isn't the front entrance of Club 7, so it's deserted. I'm so grateful to be here that I don't think about anything beyond running. But then I do recall I don't have my purse with my wallet and personal belongings or any money. "I need money," I say, pleading. "Oh, shit," she mutters. "Wait here." She returns through the archway and hurries back to me with my purse. "Santino told me to give you your bag." She thrusts it and a little square box into my hands. "Go home, pack your things, and disappear." I check the heavy box in my hand. "What's this?" "Protection. It's a small bomb." I hold it away from me. "This tiny thing?" "Yes, button is on the side. Be careful. I couldn't find a handgun or anything else on such short notice. Go!" Scared that I'm going to be caught, I dash into the next street with only a few pedestrians crossing my path. I hail the first cab I see and go home to grab one bag of belongings. On my way out of the loop, I stop by the ATM to withdraw most of my money, keeping some in my bank account, just in case. The night Santino helped me escape was 2 years and 5 months ago, but I was on the run for only a short while. I'd rented a room outside the loop and landed a job where I was paid under the table. It was a lonely existence, but I was doing my best to build a new life. However, I was fired from my job after James and Luca visited the establishment, and I ended up working for them as a bartender in their strip club, where I met Adriano. Chapter 5. Camilla. I wipe away the lone tear from the corner of my eye as I dodge a cart across the street. There isn't a waiting line for the ATM, and as I head toward it, a pedestrian bumps me as he passes on the sidewalk. I reach the ATM and hesitate to withdraw money. Still, I get my cash and grab the 2 $20 bills and go into the hole-in-the-wall diner across the street. While ordering a coffee, I see a man vacating a table and swoop in, sitting with my back to the wall, facing the ATM through the window. Now all I have to do is wait. Wait for whoever comes for me first. Fat Sal or the Syndicate? Fear was beaten out of me a long time ago by Fat Sal, but the unknown is still a scary thing to be expecting. From deep within my heart, hope sparks. Hope that the first person I'll recognize is Adriano, that he's here to help me. Even though our relationship was volatile, there was something exceptional about us. He'd make me laugh, try to seduce, and joke about my refusals. But eventually he became frustrated, which turned into anger and caused him to act out. When I'd reject him, he'd be an ass. He didn't know how to handle being turned down by a woman. It was all new territory for him. And when I finally gave in, he didn't know how to deal with his emotions. Back then, neither did I. 1 year and 11 months ago. After 3.5 months of working at the strip club, Adriano successfully wears me down. From the first time I met him, he'd fawn over me, but when I'd reject him, he'd flirt with a stripper. At first, I thought it was to make me jealous and lure me, but whenever he was flirting shamelessly with another girl, he wouldn't even glance in my direction. So I started doubting and had to remind myself what a flirt he was. After I spent more time with Adriano, I knew he was doing it to make me jealous. Once I caught him briefly eyeing me before encouraging a girl's advances. Since he was always throwing around winks, I winked at him, turned on my heel, and walked out, smiling triumphantly. We'd become close, and I felt like I was truly getting to know him. The real him, not the clown or charmer he always was in public. Although our relationship evolved oddly. We were so close, yet so far away from each other. We'd joke around, we'd banter, we'd lie in bed together and just talk. A tentative friendship turned into a deep affection. While I was getting to know Adriano, I also learned these men in the strip club were involved in some type of criminal activity. It wasn't legal, whatever business they worked in. Nonetheless, I didn't ask about it, hoping my lack of questions would keep his at bay. That failed. Adriano would ask about my past, and when I'd shut down, he'd lose patience. But one particular evening in the strip club is the turning point for us. The other girls are distant to me and throw themselves at Adriano and Luca. Luca's never been a flirt and only engages once in a while, but Adriano annoyingly encourages the ladies. And I hate that. I pour a whiskey on the rocks for Damien and slide the glass to him across from me. "Thanks, Cam," he speaks loudly over the bass of the music. Damien works for Luca and Adriano. I have no idea as what. He's a nice-looking Italian. Thick, dark hair and tall, but he's too serious all the time. Leaning forward on my elbows, I ask, "What's wrong?" He mirrors my action, then out of nowhere I hear from behind me, "Cam." Startled, I spin around and expel a heavy sigh. "You're such a freaky-ass stalker." Adriano always sneaks up like this, and he's so stealthy you don't notice him. "Leave us," he says to Damien without breaking eye contact with me, and Damien scampers away as Adriano's lips twitch in laughter. "Did you just call me a freaky-ass stalker? We should really work on your cussing skills, Cam." I'm tempted to engage in his game, but decide to call him on his behavior since he has the tendency to drive everyone away from me. He's just a friend. You don't have to bark at him. "I hope he's not a friend without benefits like I am." Disgust carves his face when he sneers, "friend without benefits." No one is like you. I lean into him sideways until my shoulder hits his chest, and his hand drifts down my spine, cupping my ass. "Good," he murmurs into my ear while fondling my behind. "Will you be here later?" "I don't know. I'm tired," I answer honestly. The music has toned down. A couple passes the bar, but it's provided some much-needed privacy and hides us below the waist. It appears as if we're just talking closely. "Stay," he insists and slides his other hand over my stomach and down my thigh, then slowly climbs up again, raising my skirt. My stance widens on its own, my body betraying the lie in my words. "I'm tired. I'm dreaming of a night in my bathtub." He chuckles, caressing the bare skin on my inner thigh. "Do you know what I dream of?" "No," I breathe. "I dream of you on this bar, without a shred of clothing, on your hands and knees, while I stand at the end with a bottle of chocolate liqueur resting on the bar. I tip the bottle, and the thick liquid sloshes onto it toward your hands, pouring over the surface and raining down the edges. But you're out of reach, too far for me to taste. So I hold out my hand, inviting you to come to me. You lie flat on your stomach, then crawl to me, ever so slowly. The sweet liquor drips seductively off your breasts, and you're irresistible as you sit back on your haunches, so I can lick your nipples." He cups me firmly between my legs. "Then I guide you onto your back, spread your legs wide, and eat out your pussy, Cam. I lick your orgasm and every last drop off you so your taste is on my lips and tongue for hours. Adriano unlocks a hidden desire I'd lost while being held at Fat Sal's depraved underground club. He's the first person whose touch I can tolerate. Without knowing, he's healing my scars. There's a magnetic connection between us that's far too tempting to resist anymore. Are you definitely coming back? I ask sweetly. My panties are already soaking wet. Yes. His fingers circle my core, and I sway, making another half circle to bury my face against his chest. His arm comes around my lower back, holding me. He nudges my panties aside and enters me in a gentle push. As I rock against his finger slightly, my breath tangles around a moan. He thrusts in and out while peeking around, making sure no one's watching us. I want to watch you come, Cam. Adriano rubs me fiercely. His touch, which I've been anticipating for so long, fires up my insides. He controls my arousal with skillful fingers, and I explode, biting my lip and trembling in the aftermath. I lazily lift my head, and his smoldering eyes storm with lust. His breath fans my cheek. How can he never smell of smoke? I see him lighting a cigarette often, yet he always smells fresh, like the outdoors. Kiss me. Unfortunately, he doesn't. Instead, he holds up his finger, glistening with my arousal, and his lips curve up before he sucks it. He's waiting for me to ask him to kiss me. I remember him telling me the first time he drove me home that he wants me to beg for it. Kiss me, I whisper, and add, please. Smirking, Adriano traces his finger over my lips and dips his head, meeting my mouth over his finger. It feels wonderfully illicit to lick his finger that's been inside me together. His hand moves down to my throat, and our lips touch. Even his kiss brings back to life the butterflies in my stomach, and I taste his tongue. Riding the tide of a simple kiss, he's mastered to a T. He strokes my throat as he ravishes my mouth. His palm slides to the top swell of my breasts, but then he pulls back. Adriano lowers his forehead to mine, expelling a loud breath that makes his lips tremble. I'll have to stop, or else I'll fuck you here on the bar, he admits in a low tone. I smile as he pecks the tip of my nose. Be here when I get back. He raises a brow, challenging me to disobey him. Yes, sir. I mock salute, and he slaps my ass quite hard. That hurt! I smooth the sting as he saunters away. I'll kiss it better tonight. And he did kiss it better that night.
Chapter 6. Adriano. I race down the circular driveway of the Syndicate's headquarters, braking at the front entrance. The rumble of the engine ceases, and I head inside the house. For the last 9 months, I've spent as little time as possible here. Memories of Cam and me puzzle and depress my mind as I hike up the stairs to the second floor and turn left toward the office. James spots me approaching him. Adriano, he greets from behind his desk, typing away on his laptop. Henry's seated across from James, and I take the vacant chair next to him. Any updates? I look from James to Henry. James points to Henry to speak up. She's either living off cash or has left the country. She's moving completely under the radar. Maybe someone's helping her or she has another identity? Henry suggests. No. I lean forward and rest my elbows on my thighs. She doesn't have those kinds of connections. Are you sure? James's tone of voice is impatient, reflecting my state of mind. I'm not positive.
She was secretive about her past, but I knew her well enough to know she lived an isolated life without any friends.
So we have nothing, James concludes and rears back in his chair.
I just don't know where to search anymore, James,
Henry defends as I scratch my unshaven jaw. I need some food to settle my nerves, which is another aspect of my life that reminds me of Cam. She would always take care of me, having ordered takeout when I arrived at the house late at night. I'm not too proud to admit I'm somewhat of a mama's boy, used to being taken care of. My parents were poor, but I didn't lack anything except material goods. Both my parents were born in Italy and moved to the U.S. in the mid-'80s, when my mother was diagnosed with lupus after I was born. It's a chronic autoimmune disease that mostly affects women of childbearing age. Symptoms my mother experienced were skin rash, weight loss, fatigue, and frequent joint pain. Treatment in the U.S. was more successful at bringing the symptoms under control, so they decided to move to Chicago. Lupus isn't hereditary, and I was born healthy, followed by 2 siblings, my 25-year-old brother Carmine and 19-year-old sister Mary. Unfortunately, lupus is a lifelong disease, and there's no cure. My mother has a serious form, but it often goes into remission and remains quiet for months. She'd have seizures, not being able to work due to kidney failure. She'd scream out in pain because her organs were being attacked. My father got laid off from his job, and it weighed heavily on his conscience that he couldn't help my mom if we didn't have money. His love for her is never-ending, and he's always stood proudly by her. Even though she was sick often, she'd always make time for her children. We had date nights where she and I would do something together outside the house. When money was too scarce, she'd still find ways to do something special with me, like a picnic in the park. But as a teenager, I started to understand that our lack of money was posing a big problem. We didn't have health care, and hospital bills kept piling up. So I got a job in the Loop. We lived in public housing just outside that area, at a bakery owned by Alyssa Calderon, James's wife. At that bakery, I met Luca, and at that bakery I met James, who recruited us for the Chicago Syndicate. James was the underboss back then, and he paid me royally as a prospect, also providing tuition for business college. He also made me a killer. I was bound into silence by being required to commit murder. Omerta, the code of silence and secrecy every member must pledge before becoming an official member of the Chicago Syndicate. Omerta ensures that you can't ever go to law enforcement without facing murder charges yourself. I'm not a good man. I never claimed to be. I'm a man who took the opportunity to take care of his sick mother and provide for his family, even if it would alter his life forever. James made me a ruthless businessman, a man who trusts no one. Even my family doesn't know I'm a Mafia member. Carmine, who recently graduated law school, has his suspicions, but my parents believe their son owns a thriving software company and makes his money from that alone, which is partly the truth, and that women are my pleasure, which is true. Over the years, women have become my diversion, and my attraction to the female sex has been somewhat insatiable, I confess. And joking around became a coping mechanism, because I'm confronted with enough murder and sickness. I've supported my parents, brother, and sister since I was 17. I will support them until their last breath. My parents, Mary and Carmine, all live in my building. Carmine in a separate apartment on the 30th floor, and Mary, who's in an undergraduate degree program at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago near our skyscraper, still lives with my parents. Carmine and I visit them every Friday whenever we can. With all the odd hours I work and eat, it's comforting to enjoy a home-cooked meal once a week, and my mother makes a delicious, authentic baked ziti. Only on several occasions did I cancel on my parents to be with Cam. The first Friday I decided not to have dinner with them was the night Cam finally yielded to my persistent seduction. 1 year and 11 months ago, I step on the gas, swerving lanes rapidly in the obscurity of the night. Blood surges south when a flash of earlier today comes to mind. Cam in an angelic sleeveless dress. Her shuddering legs when I made her come. Focusing on the road is problematic when all I want is to throw Cam on a bed and savor every part of her body. Revel in her, inside her. 3 months of chasing Cam has only heightened my thirst for her. Her rebuffs and denial of our chemistry are entertaining, and I enjoy teasing her. I linger around to be with her, and she knows it. But while for the first few weeks I really did just see her as a sensual conquest, somewhere along the line the game has changed. She's become my friend. My first female friend. We have dinner, go to the movies, and try to see one another daily. This is all new for me, and I don't even notice other women when she's with me. I do still flirt just to rouse her, and it works. Every time. Her beauty is irresistible. Her voice is spellbinding. Her kindness and the way she takes care of me by always having food for me is endearing. And sometimes I feel like Cam's unlocked a part of me that was exclusively held in reserve for her. But I temper that down, because it could also be the result of my denied yearning for her. And whatever happens, nothing more can come of us. I'll never bring an innocent citizen into the Syndicate world, especially not someone I consider a friend like her. I'll make sure it doesn't come to that. It's never come to that before, although I've also never had to go through so much trouble for just a kiss. I smile, because any other woman I would have forgotten or told to fuck off. No woman is worth waiting 3 months for a damn kiss. But Cam was. That kiss was arousing in its contradiction. Dirty, because we both tasted my finger that had been inside her, and on the other side, sweet, because of the taste of her tentative tongue. Now she's finally allowing me to touch her, and allowing herself to luxuriate in my touch. That's what I wanted. Without bothering to park my car in the designated spot, I jump out at the front entrance and run up to the second floor. I open the heavy double doors to the strip club and zero in on the bar to my left where the little vixen awaits. Her pull on me is undeniably strong. The slow murmurs of the handful of soldiers and other women are drowned out when I focus on her. Then I spot silverware and a plate filled with steaming spaghetti carbonara. She beckons to the plate and bar stool. "For you. Sit and eat. I know you're hungry." She's absolutely dumbfounded me, and I just stare at her plump lips for a second. It's that raspy voice coming from those gorgeous lips that has me adjusting my pants before I sit and prop a foot on the footrest, sniffing the savory bacon. She'd always have food for me from that night on, another addition to our routine. "You know me well," I comment, and the corner of her mouth tilts up. I notice that she wants to say more, but holds it in, and finishes tidying the bar while I take a bite of the creamy spaghetti and devour it within minutes. I was hungry. I watch Cam work, and when she's done, I nod toward the second private room, which is always reserved for Cam and me nowadays. Whenever I return to this house late at night and she's waiting for me to drive her home, we sometimes sleep in the private room together. Just sleep, so far. I spoon her, but she's never warmed my naked skin with her bare hands. I'm throbbing to experience more explicit physical contact. I've been jerking off while I picture eating her pussy until she knows only my name in her world. My fantasies have never been this numerous or this intense. She instantly follows me across the room to find privacy away from the soldiers and girls hanging out on the sofa in the club. In the dimly lit gray-white room, she goes to the bed in the center. I lock the door and swivel around. She's on the edge of the mattress. Cam's bright brown eyes track my movement as I stalk toward her, unbuttoning my shirt and pulling it loose. She tilts her head up as I stand in front of her, so I cup her cheek, and her hand rests on my stomach. Her tentative exploration of my abs fills me with a passion to have her. I groan when she scrapes her nails up and down my chest. She wants this as badly as I do. The anticipation that's been building for weeks has detonated into a need to have her tonight. The waiting is over. I snare her wrist and tug her up, lowering my mouth just above hers. I think I've waited long enough. Cam blows out a soft sigh, placing her palms on my chest. We've both waited long enough. Her hands snake up my neck into my hair, and I crash my lips to hers, pulling her into me with both arms wrapped around her middle. I touch my tongue to hers as sweet vanilla invades my nostrils. Ravenously, I capture what I've hunted for so long, and I grind my hardening cock against her, making her moan. She moves her hands over my shoulders, letting my dress shirt flutter to the floor. Then her fingertips trace the tattoo on my left side by my ribs. It's beautiful, she utters, tracing the black ink of the compass rose design. A compass. The letters are different. Those are the initials of my family members. Now, enough talking, Cam. With a grin, I force her backward. I begin undoing her white dress, revealing her cleavage, and the dress falls down in a pool around her feet. I knead her breasts over her sexy lace bra while trailing kisses along her collarbone. Hurriedly, I unhook the bra in one snap and bare her breasts. I fantasized about sucking her nipples so often, and that's just what I do. Cam intertwines her hands into my hair, curving her breast into my mouth while I get rid of her panties. Then I guide her onto the bed, and her olive skin glows on the gray satin sheets. My fingers curl around an ankle, and I crawl up her slender body that's beneath me. Her short auburn hair fans across the pillow as she takes in every one of my features. I push her ankle up with me, spreading her legs, and lie atop with my rock-hard cock at her bare pussy. Only my slacks prevent skin-to-skin contact. I'm going to take this so slow until she begs me to fuck her. She strokes my entire upper body, and I shudder under her touch. Her eyes reflect only me. I tuck her hair behind her ear while still spreading her wide and rock against her. Oh, God. She bites her plump lower lip, and I lick the red mark, circling my hips. She moans loudly when I release her ankle and slide my hands up her sides. Taking it slow. Fuck that. We become a frenzy of entangled limbs as we kiss passionately, and I graze my lips down her throat, playfully sinking my teeth into her nipples. She giggles and tugs at my hair, but I continue and lick down her flat, smooth stomach toward her totally bare center. Show me your pussy, Cam. I press my lips on the inside of her thigh, right next to where she wants me. She groans in discontent and desire. I swat her hip and bite her thigh. Greedy. Now show me. And she laughs, trying to push her legs together, but my hands shoot out to stop her. I almost come in my pants like a 12-year-old that's seen his first porn movie when her pointer fingers spread open her folds. She's already wet, and my view is magnificent. Her back bows in eagerness of my mouth on her. I relish how she surrounds me completely. After weeks of chasing, she's finally letting me inside, and the chase has made this victory all the more gratifying. God, Cam, you're so fucking hot. But my phone beeps just as I'm about to feast on her, and she grumbles in frustration. I kneel on the bed and get my phone from my pocket. When I bring my finger to my mouth to indicate for her to be quiet, her eyes widen in bewilderment that I'm stopping, and I answer the call. Yes? Cam attempts to close her legs again, but I place my palm on the inside of her thigh and give her a warning with a shake of my head. Capo John responds on the other end of the line. Hey, I need access to the warehouse. Is it available? Just to taunt Cam, I get off the bed, making it appear as if I'm stopping my teasing of her spectacular body. She fires up into a sitting position on the bed. Adriano, you're not seriously thinking of leaving me here now? Yes, it's available. I reply to John and smirk at Cam, whose annoyance is growing rapidly, but I can see her holding back a grin too. Turning to the door, I touch the lever, although John's already hung up, but I pretend he hasn't and keep nodding. Adriano! Cam whispers shouts with bite. I twist my head to give her a devious smile and am hit with something soft. She hit me with a pillow. I stalk toward her as she scurries back on the mattress. No, I'm not leaving you now. But that was payback for making me wait over 3 months before I even got to first base, Cam. You can wait a few minutes to come. I'm at the bed frame in 2 long steps. Cam rolls over and tries to jump off the other side, but I'm too fast for her and quickly have her pinned on the bed, her back to my front. Lifting my body, I spank her ass, making her shriek. And that's for the pillow throw. I nip her ear. An erotic sob passes her lips, and I lower myself onto her with both my palms flat on the bed next to her head. Now I'll continue. I kick off my shoes and socks and loose my pants. Then I grind my cock between her ass cheeks, while she throws her head back and moans in that sensual voice of hers. I take the pillow and place it under her stomach. Going down, I scrape my nails over her back, and she stiffens when I touch uneven skin. I look closer and spot faint scars on her lower back. I need to ask her about that later. Right now, her provocative ass is begging to be kissed. Your ass is perfect, Cam. She laughs and says sarcastically, You have a way with words, but thank you. I promise to kiss it better. Do you want me to kiss your ass or pussy first? I spread her legs so I can lie on my back between them. My arms come around her hips, which are elevated because of the pillow tucked under her stomach, and I wait with my face an inch away from where she wants me. I blow against her folds and pull her down close to my lips. Say it. But even if she stays quiet, I'm going to swallow every drop of her climax. My pussy, she says seductively. My tongue peeks out, and I grunt in satisfaction when I ease it over her smooth lips. Her musky scent has my dick leaking pre-cum, and I lose any modicum of control. Her hips buck, and she oppresses a scream in the sheets when I suck on her while locking my arms around her hips. I can hear her staccato breathing, interrupted by moans, as she pushes down on my face. I taste every inch while sporting a raging hard-on. My fingers dig into the soft flesh of her behind, and I slide a finger into her. She circles her hips, and a throaty scream sends a jolt right to my balls. My God. I get even harder and continue to lick her, pumping my finger until I feel her walls clenching and struggling to keep my arms locked around her waist. She screams unashamedly loudly, and I almost come. Then her trembling legs give out. I crawl up the sheets and move the pillow out from under her. She rolls to her back, and my hand reaches out to pinch her breasts. On the bottom swell, I detect more faint mutilations. I definitely need to talk to her about those marks, so I store it away for later. Her small breasts are perfect, her stomach flat and smooth as silk. I need to have her long, lean legs wrapped around my waist. You're so beautiful, Cam. I lie atop her with my thighs between hers. Touch me. I must feel her all around me. I want to watch every second of how she's reacting to me. So for the first time in years, I fuck in missionary position and abandon my usual style of a hard, distant fuck. Her arms wind around my neck, and I position my cock between her legs, gripping the undersides of her knees and pushing them back so that she's wide open for me. Her palm shoots against my chest. Protection. No, I want to feel you bare. I'm clean, I tell her, rotating the head of my cock against her wet pussy for extra persuasion. Skepticism crosses her face. Are you on birth control? I ask, barely able to hold back. She tilts her chin down once, and that's all the approval I need. I sink into her gradually, absorbing the feeling of her wrapped around my cock, and my eyes are fixed on her face, on every groan she breathes, and something inside me clicks, alters. Take all of me, Cam. Her teeth clamp down on her lip as I drive in and release her legs, bending forward, knitting my hands into her vanilla-scented hair. Inhaling her, I find an insistent rhythm. Her arms and legs lock around me, holding me close. She moves with me, and I kiss her. I fuck her with my tongue and my cock in similar measure, sinking in hard, balls deep. Without pulling out, I lean back and roll Cam over to her right side. She gasps, and I bend forward again while she's sideways, gripping the sheets. I'm so wet. She's urging me to take her harder, and I smile, indulging in every dip of her. You like my cock. Take me deeper, Cam. I whisper with a plea. Grasping the curve of her hip, I wedge myself in deep, showing Cam how much I've wanted her. I hammer into her, one palm next to her head while my other hand starts to rub her pussy, and I bury my cock inside, my balls slamming against her hot core as her squeals turn to screams while I fuck her with everything I have. I practically shove Cam onto her stomach, but she keeps meeting my thrusts, partly from behind since she's on her side, and I can feel my dick pulsing with my climax. Her orgasm bursts, and her body quivers in release. Adriano. I watch every second with a drop of sweat falling down my forehead. I grip her hip and push in hard, just as she shouts my name in that husky voice. Ah, fuck. I draw in a breath, hold it at the moment of my peak, and flop on top of her, overwhelmed by the intoxicating pleasure. Kissing the side of her neck, I roll to my back on the mattress, holding my arms open. She sends me a smile that reaches her half-lidded eyes and snuggles against me. What just happened? I didn't even fuck her brains out, but with her flavor in my mouth, I'm more satisfied than in years. This victory is more than that. It showed me how fucking can be more than sex. I was engrossed in tantalizing Cam with my words and my tongue and then my cock. My intention was to fuck her out of my system, but she just deftly tempted me, and I'm the one stuck in confusion. I clutch my hair with one hand, something transformed, but I wouldn't recognize what the hell that was until it was too late. I skim my fingers up and down her biceps, realizing how ignorant I was to believe that sex would quench my lust for her, because that lust had now fully incited, which resulted in a cluttered situation. Sex changed the entire dynamic of our already atypical relationship. It threw us into the precarious territory of jealousy and control.
Chapter 7. Camilla. The diner sounds busy because it's such a small space, but I don't let the murmurs of others deter my attention from across the street. A hint of vanilla wafts by, and I take a deep breath when a pang of longing pierces my heart. I use vanilla-scented shampoo, and Adriano used to love that recognizable perfume. 1 year and 11 months ago. I wake up with Adriano bound around me from behind, his arm draped over my waist, hand between my legs. Even in his sleep, he manages to cop a feel. Unexpectedly, I don't have any regrets. I've buried the nightmares of my past deep inside, and I've always dreaded becoming intimate with someone again for fear that those nightmares would surface. But the opposite happened. He noticed my scars. I could sense him stiffening slightly when he outlined my damaged skin. But he didn't utter a word. Instead, he loved my body with unrestrained adoration. I trace my toes up his legs, and he nuzzles my hair. "Good morning." I wiggle my ass against his hard-on. "Morning," he mumbles, his voice thick with sleep. We're both quiet for a long time. "What time is it?" Adriano suddenly asks, and he moves away, snatching his pants from the floor to take his phone out. "Shit, I have to go to work." I sit up while disappointment fills me. "Right now?" He shoves his legs into his pants and buttons his collared shirt. "Yes, now, and I need to go home first," he comments distractedly. Is he running away from me? Is something wrong? I blurt boldly when insecurity sweeps through me. Does he have that much experience with women that I was a letdown? After stepping into his shoes, he combs a hand through his hair and meets my eyes. "No, I'm just late." His distance is unsettling me, and I refuse to be just another one of his women. "Why are you being like this? Is this how you treat all women? Where's fun, Adriano, now? Once you've had me, you're done?" His teeth clench, and he warns, "Don't you do this. You know me better than that." I kneel up on the bed, naked. "Do I? I let you fuck me without protection while I know you flirt with everyone. And now you're acting different. I'm starting to feel horrible." My voice drops to a whisper when I realize I'm rambling. It's on the tip of my tongue to ask if I wasn't satisfying, but I'm not that brave. He studies me with a calculating look before he's on me in a split second, pushing me flat on my back on the bed. "You're overthinking this. I'm just late. That's it." His face inches closer to mine as he leans on his hands and speaks with an impatient tone. "Yes, I flirt, Cam. It's innocent, and I'm only going to say this once. I haven't fucked anyone else since I met you. I've chased you and waited for months." A wave of relief springs to life because wondering whether or not he still has sex with other women has been hounding my mind. He senses that my annoyance is draining and palms my cheek. "And what horrible feeling are you referring to?" I let out a sigh. "I'm not sure." "Tell me," he urges, soothingly yet firm. "I'm not sure where we go from here." I attempt to sit up again, and he rises off me. "Cam will talk tonight," he says abruptly with a blank expression and heads to the door. What? Did he not expect that answer, so he cuts the conversation instantly? Unable to make out whether or not he's upset, I cloak the gray sheet around my body and follow him to the door. Yet I stop at the doorframe when I spot movement in the club already. Gina, a brunette stripper, passes Adriano on his way to the exit and halts him. She sees me, and her mouth tilts down in distaste, but she hides it and beams at him, uttering something. I watch what Adriano does. He doesn't push her away, but answers her, too quietly for me to hear, and then leaves without a backward glance to me. I raise a brow at Gina, acting as if I'm not intimidated by her rivalry, even though I am, and I'm feeling exposed as I clutch the sheet to my chest and return to the bed. And then it hits me. Sex changes everything. Has the sex just ruined our friendship? I stay at the house all day, tending the bar from the afternoon into the night, and wait for Adriano to come for me. But he doesn't. It's already after midnight when Damien, Gina, and a blonde stripper, the only 3 people in the strip club, are seated at a nearby table, speaking at the top of their voices. I retrieve my phone from my purse underneath the bar and check to see if Adriano's contacted me.
"Where's everyone tonight?"
the blonde asks. "They're out," Gina answers and probes. "Why? Are you waiting for Adriano?" I resist looking up and letting them know I'm eavesdropping. "He's not coming tonight. He told me this morning," Gina comments, wanting me to overhear. I'm sure of it. My heart sinks and my eyes fall closed as I ponder her words. He promised me he'd be back tonight. Usually he texts when he won't be able to make it, but after seeing no messages, I gather he's ignoring me. Dismayed, I toss the phone back into my purse and I discreetly escape the room. As I descend the stairs into the foyer, my sandals click off the tiles, and I realize that I have no transportation or anyone else to call.
"Come!"
Damien charges down the stairs.
"Where are you going?"
I sigh, not knowing what to do. Well, I want to go home, but everyone's left.
"I'll take you home."
Having no other choice, I accept and go outside with him. Thank you. We drive in silence to my apartment in the Loop while I'm engaged in thoughts of Adriano. I should have known he'd change the moment we had sex. I do know him, up to a certain level, but we actually don't know anything about each other's pasts. I'm not even sure what his present is. In actuality, we don't really know each other at all. The car comes to a stop in front of my apartment building, and it hits me that Adriano might be bothered that Damien took me home. So I ask a favor. Could you please not tell Adriano about driving me home? A frown sweeps across his forehead, but he promptly hides it.
"Okay,"
he agrees, cautiously. Because I'm too affected by today, I don't explain any further. Thanks for the ride. I go inside my second-floor studio apartment, which is scarcely decorated and consists of just a kitchenette, bed, and closet, and I drop onto the bed, feeling wounded. Taking out my phone, I twirl it in my hand and consider texting Adriano, but my battered pride prevents me, and instead I hurl the phone across the tiny space. Thank goodness it doesn't break. The old phones are resilient. Unlike my heart. I already miss him. Last night was so much more for me than a fuck. I'm falling for him. It's always been more than a friendship for me. I wrap the edges of the duvet around me, lie back, and close my eyes, hoping to speak with him tomorrow. He can't avoid me for long. A tear breaks free, and I shut out the world, trying to find consolation in sleep. The following night, I see Adriano in the strip club. I'm rearranging bar stools when he saunters in, as always, in neatly pressed dress pants and a white collared shirt, no suit jacket. A tingle deep in my belly spirits up at the sight of him, tall, dark, and handsome. The girls are here too, and Gina hogs him. He smiles tersely at her, but looks directly at me, his gaze burning like a brand against my skin. When he steps away from her to join me, she gives me the evil eye, and I leer back. Adriano closes the distance casually, with one hand in his pocket, and asks, without emotion, "Where were you last night?" I stand tall. I'm not the one who ran out of here yesterday. Here.
"All night?"
Yes. That produces an incredulous nod.
"I see."
Adriano motions Gina over with a discreet wave. She obeys with a wary yet victorious smile. I stare at Adriano, irritation building, as they stand close together right in front of me. I've been missing him, and he acts so detached and odd. He knows about Damien. Whether the Italian himself outed me or that bitch Gina, I haven't figured out. I don't acknowledge her and grip the bar behind me. Adriano shifts behind Gina as his hand sidles up her throat, and she loves it. He bends his head toward her ear, not touching the shell. Her eyes fall closed, and his freeze on mine, battling with me.
"Who took Cam home last night?"
He whispers and lifts a brow. Gina's eyes fly open.
Damien.
Her response elicits a wry smile from him.
"Really?"
He draws the word out.
"How interesting."
Pure jealousy and displeasure cloud his face. It's not a desirable trait on him now.
"I don't like hearing that, Clem. And you know what else I don't like?"
His other hand comes out of his pocket, gripping Gina's hip as he tightens his fingers around her throat.
"You're telling on Cam the moment I step through the door."
His unwavering eyes bore holes into me.
"Don't play games with me, Gina. And stay clear of Cam."
He sneers and releases her.
"Leave us."
She scampers away with a scornful expression. Adriano plants both hands over mine on the bar and forces me to lean back. His leg nudges between mine, and he presses against me, face to face. Contradictive emotions fight inside me. Resentment, hurt, and desire because of his closeness.
"Do not ever lie to me again. Do not ever let Damien take you home again,"
he demands, his body tightly coiled. His directive tone cripples my annoyance. Since the cat's out of the bag, and he's frightening me a bit with his hostile manner, I come clean and try to explain. I waited for you. He doesn't speak. After an unnervingly long silence, he breaks the tension.
"And I came for you. I was held up because of work."
You didn't text me all day, and it was late.
"I was busy. You could have texted me,"
he counters. His nearness is confusing me. I want him to hold me, to show some sign of his train of thought. It's impossible to determine his level of anger. That's true. I'm sorry. Everyone's witnessing our scene, and that occurs to Adriano, too.
"Get your things. I'm taking you home,"
he says. I'm ready, I answer, and he expects me to follow him to his vehicle. The leather car seat squeaks beneath my shifting weight as we drive back to the loop through the dusk of the evening. When I look at Adriano, his death grip on the steering wheel has loosened, and he grants me a sideways glance.
"We need to talk,"
he states. What happened when we woke up yesterday? I'm a bit confused. I'm earnestly at a loss about the turn of events. He lifts his left arm, resting his elbow against the window.
"I had to work, honestly. I was just a little mixed up. God, Cam."
His hand tangles in his wavy strands of hair.
"It was good to finally be with you, but I also realized I can never give you what you want. Do you even comprehend who I am, whom you work for? You're different from those other girls. I don't know where you came from, but you're not a stripper. I think you're running from your past. I've been focused on having you without considering the consequences."
He pauses, licking his lips.
"Where do your scars come from?"
he asks directly. So much information to process. His question catches me off guard, and I close down. I can't tell you. He blows out a sigh.
"If you can't tell me about your past, how are we supposed to continue?"
Why is it so important?
"Because I want to know,"
he fires back. Have you told anyone?
"I haven't told anyone else. But in my line of work, it's not accepted for me to hide vital information. Are you in trouble?"
No. Technically, I'm not in trouble right now. Adriano evidently doesn't believe me as he shakes his head almost imperceptibly.
"Why do you live an isolated life? You don't have friends. You live in the cheapest part of town, but you earn enough from us to move. There are too many unknown factors. You need to give me something." He brakes at the red light. My unease keeps spiking. Why are you suddenly pressing this matter? Because your scars anger me. I can't forget them. Insecurity seeps in, and words seem to clot in my throat. I'm not ready to tell. Fine, he snaps. Fine. A little consideration would be appreciated. We round the corner onto my street, and he stops at my building, cutting the engine. Are you coming up? I ask, astounded. He's never been inside my apartment before, and I don't want him to see exactly how poorly I'm living. It would scare him away. I was planning to. A look of distrust carves his features. I'm tired. Can we talk later? He clutches his hair in exasperation. You won't talk to me. You refuse me in your home. I was late last night, and you go off with another man, and you're telling me you're confused? Stop it. I'm not mad anymore about last night, just upset. And we're both on edge. Then let's cool down. Get out, he retorts. I stare at him in amazement. I'll have a driver ready for you every morning and every night. His name is David. You do not get into a car with anyone except David. I'll call you. And he places both hands on his steering wheel. He's ready to leave. I'm being dismissed. Completely speechless, I vacate the vehicle and hear the engine start as I unlock the front entrance. When I enter my studio and peek out from behind the curtain, he's gone. 3 days go by where I don't see or speak to Adriano. I'm at the strip club for 2 shifts each day, and he's missing in action. All I do is go to work and then home. Sometimes I have the distinct feeling someone's watching me, and I'm constantly on high alert. I miss Adriano the entire time, but I wait for him to make the first move. I let him cool down, hoping he's not doing the opposite and warming up another woman. On day 4, I enter the club for a night shift at 10 p.m. and stop in the doorway when I see Adriano perched on a bar stool. His gaze absorbs my skin-tight, black, knee-length dress as I stalk my purse beneath the bar. Hi, he greets, looking marvelously handsome, and motions me to him. Hey. I stand in front of him, and he reaches for my hips, drawing me closer. You look beautiful. His arms loop around my waist, and his forehead touches mine. We're sheltered in a world of our own. So do you. I grip the hard muscles of his thigh. He laughs softly, and I rub the tips of our noses together. I'm not sure it's flattering to call a man beautiful, he says with a lopsided grin. I think you're man enough to handle the compliment, I tease, and add truthfully, I missed you. I missed you too. A feeling of joy ignites at hearing him admitting it. I inch my lips toward his, wanting him to feel how much I've missed him. Graceful hands cup around my neck and jaw. The tips of his fingers find the fine skin behind my ears, and his mouth is on me. Adriano brushes his lips back and forth almost roughly, and my dulled senses come to life, erasing any hurt, because we were both guilty in creating this weird vibe after we had sex. He retreats and plunges in over and over until desire streaks through me. I press my breasts against him as his hands slide down my spine to my ass. I disrupt our kiss because I have to start working. Are you staying? He nods with a smile and pecks the tip of my nose. You can stop work early. I want to be alone with you. I take my place behind the bar, feeling much lighter than several minutes ago. Adriano stays close by me the entire time. When I see Gina coming up to us, I kiss Adriano full on the mouth. He braces my neck and bites my lip, but I break apart when a shadow falls over us.
He glances left, then raises a brow at me, knowing why I initiated it. "What can I get you, Gina?" I ask. She behaves, seeing that Adriano is focused solely on me, and I revel in it.
White wine.
She replies with a false curl of her fake pink lips. I pour her a glass of white and return to my bubble with Adriano. After an hour, he's tired of waiting.
"You're done working. I need to atone for my sins."
Well, please, atone away. I'm curious to see what you have in mind. He entwines our fingers and takes me to the enormous state-of-the-art kitchen on the first floor.
"I'm starving."
He opens the stainless steel doors, and the light reveals a stocked fridge. I laugh because he's perpetually hungry. "There's spaghetti and meatballs I ordered yesterday."
"No, that won't do,"
he muses, scanning the shelves and grabbing grapes, cheese, and some antipasto. Adriano dips and comes up with a basket and red blanket from the island cabinet. He makes swift work of packing the food and a bottle of red.
"Come with me."
Adriano holds open the back door and bows slightly, making me giggle. "Thank you, sir," I say theatrically. The porch extends into the well-trimmed backyard, but the darkness encompasses the night. Summer is just around the corner, and the days have started to heat up. There's barely a whisper of a breeze, and the night air already smells like summer. I remove my sandals before we step off the porch and into the dry grass, and we put up camp once we've walked well into the yard. Adriano spreads out the red blanket, and I lie down onto my back. The stars are brighter out here than in the city. He retrieves the grapes and tears one off, resting it at my lip. I open my mouth and let him feed me in silence. It's peaceful here, in the middle of nowhere, with nothing around except the trees and sky. We switch places so he's staring up at me with his hands tucked behind his head, as I sit Indian style and take the grapes. I hold one up. "Open." He smiles and complies. I throw the grape, but it hits his forehead.
"Sorry," I offer sheepishly. "Seriously, what's wrong with your hand-eye coordination?"
he asks with a wide grin. I angle my head sideways. "There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I can guarantee that." And I quickly throw 2 grapes at his face. Adriano ducks to dodge them and jumps on me.
"Oh, yeah?"
He pins my wrists next to my ears.
"Then show me."
His mouth crashes down on mine, and we roll on the blanket. His hands push my dress up my hips, and I unzip his pants. We sit up, me straddling him. Nose to nose, with his hand woven into my hair, he uses his tongue to magnetically compel mine while I press my center over his hardening erection. My dress is high up around my waist, exposing my black lace panties, and I gasp when he scratches his nails up the skin of my thighs.
"Stand up, Cam,"
he breathes against my lips. I obey, and Adriano steadies my hips, his thumbs linking into the edge of my underwear. Then he looks up at me and rubs his nose over them before slowly pulling them down my legs for me to step out of.
"I've been pining away, my love."
My head falls back as I laugh, and he sinks his teeth into my hip.
"Isn't it an improvement over my previously lacking way with words, as you said?"
he asks with a chuckle, jostling my hips. I tickle him behind the ears. "It is, but I don't believe that you've been pining away." He urges my feet apart, lips right at my core, and he trails his tongue over me, one enticing time.
"You have no idea how often I dream of eating you."
His tongue probes between my legs as I rest my hands on his shoulders.
"And of ruining your pussy so it always smells like me."
Then Adriano's fingers trail toward my other hole.
"And I'm going to fill your ass with my cock, Cam.
he promises in a tantalizing tone.
Soon.
You're too big. It won't fit. But I'm secretly wondering how it would be to let him do that to me.
Yes, he growls. Give me what I want.
No, I moan while he starts to suck on my clit, and I smother him, pushing against his face. Abruptly, he looks up and sits back.
I'll take it anyway. I want to be your first in that way,
he mumbles in an anguished, possessive tone. I place my foot against his chest, pushing him flat on the ground as he smiles widely. Then I drop onto my knees between his thighs and yank his pants down together with his boxers. I wrap my lips around his hard-on and graze my fingers up his honed stomach while peering up through my eyelashes. Adriano cradles my head and slides into my mouth. And then, just as quickly, he tugs me back.
I need to fuck you. Now.
I straddle him again, my back to his front, and he rubs his arousal against my core before pushing inside, weakening me with his rapturous and heady thrusts. My head rests against his shoulders, and a whimper flies into the sky.
Ride me, Cam.
He lies back on his elbows and drives his hips up. Placing my hands on his thighs, I happily do as ordered, riding him with a steady motion. The faster I go, the louder he grunts. His fingertips dig into the swell of my ass as I start to circle my hips.
It feels so good to be in you, bear,
he whispers through a groan. Our skin slaps together, and my back arches to take him in deep.
Touch yourself, Cam,
he says in a low tone, and I do as asked. He's ferociously pounding into me while I push back. Animalistic, electrifying pleasure thickens into an exquisite spasm, and the bright stars come raining down on me. He growls and sits up, lodging an arm around me, as he finds his own release with a few hard plunges. We sit together like that for a long time, covered in sweat, absent in our high. Adriano drops a kiss on my shoulder and moves me off his lap.
Lie down. I'll be right back.
He buttons his pants, dashes into the house, and is back within minutes with more blankets with which he makes a mattress for us.
Take off your clothes. We're sleeping out here tonight.
I smile at his romantic side that's popping up. I can sleep in the dress.
No, I want you naked when you sleep with me. I want to feel the heat of your bare skin.
He clarifies huskily and strips his clothes. The red blanket is used as a cover, and we huddle up together. With my head resting on his chest, I gaze up at nothingness, feeling content for the first time in days. The basket suddenly has my attention from the corner of my eye. I thought you were hungry.
I'm fulfilled.
From his tone, I gather he's smiling while caressing my back, and I mesh our legs together. I'm getting attached to him, even though I know he probably doesn't feel the same way and will get tired of me soon. For now, I enjoy what he gives me while I keep a part of myself secret, too. Without discussing anything, he's got me right where he wants me again. And just like that, he convinces me to forgive him his hot-blooded behavior without words. Eventually, he atoned quite well, but I was never sure where we stood. For a while, Adriano made me forget about my past. Yet it would always come hovering back. I was still held captive in a way. My life consisted of only Adriano, the strip club, and my apartment for over a year. I finish my coffee, still scrutinizing the ATM across the street, feeling my bravery deflate while Adriano monopolizes my thoughts. I developed feelings for him, but couldn't confide in him yet. And he never revealed anything about his work in that house. On my own, I learned there was some kind of power hierarchy among Luca, James, and Adriano, And later, I found out James was the capo crimine. But I never understood Luca and Adriano's positions. Though at that time, I didn't really care. I've never felt as alive as I did with him. I've never felt as beautiful as when he'd lavish his kindness on me. He even convinced me to give him backdoor action within weeks of the beginning of our sexual relationship. It didn't even occur to me that we didn't discuss anything. We didn't talk things out. No, we chased, fucked, sought distance, and then had make-up sex. And that's how our relationship regressed. When he'd be angry with me for still not opening up, he'd flirt with someone to draw a reaction from me. I'd retaliate by just talking to Damien, and he'd be on me within a second. He couldn't stand it if I gave the opposite sex the same treatment he gave other women. We fucked the tension away, and the cycle started again. We were so dysfunctional, and both guilty in sustaining the situation since we'd provoke one another. When we argued, it was heated, and he wouldn't speak to me for days. Then we'd miss each other, and one of us would cave. Usually me. When he'd retreat, I'd feel alone and deprived of his touch. I clung to him at times, and that made him distant as well. For almost a year, we danced around each other. I knew he felt something more for me because he couldn't stay away, and I used that, seducing him continually and not requiring him to explain his behavior. We were addicted to fucking each other, and in the end, I fell in love while he didn't. His lovemaking was freeing me from bad memories and replacing them with wondrous new ones. When I first started working at the strip club, I was vulnerable, just being out of captivity. Maybe that made me accept our predicament for what it was for such a long time. But as the months passed and he wouldn't commit in any way, I started to resent him. I started to resent him for always pulling away from me. I started to resent myself for letting another man control me while I had vowed after I escaped Club 7 that I would never be this vulnerable again. In hindsight, I also let him use me as I used him. I used him for companionship and protection. Somehow I felt I was always safe with him, until a few weeks before I disappeared. We had already been drifting away from each other for weeks, and we were heading toward a collision that broke us indefinitely. Only once did I have the courage back then to challenge his feelings for me. It was one morning while he was getting ready for work after a night with me in our private room. He was, again, probing into my past, and it was the only time I asked him for more. And he wasn't even surprised by my ultimatum, yet his answer shattered my heart into a million pieces. "Love me and all of my flaws. I'm far from perfect, but love me nonetheless," I say in an uncertain voice. "It's not that I can't. I won't, Cam. I won't bring you into my world." This was the turning point. Even during my imprisonment, I never felt as bad as with his blatant rejection, because back then I was numb from heroin injections. Somewhere I was grateful for the drugs since they made me forget a lot about those 5 months. I blacked out so often. That was my saving grace. But Adriano's rejection was received loud and clear in my mind. That day, I decided to stop our dysfunctional relationship. Perhaps if I'd had the courage to ask further and communicate more, I wouldn't live with so many regrets nowadays. It's true what they say. It's better to regret something you've done than to never even try.
Chapter 8. Adriano. The three of us stare into the distance in James's office. Henry, James, and I, all at our wits' end about how to locate Cam. James speaks up first from behind his desk. "We need to go back to the beginning, which is Club 7. Someone at that club knows something more. We need to bypass Fat Sal. He's right. It's our only chance to uncover new information. Luca and I discovered Cam used to work at Club 7. And not Club 7, the legal dance club, but the underground fight and sex club, where medieval fights and all forms of sex take place. One of the creepiest places I've ever seen. The problem lies in gaining access to that area of the club. We do have a working relationship with Fat Sal. He buys batches of drugs from the Syndicate, but I don't trust him. So far, we've never had any conflicts, yet he hasn't been helpful in finding Cam. Cam's scars and the fact that she worked at the fight club are related. I'm positive of that. She's been through so much more than I'd ever thought possible. I'm done playing it safe. We need to speak with a high-ranking soldier on Fat Sal's team. The lower ranks won't reveal anything we don't already know. James nods in approval and tells Henry, Damien's going to contact you with a name to track this afternoon. You can go. I'll be ready for his call. Henry adjusts his black-framed glasses as he says goodbye. After the door closes, James says to me, Instruct Damien to locate a first soldier. You have carte blanche for interrogations if you think he's withholding. He just gave me permission to torture a first soldier however I see fit. I want her here and safe, he confesses, drumming his fingertips on the desk in agitation. Me too. I'm already typing Damien a text with orders. Damien answers that he's working on it now. Damien will have someone soon. He works fast. I might not always like the guy, but he's been a good soldier and a decent member of the Syndicate. Good, James comments. I want you to contact me the second you find out anything. See, yes. Then I remember that I also need to contact Luca and inform James about the issue at Security Simplicity. I'm going to call Luca to return. His stunned gaze is fixated on me. I've got a problem at Security Simplicity. Money's been disappearing in large amounts. My financial director is investigating it as we speak, and I need Luca to oversee SS so I can focus on Cam. James's eyes narrow. He knows that Cam and I had a more than friendly relationship. He didn't like it back then, and he's forbidden it now. Before, he hadn't told us she was his daughter. But since he doesn't need to keep it a secret anymore, I've been told she's off limits. How bad is it? He asks. More than $1 million. We've got a huge shipment coming this weekend for Sal's club. It will mean a lot of cash to transfer and whitewash. Consigliere Salvatore and I are already pumping too much into our own company because of your company's decreasing profits. James explains. I'll have exact numbers later today. Until then, I have no answers for you. With a cursory nod, he accepts the current situation. I'll contact Salvatore. We meet as soon as Luca's back. I'll call you later, I state, and go toward the strip club's private room, where Cam and I spent our first night. I enter the room and shift to the king-size bed. Leaning against the post, I run my hands through my hair, clasping my fingers behind my head. Memories of the morning after we had sex for the first time wash over me, stabbing me with desire. I can see Cam lying on the gray sheets with her long legs wrapped around my middle as I push into her and she thrusts her hips up to meet me. I left hurriedly because of work, which was true, and she wouldn't leave my mind that whole day. Before, when I fucked, I was done with a woman. They knew and they accepted it. But Cam captivated my thoughts, and I lost it when I discovered she went home with Damien. I never told her, but that was the main reason for my distance those few days. Still, she dismantled my determination to never associate with a non-syndicate-related woman. I told her the truth, that with too many unknown factors, it was a risk to be with me. That was her confirmation that I was a criminal, but it didn't push her away. That was caused by my own stupidity. When I'd see her or see someone else talking to her, a possessive urge took over, and I'd always pursue her, and she'd let me. She'd allow me in again. With her, it wasn't only sexual. If I could only hold her, it would be enough. But when feelings became involved, it was a mess. I wasn't used to being asked to explain or defend myself, and even coming from Cam, it grated on my nerves. Mostly because she refused to open up, yet expected more from me. As long as she withheld, so did I. We couldn't live with or without each other. We messed up time and time again, but we kept going back to one another, and this went on for months. Ultimately, I had to work twice as hard during the last few weeks she worked for us, because we had started to grow apart. I was also confronted with the realization that one day she'd leave this place, and I would be left behind, forever stuck in this world. It was the first time I disliked being a capo, being part of the Mafia. At the end of the day, it's a solitary existence. I think we constantly sought company with one another, because we both felt that disconnect within our connection. I fucked her 10 ways to Sunday, even in her luscious ass, and she always obliged me. She didn't want to, but I took it anyway, and she loved it when I used her for my pleasure, because between the sheets was when we felt most linked to each other. She wasn't like the others. I understood that. I wanted her to forget anyone before me and never even think about anyone after me without offering her any kind of commitment. Her reluctance to open up would constantly fuel mine, and we never got the chance to cross the boundaries we set. And when she was finally fed up and confessed she loved me after more than 12 months, I was so not prepared for it that I just blurted out the truth. That I wouldn't bring a civilian into my world. I've seen what that does to people and how difficult it is with Luca and Fallon. Maybe I was so adamant about not offering her more because she was my friend first. But it was also because I wasn't prepared to commit while she held back. She asked me to love her, and I told her that I wouldn't. And that moment took place just a few weeks before she vanished. Then she began lying and omitting things, and I recognized that we were ending. It was the night before Fallon was kidnapped and brought to our headquarters. That night, I caught Cam with Damien, after she kind of told me she loved me that morning. And it made me realize that I had to break off wherever this relationship was never going. 10 months ago, I arrive at the deserted strip club with 2 of my soldiers after a rough night. Cam and I had another argument this week about one of the girls, and I left her annoyed. The rumors about me are getting to her. Where she used to defend me and not let it rile her, she's growing more and more suspicious that I don't want her because I'm incapable of swearing off other women. But I've always been faithful to her while we've been together, without her even asking. I won't betray her. Yet the way she questions my honesty, while she isn't being forthcoming herself about her scars or her past, elicits my frustration. I do still flirt with other women and refuse to change that. But I'm faithful in this relationship we don't define. She isn't, as I discover that night. Of course, as always, I missed Cam after a few days apart, and did spend last night with her, yet this morning, she professed that she wants me to love her, and I revealed I won't offer her more than this. The 2 men who are with me scatter off with some girls, and I walk toward our private room in search of Cam, feeling remorseful for the umpteenth time. The door creaks open, and I can hear her husky voice. She isn't alone. She's with Damien, talking in an intimate pose, sitting on the bed, hips touching. My fists clench, but I decide to eavesdrop before letting any unwarranted anger dominate my state of mind. They're whispering, and he inches toward her. I witness him kissing her, and a red haze overtakes my sight. I'm ready to barge in, but her words stop me dead in my tracks. I should have never fallen in love with him. She stops the kiss, thankfully, because I'm on the verge of blowing up. Why are they so chummy? Couldn't she wait a few fucking hours for me to return and confide in me? I know too little about Cam, and I attest that she lets Damien get so close. A surreptitious fury sweeps through me, and I can't guarantee that I can control myself. So I decide not to confront her now. Cam stands and I hide in another room, making sure these two part ways. And they do. I spy on them until they're outside and I witness Damien leaving and Cam going with David. The mattress dips as I sit down and lean forward with my elbows on my knees, dropping my head into my hands. Love doesn't fit into my world. I'm a capo, not a boss or underboss. Bosses and underbosses have more power to protect their loved ones. But none of that even mattered at the time. I had made up my mind. Cam kissed another man, and I was ready to murder him. She had too much control over me. The insight that I had to end our undefined friendship settled over me like a silent mantle. The next day, I was shit-faced and a stripper was giving me a lap dance when Luca and I learned Damien had taken Fallon, Luca's then-girlfriend, who didn't know Luca was the underboss of our organization, and everything moved in fast-forward from there. I was busy with work. Cam was slipping away, and I had let her. But I was still protective of her those last few days, and once, when I was filled with fear, she defied an order from Luca to help Fallon. She even let me kiss her, and that night, I made her sleep with me in our normal private room in the strip club. She stayed reluctantly, but we didn't talk, both feeling we were at the end of our play. It felt like a goodbye, and I think she was planning to help Fallon escape when she lay in bed with me. A few days later, Luca and I indeed caught them escaping. Cam had placed herself in the middle of Syndicate business with one act, and when she admitted to Luca and me that she kissed Damien to get her hands on his car keys so that she and Fallon could escape in his car, I was too irate to be rational. Luca was handling Fallon in his room, and I was pacing and clutching my hair with Cam sitting on this bed. For a tall woman, she looked small and fragile. I remember the conversation word for word. 9 months ago. What the fuck was your plan? I bark. Silence. Start talking before I start smashing. My jaw clenches painfully. Only to help Fallon get out of here. She stutters and avoids my furious face. Crossing my arms over my chest, I peer down at her. Cam, this elusive woman who has me questioning my sanity. You've put yourself in danger now, and you've put me in an impossible situation. This was a really stupid move. How long have you been sitting on this master plan of yours? What do you mean? Some of her adrenaline and fear from the attempted escape is fading, and I can clearly see she's pondering what to say. I make a scoffing sound, not a peep about Damien. When did you come up with this plan to help her escape? Right before I did it. She lies, I'm certain. I don't believe you. What have you been doing these last few days? There's a captive woman in this house, and you all act like it's the most normal thing. Defiance wells in the moisture in her eyes. I told you what you needed to know. That was for her, but also your protection. Now you've put yourself in the middle, and I don't know what Luca will do, or what James will do when he finds out. You're messing with dangerous men. She's wringing her hands together in her lap. Do you think Damien will protect you? I snap in the quiet room. She jumps at my harsh tone as I sneer at her lips, her tainted lips. When did you kiss him? She had kissed another man twice within 2 days. She planned to seduce Damien, conniving thing. I test Cam and give her one chance to tell me the truth. If she's honest, she'll say either yesterday or before. If she's playing me, she'll say today. I don't know, 50 minutes ago? Well, that's strangely specific. She's being very calculated. I can see it in how her hands are now planted on her hips, preparing for a clash. I take a handful of her hair, so she's forced to look up at me. I warned you about lying to me. Distress colors her eyes. Is that a threat? Yes, I answer, and she gasps in fear, so I release her hair. She stumbles back on the bed. Rubbing my hands over my jaw, I groan in agitation. I'm so infuriated. I just can't handle this now. It's true that I don't know if Luca will let this go and keep it from James. I think he will, but I need to talk to him to confirm. He'll probably protect Fallon and will want to cover up their escape attempt too. I charge out the door, not knowing how to control my emotions. Since yesterday, I've been on edge and she's inciting me more. I feel the need to fuck up Damien, to fuck up her for kissing another. I inhale a deep breath to control my need to throw my fist into the wall. I still can't handle myself well enough to talk about this with Cam. I might hurt her when I'm this manic. Striding to the bar, I fish a cigarette and my lighter from my pocket. I let the smoke burn down my throat and lean forward with both hands bracing the counter. Her uncertain footsteps come closer, stopping next to me. I take another drag and stare ahead, not facing her. You need to leave and be careful. I need to think, so we'll talk tomorrow. You're just letting me go? She asks, surprised. No, I'm firing you. Beyond that, I don't know yet. Tipping the ash from the end of the cigarette into the metallic ashtray, I turn my gaze on her and say in a low voice I don't recognize, I can't discuss what happened with you now. I'm too angry with you. Adriano. Her hand comes up as if to touch my cheek, but she hesitates and lowers her arm. Go to the room and stay there. I'm taking you home in the morning. We'll discuss your mess then. I raise my brows, ordering her to go without words. Her eyes dart away and then back, and she tries again. Adriano, don't. I grip the counter harder. Go! She slinks away with a sad look. After a long time, I crush out the cig and go after her. She's lying on top of the covers, solemnly inspecting the ceiling in the dark room. Unclasping my watch, I set it on the nightstand and lie down in the same position, not touching her. I'm sorry, she whispers softly. For what? I'm not sure. Her fingers inch closer to mine on the mattress, and she strokes them. My eyes fall closed and my body instantly reacts. Our breathing grows heavy, and then her kissing Damien flashes across my vision, so I move my hand away. Go to sleep, Cam, I say with bite. I'm aware of her the entire night, and sleep is unattainable. That was our last night together. I took Cam home in the morning and told her to lock her doors and that I'd be back later. But then Syndicate complications ate up all of my time for days, and I texted and called her. She was secretive, but so was I. I was going to talk to her about where we'd go from there, but when I got to her apartment, no one was there. Her neighbor told me she'd gone. I broke open the door and was appalled by the poor state of where she lived. Immediately, concern set in, and I called Luca to check to see if the Syndicate had seized her. He said they hadn't, and I've been looking for her ever since. I've been trying to juggle so many balls lately. My job as capo comes first. Then I have responsibilities at Security Simplicity. I have parents whom I can't neglect. I learned the hard way how difficult it is to retrieve information from people when you can't throw your authority around. I was searching for Cam in secret for months. James didn't know, only Luca, so I couldn't use my rank as capo to enforce power. At times, I gave up and sought comfort in other nameless women, but they were always similar to Cam somehow, and I never felt fulfilled. Then James revealed she's his daughter a couple of weeks ago, and told me that I could search with Syndicate approval and use all the influence we have. Still, she's untraceable. Now, this is our last resort. interrogating a first soldier that works for Fat Sal, if Damien apprehends one. I fall back onto the bed, filled with remorse. If only James had told me she's his daughter sooner, then I wouldn't have to worry this much the last couple of months. It was a shock to learn she's his blood, but it was a relief to finally have some help with finding Cam. No one knew the depth of our feelings, not even Luca. I'd kept so much between Cam and me private. She'd worked her way inside my life, and I didn't, yet I did, want it. If we don't find her alive and well, then I'm sure I'll be doomed to live with this hollow feeling for the rest of my life. I sit back up, fish out my phone, and decide it's time to inform Luca that he needs to return to the loop. Amico, he answers more cheerily than I've ever heard him. Hey! Fallon's voice comes booming through the phone. Hey, Dolcezza, how's the honeymoon so far? I call her Dolcezza like Luca does, just to bug him. Amazing, she practically sings. Don't call her Dolcezza, Luca warns, and I laugh. He then talks to her. I'll be right back. And a door closes on his end. What's up, Adriano? We've got problems. Syndicate? Yes, and security simplicity. Money has been stolen. Jeffrey's getting numbers now. And James just gave me the go-ahead to use the extent of our power to find a lead on Cam. Damien is finding a first soldier of Fat Sal's now. I need you to come back to handle SS. Okay. His voice trails off as he mulls over his options. I have a wife to consider now. Knowing Fallon, I ask, what's she doing? He's silent before answering. Reading. Just as I thought. Yeah, she won't mind coming back. I'll tell her it's because of Cam. I'll make arrangements and get on the first flight. Thanks, man. I rub a hand down my tired face and hang up. I exit the house, still fully on edge. Her absence from my life is hitting me harder than I ever could have imagined. I head farther up north toward the warehouse with a song on the radio filling the space, drowning out my thoughts. The warehouse is an abandoned space the Syndicate uses for interrogations and storage of our drug supply. Sand dusts up behind the rear as I drive up to the old one-story brick building and switch off the radio. Damien's confirmed he has Fat Sal's first soldier in custody and that he's almost here. I stub my cigarette and push the button to close my window. Damien's car comes into view in my rearview mirror, and he parks behind me. I wait for him to expose his captive, a man of medium build with a ponytail and wearing a sweatsuit. His hands are tied at the wrists, and he's screaming. I get out as Damien slams him against the side of his car. After shrugging out of my suit jacket, I throw it on the back seat and adjust my gun at the small of my back. Do you even fucking know who I am? The man spits. Damien smiles and presses his arm against his throat. I don't care. My organization dominates yours. He splutters something unidentifiable. Who is he? I ask Damien when I've made my way closer. Christopher, Damien answers. What the fuck is this about? Christopher looks to me while struggling against Damien. Stop fighting him, I order. Loosen your hold, Damien. Damien conforms. I know who you are, Christopher. You are one of Fat Sal's first soldiers, and that's exactly why I need you. He calms through his harsh breathing. I'm looking for information that leads to the whereabouts of Camilla Guillermo. His eyes narrow in mistrust. Before he starts lying, I warn. We know she worked at Club 7. I need to know more about her past. I don't know anything about her past. How well do you know her? I take one step forward. She worked in the Fight Club. I tilt my head to the side. Christopher, you're not helpful. I wouldn't have taken you if I didn't already know she worked in that depraved fight and sex club. What more do you know of her? Did she have friends? With whom did she associate? After a long pause, he answers, No one. I threw my head back and groan. You just missed your chance when I asked nicely. I waved my hand toward the warehouse entrance. But from the corner of my eye, I see him headbutting Damien, who staggers backward. "Fuck!" Damien cries and covers his nose, blood streaming down his fingers. Christopher sees his chance and storms off, tumbling into the sand with his hands tied behind his back. I jump onto his back, and we both grunt as we hit the ground, and sand blows into my nose and mouth. Pushing a knee into his lower back, I keep him incapacitated. Christopher attempts to buck me off, so I stuff his face into the sand. "Hold still or I'll shoot you." I spit sand from my mouth, and it lands next to his ear. "Damien!" I shout. The idiot is still clutching his nose.
"Me fucking broke it."
"Serves you right." "Get over here," I command, and push my knee harder into my captive's back, making him howl. Then I jerk his head back. "What do you know about Camilla?" Patience left my body a couple of months ago. I'm ready to kill a first soldier to find her. My pent-up rage searches for release, and having Damien in my proximity when I've been filled with memories of Cam all day worsens my state. "Talk," I grind out. "What exactly do you want to know?" "Arg!" he cries when I yank his hair. Granted, my question was a bit vague. Has she been seen at or been in contact with anyone at the Fight Club? "No." "So you haven't seen her since she left her job?" A confused look is sent to me. "What?" I shout and twist his face more toward me. With one free hand, I grab my pocket knife. What? He repeats frantically when I unclick the small, sharpened knife right beside his ear and struggle to keep him under control beneath me. "Where the fuck is Damien? Damien, stop being a fucking girl and get over here." Then I demand of Christopher, "Why were you surprised when I said Cam left the job?" "I wasn't," he stammers. At last, Damien moves closer, and I shift off Christopher and motion toward my knee in his back, silently ordering my soldier. Damien takes Christopher's wrists and mirrors my position. On my haunches, I keep Christopher's hair locked in a death grip and cut his wrists free while Damien restrains him with his body. I grab one arm and Damien the other, spreading them. With my knife next to his face and Damien holding him down, his fighting is useless. "If I don't get helpful answers, I'm going to cut a finger off." I threaten him. His eyes widen and he stutters. She never left. She ran. From the club?" She must have run from the underground fight and sex club. I've been in that underground area once, and it didn't seem like everyone was there by choice. "Fight club?" At least I can confirm if he's telling the truth, but I'm not sure I want to hear what's coming. "Has she been back to the club?" He hesitates just a second too long, and his eyes avert. "No." He's lying, because she was in that club once when I was also inside. We didn't cross paths, and I have no idea what she was doing, but I did discover later that she was also there. So many questions swirl around. Is she with Fat Sal? Is he hiding her? I spit more sand from my mouth. No answer. Why the hell is he suddenly silent? "Answer me!" My fingers clamp around the knife handle, and I break the thin skin on his hand by following the faint blue trail of an artery. "Stop!" He screams and bucks, causing me to tighten my hold on his wrist. "Is she with Fat Sal?" I grit my teeth. "No!" He jerks against Damien, almost throwing him off. "Jesus Christ, Damien, get a grip!" I reprimand him shamelessly in front of a captive. "What's with you lately?" Damien retorts with an irritated expression. "You know," I growl, almost reaching my limit for today. He's quiet and stands down. "Camilla?" My jaw clenches when I hear him speak her name, and this is the moment that I break, that all the pent-up emotion spurts out. "I told you she was off limits." "Did she tell you about that night?" he asked, astonished. Why did he say night and not kiss? I hide my surprise and lie. "Yes." "We were drunk.
and it wasn't supposed to go that far. I never thought she'd tell you we slept together," he reveals. "What?" I roar, his words issuing a vehement rage. Christopher has the guts to mutter, "Why? Are you interested in her? She was just a slave." My temper explodes, so I twist the knife into his hand, making him cry in misery as I rotate it. "Wrong day to piss me off, amigo." There's so much outrage and regret holding me on the edge of sanity, and I conclude that I need to leave before I kill them both. "We'll lock him in room 1. I haul Christopher up, and we hang him on a bar in the first room of the warehouse. Outside, while walking to my car, I order Damien without looking at him. "Stay away from me if you don't want me to murder you." I get in and slam the door. Driving up the abandoned road, I realize I didn't get any vital information about Cam. I speed back to the loop, filled with more ire than ever, wondering about how many lies she's told me.
Chapter 9. Camilla. I look up from my place in the diner to see an SUV coming to a stop across the street at the ATM. No one exits the vehicle right away, and the tinted windows block the identity of the two people inside. I'm holding my breath as the car door opens.
Chapter 10. Adriano. I turn up the air conditioning in my car, glaring at Damien in my rearview mirror as I speed away from the warehouse. The clouds in the sky begin to close, casting a factual shadow over my mood. I'm losing command of my emotions. Damien's declaration of sleeping with Cam triggers a new level of anger. Fuck! I clutch my hair with one hand in disbelief. It was imperative that I leave immediately, because I could feel myself spinning out of control, and I'm not at liberty to kill a true member of the Syndicate without the permission of the Capo Crimine. Furthermore, I want to think about my options. But first, my rage needs to be conquered, and that seems impossible at the moment. I should have demanded to know when Damien slept with Cam. It was obvious he had a hard-on for her, yet I didn't notice it being mutual. Was I just missing signs? This is exactly what I loathe. This feeling of self-doubt Cam induces within me. Even after 2 years in each other's lives, even after 9 months apart, she still evokes emotions I can't restrain. Never, never did I betray her. She hated my flirting. I even caught her calling me a man-whore. And all the while, she was the one that slept with someone else. As I race down the road, her face keeps attacking my mind. I release a deep breath, trying to find some sense of calm, but fury boils in my blood. She fucked him. I bellow in the small space, veering into another lane when I hit the steering wheel. After taking a sharp turn, I swerve off the road and spin out, so I hit the brakes and slow down, while bumps and uneven ground make it challenging to get back in control of the car. Coming to a stop, I put it in park, too livid to drive anymore. My seat trembles as the engine continues to run, and I rub the tension in my jaw. What can I do with Damien? For now, nothing. While I like to bury my fist into his face for touching her, it's in my best interest not to let my resentment rule my course of action. I'll have to answer to James and explain if I go back and hurt Damien. I'm not willing to clarify the depth of my relationship with Cam to James, because she's his daughter. I haven't even told Luca, although I do know he's had his suspicions due to some questions he's asked. I trust Luca, but I never told anyone about Cam's scars, or my uncertainties regarding her past. It's between Cam and me. My phone vibrates in my pocket, so I check the screen. It's Jeffrey, the financial director of Security Simplicity. Yes? Adriano, I emailed you a report from finance. Did you get the chance to go over it? No, I didn't. There's a pause before he continues. We should discuss the numbers. Were you planning on returning to the office today? It's almost 6 p.m. already. I rub my eyes with my fingers. It's important that I finish my talk with Fat Sal's first soldier, so I'm going to have to travel back to the warehouse. I'll go to SS now, and then return up north to conduct a proper interrogation after I've cooled off. I'll come in now, I say tiredly. My rage is slowly ebbing, but intense jealousy stays right beneath my skin. Okay, I'll wait here. I end the call and shift the car into drive, resuming my ride. Just as I turn on the radio, my phone alerts me again. The person I've been eagerly anticipating an update from. I connect it to the car charger and answer. Henry, we've got a lead. I instantly straighten in my seat. Cam just used her card in Inglewood, he adds. Address? I demand, blocking everything from our messed-up past and focusing on not letting her slip from my grasp. Entering it into my GPS, I ask, have you informed James? He didn't answer, so I called you. I'm about to call him again. I'll do that. Stand by in case I need you. I order. I'll be here. I cut the call and contact James, who picks up on the first ring. Adriano, he says, hopeful. The background noise tells me he's in his car, too. We got a lead. Cam used her card in Inglewood. I'm on my way. Let me check how far away I am. I repeat the address and wait. How long until you're there? He asks. I check the estimated time on my navigation. 1 hour and 23 minutes. I'm further, at least a half hour behind you. I'm going, I blurt, speeding alongside the river. I wasn't expecting anything less. Adriano, be careful, and call me the instant you have something. Capito. Understood. Time can't pass fast enough as I hit the gas like a madman with renewed hope. Hope is a treacherous thing, though. It gives you a reason to continue, yet it can be crushed within a second. But as I chase toward the street where Cam withdrew money, I'm experiencing a shadow of faith in finding and talking to her. Hope prevails, and my rage is quelled slightly, for now.
Chapter 11. Camilla. It's almost the end of the workday. I sit in plain sight as a man in a fitted suit steps out of the SUV across the street and checks the area. I recognize one of Fat Sal's bodyguards. His eyes scan the shops, and they pass by me behind the diner's window. But then his head turns back to me, and a devilish, victorious smile plays across his face. I swallow and clutch my bag in my lap as he crosses the distance and opens the door to the diner. Nervousness pads my stomach, and my already deteriorating resolve wavers even more. While this morning and this afternoon I was resolute about ending this one way or the other, now that the exact moment is here, I don't feel bravery, just anxiety. What the hell am I doing? This is a death sentence for me. I didn't think this through because of my weariness of hiding. Just as he enters the diner, another man steps out of the SUV. My head whips around, and I jump up, but a hand on my shoulder pushes me back down onto the hard surface of the seat. He bends down, and his fingers dig into my skin. I try to loosen his hold as he says in a deep voice, Camilla Guillermo, Sal's waiting for you. Come with me quietly. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. I follow his gaze to the other man standing in front of the window next to a short blonde woman and her toddler. His hand is tucked inside his jacket pocket, and I can tell he's aiming a gun at the child. I suck in a breath and rise to trail the first guy out without saying a word. The few customers in here are oblivious. The men flank me on either side and guide me to the car. I get into the back seat with the second guy sitting next to me. The pressing silence is frightening while we travel the streets lined by high-rises back to Club 7. Drained from always looking over my shoulder, I rub my temples. My every move is inspected, but no one restrains me. Within an hour, we're driving up a familiar street, the one that leads to the back entrance of Club 7 from where I escaped. I'm allowed to get out of the car without being manhandled. Then I'm motioned inside the building and retrace my steps back to that underground area. Purple, green, and pink flash from the corner of my eyes as I walk through the hall, the one lined with the familiar, vibrant pop art posters. In the elevator, I close my eyes for a second to muster up some courage. Stay calm. If anything, I need to know what happened to Santino and the hostess. They helped me, and there's an urge in me to find out where they are and if they're safe. Refusing to think about anything else in order to block out my fear, I keep my back straight while I'm being led to Fat Sal's office. The suffocating scent of this underground area permeates my nose. Behind one guard, I squint my eyes when I enter the brightly lit office. I'm stopped by my arm in front of Sal's desk as he lazes back in his chair. His mouth turns down in aversion as he scans the length of me.
Ah, the elusive Miss Guillermo.
His rough voice sends a shudder down my body. Sal waves a hand, ordering his 2 guards out, and the door behind me clicks shut. He picks up a ruler from his desk and twirls it between his pudgy fingers.
No hello after all this time?
I meet his glower, but stay quiet. Sal tilts his head to the side.
You've been busy.
He grips the ruler when I don't acknowledge him.
Nothing to say? Well.
He slams the ruler on the edge of his desk, startling me.
I have a lot to say to you.
And he holds up his phone to his ear.
Bring in Santino.
My eyes widen in surprise and dreaded anticipation of what I'm about to see.
Finally, a reaction. Are you interested to know how your accomplice is?
Of course he figured out Santino helped me. It was obvious. What has he done to him since I left so long ago?
I was very surprised to find you gone that night. You were a star attraction, he mocks. But I didn't give you enough credit. Either you or Santino did manage to cover your tracks.
That must have been Santino's doing.
It took me a while to figure out, though. I'm guessing he stopped your dosage, didn't he?
He probes with a snide smile. He did stop administering heroin, which led me to be lucid enough to run.
Sal continues. I wonder what salacious things happened between the 2 of you. You're more underhanded than you appear, beautiful Camilla. You know how to use your feminine wiles to disarm men. It was why I didn't kill you on the spot when you were dumb enough to enter my underground club without permission.
Annoyance starts to override his cool conduct. I stand uneasily in front of the desk, clutching my bag in my hands, not moving a muscle. The door creaks open, and I turn, gasping in horror. The 2 guards have returned with Santino squashed between them, his face hanging down, obscured by his long hair. His abused body barely moves. His bare chest is blemished with red lines, welts, and blood. Slowly, he raises his head and looks at me with bloodshot eyes.
Camilla.
Sal did this to him because he helped me.
Look what you did to him, Camilla.
Sal sneers and gets out of his chair. You did this to him, I counter heatedly.
Oh, it talks,
Sal jokes and stands next to me. I hold my ground but cringe when he takes a fistful of Santino's hair and jerks his head back.
Say hello to your girlfriend. he commands with a scorching glare. "It's such a shame. He's a good bodyguard, but even he wasn't immune to your pussy, apparently. Which brings me to my point. You are a desirable lady, and I have a special client for you."
"No!" I shrink back and hit the desk. "A client to do what? Beat me? Have sex with me?"
"Yes. You'll meet him, give him what he paid for, and then come back here. If you speak even one word to him—"
He chokes Santino with his bare hand, making him splutter blood.
"I'll torture Santino however I see fit for 1 minute."
He tightens his fingers and lifts his brows, waiting for an answer while a man is being choked to death in front of me. Sweat forms on my forehead. "Yes, okay." He releases Santino, who painfully gulps for air. Dampness pools in my eyes.
"Good girl."
Sal rounds his desk and resumes his place behind it. He points to the flat-screen monitor in front of him.
"I'll be watching every second. 1 word will cost him 1 minute of torture."
The 2 guards force Santino into a chair, and I can see he's fighting to stay conscious.
"I'm warning you. If you even dare to ask for help, I'll kill Santino and bring you back to the Fight Club. If you obey, I have a proposition for you afterward. One that will grant you and Santino freedom."
Astounded, I watch him. All I can do is oblige, for Santino's and my own safety.
"Take her to the other room,"
he orders one guard, then says to me,
"Remove your clothes in the bathroom and wait until your client enters."
I'm heaved out of the room and escorted into a private chamber, toward the adjoining bathroom.
30 seconds to put on the robe, then come back out."
And to my surprise, he shuts the door, permitting me privacy. Jumping into action, afraid that any delay will cause Sal to harm Santino, I strip my jeans, shirt, and underwear and tuck my arms into a blue kimono. Inhaling a deep breath, I turn the knob and freeze in the doorway when I discover that the client is already inside, trapping me with a distinguishable stare. He's exactly as I remember him. Unshaven and his black hair in disarray, as if he'd recently dragged his fingers through the shiny layers. Only he's looking at me without his signature smirk. In his black button-up and dress pants, he radiates authority and sex.
"It's been a long time, Cam,"
Adriano says in a calm yet intense tone. I swallow, not sure if he wants to strangle me or kiss me. My heart quickens. It's been 9 months since I last saw him, and there's a force that pulls me to him. Elation, sadness, and confusion set in. Elation and sadness because of our past. Confusion as to why he's my client. Is Adriano connected to the fight and sex club? What game are Sal and Adriano playing? Have they joined forces? Panic sets in as well. I'm being thrown into a game and am unaware of all the rules.
Chapter 12. Adriano. The windshield wipers glide swiftly across the window as I stop my car at the curb, right in front of the ATM where Cam withdrew money a while ago. Thick raindrops fall from the sky. The ATM is located on the corner at a small bank that's closed now. The apartment complexes are in restorative state in this poor neighborhood. Cars pass me, and I check the line of shops across the street. A closed clothing store, an open supermarket, and a tiny cafe that's open, yet deserted. I grab my Smith & Wesson from the passenger seat, where it's lying on my suit jacket, and store it in my ankle holster. Stepping out, I shake out my pant leg to hide my weapon properly, and run with the rain wetting my dress shirt to the cafe across the street. Inside, there's a teenage barista and 2 occupied seats. I make my way to the counter and pull Cam's picture up on my phone. "Hey, can I help you?" the barista asks softly, and gawks at me when she looks up. I smile nicely, holding up my phone with Cam's face on the screen. "I just have a question. Have you seen this woman today?" She checks it, and her eyes round in recognition. I lift a brow, waiting for her to spit it out. "Yeah, she was here for a couple of hours." "What time?" I press impatiently, eager for as much information as I can get my hands on. "I'm not sure. In the afternoon." "When did she leave?" "Maybe about an hour ago, or longer." "Did she leave alone?" I insist on finding out more. "No, she left with a huge man in a black suit. He came in here, and she went with him." "Willingly?" Yes." "Did they talk? Did you hear anything about where they were going? Names?" "Not really. I remember her because she's so pretty. And she was in here for a weirdly long time." The scenario is forming. She wanted to get caught. And it looks like Fat Sal, whose soldiers walk around like men in black, got to her first. I throw a 50 onto the counter, for the information. And I go back to my car and get in, connecting the phone to the charger and firing the engine simultaneously. As I make a U-turn, a car honks when I block its path. "Fuck off!" I yell irritably. I'm about to call to inform James when Fat Sal flashes across the smartphone screen. "Yes?" I want to check to see if he tells me he has Cam.
"Adriano, I have some good news for you."
He answers in a friendly tone. "Yeah? What?" I'm skating red lights through the pouring rain.
"I've got Camilla Guillermo."
My confirmation. "I'm coming, Sal. There better not be a scratch on her. Keep her there. I'm on my way."
"We'll be waiting."
I call James quickly. "Adriano, where are you?" he asks urgently. "On my way back to the Loop, to Club 7. Sal's soldier got to her before I did. Sal just called me."
"Fuck!"
He voices his anger. I'm turning around. Whoever gets there first goes in and takes her away without letting Sal know how important she is to me. Just go along with him and make sure she's safe. And he hangs up. My only priority is ensuring that she's not in jeopardy, and with me as soon as possible. Beyond that, I don't let anything interfere with my goal. My anger dissipates at the expectation of finally finding her, of finally seeing her again. I'm not even sure I locked my car after leaping out. Walking through the long hall of the back entrance of Club 7, I approach the archway where a hostess in a tight black suit expects me to hand over my handgun and knife. The archway is the metal detector, and no one is allowed downstairs with weapons. This is why James ordered me to play along. I'll be without backup, no men, and no weapon. And we're definitely on the same page that getting Cam out of here in one piece is my main concern. The hostess presses the elevator button, and I descend alone. When the doors open, Sal's awaiting my arrival.
"Adriano."
"Sal." He proceeds the way to his office, which is empty, much to my chagrin. Where is she? My patience is at its limit, knowing that I'm so close to Cam.
"Third room to the left."
He motions outside. I want to see her. I don't care about rank or Mafia propriety at the moment. I need to see that she's okay. But I'm also divulging now how important she is to us. I need to convince him that I just want retribution for the bomb she planted at my headquarters.
"Camilla's a little shaken. You can check on her,"
he replies with thinning eyes. I attempt to get a grip on my state of mind and capture my capo role. I'll be back to discuss what to do with her. I need him to believe she's just a pawn who needs to account for her actions against the Syndicate. While a storm of emotions bleed inside my body, I go to the third door on the left. The room is empty, except for a bed and a boudoir chair. And there's another closed door, the bathroom. I can hear movement in there, so I close the door to the room quietly after I enter. Feet shuffle while I wait with a bizarre sensation in my chest, apprehension and longing. The knob turns slowly, and after 9 months, I lay eyes on the one woman that's managed to hold my attention span for longer than a fuck. She stands in a satin robe that reveals a sliver of skin and studies me while I boldly scan her from head to toe for injuries, seeing none. It's been a long time, Cam. My voice is low because of the lump in my throat as we lock eyes. I take a tentative step forward, and she doesn't speak or move. I can see her emotions flicker across her beautiful heart-shaped face, the one face that I can't seem to forget. After all this time, seeing her hits me harder than I ever thought possible. All our memories come crashing through the tension that's stifling the room. Why is she in her robe and not in regular clothes? What was discussed between Cam and Sal? So many questions arise, but I can't seem to concentrate when she's within reaching distance. So I say nothing as I inch closer. She stands her ground, but her glare softens with every step I take. Eventually, she comes forward, meeting me, being drawn to me as I'm pulled to her. Then I remember Damien. This afternoon, I found out she slept with another man, a soldier in my organization, and my blood simmers again. Why isn't she talking? I swivel her around by her shoulder, and we stand before the full-length mirror hanging on the wall. Cam, I whisper into her ear from behind, pressing myself against her back, gripping her biceps. I want to hear your husky voice. Her closeness is playing havoc with my mind, and all the longing for this woman bursts out in a flame of jealousy. Her refusal to speak feeds my rage, and finding her on the same day I discovered she slept with another man is making me want to push her boundaries. All rational thoughts were wiped out the moment I saw her again. Her reflection stares back at me, and she's noticeably struggling inside. Her rigid body exposes her fear. My hand slides underneath the edge of the robe that reveals her cleavage, and we both inhale sharply when our skin connects. I palm her breast because I'm unable to control myself, while our wills battle with clashing gazes in the mirror. My boiling blood is hurriedly surging south. Without thinking, I slide the robe off her lean body and seat her on my lap in the chair behind us, facing the mirror. Cam gasps at my sudden movement, and I spread her legs and place them on either side of mine. She's straddling me, completely naked, with her back to my front. Anxiousness marks her features, but her heavy breaths betray her lust. As my hands fondle up her sides and over her breasts, she arches on my lap, and her eyelids fall downwards. I behold her in the mirror, becoming aroused under my touch as she lays her head back against my chest. Both hands move down her stomach, over her inner thighs, the tips of my fingers reaching for her pussy. My hardening cock demands to feel her, and I unbutton my pants, freeing myself, and rub the head between her legs. I've missed you. I wrap both arms around her waist and slide my dick over her pussy, probing her, not reaching inside, just teasing her. My God, I'm a fucking masochist. I'm not teasing her. All I'm doing is messing myself up because I'm so close to fucking her pussy and taking back what's mine. But then the culmination of the entire last 2 years, plus Damien's revelation, bring my sanity back. Why did you do it? I mutter, burying my nose into her hair. Why did you sleep with him? I'm fully clothed except for my unfastened slacks, and she's so wet for me. She bites her lip as a tear leaks from the corner of her eye, and it's like a bucket of water wakes me up from our lustful liaison. Why isn't she stopping me? I stop rubbing my cock against her when reason slowly returns. My head falls forward, lips resting on her shoulder. She's still shutting me out with her eyes closed, but her hands are on my arms around her middle, holding me in a death grip as if she never wants me to let go. Fuck. I need to get moving. I whisper against the shell of her ear. I'm taking you from here. Will you come willingly? Her eyes fly open, full of distress. I'm not going to hurt you, but we need to hurry. Go get dressed and meet me in Sal's office. I urge her up by her hips, ignoring the electrical current between us that's distracting my attention. She runs to the bathroom. After buttoning my pants, I rake my fingers through my hair to regain some composure. I always let her screw with my mind. She needs to get dressed, because James was close behind me and could come in here any moment. And if she tells James about this escapade of mine, I'm a dead man. I return to Sal's office, only he's not there.
He'll be back in a minute.
The guard at the door informs me. I'm in a hurry, I answer, agitatedly checking my watch. 1 minute turns into 3, and when Cam also doesn't enter, worry seeps in. Just as I'm about to get her myself, Sal strolls in.
Sorry, some business needed my attention,
Sal comments. I'm about to pass him when Cam appears in washed jeans and a purple shirt. Her pale face relays either fear or disbelief. We need to leave now.
Well,
Sal says, as he plops his oversized body into the leather chair.
You were looking for Camilla Guillermo. I helped you locate her.
He stops when James storms inside. They shake hands, but Cam's watching it all with distrust. Her mouth is set as if she ate something nasty.
I was just telling Adriano how I helped you locate Camilla,
Sal repeats to James. Thank you for your cooperation, Sal, but I don't have much time, and she comes with me to be held accountable for her actions against the Syndicate. James avoids mentioning he owes Fat Sal something, since debts are toxic in our business, and we don't owe him anyway. Something is clearly up between Cam and Sal. Sal keeps a straight face and seems a little shocked by James's refusal to speak of a debt. But James is determined and motions for us to follow. I gesture to Cam to move when she hesitates, and we walk to the elevator and ascend. James and I collect our weapons, and I spot James's car parked behind mine when we make it outside without any trouble. James and I each let out a ragged breath.
Get in, Camilla,
James says, and holds open the passenger door for her. Cam turns to me, and I think she wants reassurance from me, so I nod.
Meet me at headquarters.
He shuts the door while Cam sits with a crease in her forehead. I hurry into my own car and curse. Shit. Now I won't have another moment alone with her. To tell her that I never told anyone about her scars. To tell her the true purpose of the Syndicate. To give her a little warning about what's to come. I shift the car into drive, hoping she isn't speaking with James during their ride.
Chapter 13. Camilla. I dash off Adriano's lap and into the bathroom. What the hell is going on? My flushed mirror image scowls back at me. His touch is still palpable on my thighs and stomach. I've missed him with a fierceness I've never experienced, and while I'm scared to find out what he has in store for me, he still managed to sexually provoke me within seconds. I shake my head and go with my instinct. Between Sal and Adriano, I'd rather leave with Adriano than stay here. But what about Santino? I can't desert him here. Without him, I wouldn't have escaped this hellhole in the first place. I throw on my clothes, but shriek when I look into the mirror and see a hidden door in the wall open behind me, revealing Sal, who covers my mouth with his sweaty hand and drags me to another room. It's a small space, and Santino's slouching in a chair with the guard next to him. Uselessly, I grab Sal's arm to remove his hand from my mouth.
Be still and keep quiet. I didn't touch you because you're more valuable in one piece than you are dead. Listen to me. You did good. Didn't make a sound when you spread your legs for Adriano. You're more than just a pretty face.
He practically spits in my face. Santino's head is pulled back by his hair. He's conscious and looks straight at me. Sal continues.
This is what's going to happen. I want someone inside the Chicago Syndicate, and you're going to be my spy. They're too powerful and untouchable. I want to know the hierarchy and the drug routes. I want to know who's the boss there. Adriano, Luca, or James. And you also have a beef with them, I hear, dear Camilla. You planted a bomb at their headquarters. Let me tell you that they're more infamous in the Cosa Nostra than Club 7. When I finally found you, you led us to the Chicago Syndicate's headquarters. But because of them, I couldn't get to you. I was wondering why they gave you 24/7 protection while it seemed like you were just an employee at that house.
I frown when I learn a new piece of information. Chicago Syndicate had me guarded around the clock while I worked for them?
However, I witnessed you with Adriano. He had a weakness for you, and you for him. You're quite the ingenue. Men fall at your feet. Even poor Santino here.
Sal mocks with a low chuckle. The guard raises his fist and hits Santino in the cheek so hard that his head shoots to the side. No! My scream is muffled by Sal's hand while I claw at his arm.
Yes, Camilla, you will do this for me, or else I'll torture Santino and kill your precious Adriano in front of your eyes. Do you want them both to die?
Santino takes blows to his face until his eye is swollen shut.
Camilla!
Sal whisper yells, forcing a reaction from me. Anything to keep them from killing this man right now. Santino's pain cuts through me, and the moment Sal lifts his hand from my mouth, I yell, "Stop! I'll do it! I'll do it!" I'm catching my breath as Santino grunts in pain.
Perfect. Now as insurance,
Sal comments, trailing off. I step forward to touch Santino, but my fingers redirect to my lower back when I feel a stinging pain. The guard holds me steady by my arms while something sharp pierces my skin. I crane my neck, seeing blood being wiped, and I gasp when a cold residue is sprayed on my lower back and the area goes numb. Some kind of freezing powder that stops the bleeding.
You have a microscopic tracking device in you. I'll know everything, so don't even think about betraying me. I'll contact you when I need you. You keep your mouth shut about our deal and find me documentation of the Chicago Syndicate drug routes. Betray me, and Santino dies. And there's a bounty on Adriano's head if I die. Either way, if you don't obey, it'll be your fault both men die.
My brain has a hard time grasping what's being said. My fingers are covered with blood from my back.
Clean your hands and come back to my office,
Sal orders impatiently, and when I don't move, he barks,
"Now!"
I return to the bathroom while inwardly promising Santino that I'll find a way to help him. I wash my hands hurriedly and splash water on my pale face. Fear has caused all the blood to drain from my cheeks, but I don't have time at the moment to figure out the dangerous Mafia dispute I'm in the middle of. Running back to the office, I enter it hastily while everything is happening around me. Sal speaks as if I'm not present.
I helped you locate her.
Then the capo crimine that has been looking for me shows up as well, providing me an unreadable glance. The entire conversation is odd, and I don't understand the relationship between James, Adriano, and Sal. But Adriano keeps his promise and gets me out of there, and as I leave, Sal mock salutes me. With James and Adriano at my side, we escape the club, and I sigh in relief and sorrow. Relief because I'm out of there. Sorrow because Santino is still stuck in there, and I don't know what will be my fate.
Get in, Camilla.
James motions me inside his car. I'm not sure why, but I gaze at Adriano, wordlessly asking him to take me with him instead. He recognizes my silent plea, but signals for me to go with James. The rounded driveway of the Syndicate's 3-story headquarters comes into view. Over an hour in this silent car with James peculiarly stealing glimpses of me and the lack of restraints has me wondering what his plans are for me. He pulls the key from the ignition and turns to me as Adriano pulls up behind us.
We have a lot to talk about. Please follow me to my office.
We head into the house. Adriano's right behind me when we go up the stairs to James's office on the 2nd floor.
Please sit, Camilla.
He points to cushioned chairs at his desk as he sits behind it. My eyes dart around cautiously, and Adriano closes the door. I've never been in this large office, lined with bookcases and furnished elegantly in reddish-brown wood.
Camilla.
James demands my attention with a firm yet gentle tone. I look at him, wondering my fate.
We're not going to hurt you. Please don't look so distressed. I have a lot to explain, but first, are you okay? What happened with Sal?
His voice is supportive, encouraging.
Breathe, Kem.
Adriano urges, standing close behind me. I release the breath I was unknowingly holding. What's going to happen? This is the first thing I've said to either one of them.
We have a lot to discuss.
James nods his chin to the door, indicating for Adriano to leave. My panic intensifies because I want him to stay, and my hand searches for his. Adriano bends his head to catch my eyes. Can he stay? I ask James, but keep my focus on Adriano. I hear James sighing.
Fine.
Adriano squeezes my hand comfortingly, and we take our seats.
Camilla, you're going to have to talk to us about the bomb we found,
James instructs. I swallow the brick in my throat, and Adriano leans one elbow on the armrest, rubbing his stubble as he observes me. That was an accident. The device fell out of my pocket that night I was outside with Fallon, I explain honestly. James's eyes narrow in doubt.
What kind of bomb was it? We couldn't find it.
It was a square box covered with hard black plastic that could fit into my hand, and it was heavy. Adriano and James share a meaningful look. Then James continues,
Were you hiding from us these last 9 months?
Yes. I was hiding from them, too. James's brows climb halfway up his forehead in amazement of that revelation.
So you know who we are?
Yes. This is the longest conversation I've ever had with James. I rarely saw him while I worked here, and there was always awkwardness between us. He'd regard me in an odd way, just like he is now. For a capo crimine, he's got soft people skills.
Who are we, then?
Adriano asks calmly. The Chicago Syndicate.
Do you know who you are?
James comments out of the blue. I frown at the vague and unexpected question. What do you mean?
Do you know who your parents are?
James explains. My gaze shifts back and forth between the two men. What do these men know about my parents that I don't? I only knew my mother. Adriano's aware of that. No, only my mother. My voice is growing stronger as my stress from the day recedes.
I know more about your father,
James reveals and leans forward. What then? And what does he have to do with the bomb? I'm completely thrown.
I'm your father, Camilla,
James answers carefully. My mouth drops open and nothing comes out. James is my father? The capo crimine of the Chicago Syndicate is my father. He's quite in shape and doesn't look old enough to have a 28-year-old daughter, but his black hair is streaked with silver, so I wonder how old he is. How can you be my father? How old are you? I blurt and press my lips together. A snicker escapes Adriano, and James sends him a damning glare.
Old enough to be your father. I was 28 when you were born.
A million questions flow through my head. You always knew I was your daughter? James angles his head to the side.
Do you mean since you were born? No. Did I know the entire time you worked here? Yes. I discovered it before I found you at your job, from which I deliberately got you fired so you would come work for me. I wanted to get to know you before I disclosed our tie, but my work absorbs most of my time, and we never got the chance.
He gives me a moment to let it all sink in. My former employer never gave me a plausible reason for firing me, because James probably paid him off. I remember Sal saying that the Chicago Syndicate had me guarded 24/7. That would make sense if I am James's daughter. But I need more proof. What's my mom's name? And how did you know her? I ask.
Claudia was her name. I met her through an acquaintance. I was also already with my wife. Your mother and I were only together for one night. After that, I never heard anything from Claudia again. Until a few years ago, when said acquaintance, whom I haven't spoken to in years, mentioned our getaway and also told me how your mother had died and apparently left behind a daughter. I had the need to find out more about you. When I discovered your age, I knew there was a good chance you were my blood, so I tracked you down.
I don't consider his instinct a reliable form of proof. I need a paternity test.
That's already been done. We used a sample of your hair.
James opens a desk drawer and slides a white envelope to me. I take the letter out and read that, by 99.9%, Camilla Guillermo is the biological daughter of James Dante Calderon. Adriano hands me a glass of water, yet I didn't even notice him moving around. Gulping down the drink, I try to process everything. I wanted to stop running, and while I've been dreading the worst, this envelope is good news. This is why Adriano said he isn't going to hurt me, because I'm James's blood. And blood is important to Italians. I meet Adriano's eyes, but he's impossible to read. James coughs, and I think he shot Adriano a dirty look. Does James know about my past with Adriano? About my scars? I remember that I still have Santino to consider. Biting my lip, I speculate about my options. Shit! The tracking device Sal planted in me. What if it can transmit sound, too? Can it? If the device is tracking sound, we need to divert this conversation without exposing more information. Thanks for the drink. I was thirsty. I sit forward, hold my palm out, and pretend to write on it, displaying that I need a pen and paper. A crease forms between James's brows, so I roll my hand, motioning for him to keep talking. "I'll get you more water," James says, placing a notebook and pen in front of me. And I write, "I'm in trouble. Sal is blackmailing me. He implanted some kind of chip in me, a tracking device. I don't know if it transmits sound too." I show the notebook to Adriano, whose face is right next to mine, making me achingly aware of his commanding presence. He scowls at the piece of paper and flings the notebook on the desk for James to read. Adriano haunches beside my chair and mouths, "Blackmailed to do what?" I grab the notebook and scribble down, "To get documents about this organization's drug routes and the hierarchy." And I let Adriano read what I've written again. He then types in his phone and rises to his feet to share it with James, but I stop him by his arm to check what he's typed. Trust still needs to be built among the three of us. He places his warm hand on my thigh in reassurance, and it spreads throughout my body. Then he shows me his phone, which reads, "Call Dr. Calderon to remove the microchip from her. It's probably not transmitting sound. I can't imagine it is, but to be safe, let's continue tomorrow morning. She's also tired." "Thank you," I mouth, earnestly grateful for his intervention because I am overwhelmed. James agrees unenthusiastically and lifts his phone to his ear. "Can you come over now?" he says to, I presume, Dr. Calderon, and hangs up. "Take her to the private room. Rest, and we'll be with you soon." Adriano escorts me to the other end of the floor to the strip club that's empty and dark. Holding open the door to the room, he flicks on the lights. And then we're both observing the king-size bed. Just as he's about to speak, James comes in. "We'll be downstairs if you need us." And he stands as if waiting for Adriano to accompany him out. "I'll be back later," Adriano says. Disappointment fills me, shadowed by respite, because this gives me time to reorganize my thoughts alone. I fall face down on the soft mattress. James Calderon is my father. There are so many questions swirling around. A knock sounds at the door after about 20 minutes, and I open it a crack but keep my palm on the handle. James, Adriano, and the doctor wait for me to let them enter. James introduces the doctor. "Camilla, this is Mark Calderon, our Syndicate physician and my brother." We shake hands, and he eyes me curiously. This is my uncle. He's an older and thinner version of James. I suddenly have a family.
"Camilla, nice to meet you."
He gestures the length of me, silently asking where I was injected. I point to my lower back, and he signs for me to lie on the bed.
"I'd like to examine her in private,"
Mark requests. "Adriano can stay," I comment, and James's lips set into a hard line. 9 months of being on the run will make a person wary, and I want Adriano to stay.
"We're both staying,"
James answers resolutely. I lie on the sheets on my stomach, and Adriano sits beside my head, tucking the pillow beneath my cheek. The hem of my shirt is pulled up to expose the skin on my back. They can see my scars, and I'm sure I'll be questioned relentlessly about the cause of those marks. Apparently, Sal placed a bandage over the cut because Dr. Calderon peels it off, taking dried blood and the residue that was sprayed on and has now hardened with it,
and tearing the wound. The wound that's not numb anymore. Oh, shit! I press my face into the pillow and feel Adriano's hand patting my hair. Then another hand is putting pressure on my lower back, and searing pain slashes through me. Motherfucker! My muffled yell, and someone else is restraining my legs. Shh, it's over, Cam, Adriano utters, and gently strokes my hair out of my face. I rest with my cheek on the pillow, trying to pull a steady breath into my lungs. Tears drip from my eyelashes, and Adriano wipes them away with his thumb, cupping my face. I cover his hand with mine, and so many unspoken words hang in the air around us. However, a throat clears, splintering our moment. It's an implantable microchip tracking device, James declares, coming out of the bathroom after rinsing the chip off. I sit up next to Adriano on the bed, and my fingers stroke the gauze on my back. It's just a small incision and will heal without scarring within a few days, Dr. Calderon explains. Thank you. I scoot close to Adriano, the heat of his thigh seeping into mine. My body is overly aware of his every move, and I wonder if he feels it too. James shows us a chip smaller than a rice grain, almost as tiny as a mustard seed, and continues, It's only GPS. It can't transmit sound, so we're safe. Sal hasn't overheard any vital information. We can speak freely. Adriano takes it between his forefinger and thumb and holds it up for inspection. This is remarkable. It's not on the market yet. Same goes for that small bomb you got from Club 7. Where's Sal getting these mini gadgets from? A question for later, James replies, and then asks me, Do you have any belongings we can retrieve for you? I shake my head. I only have my purse and some clothes I left at my apartment. Do you need them? James probes. No. Every time I moved, I had to leave possessions behind. I traveled as light as possible, only carrying the few tangible memories of my past, which are in my purse. Let's rest now. You can use anything you need from the bathroom. Adriano rises and returns the chip to James. I miss the warmth of his closeness, but I tamp the feeling down because I have more important matters at hand. We meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. in my office. James regards me expectantly. Okay, I confirm, since he's expecting an answer from me. The men leave, Adriano last in line, and he doesn't even say goodbye, which bothers me immensely. I lie back down on my stomach. What's Adriano been doing these last 9 months? Does he have a girlfriend? His uncomfortable behavior is proof that he's found out things about me. Just exactly how much does he know? From his intense stares, I think he's also thinking about me now. Although there was also resentment in his posture. I didn't even realize how much I've missed him until he was standing in front of me. I groan in defeat of not being able to keep my mind from wandering to him. Rubbing my face in the pillow, I try to rid him from my thoughts. Tomorrow morning, I'm just going to hear them out, and then I can decide what and how much information I can share. What's in my best interest? And how can I help Santino? I'm the daughter of a powerful criminal capo crimini, more powerful than Sal. This must change my life. I'll use it to my advantage and bring Fat Sal down. Now I just need a strategy to make sure Santino makes it out alive. My guilt wears me down, and weariness starts to crumble around me as I fall into a troubled sleep.
Chapter 14. Adriano. I close the door and leave Cam behind without looking back. If I turn and am confronted with her stricken demeanor, I'll stay. And I'm not granted a moment alone with her by James. I'm guessing she didn't tell him anything about us during their ride. James, Mark, and I carry on our discussion in James's office.
Did you spot any other injuries on her?
James asks his brother as we stand around the chair Cam was sitting in.
She has significant scarring on her lower back, but they aren't newly formed.
I noticed them too.
James mentions with a muscle ticking in his jaw.
I'll give her a full physical tomorrow,
Mark offers and buttons his jacket.
Call me when she's ready.
He hesitates before adding,
She resembles you, James.
So Mark knows Cam's his niece. James doesn't acknowledge his words and waves him off.
Sal's obviously up to something,
James says to me. He's a little too interested in our organization.
Do you think she's telling the truth?
He glances away in thought briefly.
What's going on in her head?
I had the distinct impression she was being truthful so far. Yet, she's also holding something back. I think she's told part of the truth and is waiting to see how much she can trust us. There's a past between her and Sal, and it's a sordid one, I'm positive. I comb my hair back with my fingers. He studies me before asking,
What's between you two?
Not even we can define what it is between us. It's electrical. It's undeniable. There's always a mysterious pull when she and I are in a room together. But I have no answer for that loaded question. We were close friends, but she held back about her past. I provide him with a response and try to deflect the conversation away from us. James grips the edges of his desk.
I agree that her past must be sordid. We already know she worked in the fight and sex club. I'm starting to wonder if that was by choice.
Prepare yourself for her tale, I warn him. I've seen all her scars up close and personal, and combined with the way she always used to evade answering questions about her past, I'm certain we'll learn information we won't like tomorrow.
What do I do?
James asks.
You know her best. What do you think she wants?
I do know what Cam wants, or at least what Cam wanted 9 months ago. Have you told Alyssa about Cam?
Yes, I told her when I first found out.
Take Cam to your home. Introduce her to your family. What she wants most is a family, a sense of belonging. I always got the feeling she felt lost and alone. Although she'd never show it, she's tough and resilient. We need to show her she can trust us, that she can trust you, so she'll spill everything. I advise him in good conscience.
How can I gain her trust quickly? Maybe when we discuss everything tomorrow, we'll let her stay. She can know what's being said, and I'll answer her questions. And I'll also talk to Alyssa.
He pauses.
You look exhausted. Go home, Adriano. You did well, Capo.
Ma ricordate, lei è ancora off limits per tutti I membri di questa organizzazione. But remember, she's still off limits for any member of this organization. I nod, knowing it'll be difficult to get her alone. James has just inadvertently dismissed me from headquarters by telling me to go home. He doesn't want me to spend the night here, while she's also occupying a room in this house. He knows me well. All of a sudden, I remember to update James about Luca and security's simplicity. I'll be here tomorrow morning at 8. Luca's on his way back, so he'll be here too. And I haven't had the chance to talk to Jeffrey since I was interrupted to fetch Cam. I notified him that I'll be at Security Simplicity with Luca around lunch. We'll need to be in the loop by noon.
Fine. We'll try to get as much information as possible from Camilla, and then I'll also need to talk to her alone. I can't avoid getting close to her anymore.
No, you can't. I agree. Seeing Cam again, and knowing she's close by has my body on alert. I'm battling with myself not to go into her room and comfort her, help her process accepting that James is her father. Yet, I also want to throttle her for sleeping with another man. It's best that I don't see her again tonight. I can't refrain from doing one last thing, however, and I quietly clear out of the house after finishing my task. This has been a long day, and I'm really looking forward to my own bed.
Chapter 15. Camilla. I'm in the exact same position that I fell asleep in hours ago when my eyes open at 7 a.m. sharp, according to the clock on the wall. After 9 months of dwelling on how I want to change, wishing my life had turned out differently, suddenly my wish has come true. I have a father who is the capo crimine. Of course, I'm unsure whether to trust James completely, but with the little bit of information I've learned, it makes sense why he's being unexpectedly nice to me. Italians are extremely protective of their families. I'm going to take this chance and first help Santino. Second, my need for revenge against Sal has tripled since last night. I've gained a lot in the last few hours, and now I may have a very powerful organization behind me. I've lived a life of lows, and I've got nothing to lose anymore. And third, I need to speak to Adriano openly and alone. I get up to shower and wince when the cut on my lower back stretches. Surprisingly, that's the only soreness I feel. Mostly, I want food. I'm starving, having not eaten anything since yesterday afternoon. I see a flash of white fabric laid out on the edge of the bed. My sleeveless cotton button-up dress that flares at the hips and falls over my knees. It's one of my favorite dresses because it's lovely and hides the faint scars on my thighs. Tracing the fabric with my fingertips, I remember how Adriano loved this dress on me. I'd left it behind, and he kept it. My heart skips a beat at the meaning of this. After removing my dirty clothes in which I fell asleep, I stand under the hot stream of water in the bathroom where I've spent so many hours with Adriano. Did Adriano also stay in this house last night? On the sink is a clean piece of gauze, and I replace the old one. Then I get dressed, nervous to meet James again. He was very distant last night, but so was I. The house is quiet and dark when I go down one floor to the kitchen, where the light is already on. James is sitting at the island with his head bent down. He's dressed in what must be a designer suit, like all these Syndicate men wear. He looks sideways at me, and a sad smile covers his face.
"Good morning. You're up early."
His voice is still heavy with sleep. "Morning. So are you."
"I'm always up early,"
he comments. That's something we have in common, then.
"Hungry?"
he asks and stands to hold out the other bar stool for me.
"Yes, starving." "Breakfast will be delivered soon."
That used to be my task when I worked here, stocking up and ordering meals for the entire week. For Adriano, I'd order food from his favorite restaurants. Unless he was being distant, then I'd deliberately order food I knew he couldn't appreciate. Which doesn't give me many options since he eats almost everything. Except for peanuts in his dinner. He doesn't like peanuts in his salads or warm dishes. Funnily enough, he does love to eat peanuts, just not mixed into a recipe. I take the seat on the stool.
"Coffee?"
"Yes, please." I can tell he's trying to ease the discomfort between us, so I make a true effort to. James presses a button on the built-in coffee maker, and the smell of freshly ground coffee beans drifts around the room.
"How are you feeling?"
"Good. I changed the bandage on my back." He places the mug in front of me.
"You must have questions, Camilla. Feel free to ask them."
I wave one hand above the warm steam of the brew. Why didn't you ever tell me before, when I worked here?
I'm not sure. I guess I was waiting for the right opportunity that never came. And it was a hectic year. I'm a selfish man, and was at least happy to know that you were safe and taken care of.
Did you ever want children? I fold both palms around the cup.
Yes, and now I have two. Alessa and I have another daughter, Rosalia. She's almost 21 now.
I have a sister? Does she resemble me? Do your wife and daughter know about me?
Yes, and they're looking forward to meeting you.
His answers are quick and without emotion. How do you feel about me? I dare to ask, uncertainly. His eyes widen in surprise. James didn't expect that question. Nevertheless, he straightens his shoulders.
I'm sad that I've missed so much of your life. I'm sad you got caught up in Syndicate business without your knowledge. But I'm happy to learn I have a beautiful and obviously strong daughter like you.
The corner of his mouth curls up for half a second. Unfortunately, we're interrupted and hear the front entrance door opening, and a moment later, a blonde woman comes in with breakfast.
Set it up in my office,
James instructs her, then turns to me.
Follow me up. We'll continue upstairs.
When we're about to climb the stairs, Luca and Adriano arrive in the foyer. Adriano automatically seizes my attention when he comes into a room. A tingle in my lower belly flares to life when I gaze at him in his black dress pants and white dress shirt, rolled up at the sleeves, his black wavy hair beautifully disheveled, as always. I detect a secret smirk when he looks at the dress I'm wearing. Luca takes a step toward me in his gray three-piece suit.
Cam, it's good to see you're okay.
Hey, Luca. It's been 9 months since I last saw Luca. That was the night Fallon, his girlfriend at the time, and I tried to escape this house. I was in contact with her until a couple of months ago. She helped me out money-wise for a while. But when her own troubles arose, I couldn't accept her help anymore and left. I wonder how Fallon is. Are they together or apart? Luca and I were friends while I worked here, and I do think he knows the extent of my relationship with Adriano. He actually reminds me a lot of Adriano, only Luca is more serious and has bright green eyes as opposed to Adriano's dark brown ones.
We were just going to my office,
James announces and leads the way. Adriano passes me toward the stairs, and I stop him by his hand. Rising up on my tiptoes, I whisper into his ear from behind, I need to talk to you alone. My touch makes him flinch, and he jerks his hand away, but dips his chin once in acknowledgement.
Later,
he mouths and speeds up the stairway. In James's office, the blonde finishes placing fruit and breakfast sandwiches on the desk. She greets Luca and Adriano sweetly. A little too sweetly. They each mutter a hello under their breath when another man enters. I've also seen him around here, but I never knew who he was. He could be James's age and looks completely the opposite of the other 3 men. While James, Luca, and Adriano walk around in expensive tailored Italian suits, this man walks in wearing a wrinkled brown one.
Cam,
Adriano introduces him when he sees my astonished face.
I don't think you ever met Salvatore. He's our consigliere, our counselor.
Salvatore gives me a firm handshake and sets his leather briefcase down. The men each grab a sandwich and sit. James behind his desk, Salvatore and Luca across from him. Adriano grips the back of 2 chairs in the corner by the window and easily moves them in front of the desk with the others. Then he hands me what he knows would be my choice, a panini with mozzarella, tomato, and basil.
Eat.
As I take it, our fingers touch, and he swirls his thumb around on my hand without anyone noticing. "Thanks," I murmur and bite the soft bread to fill my empty stomach. Adriano grabs 2 sandwiches and sits to my right. James wipes his mouth with a napkin and begins.
"The 4 men here are the only people who know you're my daughter, along with Mark, Alessa, Rosalia, and Fallon, Luca's wife."
My head whips to Luca. "You're married? Congratulations."
"Thank you. You'll see Fallon later."
His eyes light up. I'm excited about the prospect of seeing another familiar face. I felt connected to Fallon from the start.
James continues. "Everyone's caught up. They know we've removed a chip from you. It's right here in my desk and will stay here. But now we need to know the entire story of why you were on the run and what your past with Sal entails. There's much more to your story, isn't there?"
He's smooth and quick to get to the root of my story, so there's no need to deny. I'm sure Adriano has also already figured some things out. There is more. It's difficult for me because I have to take a huge leap of faith. In essence, I don't know any of you, I say.
"We're your family now. You're my daughter and under my protection. Do you know what that means?"
James asks. I shake my head and take another huge bite.
"You're a part of our Mafia family, Camilla. You're not a Guillermo. You're a Calderone. And the Calderone Chicago Syndicate is one of the most powerful organizations in the Mafia, which makes you a target as soon as word gets out that you're my child."
Hearing James say, "my child," makes me feel uncomfortable. But I guess he's had a longer time to wrap his mind around this situation.
"Just like my wife and other daughter, you'll have protection around the clock,"
James explains when I don't respond.
"You won't notice them, and they won't bother you unless there's trouble near you."
"That's why you already had me protected 24/7 when I worked here," I state.
His eyes narrow.
"Fat Sal told me," I clarify.
"What happens between you and Sal, Cam?"
Adriano prompts from next to me. It's a question Adriano asked me often. What happened in your past to get you the scars? A question I'd elude incessantly. But now I'm ready to speak up. "Where do I start?" I say.
"From the moment you met Fat Sal until now," Adriano insists. "Give us the timeline."
I stuff the last bite into my mouth and methodically relay my entire story. From the day I started working in the dance area of Club 7 almost 3 years ago to my captivity for 5 months. Then how I escaped, omitting a detail here and there, or else they won't help Santino. How I got a job for almost 8 weeks before I met James and Luca, and they offered to let me work in the strip club 2 years ago. I leave out my entire relationship with Adriano. Then how I ran 9 months ago after Luca and Adriano caught me helping Fallon escape this place. And how I've had no life since then, except for hiding in Iowa, and finally hiding just outside the loop until I was out of options. They're all quiet while I speak, and I notice Adriano chewing nervously on his second sandwich when I mention Santino. The tension in the room can be cut with a knife when I finish telling the story of my life these past few years. Luca and Salvatore don't look at me. James and Adriano each pin me with a dubious yet sympathetic stare.
"Santino helped you escape? Are you sure?"
James demands to know. "Yes, they stopped giving me drugs because I became sick, and that gave me the chance to be lucid enough to escape. My memories are a blur, but Santino helped me."
And he didn't touch you or drug you?
James asks. This is why I omitted it, because they won't help him if they know the whole story. That I kissed him, that he drugged me and took me to that podium. Those details I haven't revealed. He helped me.
That's not an answer, Cam,
Adriano rebuffs, knowing I'm skirting the question. I send him an annoyed look, and he just arches a brow in sardonic inquiry, but I still lie. No. James muses aloud to Luca.
Sal found out she worked for me, and that made it difficult for him to snatch her back 2 years ago. So instead, now he wants to control her by torturing Santino and implanting the microchip. And he said he'd contact Cam? I wonder how he intends to contact her.
Then he says to me, without waiting for an answer from Luca,
You do know that Sal would have just killed you and Santino after you provided him with information.
Yes, that's why I'm confiding in you now. I can't just let a man who helped me rot in there, I defend. You know my story. You know what I want. I want Santino out of that hellhole. Then I want Sal to account for what he did to me, or else I'll never truly be free. I want to stop living in fear. I refuse to do that anymore. Now tell me, who are you exactly? I know you're the Syndicate, and you sell drugs. What is your relation to Fat Sal, though? Luca and Adriano exchange glances, and I'm sure they're communicating without speaking. James looks straight at me.
I'm going to explain this once. I'm the capo crimini, or boss in English, of this syndicate. Luca is my underboss. Adriano is my first capo, and Salvatore is my lawyer and counselor. We regulate, control, and rule all the drug traffic in Chicago. We import and set up illegal trade relations to get our drugs through customs. Every small-time drug dealer gets his hard drugs, heroin and cocaine, from us. All the clubs and the rich and famous here in Chicago are also being supplied by us.
Just as the Syndicate supplies Club 7. It was the Syndicate's drugs that were injected into me.
We 4,
James points to the men,
are the highest-ranking members. Beneath us, there are hundreds of soldiers and associates who do the street work. We manage both from above and at a distance. When problems arise, or when a situation becomes personal, like with you, then either me, Luca, or Adriano gets involved.
I knew James was the boss, and now I learn Luca and Adriano's ranks. Luca adds,
No one attends our meetings, Cam. Not soldiers, not James's wife, not my wife. We're permitting you insight so you can see that you can trust us. But whatever is discussed here must never leave these 4 walls. Do you understand?
I swallow while one thing confuses me. Fat Sal isn't part of the Syndicate, right? James answers,
No, he's not. The Chicago Syndicate only rules the world of drugs. We're not in the slavery or sex club business. Fat Sal's also a capo crimini, but he's a boss of a smaller sub-mafia operation compared to ours. He became larger and more powerful, though, because many high-powered men visited the sex club. The legal one, not the fight club that's also being used as a BDSM or sex fetish club. He buys drugs from us, Camilla.
Please call me Cam, I request.
Of course, Cam. We'll have to discuss what to do with Fat Sal and Santino,
James explains, knowing I want to help with Santino. I don't want to push my luck, so I sit back in my seat. Adriano is boring holes into my temple from my right side. He's going to ask more questions about Santino later.
I can feel it in my bones. He speaks after an awkward silence. I've had Fat Sal's first soldier in the warehouse since yesterday. Luca's attention directs to Adriano. Why? James ordered it right before we found Cam. I never released him. He'll come in handy, but by now, Sal will know his soldier is missing in action. James strokes his chin thoughtfully. We'll handle that. Cam, did you cancel the lease on your apartment? No. Yes? I didn't have an official lease. It was all under the table. I just paid monthly, and then I could stay. You said you don't have any personal belongings. Do you have your driver's license? James asks. No, I think that's still with Fat Sal, I answer, still constantly alert of Adriano's every move. His ankle rests on his knee, and he leans his elbows on the armrests, linking his fingers. His elbow strokes my arm, the touch thrilling to me. Can you get her a new driver's license? James asks Salvatore. Yes, I'll do it today, Salvatore confirms with a smile to me. I think it's best you keep your own surname and not change it to Calderone. Salvatore will get you a phone. I'll, of course, have a new will drawn up and let you review the papers, James says, moving through everything extremely quickly. Okay. This is all a little overwhelming. I need to get to know him first. Salvatore and I will have you review any documents that concern you. Now, for other business, like your living arrangements, James comments. It's safest for you to live in the loop. But that's where Fat Sal is. I know Sal is in the loop, but so are we three, James adds as if reading my thoughts. Luca and Adriano live in the loop, and I live just outside it. I'd prefer you live nearby. You can stay with one of us until you've found an apartment to your liking. Is staying with Adriano an option? Luca offers. You're welcome to stay with Fallon and me. Maybe you'd prefer to stay with a friend, and Fallon would love it. Be prepared to be bored to death by quotes from really old romance novels if you stay with his wife. Adriano jokes and throws his crumpled napkin at Luca, who grins at him. Thankfully, someone cuts through the seriousness. Salvatore stands, and all our heads turn to him. I have an appointment. Camilla, it was nice to meet you. I'll take care of getting you a new driver's license and phone today. Gentlemen? He gives a formal goodbye. James continues straight away. I'd like you to meet my wife Alessa and Rosalia tonight and join us for dinner. Luca, Fallon, and Adriano will be there as well. Luca and Adriano will drop you off at Fallon's so you can stay with her today. We all have appointments for the rest of the day, but know that David, the guard that used to drive you around sometimes, will be assigned to watch over you. Do you have any questions?
Do we go now?
Yes, James replies, and all the men rise.
Okay, I'll get my purse. I hurry toward the other side of the house, back to the strip club, and spot Damien and the blonde on the couch. He inspects me as if I'm a ghost. Cam? Hey. I close the distance and throw my arms around him, and he returns my embrace. How are you? Good. Since when are you back? He asks, but his gaze moves over my shoulder behind me, and I can hear irate strides. Adriano. I'm prepared for him to ignore me or something, because I can't interpret his mood. However, when I crane my neck, his eyes are blazing with violence, and he tugs me back by my arm. Don't you fucking talk to him in front of me. I yank my arm out of his grip. What? And I look at Damien, who doesn't seem surprised by the inflexible lines on Adriano's face.
What exactly does Adriano know about Damien and me? Damien and I hold each other's stare for a nanosecond, setting Adriano off. He comes between us, blocking me from Damien's view and crowding him. Hesitantly, I reach out to touch his shoulder, but his stiff body is unyielding. While towering over Damien, he spits through clenched teeth. "Don't even look at her. I swear I'll—" "Adriano." The composed and controlled voice of Luca interrupts this scene before Adriano explodes. He keeps shooting daggers at Damien. "Get your purse, Cam." Luca speaks to me. I hesitate, and he persists, practically pushing me toward the private room. Grabbing my purse from the bed, I rush back to witness Luca and Adriano muttering back and forth in Italian while Damien is propped on the couch again. With Adriano's back to me, I silently shift closer and mouth to Damien, "Did you tell him?" He knows I'm asking if he told Adriano about the one time we slept together. He nods, and I feel the blood drain from my face. Luca glances in my direction, and Adriano whirls around, lips in a thin, straight line. "Let's go," Luca sighs to both of us. Outside, with the device in hand, Luca clicks open the doors of his enormous black Italian car. Sliding onto the leather, I sit behind the driver's seat, and Adriano takes the front. Luca starts the car, and when the radio powers on, he silences it. Adriano's surveying the outside scenery as it flies by. I meet Luca's concerned eyes in the rearview mirror while fighting the urge to push Adriano to talk now. However, I can't hold it in. "Adriano, we really need to talk. Alone." Silence is all I get in return while he doesn't move a muscle. I'm about to give up and also start glaring at the cloudless sky when he answers in a low voice, "Not now. I can't now." And that's it. Typical Adriano to never explain himself. I exhale a heavy breath of frustration. I'll give him some time to settle down, but I vow now, in this car, that I will not go back to how we were. I'm not just some employee of his anymore. Luca helps me take my mind off Adriano. "I'm dropping you off at our penthouse. Fallon's excited to see you again." "I am too," I reply softly. We arrive at a posh glass high-rise in the Loop and travel up to the penthouse floor. The elevator opens up into a large, bright living room with floor-to-ceiling windows. Luca goes right to the kitchen island and shouts, "Fallon!" I follow, and Adriano stands at the window. She comes down the hall while fastening her hair up into a tight bun, smiling widely. "Cam!" Luca blocks her path, and she grins at him. He bends his head, grips her hips, and kisses her sweetly on the lips. "Hey, wife."
"Morning, husband. You left early today."
I look away from the intimate moment. "You were snoring." Another peck on her mouth, and he releases her to join Adriano at the window. Fallon hugs me tightly. "Are you okay?" And she holds me back by my shoulders. "I am. You look good," I compliment her. She has a healthy glow and is awfully tanned and elegant with straight bangs, dressed in taupe pants and a cream-colored blouse, feet bare. So unlike the last time I saw her, which was months ago when she was at rock bottom. Just like I was yesterday. She motions toward Adriano and Luca at the window. "What's wrong?" "I'll tell you when we're alone," I whisper, and she squeezes my arms upliftingly.
"So what's the plan?"
she asks, approaching the men. "Cam will stay with you, just as we discussed," Luca tells her. Adriano turns around and has calmed his nerves a bit. He's in control again, impassive.
They walk by us, and he does at least acknowledge me with a chin dip. Luca hooks an arm around Fallon's waist and presses his lips to her hair. We'll meet you later at James's house. David will drive you today. Don't take the subway, Dolcezza. Yes, yes. She's clearly used to Luca giving her orders. The elevator doors open and they step inside. And answer your phone, Luca adds while Adriano watches me. Bye, I mouth. Once he's had time to cool off, he'll come to me. I'm counting on that. And at last he gives me a twinge of hope when he winks right before the doors close. Tea? Fallon offers as I sit on the adjustable bar stool around her kitchen island. Coffee, please. She opens cabinets and presses buttons for coffee and tea. How did you sleep? What have you been doing? Did James talk to you? What do you want to know first? I smile through all her questions. Sorry, we just got back a few hours ago. Back from where? I ask. Italy. You were on vacation? The coffee maker pings. Yes, we got married there. Now I feel bad. You had to cut your honeymoon short? And congratulations, I can't believe you two are married. I'm confronted with how long I've been gone. While everyone's life has moved on, I've been stuck in the same place. But not anymore. Thanks. We had a honeymoon, and I don't mind. I was happy to hear you were okay and come back early. What happened to you the last time we were supposed to meet at my therapist's office? Why didn't you show up? Fallon slides a cup of coffee to me and holds her tea mug with 2 hands. I panicked. You brought Luca and Adriano with you. Back then, I was so confused and scared. I bolted when I saw you drive up with them. Well, I guess I can understand. I take a sip and cough from the strong taste. Strong, I say through a grimace. Sorry, I don't drink coffee. That's how Luca drinks it. I smile and continue. I'm sorry I lied to you. Fallon and I met under unusual circumstances. When she was held at the Syndicate's house and the few times we saw one another while I was on the run, I lied to her often. Sometimes for her protection, sometimes for my own, because I just didn't know what to tell whom anymore. I lied to her about my involvement with Adriano, and I lied to her about the bomb. I led her to believe that I planted it, when I honestly didn't. I was just stupidly hoping she'd be more inclined to help me if I gave her the explanation that I believed matched the reason why the Syndicate was looking for me. Please don't. I, of all people, can understand why you chose to lie. But why did you tell me you planted the bomb? I don't know. I guess I thought maybe you'd be more willing to help. She tilts her head, and sadness glimmers behind her eyes. So you talked to James? He told me. I stroke the strands of my annoyingly outgrown bob back with my fingers. And how do you feel about it? It's strange to suddenly hear you have a father. I don't know yet how I feel. At the moment, I'm dazed. Yesterday, my future was exceptionally bleak. And today, my future is much brighter and is being discussed with 3 other men. My life took a 180 within 24 hours. It's liberating to freely speak my mind with a woman who might relate to me, although I wonder how much she knows about the Syndicate. And on top of that, I have some unfinished business. The reason why I was on the run initially, for which I need their help, I add. Are you in trouble? Not really. A friend of mine is being held hostage. She sets her mug down. Are they going to help you? They'll discuss it today, and I hope James will have positive news for me tonight. I can't continue my life without helping my friend. Okay, But be careful and don't try to take care of it on your own. Allow them to help you. She pauses to drink her tea. We've been so worried about you, especially James and Adriano. What's with Adriano today? I thought he'd be in a better mood since you're back. You can't tell anyone else, I warn before I reveal the truth. Who would I tell? My book characters? She mocks. Luca? She could tell Luca. If it concerns Adriano, chances are Luca already knows. You do know those two are like brothers. I'm starting to understand that. Adriano found out something that happened while I worked for them. What did you do? Fallon casts me a curiously amused look. I slept with Damien once. She flinches in disgust. Why? And while you were with Adriano? I was never with Adriano. We never even defined our screwed-up relationship. Well, he didn't discuss our relationship. But there's been something between you two since the start. Everyone knows that. She makes another face. I hate that Damien. Why? He was the one who took me to the house, and I just don't like him. Thankfully, I never see him. Well, I was hurt because it was after I asked Adriano to love me, and he blatantly ignored the love part and told me he'd never be with me. And that led to me getting drunk and being stupid. And Damien apparently told Adriano. I don't know how long ago Adriano found out, but I'm guessing recently because he's enraged. He saw me talking to Damien at the house and blew up, ordering me not to speak to him and threatening him. Really? He's usually very self-controlled. That's why I need him to cool off before we talk. Whatever happened between you and him? I fell hard for him. I still feel our bond thrumming through my veins. When I saw him yesterday, we'd only been alone for 5 minutes and couldn't keep our hands off each other. After 9 months apart, I still felt the power he has over me. It's something irreplaceable. We were friends, lovers. But both of us were exploring new territory without wanting to shake our past. And that led to an unstable situation. These feelings we weren't ready for eventually made us spiteful, and he was even worse in handling them than I was. You two definitely need to talk, Fallon agrees. I know. I sigh, and she doesn't give me time to dwell. We have a lot to do. You need clothes. I have some apartment listings we should go through. I need everything. I don't even have toiletries. I slide my bag over the granite top and rummage through it. And I only have 2 $20 bills. I need a job. Fallon seems tentative to speak. I've been given money to give to you, Cam. It's from James. You really don't need to worry about everything all at once. Let's get you settled, and please accept James's money. It's your family money. Realizing she makes a good point, I accept it. Okay. I don't even want to think about everything right now anyway. I'm still processing information. My first priority is helping Santino. Let's go then and cross the simple things off your list. She walks to the couch and steps into her nude heels. Where are we going? Shopping, Fallon replies, and I groan in discontent, making Fallon whirl around. Do you hate shopping? She asks, hopeful. I do. I just want to go to one store and get everything. I'm so glad you said that, because that's what I do too. We're going to one department store and getting you all the toiletries, clothes, and shoes you need for the next few weeks, she says, making me feel better than I have in ages. But there's constantly that voice weighing me down, whispering that I left someone behind who's possibly being tortured right this minute, while I walk as a free woman here in the loop.
Chapter 16. Adriano. I closed the door to Luca's car, and we set off towards Security Simplicity. That didn't go well. I can't get a moment alone with Cam, and my first attempt was undermined by Damien's presence. Unable to control myself, I risked everything because of jealous rage. However, she's correct. We do need to talk, or else I'm going to burst from these mixed emotions I'm experiencing after having her back in my life for just one day. Her presence is calming, yet infuriating. I want her with a need that's unequaled by any woman I've ever met in my entire life. But I also want to shake her with that same need for letting another man touch her. What the hell is wrong with me? I can't endanger my position as capo and bring James's wrath down on me. I've worked too damn hard to achieve this position. I've killed too many men to lose it over this compulsive need for Cam. Her story was excruciating to hear. I saw the tears welling in her eyes as she conveyed her memories of her confinement at the underground fight club. I watched her with admiration and pain. I'd warned James to be prepared for her sordid story, but I was the one least in control. I can't believe she went through all that and managed to keep it from me for so long. She just confessed to being abused by Mafia men. We would never allow anyone to get away with hurting one of our own. We'll claim vengeance. Yet, she's unbelievably strong, and I have no idea how she coped with it. But it seems that, above all, she mostly wants to help this Santino. Luca, who's apparently also pondering Santino, asks, "What do you think about her wish to help Santino? Didn't we meet him at Club 7 the first time we saw Sal? She's holding something back. I can guarantee that. I know her. And we did meet Santino at Club 7. He's the one who told us she worked at the fight club." Her story was, he searches for words, horrible. It was, but I think more happened with Santino. I wonder if it crossed her mind that she was addicted to the drugs we supply that club. But that was also my thought when James started to explain who we are. Luca breaks suddenly when the car in front of us stops abruptly. "I bet you and James have a lot to discuss. I predict he'll turn to you to exact revenge." "We'll see," I say distractedly, as we pass Cam's favorite Italian restaurant in the Loop. "I need to find out the entire story." Fish for more information. She trusts you the most out of any of us. After a silence where Luca's watching the road with icy green eyes, I know he wants to ask what happened at the strip club with Damien and Cam. I brace my neck, rubbing the tension. "Don't start." "No can do, amico." He switches lanes. "What happened to make you go off on Damien?" "She slept with him." He faces me for a second, and then turns his attention back to the road. "When?" "I don't know any details. I heard about it yesterday." "I see. And clearly you haven't dealt with this yet." "How do I deal with it? I fucking hate it, and want to punch Damien's face repeatedly. And the thing is, I can't really be mad at Cam, because I never gave her an ounce of commitment. But still, she shouldn't have." "Didn't you fuck around too?" Luca chides with a smirk. "You all assume I just fucked around with everyone." "Didn't you?" "You did before you met Cam." "I didn't," I defend. "Not while she was in my life." "You were always flirting, saying things," Luca explains without judgment. "When I say those things, I'm joking around. You take me way too seriously. That's just harmless flirting. I never slept with anyone else while Cam worked for us." "I believe you. I just never understood the nature of your relationship with Cam." "Look, I'd be angry too, but make sure you get the whole story, or at least get your facts straight before you accuse anyone. Apart from that, what's your plan with her? James is already displeased with how much she relies on you. He'll never accept her being with his capo. He glances at me expressively. I'm not sure I like it either. You heard her story. She's resilient, yes, but also damaged. She needs to rebuild her life, heal. She's our family now, our responsibility, and you will treat her with respect. Someone's overprotective. I lift a brow and look at him. We have to take care of her, as a family, he emphasizes. Are you ready to give up everything to pursue her? No, I answer honestly. Then talk to her. Both of you speak your mind, and then make her focus on rebuilding her life. She's obviously not aware of the fact that it's against the rules for a capo to date a family member against the boss's wishes. We round the corner of the street to the skyscraper, where Security Simplicity rents a floor. No, she isn't aware of it. She needs some time to grasp everything. A lot of information is coming at her right now. If I break the truth to her, I'll hurt her. And with my current frame of mind, I'll hurt her badly. And I don't want that. Well, I do a little, because she slept with Damien. You don't want her, but you don't want anyone else to want her either, Luca accuses. I snort because he's wrong. I want her. Trust me, I want her. That's the problem here. Think with your head and not with your dick, he says blandly. That's difficult when it comes to Cam. Give it a try. He throws back as he puts the car in park in his designated spot. Now let's hear what Jeffrey has to say. Then we'll meet James and Salvatore again to form a plan about how to handle Fat Sal. The three directors are all present when we arrive at the meeting. Luca and I, impatient as always, demand to know the status of the financial health of our company. What did you find, Jeffrey? Luca is up to date, I inform, as Luca and I both sit down across from the three men. $1.7 million in total is unaccounted for in the last 4 weeks, he replies with remorse. How did this go unnoticed until now? Luca's tone is unruffled, while my blood is already overheating about this major screw-up. Jeffrey stands his ground under our glares. I traced it back to 6 digital amounts you announced, which were processed in the books, but the drug money never came into finance. $1 million was supposed to come in last weekend. That's why accounting only noticed it now. We always have a delay because you have me draw up papers in advance of your actual deals. Just the $1 million is actually missing right now, since the remaining $700,000 will come in the next 2 weeks. Our cash line is simple. Luca and I know what our drug profits are monthly, and we get a cut of that cash from Salvatore to invest into Security Simplicity. Fake orders and contracts are drawn up to liquidate the Syndicate's drug money into the legal money of this company. Luca and I share a speaking glance. We'll have to discuss this with Consigliere Salvatore and the Capi, who handle the physical transportation of the money. Are those the numbers? I point to the manila envelope on the table. Yes. I slide it toward me with my finger on the edge. The only hard copy. Yes. He knows we only allow one hard copy of these kinds of reports. We read it, discuss it, and shred it. We never leave paper trails with any data that can be traced back to the Syndicate. No one knows except us 5, Luca asks. Only we know, Jeffrey confirms. Continue as usual, I order, wanting to leave right away to contact Salvatore for an explanation. Luca or I will keep you updated when needed, and any more inconsistencies are to be reported to one of us. All 3 men nod before Luca and I return to the car. Contact Salvatore to meet us at France Italia within an hour. I'm calling James, Luca instructs as he holds his phone against his ear. We set up a meeting at France Italia, a restaurant in the Loop that's owned by an associate of the Syndicate. We can convene there safely. It's one of our secure places in Chicago, because we can't always meet in the middle of the day at headquarters. We don't want to keep driving up north all the time. James and Salvatore arrive half an hour after us, settled at a table near the window with the bright sunlight almost blinding us. We cut to the chase. James starts with his most pressing matter.
Camilla is my first concern now. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that I want to know everything about Club 7. This will be dealt with according to Syndicate rules. My daughter has been violated. He's focused mostly on me while he voices his animosity. Apart from Cam, we have other problems. Luca removes his suit jacket, and I add, "Our update isn't good news." Then Luca continues, $1.7 million in cash never made it to Security Simplicity. Salvatore, Jeffrey said $1 million was supposed to come in last weekend. He appears surprised. I don't have any inconsistencies in my books, nor have I heard anything from any soldier or cappy. How's this possible? I haven't had any problems reported to me either. I inform them. What exactly did Jeffrey say? Salvatore asks. Luca throws the folded envelope onto the table. He didn't have to say much. There's the proof. The money never reached SS. You need to check the numbers and find out which deals it involved so that you can give me names of the soldiers we need to question. I explain. Salvatore takes the envelope. I'll do it right after I've taken care of Camilla's papers. Good, James says to Salvatore. Call Luca and Adriano the second you have the names. He then addresses us. What are you going to do about Sal's first soldier that we have captive in the warehouse? I still want to interrogate him about Cam. Let's see if the stories match up. Although I believe Cam has been forthcoming about it, it's still good to verify. I state, without revealing to James my suspicions regarding the Santino aspects. Especially now, since we obviously have enough other problems. Luca finishes. It works in our favor that Sal doesn't have his first soldier, and he's probably torturing his own bodyguard, Santino, if he's not already dead. At least Sal's vulnerable. Until we figure out his interest in us, we still have the upper hand. That's true, James agrees and meets my eyes. I'm unsure what to do about Cam's desire to help this Santino. She won't let it go, I forewarn. For now, I'll stall her. I'm not doing anything until I know more about this guy. James checks the time on his watch. I have to leave. I'll see you all later. Salvatore, I expect names of soldiers tonight. And we go our separate ways. Luca and I stand before Christopher inside one of the cells in the warehouse. We left him in here, standing up and cuffed to the overhead bar that hangs from wall to wall. Since last night. The cut on his hand has been sheathed in gauze, and Damien gave him water and food. Luca's given Damien orders elsewhere, knowing I'll kill him if I see him before I found some tranquility in my intrinsic storm. In a rush, because we have to attend dinner tonight at James and Alyssa's house in Lincoln Park, I demand, what do you know about the time that Camilla worked at the Fight Club? Sweat covers his temples, and he has trouble holding his head up, while Luca and I stand patiently next to each other, and he says nothing. I turn to Luca and comment cynically, We really don't have time for this. Luca looks to Christopher and shakes his head. We take a step back. Then I reach for my handgun from my ankle holster and point it at his dick. Christopher struggles and protests. I'm a first soldier. You can't shoot me. I can do whatever I want. I'm the Chicago Syndicate, I retort, and grin when I see him freeze in recognition of our organization. I'll let you go if you give me answers about Camilla. That's all I'm interested in. His labored breath becomes more restless. What do you want to know? How long was she in the fight club? I ask, and hold back my gun, weapon averted from him. A couple of months, he replies tersely. Why was she there? I'm sure you know. He hangs more and more from the bar for support. This is a strong soldier. He's holding up well under duress. I want to hear it from you, I say, as Luca removes his phone from his pocket and slides a finger across the screen. She was held there by Sal. And? I aim the semi-automatic at him again, covering the slide on top with my hand and showing my teeth. She was used. She was a slave, and then she escaped. The words tumble out. How did she escape? With the help of a bodyguard. His name? I ask. Santino. How exactly did Santino help her? I want the details. She seduced him, he answers. Luca and I can't help but glance at one another, and stashing his phone, he instantly focused back to the matter at hand. It was probably Fallon. How? Luca asks, moving next to me. They were lovers. Santino betrayed Sal. She turned Sal's best guard against him. He's struggling to keep a steady voice, but manages well. The tempest brewing violently in my stomach since yesterday's revelation about Cam and Damien erupts. My body stiffens, barely under control. Is he telling the truth? Is she in love with Santino? This is not good for my sanity. Luca takes over the interrogation when he observes my severe reaction. Is Santino alive? Luca speaks. I'm drowning in questions, realizing how little Cam and I actually knew one another. Within one day, she went from a person who at one point was a close friend to a complete stranger. A wave of jealousy pierces me, and my complete astonishment even manages to dampen my fury. He's alive, Christopher answers. Adriano. Who is Camilla Guillermo? She's a mystery. She's up to something, and this entire past of hers is not sitting well with me. Adriano! Adriano! Lucas shouts. I stash my gun in the back of my pants and charge out of the cell, out of the warehouse to try to regain some composure, because this is unbearable. I grab my pack of cigarettes from the glove compartment. Leaning back against the car, I flick open my lighter with one hand, ignite my cig, and pull in a heavy breath. Who the hell is Cam, and why am I obsessed with her? All reason has left my body since yesterday, and everything from the last 2 years flies through my mind. Luca, looking apprehensive, joins me. I'm going to talk to her, I say calmly, with much effort, while taking another draw. Is that such a good idea? You're awfully wound up. He pauses and rubs his jaw. We don't know if what he says is true. However, it would explain why she's concerned for Santino. Smoke drifts up between us, and I cock my head. You think she's in love with him? Luca throws up his hands in exasperation. That's what you're worried about? What about the fact that she might be lying to us? That if she is lying, she's a damn good actress. Then there's the fact that she's James's daughter, so he's not being objective. Then I have you, who's also clearly being led by his balls. You two do need to talk, but you need to reel it in first, or else it'll become a mess. I'll try. I point my cig toward the warehouse. What did you do to him? Nothing. I just left him hanging from the bar in the same position. We'll discuss with James how to handle him. You get every piece of information you can from Cam. Finishing the last drag, I flick the butt away with my thumb. I can't guarantee you that I'll get everything out of her. Let's just hope that it at least happens without any casualties. Luca comments. Let's go to Lincoln Park. We're already late, and it'll take us at least 20 minutes to get there.
Maybe it's best that you keep your distance from Cam during dinner, because James already senses the strain between you two, and I'm afraid you might explode at an ill-timed moment.
Chapter 17. Camilla. James's house is a huge mansion. David drives us straight past perfectly trimmed hedges toward the entrance. The place resembles a palace with an entire flight of stairs that lead to massive wooden doors. "How well do you know Alessa and James?" I ask Fallon, who's nudging her e-reader into her purse.
Not well. I rarely see them. I saw Alessa for a second time at my wedding last week. She's nice, though. Very sweet. And you'll fit right in.
"What do you mean?"
You'll see, she mumbles, favorably pleased, and rights her emerald dress that hangs off one shoulder as the car pulls to a stop. "Ready to meet your family?"
I start to play with my earring. I'm slightly nervous, but the good kind of nervous. Before we go in, thank you for today. I feel much better wearing new, clean clothes and being able to buy and use all my own lotions.
It was my pleasure. You know you can always count on me. Now we need to get you and Adriano alone somehow. Her eyes gleam with mischief.
I'm not so sure I'll ever be ready to talk to him, so I guess I'll just have to do it and get it over with, I admit honestly. Let's just wait to see what mood he's in, because so far he hasn't been very nice to me. He's conflicted in his actions and words, saying one thing and then doing another.
And that's why you two need to discuss Damien. Tell him what you told me, she urges and peeks through the window. We have to go inside.
I get out of the car feeling much cleaner and better than in months. We went to the hairdresser, and I've had my hair cut into a curved bob that ends just below my earlobes. And I'm glad to have my old stylish haircut back. My wide-flowing purple ankle-length skirt rustles in the wind as we climb the stairs, but it's not cold at all. Summer is just around the corner, so I've topped my skirt with a skin-tight, white long-sleeve shirt. We're welcomed into a large foyer with twin curving marble stairs and a crystal chandelier illuminating the home. A tall, slender woman hurries down the hall from a sunken living room, and James comes up to us from the right. He's not wearing his customary suit jacket, but still radiates authority. "Camilla, this is Alessa." "Camilla, I'm so happy to meet you." She's stunning, with sleek black hair and wearing an elegant long dress. She embraces me, making me feel a bit cramped, but I ignore it and return her hug. "Nice to meet you, too." Meanwhile, more people have arrived, and Fallon stays right next to me for support.
They're all tall and beautiful, just like you. Told you you'd fit in, she utters.
"This is Rosalia." Alessa moves away, and an almost exact copy of her, only younger, appears.
"Hey."
Rosalia smiles sincerely and wraps her arms around me, too. Then I'm introduced to Alessa's sister, 2 male cousins, and 2 other women whom I don't remember how I'm related to, and I'm informed this is just a small part of the family. Completely overawed, I'm escorted to the dining room and see a beautifully set table, which is filled with steaming dishes of food and dinnerware, glassware, napkins, and floral arrangements that are all color-coordinated. As I sit down next to Fallon, I ask, "Where are Luca and—" But right then, Luca and Adriano come walking in, and Alessa says cheerily, "My boys. These 2 were my best boys in the bakery when they were 17. She hugs them both. Without a glance in my direction, Adriano starts to make his greetings around the table. Luca first comes over to Fallon. She looks up as he cradles the back of her head and kisses her full on the lips. Then he greets the rest. As Adriano shifts to me, I rise and clasp his waist.
He takes a deep breath and barely winds one arm across my middle. "Hey," I whisper into his ear, and he pulls away with a formal nod to sit straight across from me. Lastly, Salvatore and his wife Giulia join us. From the head of the table to my left, James proposes a toast with a glass of red. "Welcome, Camilla, to your home. I hope you'll feel at home here and that we can all get a chance to get to know you better." "Thank you." I hold up my wine glass. "Salute!" They all cheer, and James adds, "Ora andiamo a mangiare." Now let's eat. Dinner is a typical loud Italian affair. I'm bombarded with questions from Alessa and Rosalia, and Fallon intervenes once in a while, noticing how frazzled I am. As the night wears on, my mood hardly improves. Adriano, who's avoiding my gaze while I'm aware of his every move, is starting to unbalance me. And one of the women, whose name I've forgotten, evidently has a crush on Adriano, talking a little too closely to his face, and he's laughing at her jokes. Fallon leans toward me, sipping her water. She's always after him. Does he like her? I don't think so. This is the most he's ever said to her. The corner of her lip curls up. She knows exactly what I wanted to know. Adriano meets my eyes as the woman murmurs something to him. I hold his gaze now that I've finally captured it and faintly tilt my head. A smirk flashes across his face. Is he challenging me? I'm unsure what that smirk stands for. There's an underlying message, probably fueled by his warranted anger over Damien. A part of me doesn't want to let him drag me into his game. He's too untamed and wild. Yet that single thought is always overridden the moment we lay eyes on each other. The woman pulls on his arm, making him turn his head to her, and they continue their conversation. "Who's up for dessert?" Alessa announces. A loud cheer explodes. I guess this family loves their dessert. "We have the most delicious Italian ice cream, Camilla." I've eaten so much pasta and meat already. "No, thank you. I'm stuffed." "Just a tiny scoop. It's homemade," she adds, as if that would convince me. Not wanting to be rude, I relent. She ticks off fingers while listing the flavors. "What flavor? Vanilla, dark chocolate, melon, passion fruit?" I choose melon. "Adriano, flavor?" Alessa asks him. His glance skits by me as he answers, "Vanilla," and he leans back, draping his arm on the woman's chair, locking eyes with me. "It used to be my favorite," he says in a low voice for me to hear, while Alessa's already taking orders from the rest. Used to be? He's still really upset. I don't let him goad me and don't shy away from his scorching glare, but Fallon pinches my thigh. "Stop it. Don't let him taunt you." She scowls at Adriano, who grins back wickedly, seemingly amused. But I can see through that first layer. His aura is absolutely red with hostility. In spite of Adriano's attitude, I attempt to act friendly during the rest of the dinner, since everyone's going above and beyond to make me feel at ease. James's tone is always indulgent, yet controlled, but less formal when he's around Alessa, and I can tell by the way he looks at her that he adores her. Then I observe a similar look on Luca's face, and that feeling of loneliness still lingers, even while I'm surrounded by countless people. I think the past day is just catching up with me, and I'm overcome by my emotions. I swallow back, building tears. When I peek around uncertainly to make sure no one sees my nervousness, Adriano's scrutinizing me with a wrinkle between his brows. Putting her hand on my arm, Fallon comments, "Are you okay?" I'm just tired. I want to go, but don't want to be rude, I confess. It's not rude. Are you going to stay with Luca and me, then? I nod. Do you want me to talk to Alessa and explain we're going? She offers. No, I'll do it. Thanks. My chair scrapes on the tiles when I stand, and Adriano watches me closely. But now I ignore him. I'm done with this day. I haunch down beside Alessa. Dinner was great, but I'm pretty tired and, honestly, a little overwhelmed, so we're heading home. Apprehension flickers over her features, and she slides her stool back. Of course. I understand, sweetheart. I hope it wasn't too much with all these people. No, not at all. I lie just to be nice. James mentions, I have your phone, Camilla. Let me get it for you. I wave goodbye and flee the dining room right after James. Footsteps sound behind me, and I spin around to be met with Adriano's commanding persona. Are you staying with Luca? Why is he asking? He must know. When he's ready to talk, we'll talk, so I stay quiet. James returns with a smartphone for me. Our numbers are in there, and we have yours. Thank you. I stash it in my purse and hesitate to voice my question. Have you given any thought to helping Santino? Yes. We'll talk it over tomorrow. No business in this house, he utters as Alessa comes to me with a plastic bag hanging in her grasp. Here. She places the bag into my hand. Some snacks to go. Thanks. Let's go, Fallon says, and we get into the car with David while Luca follows us in his vehicle. I lie by the window overlooking the city lights and Fallon's immaculate white library, the bookshelves full and climbing the walls. After we arrived, Fallon picked up on the fact that I needed some time, so they're in the living room, and this is my room for the time being. The bench also doubles as a guest bed, and the mattress is ideally soft. The door handle is pushed down, and of course, Adriano's here. I felt he'd come. I knew he'd come. The man that has a hold on my heart and will never let go. His dark strands of hair are even more disheveled than usual, a sure sign he's been running his hand through it in his troubled state. He looks like he needs to talk more than I do. I sit up as he shuts the door behind him. When he advances closer with an unreadable expression, I stand up to prevent him from towering over me. Adriano's presence engulfs the library. He touches my short hair. You cut it. What do you want? I'm struggling not to reach out, holding my arms neatly tucked beside me. His knuckle strokes down my cheek, and the will to fight deserts me. But then he folds his fingers around my throat, something I've seen him do to others in anger. My eyes battle with his as we stand an inch apart, him just a tad taller than I am. I gasp when he tightens his hold and tilts his head, his dilated pupils huge and alarming. Why are you such a tease? Are you a slut? Well, you always called me a man-whore. A disdainful smile plays on his lips. I shove him away. If you want to talk like adults, then talk. But don't do this. Did you seduce Santino? He spits with venom. Yes. Were you lovers? No. Did you sleep with Damien? I let out a sigh. Adriano. Did you sleep with Damien? He repeats in a gravely low tone and crowds me again. Keeping my shoulders straight, I answer truthfully, yes. When? Days before I helped Fallon escape the headquarters, when you were pulling away. Don't you dare blame me, he warns, his breath blowing across my cheek. I'm not. I was hurt and drunk and stupid. But we weren't anything. You told me that you wouldn't bring me into your world. And as if you didn't sleep around, I fire back, baited by him. And why weren't we anything? That wasn't only my doing. We both never defined it. But you betrayed me, he says in an agonized tone that shatters my soul into tiny splinters. And I never fucked anyone else while I was intimate with you. You just assumed I did. I'm so confused and stunned. I'm sorry. It meant nothing. Damien means nothing to me. You and I haven't seen each other in 9 months, and this is what you want to argue about? The muscles in his dress shirt ripple from his confined anger. Yes, because I just found out about Damien yesterday, about Santino and you today. You're not at all the woman I thought you were. Months of distress and searching. How do you think it was for me to find that out? To know that you were out there? He waves to the window irately. Alone. Adriano then grips my shoulders, lifting me onto my toes. I've been going crazy with worry about you, and now that you're here, I want to throttle you. I'm sorry, I repeat and add, whisper soft. I missed you. But his glower doesn't falter. Why are you so adamant about helping Santino? Because he helped me. Without him, I'd still be stuck down there. I defend and struggle in his hold. No, you're wrong. Without me, you'd still be down there. You were stupid enough to go back. He reminds me of the correct turn of events and releases me. Is there anything sexual between you and him? Perhaps there was for Santino, but not on my side. And a lot of memories are blurred to me. My hesitation rubs salt in his wounds. Answer me, he barks. No. His eyes turn to slits, and this man before me is Capo Adriano. No trace of the man that used to make love to me, that entertained me with his comical side. You are not telling the entire story, he accuses, seeing straight through my lies. I still can't risk them not helping Santino. The only thing I can't expose is how he drugged me in the first place and dragged me down to that underground club. Adriano's anger prevents him from being rational. His gaze drops to my lips for a second. I want his arms around me, consoling me like he used to, telling me without words that life will always work out in the end. I take this opportunity and brush my lips against his. We stand in the middle of the library, lips touching, but the electrical current that fires through him is clearly painful because his rigid body doesn't relax. My hand comes up to rest on his unshaven jaw, and his eyelids close automatically. But then he curls his fingers tightly around my wrist and pushes me back. I can't do this. Clamping down the sting of his rejection, I resolve to give him more time. At least we've started a dialogue. Where do we go from here? I suppress impending tears. He wrings both hands in his hair, messing it up further. You need to focus on rebuilding your life. Find your place within your family. Does that family include you? No, it can't be how it was between us anymore. I don't want that either. I want more. Cam, focus on yourself, on your future, he insists in a gentler voice. I frown because he's pushing me away, yet again, after I've only been back in his life for 1 day. The will to fight comes barreling back. Maybe you should take some time to think about this. I point to him, then to my chest. Before you say more things you'll regret. Frustration reflects behind his hardened exterior. He hates that I can also see through him. I don't even get the chance to relay my feelings about all the changes in my life before he twists away and disappears without a word, leaving me staring after him. Sitting down on the windowsill, I'm confused at what just happened. I never realized it bothered him so deeply that I called him a man-whore. Everyone did that. He was one. Fallon enters the library. Are you okay? Am I? Despite Adriano's refusal, I'm in a much better place with better prospects than yesterday, and I cling to that. Yes. She sits down next to me. I heard him yelling. Is he gone? She shakes her head with a dejected smile. He and Luca are in the kitchen arguing. Adriano will come to his senses. I have to believe that. Eventually he'll be drawn to me. I hope. He will, she agrees like a good friend. And we sit in silence, watching a bright star fall from the sky.
Chapter 18. Adriano. Cam's nearness is always disordering my state. During dinner, I can sense her jealousy while I talk to another woman. Making it seem like I'm ignoring her appears to be easy, but inside, a war is raging. The attraction cooking between us is like a flame waiting to ignite. Lucas stops me by my arm as I barge by him toward the elevator doors. Fallon standing next to him with a mix of a scowl and compassion. As I'm sure you've heard, that went well. I throw to them sarcastically. Of course they heard me shouting. I slam both hands down on the granite-top kitchen island and drop my head. Cam looks just like the woman I met 2 years ago, with short hair that exposes her long, elegant neck. Her seductive exterior is sidetracking me, but I did get my answers. She did sleep with Damien. She didn't sleep with Santino, but she won't tell the entire story. I think he might have also drugged her, but she's afraid to say it. Makes sense, Luca muses. But that doesn't excuse your unwillingness to regain your composure. It's not unwillingness, I dispute. It's impossible when it comes to her. I'm going to check on Cam, Fallon comments, and slips down the hall quietly. This is dangerous territory, Adriano. Maybe you should keep your distance from Cam. For now, he adds. He's right. If I can't control myself, I'd better stay away. My mind knows it's the better option, but my body wants her with a ferocity that tears me apart. Cam has us now, a family. Take a step back. You don't need to hover around her anymore. I'll protect her. James will protect her. The dynamic of your relationship has changed, Adriano, Lucas says, nailing my emotions perfectly. Accept that. If you're not willing to take the risk and go against your capo crimine's order, then you need to move on. This isn't healthy for either of you. I've never seen you this worked up. You're constantly being pulled in different directions. I'll handle Damien and Cam. You get this out of your system. It is best you handle Damien directly. It's not like I have a choice anyway. I can't tell James that I want Damien dead because he slept with his daughter, who I'm fucking obsessed with. I scrape my jawline. I'm not sure how to get her out of my system. Then don't, but make a choice, or else you'll drag her down with you. He rounds the island. I care for her, but I care more for you. You're my brother. Go home and rest, or go out, whatever helps you wind down nowadays. You mean go out and get laid? I counter with a smirk. He purses his lips to hide a grin. Maybe not that. Fishing my keys out of my pocket, I head to the elevator. I'll call you tomorrow morning. Rest, Adriano. Luca persists right before the doors close. His words of advice echo in my mind as my car flies across the asphalt. Distance will be challenging, but I'm beginning to understand that it's inevitable. 9 months of despising the distance, and now I have to force it on us again because Damien dropped the bomb yesterday. I wish I'd never found out so I could enjoy our reunion, but that's inconceivable at this point. Unsure of where I'm going, I find myself not heading toward the Astoria Tower, but alongside the Chicago River and up north, toward the house, toward the strip club. Calmness is out of reach. I need a diversion, just to take the edge off. I'm about to blow, and her presence is the cause.
Chapter 19. Camilla. History is repeating itself. Adriano is MIA the rest of the week. I only catch glimpses of him at James's house twice or at the Syndicate headquarters. Fallon hangs around me, helping me put my life back together, brick by brick. I've joined her self-defense classes, and I've also started total body training. For now, James is keeping it a secret from the Syndicate members that I'm his daughter. He's emphasized how important it is for me to have physical strength and speed so that if problems ever arise and I'm alone, I'm tough enough to protect myself. And the workouts are building my confidence. Whenever I have the chance to be with James, I grab it with both hands, and unexpectedly, he allows me much insight into the Syndicate's wheelings and dealings. He can be harsh sometimes and guides me in the most unusual way, but always with a serene undertone. We're both learning how to deal with each other. It's often uncomfortable, although less and less so as we spend more time together. My respect for James grows daily. How he handles his family and his men with thorough supremacy. His family is genuinely interested in me, and their guidance is empowering. I can feel it building in my nerves that grow with self-confidence. Their lifestyle is lavish, and so far, James has deposited ridiculous amounts of money into a new bank account that was set up for me. While my life seems to have shifted in a positive direction overnight, that feeling of guilt still crops up. James has been avoiding my questions about Fat Sal and Santino, and I'm unsure about what to do. Adriano and I cross paths for the first time in 7 days at the headquarters while I'm in James's office pressuring him for information about Fat Sal. I've accompanied James to the Syndicate house because Fallon's at work at the community center, and since I overheard James mention that he has a meeting with Luca and Adriano, I'm also hoping to run into him, of course. I'm adapting well to my instant life change, but Adriano stays in my thoughts. He still has a death grip on my heart, and I've failed to let him go. I go to the strip club while James is making a call. The club is quiet with some men I don't know, but the girls I do recognize. They ignore me and just send me dirty looks. I can't wait for them to find out that I'm James's daughter. My fingers trace the smooth bar top just as Damien walks out of one of the private rooms with a girl behind him. He freezes when he sees me, and I check down the hall through the open door to make sure no one's following me. Damien comes up to me. Come. I nod toward the girl. Having fun? Uneasy, he stands before me. I'm sorry about telling Adriano. You should be. I'm in the doghouse. I'm furious, he told Adriano. Before he utters another empty apology, I wave him off. Go to your girl. I retreat toward the west side of the house where James's office door is open again. Tightening the straps of my salmon wraparound dress, I take an encouraging breath. Camilla. He's never gotten used to calling me Cam, saying the Italian shortened version is Milla. He calls me Camilla with a thick Italian accent, and I like it. Sit. No thanks. James, I was actually wondering what you did with the microchip. What happened to the chip Fat Sal implanted? Sal was supposed to contact me. I don't know how, but I haven't heard a thing. I also have my personal bodyguard with me, who hasn't detected any irregularities.
It's in my desk drawer. Why?
The chair creaks under his shifting weight. I was wondering what the status is. What are you planning to do with Santino? And Sal? I'd like to know.
Why? Are you going to fight with us?
A familiar deep voice laced with ridicule interrupts from behind me. I swirl around to see Luca and Adriano strolling in. Luca kisses my cheek, and I glare at Adriano, who's smiling while he gives me a once-over and lingers at my cleavage. A hurricane of sexual tension simmers around us, and I'm positive a blush is creeping up. A ray of sunlight lands on his white dress shirt, and I can clearly make out the hard planes of his chest and the shadow of the intricately gorgeous compass tattoo on his left side. I prefer Adriano's teasing over being ignored any time, but I need to finish this with James. Fight? So you have a plan already? I speak to James. He narrows his eyes slightly, but I note it.
No.
Then what did Adriano mean? I fire back.
Adriano emphasizes, coming next to me, meant to tease you. Why are you so adamant about helping Santino?
I inch sideways, guaranteeing we aren't touching, and Luca moves to the window behind James. I've told you why. James, please tell me. I rub a hand over my forehead.
You are not telling us everything.
James backs Adriano. Why? Because he says so? I jerk my head to Adriano to bait him without success. He doesn't know me at all. Adriano regards me with amusement dancing behind his facade, but I see his fist constricting for a split second and meet his gaze with a raised brow. I hurry on, switching subjects. I want to help too.
What?
6 hard eyes focus directly on me. I can help you with Sal. If you help me with Santino, I reply evenly.
No!
Adriano's objection amazes everyone. Can we talk alone, James? I request, not wanting Adriano to get his say and veto my proposal right off the bat.
Camilla,
James placates.
They stay. This concerns Syndicate business. I'll not ask my underboss and first capo to leave. And I agree with my capo.
I want to smack Adriano's smug grin off his face. Hear me out, please.
As long as I don't know what exactly his reason was for helping you, I'm not risking any of my men's lives.
James redirects the conversation back on subject and holds out his palm, giving me the chance to speak. I know the way inside the underground club. It's a maze of passageways that are all interconnected. If you can get me in, I'll have a chance to get Santino out with the help of one of your members. When Santino's out, he'll help us to bring Fat Sal down.
I don't need Santino's help in bringing Sal down,
James answers dryly. Hesitantly, I challenge, Are you sure? I've listened to and absorbed everything around me persistently this last week, and I particularly remember Adriano mentioning that Sal must have some important connections that provide him with the latest technological widgets that aren't on the market yet. And I'll use any information to my advantage. Santino knows the ins and outs of Fat Sal's organization, I say. Don't you want to know what an insider has on that organization, both before you destroy Sal and before you bring down Club 7? If so, then you'll need a high-ranking insider.
Are you Michael Corleone now?
Adriano states with a chuckle. The corner of Luca's mouth tilts up, and I see James smiling too. No, I reply, irked that Adriano's smart-ass comments are deterring them. Did Santino ever drug you, Cam? Luca asks me. I sigh in defeat. Who am I kidding? It occurs to me that they already know and are probably just testing me, and therefore they haven't done anything with the situation. When we were sorting through my papers yesterday, James said to always read between the lines during meetings. Quickly reevaluating my position, I decide to be straightforward. Give them total disclosure, hoping my truthfulness will gain their trust. And I'll make sure Santino gets out alive, or else the guilt will consume me. Yes, I answer honestly. Does he have feelings for you that might cause him to make rash decisions? James asks. It's possible. He helped me because there was an attraction. From the corner of my eye, I see Adriano's jaw clenching. James grins broadly. You did well, Camilla. Relax. When you open up to us and always share the truth, we'll aid you with the extent of our power. But never lie. I won't lift a finger then. Understand? Yes, I understand. Good. Now I want to talk to my men in private, and you have to be patient, Camilla. It takes time and planning for us to decide on a course of action. I'm not making any promises until we've assessed the circumstances. Since Santino's a liability, I'm not keen on breaking him out. I avoid Adriano's triumphant face. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, as my daughter, and we'll discuss this with my men. And when I have new information, I'll inform you. James dismisses me with a kind yet dominant tone. I make sure to graze my fingers across Adriano's hand in a feather-light caress as I turn to leave, and he shivers noticeably. Don't taunt me. I'll taunt you back. You and I are not finished. With my confidence growing, so is my optimism that one day he'll forgive me my indiscretion with Damien. I close the door behind me, and they're quiet, so I walk away, letting them hear my receding footsteps. Then I tiptoe back. What's going on? Why are you involving her in the Syndicate? Adriano speaks first. She's already involved and rather stubborn. She's also a fast learner and tough, James answers. Where is this going? Are you seriously contemplating her offer? I hear Luca ask. Yes. She's shown interest in what we do, and she's very perceptive, I noticed. She gets my guidance without my having to spell it out, James replies. I smile at his awe-filled tone. Reminds me of someone else I took under my wing. You cannot compare us, Adriano retorts. She's your daughter, and woman? If she was my son, no one would see it as a problem. So she's going to be in on the Syndicate? Luca probes. That's not what I said. We'll see how she develops, but for now, I'll allow her to grow beside me within the Syndicate. She'll learn most from us three. Silence ensues. I hurriedly tiptoe to the stairway and go down to the kitchen. After scrambling an egg, I put down my plate at the island just when Adriano enters. Why, hello, stranger, I greet. You've adapted quickly. He closes the distance and takes a bite of my egg with the fork on the plate. If you'd call, you'd know how I was doing. I steal my fork back. I know every second of what you're doing, he mutters, shuffling closer. You and James are growing attached. Lifting my chin, I say, We are. Are you comfortable around him? Yes. I smile, taking what he gives me yet again. Thankfully, since my first thought when I met him was how handsome he was. His mouth tilts down in disgust. That's disturbing, Cam. I lift my shoulders. I didn't know back then that he was my father. I defend with a grin and add, but I didn't find him nearly as handsome as I found you. Come, he whispers, tormented, as I lay a hand on his chest. I miss you, Adriano. Talk to me. Everything's out in the open now. My other hand glides up his jaw into his hair. Without warning, Adriano's arms pull me flush against him, one palm groping my behind and the other between my shoulder blades as he nuzzles the side of my neck. Years of longing and desire tie us together. I caress his hair while he hugs me tightly and wedges a leg between mine. Why are you ignoring me? I ask, my lips against his wavy hair. His body trembles, and he utters, because I'm punishing you. I rear back, and a disarray of emotions play behind his dark eyes. But I'm starting to wonder whom I'm actually punishing, he mumbles, then grabs my wrist and hurls me around, edging forward until my stomach hits the kitchen island. With his heaving chest to my back, he growls into my ear, Is this what you want? He pushes his arousal against me, sealing me in a tight embrace. Yes. Anything except the silent treatment. When I turn my head and try to kiss him, he denies me and hauls my arms to my lower back. Then he roughly bends me forward over the countertop by my neck, my cheek hitting the cold surface. My body heats from finally having his recognizable, forceful touch on me. I want his anger to seek an escape. Maybe that will allow him to give us a second chance. Adriano holds both wrists caged with one hand, and another trails a path up the inside of my thigh, stopping right at my core. You want me to forgive you? His fingers rub me aggressively, and I moan, wriggling underneath his solid spell. His words are spoken with ominous intent, yet pleasure overrides. I can feel the tingles forming. I'm breathing noisily, steaming up the countertop, searching for release. But then Adriano's hand falls away, and I whimper in dissatisfaction. He hikes up my dress over my ass and links his fingers inside my panties, tracing between my ass cheeks. Adriano has always been an ass man. He has a strange fascination with that part of the anatomy. He covers my body with his, pressing his hand against my behind. You want me to make you feel better when you couldn't even give me yourself exclusively, when you allowed someone else inside, after you met me, after you had me. His breath hot against my ear. If you weren't his daughter or I the capo, I'd fuck your ass so hard now that you'd be too sore to even want another man near you, and you'd let me because I'm always inside you, inside your mind. That's true. And then in his lowest voice he says, You don't deserve to come. And he rubs the tip of his nose down my cheek. You're punishing me for Damien by acting like this? I hiss back. No. Orders are orders, and no one defies the orders from the capo crimini. Yes, we trust each other, but we are obliged to follow the code. Adriano retorts, pushing himself off me. I straighten, wanting to respond to him now that he's acknowledging this thing between us, but he adds, Don't play games when you're ignorant of the rules. Since everything's out in the open now, this isn't only about Damien. There's something much larger at stake. You don't understand how unsafe it is for me to entertain your seduction. I have a family to consider. I have a capo crimini to answer to. You outrank me. I'm a capo, and you're a Mafia princess, the boss's daughter. James will kill me if I ruin you. Again. Ruin me? We don't live in the 1850s, I protest. Welcome to the Chicago Syndicate, Cam, are his only parting words, and I groan in frustration. I'm getting sick and tired of this game of his. In this second, I realize how insidious obsessive love is. When you suppress or restrain it, it doesn't slowly choke to death. Quite the opposite. It seethes beneath the surface, waiting to fracture at the most inopportune moment.
Chapter 20. Adriano. My head falls back against the kitchen door with a loud thud as I escape Cam's presence. If I hadn't left, I probably would have violated her ass right on that kitchen island, where anyone could catch us. It's impossible to keep my hands to myself when she's within reaching distance. It's impossible to erase her face and the contours of her provocative body from my mind. Keeping deliberate distance from Cam has proven to be harder than I'd ever imagined possible. After a week of forcing myself to let her rebuild her life, I'm completely baffled with how rapidly she's gluing the pieces back together, apparently aware of how her new position as James's daughter can offer her a bright future. But it's also reinforcing her will to fight for us. I make sure to know every minute of how she's spending her days by giving either Luca or David her guard, the third degree. I saw Cam 4 times last week. Twice, she was leaving Luca's penthouse and didn't see me. I waited in my car to watch her go with David. Twice, she noticed me and tried to get my attention. Little does she know that she's always my single object of inspection when she and I are in a room together. I study every move without her knowing. I smile to myself, remembering how she once called me a freaky-ass stalker. If she only knew what kind of freaky stalker I've turned into since she's been back. My lust for her doesn't shrink, and I don't just mean that figuratively. Whenever she's in close proximity, my cock is on high alert. Clearly, I'm not immune to her pheromones that nourish my appetite for her. There's this dominant part of me that wants to fuck her senseless, while a week ago I wanted to punish her. Yet punishing her for her liaison with Damien isn't nearly as satisfying as I thought it would be. The second we're alone, we push each other's boundaries and are unable to withstand being drawn to one another. Maybe now that all the cards are on the table, and she realizes how perilous it is for me to be with her when it goes against orders, she'll rethink her approach and accept the distance, or else I'll surrender soon too. Cam and I are starting to relive the cycle we were stuck in before. If one of us isn't strong enough to fight the pull, my position and livelihood will be at stake, and I won't allow my family to live in danger or poverty. As I relocate to the foyer, Luca treads down the stairs and tells me, "We're going to Security Simplicity to update Jeffrey and hear him out about what he proposes to do. He called me to see if we could come in now." I welcome the distraction eagerly, letting my blood flow back up north. "Let's go." Luca tosses his car device with the key to me when he climbs down the last step, and I catch it in the air with a swipe of my arm. "You drive. I need to answer some emails." The $1.7 million in total drug money that's never entered this building was indeed from 2 shipments. I explain the entire story to Jeffrey, who's sitting across from Luca and me in the boardroom at Security Simplicity. "One shipment from 2 weeks ago, the $1 million, and the other shipment for the transaction that's supposed to take place this Saturday, providing us with $700,000 in cash." Luca and I were updated about the first shipment by one of our other Capo's soldiers. Apparently, the drug deal gone wrong was messaged to us via Capo John, but John's missing, and that's an immense issue. John would never disappear without a trace unless he's dead or being held captive. Fat Sal's our priority now. He's stealing our money, Had Cam implanted with a device, he probably has John. We think that he's strategizing to take over the drug dealings in Chicago. Adriano and I are overseeing the drug deal this Saturday, Luca informs them. That still leaves us with a $1.7 million gap for now, or at least $1 million, assuming you'll get the $700,000 on Saturday, Jeffrey says, while closing his notebook. And that's a problem at the moment because we're being audited. I wait for him to continue, because our books are reviewed often. By a newly appointed accountant that is not on my list of Syndicate associates, he clarifies. That's odd. Usually we're audited by associates who work for us and are paid for their discretion. So what does this mean? It means that the $1.7 million needs to be in the company account before she comes in next week. It's a she? I ask. Yes, I researched her. She's hot, he mentions with a grin. But we need at least the $1 million to avoid raising suspicion. We need to cough it up. I let the words trail off and address Luca. That's a lot. I'll need to access dozens of accounts to even come up with half. First, I'll have to move money around. Then, I'll deposit it to Salvatore's account for payment. Luca ponders out loud. We both give Salvatore half, I suggest, already itemizing which accounts I'll need to access. Luca nods his approval. Jeffrey, you need to make a ghost invoice stating that the payment came in late. Take care of the financial details with Salvatore, so it all seems perfectly legit. I order him. Of course. Salvatore can call me as soon as he has your money. Luca adds, while you wait for Salvatore's call, investigate why the new accountant was assigned to us. Find out who assigned her to this company. Janie has already been instructed to find that out, he answers. Any other issues? I ask. No, that was it. We're going to transfer the money today, Luca says, and gestures for me to head out with him. Where are we going? I follow into step behind him. The warehouse. We're going to send Fat Sal a message. He replies in a sinister tone. I throw open the door to Christopher's cell in the warehouse, where he's now on a cot, chained to an old defective radiator. We didn't leave him hanging on a bar for a week, but when we were notified Capo John had vanished after the latest drug delivery to Fat Sal's team, we did keep Sal's first soldier a prisoner. Investigation led to nothing. No lead to John's whereabouts. He isn't in police custody, hasn't been admitted to any hospitals, and his phone goes directly to voicemail. He's either dead or has been taken captive by Sal. And by now, Sal has figured out that we extracted the tracking device from Cam because the device has been left in one spot, James's desk drawer. However, there hasn't been a ransom call, which is usually the case when one of us is taken. This isn't the first time this has happened. We have numerous enemies. In this world, you actually only have enemies. If you do have friends, you're either very lucky or incredibly naive. My only friend is Luca. The only one I trust with the lives of my family is Luca. No one else. Christopher, what's up? I smile as he glares at me with long strands of his hair plastered around his filthy face. Fuck you. So touchy, man, I tease. Loosening his cuffs, I haul him up by his collar and force him to lie face down on the concrete floor beside the cot. His body is fragile and limp. His arms and legs barely protest. One arm's cuffed, and the other's restrained beside the length of his body by Luca, who's on his haunches. After grabbing my knife out of my pocket, I flip it open and tear his t-shirt in half, baring his back. I slide the tip of the blade down his spine, leaving an angry red trail. Wait! Stop! he stutters, jerking against us.
What are you doing?
Time for talking is over, Luca answers and nods to me. I press my knife into his shoulder blade, causing him to howl in misery while crimson spills down his side. I carve letters, W, then an E. His skin tears open, and blood streams out while I use his back as my canvas. My knife is razor sharp, and I clench my jaw in concentration. His screams jump around in the desolate room while I finish carving 2 words into his back, cramming my knees into his lower back to keep him somewhat still. I inspect my handiwork proudly, presenting it to Luca with a wave of my hand. Perfect Rembrandt, he mocks, eyeing my words. We know. Then fisting Christopher's hair, stretching his neck as he pulls his head back in one swift tug. Saliva dribbles down his chin as he splutters his objection. Tell Sal we know that he has John, Lucas says through clamped teeth, that he has our money and our drugs, that he abused Camilla, that he implanted a device in her. I lean down to Christopher and add, tell him he's made an enemy of the Chicago Syndicate, and that when I finally deal with him, when he's worthy of me and my men's time, I'll destroy him and anyone he cares about. I'll fucking gut his wife and kids in front of him, and I'll make him eat their insides. He's pushed us too far. Luca cocks his head, displaying an entertained expression. He always laughs at my talent for the dramatic, and I motion for him to knock Christopher unconscious because his pathetic wails are aggravating me. He wraps his fingers around his gun that's stashed in the back of his pants and hits Christopher's temple twice with its butt. Instantly, he's out. We're taking care of this personally, not the lower-ranking soldiers. It's war now, Luca comments as we rise. Then we need another car. I'm guessing you want to drop him off at the back entrance of Club 7? Do we have any cars here now? He asks. We have one with tinted windows. We'll take that one. I'll park my car in the warehouse and pick it up later. Let's load this fucker into the back seat. Luca points to Christopher's shoulders for me to grab him as he picks up his legs. Luca speeds the car down the street toward Club 7 in the loop with me in the back seat. The tires screech against the curb, coming to a stop right in front of the colossal doors at the back entrance of the club. Still out cold, Christopher's stashed behind the passenger seat. I take the edges of the black ski mask and pull it over my head. The entrance is clearing. Luca speaks hurriedly. I look up to see it sliding open, and I throw open the door of the vehicle, kicking Christopher out so his body rolls onto the sidewalk, bumping to a stop at the step in front of the entrance. Go! I yank the door shut before the person behind the entrance notices us, and Luca hits the gas. The car swerves on the road, causing me to skate over the sleek leather seat. Rallenta, slow down. I snatch the mask off and grip the handle attached to the roof of the car as Luca races out of the loop. We've just instigated the official commencement of the war between Chicago's drug syndicate and Chicago's sex cartel. Friday night, I'm in my tuxedo, complete with black tie and a new haircut. They've cut it short on the sides, and the top is still long and messy because I'm used to raking my hands through my hair. I'm required to attend one of Alyssa's elaborate parties tonight. Rosalia is turning 21, and it's being celebrated at the plaza. Alyssa and James always demand Luca and me to be present, but it's also a business opportunity for Security Simplicity to get introduced to new investors and a beneficial media event. We need to find new legitimate companies to purchase our security software, especially now with the financial difficulties plaguing SS. The driver Alyssa arranges for me picks me up at my loft at 7 p.m. A beautiful Spanish model is accompanying me. We've been together at these events before, and I did fuck her once, or twice, I don't remember. She's lovely, but an airhead, and her name is Milla, which is short for Camilla in Italian, but it's actually her full name. Everything always comes back to Cam. It's been 5 days since I last saw Cam in the kitchen at headquarters, but I've known her exact itinerary the entire time. When I haven't seen her for too long, I get restless beyond reason. Although her face and her voice are embedded in my memory, locked in a part only she has access to, my body can't handle knowing where she is and not being able to lay eyes on her or speak to her. Karma's a bitch. When I had Cam, I did everything to push her away, but she still wanted me. Now I want her, and she wants me, but it's forbidden, making it even more intolerable to resist. The forbidden is what a man covets most, especially when he's already had a taste. Holding open the door for my date, I motion for her to exit the limo as I light a cigarette. She smiles seductively and offers her hand. Reluctantly, I accept it, and we walk the red carpet. Camera flashes blind us, and I can hear a journalist screaming. "Here's our favorite entrepreneurial bad boy, Adriano Montesi, the only one allowed to smoke on the red carpet. Who's your date, Adriano?" My cig hangs off my lips as I pull my date to my side and whisper, "Introduce yourself." And I wink at the reporter as the model starts rattling away. Scanning the people behind us, I search for familiar faces and lock eyes with Cam's brown ones as she steps from a limousine. Suddenly, noise around me is muted. My breath is robbed from me. My jaw hangs open, and the cig almost falls off my lip before I take it between my forefinger and thumb. Looking away isn't an option when she's an absolute knockout, in a backless white silk gala dress that's tied around her neck and drapes behind her on the ground. She's close enough that I can see she's comfortable in her own skin. Her scars on her lower back are hidden. She's unbelievably tall, so she must be wearing fuckable stiletto heels, and I swear my dick jumps to attention instantly. She's a Greek goddess with so much bare skin showing, her arms, back, and neck exposed. A sleek auburn bob that's tucked tightly behind her ears gives her a sophisticated look. Absent of layers of makeup like most of the women here are wearing, she's the most dazzling person at this event. Of course, she's with a date too. But why the fuck is she with Wade? Former Detective Wade, Fallon's friend who's single? Why is Luca consenting to this? And why the hell didn't he tell me? I'm going to strangle Luca. Cam arcs a perfectly plucked brow as I inhale a draw from the cigarette and throw the butt to the side. Wade's hand slithers to Cam's lower back, and I'm tempted to aim my gun at this dude. She breaks from our stare and turns to him as he says something into her ear, and I'm pulled by the hand to move along the line. Inside, we're escorted to the grand dining room. First, there's an intimate dinner and then a party at 9. Intimate dinner among Italians is never intimate. The room is filled with dozens of people seated at rectangular tables covered in white cloths. Black drapings and centerpieces finish the decorations. The dress code is black and white to match the venue. "Adriano, we're seated near the front," Milla says, and I already see James and the family. James, Alyssa, and Rosalia sit next to each other at the front. Across from Milla and me are Luca and Fallon. I tilt my head to the side at Luca as I scoot Milla's chair back and mouth, "Wade?" Luca throws a scowl at Fallon. Evidently they had words about this. Cam and Wade also join us and sit next to Fallon. Much to my chagrin, Milla comments radiantly while motioning at Wade and Cam. "That couple looks so beautiful." I just stare at her blankly, and then turn my head away in agitation. Dinner is a strained, glaring contest between Luca, Fallon, Cam, and me. Wade and Cam are talking much too closely, and I want to fucking punch the smile off his baby face, while Milla keeps babbling on and on about her boring modeling gigs. When Fallon whispers something to Cam, and both their gazes land on me, I see Cam's eyes filling with tears. Then she gives me an appalled look and excuses herself with Wade trailing after her, to my utmost annoyance. I watch her movement with irritation, and Luca warns me with a shake of his head to stop being so obvious. I can't go after her, and as the minutes pass, she seems to have been gone forever. What the hell is Cam doing? Why isn't she back?
Chapter 21. Camilla. The venue is spectacular, but enjoying dinner isn't possible with Adriano across from Wade and me with a gorgeous model sitting next to him. I've poked and prodded Fallon to find out about Adriano's daily life. Fallon, in turn, hasn't seen much of him either, but she does drill Luca, who's tight-lipped as always. Wade and I met at Fallon's penthouse a couple of days ago. He's a close friend of hers. He's a former detective and good-looking with his blondish-brown hair and blue eyes. Luca and he don't get along, but Luca accepts Wade for Fallon's sake. He's protective of Fallon like an older brother, and somewhere I think Luca does trust him, or else he wouldn't condone the friendship. After a talk with Wade, I learned he works as a private investigator now. This made him interesting to me. He might come in handy. So when I received a formal invitation to Rosalia's birthday and saw that it was a +1, I invited him to accompany me, especially since attending alone supposedly isn't done. With much resistance from Luca, he agreed, and now I'm on the receiving end of Adriano's foul mood. The first thing I did when I got out of the limo earlier was search for Adriano, and the first person I saw was him, looking distinguished in his neatly pressed black tux and with his freshly cut hair. When he looks at me, my nipples harden, and he always makes tingles flare to life in my lower stomach. I've been losing my determination to get him back with every rejection. However, the moment I see him, I want his hands exploring my skin. I can overhear bits and pieces of Fallon and Luca's heated murmuring, and I eavesdrop while pretending to listen to Wade. "So where has he been? I can tell you're hiding something from me," Fallon states.
"I'm not. You don't want to know."
"Tell me, Luca," Fallon insists.
"At headquarters, the club. Now let it go. I won't discuss him with you now,"
Luca warns in a low voice, and Fallon rears back, then slightly toward me in her seat. "Adriano's been sleeping in the strip club this week," she reveals with an emphatic expression. I feel as if someone has slapped me across the face. While I've been pining for him, he's found entertainment with other women? We both glance at him, and a wrinkle crosses his forehead when he catches us. "Do you know if he stayed with one of the girls?" I ask her. She lifts her shoulders in denial as the corners of her mouth pull down. Adriano's model puts her arm around him as she says something, but his eyes are transfixed on me. "You want distance? Fine. Let's see how long you'll last, ass." And I decide it's time to rebel against him. I can't let it go back to the way it was. Don't I deserve better? I hold Adriano's dark stare and murmur to Wade, "Come with me." Everyone looks up as we stand, and I can feel Adriano's eyes boring holes into my back.
"Is everything okay?"
Wade asks, concerned. "Just needed to get out of that suffocating room." He chuckles.
"It's a stiff affair."
"Want to have some fun?"
"What did you have in mind? Nothing illegal,"
he warns, the old cop in him peeking through. "No, just messing with someone."
Possibly Adriano? I stop, and he collides against my back, both his hands on my shoulders. Was it that obvious? Unless you're blind, yes, he teases and urges me forward. What are you going to do, Cam?
Make him a little jealous?
After I annoy him.
I grab the chef's arm as he passes me. See the guy on the left at the front? He prefers nuts in his starters, main course, and dessert, please. He likes the bite.
Wade rolls his eyes and laughs at me. Yes, ma'am, the chef replies agreeably and starts shouting orders to his kitchen staff.
Now, I entwine our fingers and point one at the dining room. Flirt with me in there.
Wade groans and brings me to a standstill. I'm not up for this.
I'll owe you.
You do realize you just said that to a PI? He retorts with an arched brow.
I'll owe you, I confirm. Come on.
He lets out another groan, yet relents. Only because you amuse me, and maybe this will liven up this party. And for a man who isn't up for it, he's a surprisingly good actor. We return to our seats and gradually scoot closer together while we're seemingly in an interesting conversation. But he's just talking nonsense, and I'm trying to focus on Adriano from the corner of my eye. His lips are set in a hard, thin line. Salads are being served, and Adriano's absorbed with his food. I'm starving. He picks up his utensils and shifts greens and nuts around. It's filled with nuts, he complains to no one in particular and waves over a waiter. I'm concentrated on him until he catches it. Then I bite a piece of lettuce off my fork. Adriano slouches back in his chair, sliding the plate away, and then the waiter comes up and they have words. Never mind, Adriano utters. I'll wait for the next course. Wade and I touch shoulders and he mumbles, Never mess with a man and his food. We each break out in a smile. Fallon clears her throat, observing us questioningly. Adriano's spitting fire at Wade and me. His date is trying to gain his attention, also shooting me the evil eye when she follows his gaze that's glued on me. When James finally starts to pay attention to his guests, too, I focus back on my food. Steaks are served with side dishes, and Adriano's are filled with nuts again. The crease between his brows deepens, and he immediately meets my eyes. I grin innocently, and one side of his mouth tilts up in recognition. His smile is hiding his anger. Enough now? Wade asks close to my face, draping an arm around my shoulder. His fingers stroking the bare skin on my upper arm. You are good. Listen, Cam, I obliged you because I like you. You're Fallon's friend, so you're also my friend. But look around. You didn't only make Adriano angry enough to kill me. I check the guests, and Luca and James are also aiming a scowl at Wade. Be careful before you decide to bait these men, he advises and sits back. I swallow and realize he's suspicious of Luca and Adriano's Mafia connection. And I've learned that I'm not allowed to talk about the Syndicate except with the 4 high-ranking men. For the rest of dinner, I'm lost in thought. I can't chase someone who doesn't want me. As we relocate to the adjoining room that has a white dance floor in the center and a band playing, Adriano falls into step between Wade and me and bends his head to Wade. It's time you stop touching her, amico. He snags Wade's hand from my lower back. Adriano doesn't wait for a reaction but stands pressed up against me. You're pushing me too far. His tone is menacing. Move. He places both hands on the bare skin right above my hips and leads me forward to the far corner of the packed dance floor. Dance with me, Adriano orders in a milder voice. He entangles our fingers, rotates me,
and pulls me close to him, fingers splayed right above the swell of my behind. His hand glides up my arm, and he twines it around his neck while the singer starts to perform one of my favorite songs, Ed Sheeran's Thinking Out Loud. My other arm loops around his neck as well, and every part of my front is pressed to his as he sways me around, ever so slowly. He tightens his clutch, and so do I, wanting to hold on to this serene moment between us as we both search for peacefulness amidst our personal war. After minutes of silence, his breath fans across my temple.
"Why are you mad at me, Cam?"
We can't see each other's faces, and I think we're both perusing the room to ensure James hasn't spotted us.
"Because you've been ignoring me, and you spent the night at headquarters," I reply, feeling my frustration grow.
He must feel it too, because he starts to caress a path up and down my back. I almost moan from the quiver his touch causes. Then I'm being led backward until I hit a hard surface. We break apart, and Adriano pushes down the lever and drags me inside, practically hurling me to the center of the small room.
"And that makes it okay for you to throw yourself at Wade?"
He inches closer after shutting the door. I pay no mind to his question.
"Were you with one of the girls?"
He tilts his head and stays silent too long. He might not be used to having to answer for himself, but I can't take this anymore, so I stride past him and crack open the door. But his arm shoots out from behind me, over my shoulder, effectively slamming it closed. In the softest tone, laced with regret, he whispers against my ear.
"I should stay away, but you make it impossible. I'll never allow you peace with another man."
His nose buries into my hair, and I lean back against his chest while his hand delves down the exposed skin of my side, edging under the satin fabric of my dress to my stomach. This is sweet and agonizing temptation.
"Why do you do this?" I mutter. "I won't accept this anymore. I deserve more than your pushing and pulling me in 10 different directions, Adriano. I want you, but you have to stop this man-whoring of yours."
His fingers weave into my hair, and he roughly turns my face, murmuring against my lips while our eyes lock.
"You know what makes me furious. You always think the worst of me. I was in the strip club, yes. I've been sleeping in our room because I can sense your presence there."
He releases my hair, and his other arm also winds around my waist as he grinds his arousal against my ass.
"No other woman has been in my bed."
I flatten a palm against the door and throw the other back around his neck, arching into him.
"I'm sorry." "Cam, if you could only see yourself through my eyes, you'd know there's no need to make me jealous. I'm already in hell."
"Then fight for me. Fight for us." I brush my lips against his as his fingers dig into my stomach, but he won't return my kiss and pulls me back by my hair.
"I don't know how."
And before he gets the chance to reject me again, the door handle rattles.
"Adriano? Cam?"
Luca's voice comes booming from the other side.
"Open it."
Adriano releases a deep sigh, takes a step back, and opens the door. Luca looks in and probably sees our flushed expressions.
"I've been looking for you two. James needs you, Cam."
Adriano and I trade a glance.
"You two are treading on thin ice. Come on."
Luca checks to see if it's safe, and I hurry to James and Rosalia. The rest of the evening, we both ignore each other for once.
Chapter 22. Adriano. As Fat Sal contacted James, I asked Luca from the passenger seat of a beat-up old Honda while staking out the Chicago harbor. 2.8 kilograms of pure, best quality in the U.S. cocaine is going to be exchanged for $700,000 cash between my soldiers and Fat Sal's soldiers at 9 p.m. sharp. During the last deal, Capo John disappeared, and so did our $1 million and the drugs. Not yet, Luca replies, and adds, "Where did you disappear to last night?" I snuck out of Rosalia's birthday party an hour after Luca busted Cam and me. Our altercation absolutely rattled me, and I surprised myself by voicing the words that had been afflicting me for days. "I'll never allow you peace with another man." I've been so caught up in obeying orders that I never thought about beyond the present. She'll have more dates and a new life with someone else. And the idea of her moving on, which will happen eventually, because I can sense she's growing weary, is like a dagger to my heart. I fled her magnetic pull and visited my parents for a drink, and then I called it a night, feeling even more conflicted. Perhaps she's right. Why am I not fighting it if we can't stay away from one another? As time passes, my need to punish her evaporates, leaving me with a deep, unfulfilled longing that's slowly tearing me in half. "I was tired, so I left," I answer, scanning the dark area where the ships are docked. "Look," he points outside my window. "There's another car coming." Another vehicle without its headlights on creeps behind a dumpster and comes to a stop. I can't discern how many men are in the car. We're not the only ones who brought backup. Luca opens the glove compartment and produces 2 extra handguns and silencers, shoving one into my hand. "Is your regular loaded?" I nod and screw the suppressor on. "In my ankle holster." The deal will take place on the boat at the left side of the pier. Our 2 soldiers are already in place, waiting on deck, as Fat Sal's 2 soldiers step aboard. 2 briefcases are exchanged, but Sal's soldier cocks a gun and shoots one of my men in the head, the bullet report resounding into the night. Our extra guy targets Sal's extra guy and then rears back. I think he got shot in the shoulder as he pulls the trigger, and his opponent falls back. Sal's soldier pitches both briefcases off the deck and jumps after them. Luca places his hand on the door handle. "I want the money and our drugs. Go after him. I'll distract the men in the other car." And he throws open the door. I bolt out of the vehicle with my gun in hand, chasing the soldier who has both of my belongings under his arms. He sprints down the straight path and to the left, where some massive steel containers are located, lined up neatly next to each other. The man cranes his neck and dives around a container, out of sight. Slowing down, I keep my gun held up against my chest as I edge along the side of the container. But when I hear hurried footsteps, I turn the corner and aim my weapon just as he disappears around the other corner. I retrace my steps and stand still, holding my breath as I can hear him tiptoeing toward me again. Then he stops a few feet before reaching me. Silence thickens through the water sloshing in the distance and the creaking of the boats. Seconds tick by. Unexpectedly, I hear him running away from me. Rounding the corner, I race after him, gaining on him since the cases are slowing him down. "Stop!" I yell, and I jump on him, landing on his back. He hits the concrete with a loud thud and screams out in pain, but he still manages to twist around and attempts to punch me. I dodge his fist, and blood streams out of his head when I hit him with my gun. But he's strong and knees me in the stomach. The gun slips out of my grasp as we roll over, and then he knocks the back of my head against the ground. Jesus, fuck! Stars form behind my eyelids, but I hook him in the jaw and roll him onto his back. Swiftly retrieving my other gun from the ankle holster, I raise it to his forehead. He holds up his hands and I move off him. Out of breath, I order, "Get up." All 10 fingers are wrapped around my gun to keep it steady. "Okay, yes," he stammers and obeys immediately. I heard footsteps right before I got up. Without knowing if it's Luca or an enemy, I glance around while edging back from between the two containers. I detect a noise in the distance and spot a shadow far behind the soldier. My aim shifts to the shadow, and I pull the trigger. Then I direct my weapon back on the soldier right in front of me as he charges at me, so I shoot him in the heart. Both bodies hit the ground, and I retrieve the briefcases of money and drugs. I used my regular gun without the silencer, so we need a cleanup crew here as soon as possible. I run back to the car where Luca's waiting for me. Yanking open the door, I deposit the briefcases in the back seat. There was one more man. Both are dead. Call a cleanup crew. Luca plops into the seat with his phone in hand as I rev up the engine and drive away as fast as I can. What happened with the other car? I ask, as the harbor shrinks in my rearview mirror. I'm not sure they were Fat Sal's men. They witnessed the scene, debated something in the car. 2 men, by the way, not Italian, and then drove off. Luca explains. That's odd. So someone else is watching Fat Sal's soldiers? It seems so. Maybe we're not Sal's only enemy. Or maybe someone was watching us, too. Are we going to wait until Fat Sal makes a move? I'd advise we take action sooner rather than later, because this is getting too personal. We already have extra security around our families. Especially Cam, Alyssa, Rosalia, and Fallon, who are being guarded by 2 men each. And now, new unknown people might be involved. This is going to become a big problem if we don't contain it. Club 7 is a liability. What do I suggest to James? Luca retorts. We need to know who else is against Fat Sal first, although I do agree that we need to strike back. Soon. I hate having so many guards around Fallon, because she becomes annoyed with me. I laugh. I hate it too. And Luca knows I wasn't only talking about my family, but also about Cam. I detest that she's in danger. I'm going home, Luca says, and stashes the gun back in the glove compartment. I'm going with you. Cam might be in danger, so I want to see her. Abstaining is proving to be more and more difficult. Luca sends me a disillusioned look. Just to talk to Cam, I add. Yes, sure, to talk, he repeats sarcastically.
Chapter 23. Camilla. Saturday is spent with my half-sister again, while Fallon is at the community center for a couple of hours. After dinner, we arrive back at the penthouse at the same time as Fallon. Did you have fun last night, Rosalia? Fallon asks as we enter her penthouse, chucking her stack of mail onto the coffee table. Yes, Rosalia sighs. But it was more a business event than a birthday. I laugh at her. Be thankful you had a party. I am. She sticks her tongue out. Fallon rummages through her purse. Guess what I took from a young man at the community center? He came in with red eyes, stoned out of his mind. She holds up a joint between 2 fingers. Rosalia claps her hands. We're getting high! Fallon's head whips to her, and she snatches it against her chest when Rosalia tries to take it. No, I confiscated this from a kid. What were you planning on doing with it? Rosalia asks with a hand on her hip. Throw it away? She states, but poses it as a question. No, we both object and smile at each other. My half-sister and I have more in common than I initially thought. I'm with her, I say to Fallon, pointing my thumb at Rosalia. I want to get high, just to loosen up and forget everything about the last few weeks. Fallon's expression softens, and she glances at Rosalia's hopeful face. Fine, but we smoke outside. Yes, Rosalia rejoices. We need water and food. I'll get water bottles and snacks. Fallon disappears into the kitchen. Get a lighter, I yell and remove my shoes. On the terrace, Fallon and Rosalia tie their hair up.
There are 5 loungers, but we huddle together on 2. Fallon and I on one, and Rosalia next to us. Rosalia lights the joint with a cupped hand and inhales deeply. Without coughing, she rounds her lips and a stream of smoke drifts up. After repeating it, Rosalia hands it over to me. Good stuff. I take a draw and cough a little. Then I take a few smaller ones, letting the drug flow through my system. A sense of calmness descends on me, and a fog starts to form in my head. After I give the joint to Fallon, she places the tip to her lips, while Rosalia is already eagerly awaiting another turn. You're so greedy, Fallon says with a smile. It's been months since I smoked. I'm never alone. Always have guards around. This is my birthday party. Rosalia's tone becomes softer. Fallon breaks out in a coughing fit, and I offer her a bottle of water as Rosalia confiscates the joint. Fallon gulps it down and wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. I'm already stoned. Giggling loudly, she practically falls over my lap. Here, take more. Rosalia shoves the joint into her hand. She's fun stoned. Quietly, Fallon and I smoke until the sky feels like it's spinning around me. Rosalia plops back on the lounger and stretches out while opening a bag of chips. I'm so hungry. I'm so thirsty, I reply, sluggish. Move, woman. I jostle Fallon off my lap and we lie next to each other on the lounger. I'm so horny, Fallon adds to the conversation while she's propped on her elbow against my side, her heartbeat racing against my arm. I'm horny, too. My voice is lethargic. Me too, Rosalia whines and stuffs a handful of chips into her mouth. Chips? No, I have red velvet cupcakes, Fallon murmurs with eyes closed. Oh my God, I exclaim. I want that. Rosalia sits up and checks the chair next to her where Fallon deposited the food and drinks and comes up with a cupcake with white frosting. I consume it within 5 bites while still lying down. Fallon snuggles against me and throws an arm around my middle to scoot closer. Hey, are you comfortable? I joke. Rosalia laughs at our intimate pose. I am, thank you, Fallon retorts dryly and pinches my side. You're so frisky when you're stoned, I accuse Fallon. But then we're quiet all of a sudden. The dark sky is revealing a million stars, and unexpectedly, I hear snores. She fell asleep, I say to Fallon, who snorts. Rosalia lies with her mouth open, hand in the bag of chips in her lap. I'm going to take a few more hits. I jerk my body, and Fallon rolls off, landing on the concrete ground. Ouch! I'm so sorry. Are you okay? She's laughing while rubbing the back of her head. You bitch! Give me more, too. I get the joint from the ashtray on the ground and inhale as I light it, letting my blood absorb the smoke. Then I give it to Fallon, who sits on the ground against the lounger. When she's about to take a draw, the terrace doors slide open and Luca and Adriano appear. Fallon slowly turns her head and lowers her hand with the joint while I'm pursing my lips with wide eyes. A wrinkle is embedded in both their foreheads. Only Luca seems bothered while Adriano is smirking when he takes me in. What's going on here? Luca strides to Fallon. I exhale gradually, and the smoke leaves my lungs. Adriano's brows hit his hairline, and his lips curl up. They're high. Nothing, Fallon says, and Luca tugs her up to a standing position. What's this? He asks calmly while taking the joint and smelling it, which appeases him since he hands it to me. Just a joint, she answers and smiles. It's good stuff. I missed you. And she mouths to me, I'm still horny. Her arms twist around his neck as she hangs on to him. He kisses her right below the ear and whispers something, causing her to laugh. "Is Rosalia okay?" "Yes, she's fine. Just sleeping," I reply, feeling so dreamy. Luca lifts up Rosalia and lays her on the couch inside. Fallon leans down to me. "Don't come in for 20 minutes. She winks and stumbles after Luca. "Well, they'll be busy," I murmur to Adriano, cocking my knee up and letting my skirt fall down my thigh. Adriano shifts closer and sinks down on the lounger. I light the joint again and offer it to him. He accepts it and inhales. "Are you cold?" "No." He brings the joint to his lips again, breathes in and holds it, then crushes it in the ashtray and leans in close to my lips. I open my mouth as he exhales, and I suck in the smoke from him before he sits back with the hard heat of his hand on my thigh. My eyes are only half-lidded, but I still notice his tousled state. "What happened?" I wave my hand up and down his wrinkled and stained white dress shirt and pants. "Nothing important." "Always the mystery, Adriano Montesi." He angles his body toward me and slides his palm down my thigh, his thumb almost touching me between my legs. "I'm not a mystery to you, Cam." "Yes, you are. Always have been. You've always kept me at arm's length. I don't even know where you live. Who are your parents? You mentioned a brother and sister once. Sometimes I felt I knew every little thing you were thinking, and sometimes it felt as if you were a stranger." I look straight at him. "It still feels like that now, too." He stares at me with a solemn expression. The fog wrapping around my head is thickening, and I keep feeling like I'm floating, yet I'm so aware of our point of contact because when he touches me, blood rushes feverishly through my veins. I keep talking and talking. "I didn't like you at first." A grin flashes across his face. "I knew that." But I couldn't stay away. My fingers trace down his chest, and I feel his muscles ripple beneath my exploration. "You're very talkative," he beams and adds, "and high as a kite." "How can you tell?" "Your eyes are tiny slits and red, and your cheeks have a rosy blush." His finger trails down one cheek. "I live in the Astoria Tower, about 10 minutes from here. My sister lives with my parents in the same building, and I also have a younger brother, Carmine." "Why didn't you ever take me to your home?" I ask. "I don't know." "Is it a shag pad?" He barks out a laugh, but doesn't answer. "Why do you always push me away but then reel me back in?" "Because you pull me to you. You keep enticing me and—" He looks at me pointedly. "You know it." I don't shy away from his gaze and stroke my fingers through his hair as he bends forward. "But we can't go back to how it was. If you can't be with me, then you need to leave me alone. The drugs have given me a lot of boldness to speak my mind, and it feels liberating. We can't keep doing this. It will kill my spirit. You'll break my heart. You already are with this distance." "You'll never deny me, Cam," he counters arrogantly and without remorse. And therein lies the problem. I'll never deny him because he obliterates my resolution the moment he's in my sphere. "Are you still mad about Damien and Santino?" "Yes." He grips my thigh. "I want to throttle and spank you." "Maybe I'd like that." He smirks as we both remember how roughly we used to fuck. "But I also want to fuck them out of your mind. Preferably in your ass." His jaw clenches as he sends me a smoldering look. "They were never in my mind. It's always been you. You obsess my mind, and you know that," I admit, and flatten a palm on his chest. but your pride prevents you from accepting the truth. I'm sorry. I can't erase what happened with Damien, but I can make it better. Just give me the chance, and we'll find a way around James somehow. I'm a grown woman.
I have too much going on now, Cam. Security, simplicity, and syndicate business that needs my full attention. I'm not sure it's smart.
My eyes are becoming weary, and it's hard to focus. Then I don't know what to say anymore. Even through my state of ecstasy, I feel the cracks materializing in my soul. We stare at one another without words, because the words have been spoken, and he refuses to budge. I wonder what it is that lures me to him. You're too damn handsome for your own good, I mumble. What did you think of me when we first met? I pause as he lifts one of my legs over his lap. Now he's sitting sideways between my legs, one cocked on the lounger behind his back, and the other draped over him as he slithers his palms up and down my foot, shin, and knee. He gazes straight ahead, massaging my leg.
When I first saw you, I thought you were the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen.
My brows shoot up, but when he grins at me, I frown, waiting for him to add a joke.
See, you do know me,
he states. I tilt my head sideways in question.
You're waiting for a snarky comment.
I nod with a smile.
I'd better live up to my reputation, then.
His hand roams up my thigh, over the flare of my hip.
The night we met, I imagined your perfect little breasts gripped in both my palms while my face was buried between your legs until you came on my tongue, quivering over and over again.
Oh, dear God, this is what attracts me to him. With a few looks or touches or words, he can have me squirming under his spell.
Aren't you still mad at me?
He asks and stops caressing my legs. Yes, I moan from the loss.
No, you're not. You're too stoned to be angry with me.
His movements start again.
Shut up, I mutter unconvincingly. Do you want me to make you feel better?
He kneels up on the lounger faster than my fuzzy brain can process. My legs snap shut. No, you'll leave me hanging again. He pries my legs apart easily and yanks me forward from behind my knees, covering my body with his. Then he spreads my legs with his thighs, resting his forearms next to my ears.
Stop thinking.
I halt him when he's an inch above my face with my palm flat on his chest. You should take your own advice. His eyes are full of desire and expectation.
Yes, ma'am.
His lips curve up, and he covers them over mine as he massages my breast, and he easily unbuttons my blouse with one hand while ravishing my mouth. I passionately play with his tongue and grip his hair in both fists as our mouths slant over each other.
Don't you want to take that risk?
He asks, breathing harshly. I'll definitely take the risk of him leaving me hanging. Yes. I'm so hot and want him so badly, nothing else matters.
Good girl.
He grinds his growing arousal against me, and an arm locks around my waist when I bow my back.
You'll never deny me.
His taunts excite me, and the fog in my thoughts dissipates. Fuck you.
You wish.
Our bodies meld together as our hands can't get enough of each other. I cup the bulge in his pants, and a hiss escapes through his teeth. Adriano bites my lower lip while I moan into his mouth and am swept away in the sensation of his kiss that I've waited so long for. I unbuckle his belt and pull out his dress shirt. My hand winds around his hard cock, and his forehead rests on mine.
Oh, Cam.
He explores my sides, shoulders, and neck, unable to refuse me either. I want you, I whisper and circle the head of his shaft with my thumb.
You don't deserve my cock yet.
Nonetheless, he thrusts forward into my hand. But I'll fuck you with my tongue because I can't seem to deny you any more either. Oh, God, yes, please. He kisses me hard on the lips and nips his way down my throat. My blouse is hanging open, and my skirt is hiked up to my hips. Adriano traces my red lace bra with his tongue while looking up at me. He leaves a hot, wet trail down my stomach and edges my panties down my legs, nuzzling the strip of hair and tracing my folds. And then his mouth covers my center roughly. Adriano. I grip his hair as his hands press on the inside of my thighs. My entire body wriggles, but he holds me still as he tastes me, over and over. Just like he said he wanted to do after the first night we met. His fingers spread me open, and he flicks his tongue inside. My arms fly over my head, pushing against the lounger, crushing myself against his tongue. Yes, harder, I urge, the words tangled around a moan. Adriano groans while he sucks and circles my soft spot and leaves bite marks on my thigh. I'm so close to coming, rotating my hips while viewing the starry night that's dancing above me. The pressure builds, but Adriano stops, and my gaze shoots to his. Now, Cam, promise me no other man will be allowed to touch you, he says evenly, pinching me, which sends a jolt of bliss to my breasts. You ass! He grins and sits back on his feet, fisting his hard-on. Fine, make me come. I throw my legs over his thighs. He shakes his head and rubs the tip of his hard-on up and down my center, watching my wet core. Say the words. Yes, only you can touch me. I move my hips, trying to push the tip inside of me. But Adriano thwacks my hips. Too greedy. And pulls back to pump his shaft as he nudges 2 fingers inside me. The soles of my feet dig into the cushion, and I arch into his touch as he pleasures himself while thrusting his fingers into me. My body is shoved up and down as the force of his arm moves his fingers inside. Fuck, Cam, he groans, and I see him appraising my body. Sensational sparks blast in my lower stomach as the flood of frenzy washes over me. I'm going to come. Adriano dips forward, twisting his fingers inside me, and a tidal wave of an orgasm hits me. He smothers my scream with a hard kiss. My eyelids are becoming heavier and heavier, and my body twitches in the aftermath. Adriano's growling above me. Then I feel him biting my nipple and something wet against my stomach. Meanwhile, my daze is thickening, and I'm whimpering until oblivion. My eyes fly open. I'm seeing a starry black sky. I'm instantly wide awake and sit up. But then I feel dizzy and peer around. Fallon is lying on the lounger next to me, eyes closed. Rosalia is still sleeping on the couch inside. The skin on my thigh pulls when I move, and it's sticky to the touch. Adriano came on me and left? What the hell? Yet I smile when I lie back down, thinking how he literally made me come until I passed out. I press my hand to my flushed cheeks. We finally made some progress. Despite being apart for so long, he's proven within minutes that he's still engraved in a special place in my heart reserved only for him.
Chapter 24. Adriano. Kim's writhing on the lounger, with her lean legs spread wide apart and my fingers inside her. Breathing raggedly, I gawk at her bowing body, aching for my own release, because I've been living like a fucking monk since she's been back in my life. And my reality outshines the fantasy I built up in my mind. Her head falls back, and I quickly move forward so her contented loud moan is caught by my mouth. I keep forcefully thrusting my fingers in until I feel her body relaxing, and she groans as I sink my teeth into her nipple. Sitting back on my haunches, I pump my rock-hard cock between her legs and grip her hip. It's taking all of my willpower to not invade her heat. She pants with her eyes closed and is flushed with a pearly shimmer of sweat on her skin that has my balls tightening, and I growl. "Come." She drawls, and the huskiness in her moan has me letting go and coming in violent spurts between her legs and over her stomach. She lies perfectly still as my chest heaves from the powerful climax her body evokes. My surmounting lust for her has just tripled. I've always taken what I want, and I desperately want to take what she's willingly offering me. Not only her body, but her soul, her heart. She's presenting herself to me on a silver platter, and I'm close to giving in because she's etched into a part of me. And I always have her with me wherever I go, whether she's in my life or not. "Come." She grunts softly. That's it. "Come." Another grunt, so I spank her hip. Nothing. She fell asleep. I smirk from satisfaction and silently thank God for the joint. Without it, she wouldn't have allowed this. She moans as I rub the fluid over her pussy, and I push my finger inside. A possessive urge to brand her as mine flares up. I'm throwing all caution to the wind because I'm tired of fighting my desire for her, and I feel my armor fragmenting with every glance she sends me. Reality comes crashing down on me, and my chin jerks up when I see Rosalie shifting on the sofa in the living room and continuing her slumber. This is too dangerous. She could have woken up, or Luca could have caught us. Yet with my finger tracing my load over the soft flesh of Cam's stomach, all I can seem to think about is how I can possibly be with her within the Syndicate. "Even though I haven't even felt you with my cock, you're going to be feeling and thinking of me the second you wake," I whisper, while spreading the liquid between her legs. Since I can't seem to kick her out of my mind and soul, I'm on the verge of quitting this losing battle. Nevertheless, I was honest when I told her that I have no idea how we can be together. Instead of leaving the issue at that point, scenarios of how to work around it begin to assemble in my mind. I shake my head and concentrate on the matter at hand, because it's best we don't get caught out here. Tucking my shirt back in and buttoning my pants, I look down at Cam's peaceful sleeping form. A naughty smile plays on her lips, and a need to stay surfaces, but I quell it. I take her lace panties off the floor and fold them into my pocket. Then I adjust her skirt down her legs and button up her blouse. She's still on her back, and I sift her hair from her face. After a week of obeying orders while battling my own moods, the anger I had toward her for Damien is subsiding with each day, and her words of promise to make it better are starting to get to me. Eventually, I will have her again. Give me some time, Cam. Time to evaluate my options and find a way out for both of us. She doesn't stir, so I press a kiss to her forehead and lean back on the other lounger. The light behind me in the living room flicks on, and a moment later, Fallon, whose cheeks are flushed, and Luca join me on the terrace. I covered Cam just in time. Luca points his finger to me, and then gestures out the door before he speaks to Fallon. Dolcezza, I'll be back as soon as possible. Adriano and I need to visit Security Simplicity. I meet his eyes, astonished that we're going to SS at this time of night, and he gives an almost unmistakable glare, silently ordering me to withhold questions until we're alone. I motion to Cam, and then I order Fallon while she settles on the lounger.
Stay with her. Make sure they drink lots of water when they wake up.
Will do. See you later, Fallon replies, as she snatches a bag of chips from the seat next to her. At Security's Simplicity, a package from an unknown sender has been delivered, and a security scan has shown that it has some distressing content. We have a few soldiers working there to intercept all deliveries for us. We can't have the other companies and people on other floors learn of our illegal business. Our soldier scanned the box and contacted Luca late in the afternoon, but with the chaos of the day, he overlooked the message. So now we're going to SS, even though it's after 10 p.m. The young soldier waits in our office with a square brown box that's sitting on my desk. Luca greets and dismisses him. Taking the letter opener, I slice the tape on top in one swift motion and pull back the lids. I swallow and show Luca. Is it real? He asks, as he peeks inside. The box contains a ring finger wearing a gold band on a bed of gauze, with a crimson halo surrounding it. The gold band is Capo John's wedding ring. Sal cut off his finger and mailed it to us. Shit! Luca rubs a hand over his jaw. He's going to send him to us limb by limb if we don't fire back. One of our Capi is being tortured. I close the box and fall into my leather chair. We're waiting too long to form a plan of action. He's targeting our Syndicate and SS. Fat Sal needs to be taken care of. What's James waiting for? I think he's wary to proceed because of Cam. She's a pawn in this game, and he has Henry searching for intel on who's providing Sal the gadgets that aren't on the market yet. We assume she was a pawn, but she's useless to Sal now. And I think James is being too cautious and letting Cam undermine his judgment. I understand having Henry on it. It could be lucrative to find out who's providing the gadgets. But now, a Mafia war is raging, and this is just the beginning. If John caves under torture, he's a dead man, and then we've lost an influential capo. I explain. Luca unbuttons his suit jacket and grabs his phone. I'm calling James, and he puts him on speaker. Luca, James answers. It's Luca and Adriano. We opened a box we received at SS, and it's John's ring finger. Was there a note? James asks. No, Luca replies. I just spoke to Henry. We have a timeline, James states. Tell us, I say, and lean forward. Fat Sal started asking Henry questions about us approximately 2 months ago. Before that, he would just give him an assignment and pay him, just like you two agreed with Sal. We met Fat Sal a couple of months ago when our search for Cam led us to Club 7. We've never had any altercations with him or his club, and he even asked to use Henry's services. To show goodwill, we agreed. James continues. He started probing about the three of us, but let it go when he realized Henry was loyal. They were just harmless, general inquiries, so Henry didn't see the importance of mentioning it to us. He's accustomed to questions and knows how to keep his mouth shut. When Sal discovered this, he never asked Henry about us again. However, when Henry was doing a quick fix in Sal's system, he stumbled upon communication between Sal and another party that has recently stepped up in the underground technology world. By underground, James means illegal. Contact name is Aubrey. It's a her? We both asked, amazed. I'm guessing the woman is a front, James mentions. It's a relatively unknown person, but Henry's arranging a meet. The trafficking device came from Aubrey. Sal used our money to pay off Aubrey, and was going to replenish it as soon as possible, in the hopes of filling the gap before we noticed. So he knows about our delayed routes. Sal's purchased technology gadgets from Aubrey worth a fortune, and huge amounts of drugs from us for that club. However, he never foresaw the financial decline that's infected the underground fight club. His human trafficking business has tanked. The underground sex and fight club is being avoided by the wealthy sickos since the death of Alex Gentry, who, as we know, was one of Sal's patrons, became known. His main sources of income were the bets and apparently the auctions. He's had an unprecedented decline in income and has been forced to make snap decisions. His plan being to take our money and pay off Aubrey, which worked once with the first $1 million that was stolen from Capo John during the exchange at the harbor. So we tried to pull that scam again tonight at the dock, since he realized we'd already caught him. We had Cam in plain sight, so he knows we removed the microchip. And I guess he's pissed off that you delivered his soldier to his door with a carved-up back. What did he expect would happen after we found out? Luca retorts. He believes the club is safe, I reply. His weapon is location, and our problem lies in location. Sal's establishment is in the middle of the loop. It's a part of Club 7, the legal dance club. How can you raid that place without capturing the authorities' attention? We can't. Luca folds his arms over his chest. You can't attack and kill everyone, because then the entire club would cease to exist, and authorities that we don't have in our pockets might get involved. The risk is too high. Bringing me to my point, James interjects. Sal is a capo crimine, albeit a boss from a smaller organization. Therefore, I still need approval from the New York Syndicate to even arrange a hit. But that's not our main problem. It's what to do with that entire organization. We operate in the world of drugs. I'm not getting into human trafficking or sex clubs. Sex clubs can be lucrative with the right management, I remark. Even so, I don't want that to become part of the Chicago Syndicate under my regime. I'm already handling a large drug operation. And there's another small thing. Cam has been doing a lot of prying into Syndicate business. She's counting on me to help Santino. I've decided to honor her wish. Bracing my neck with both palms, I catch Luca's disapproving eyes. I can't believe James is humoring Cam. Nonetheless, we keep our objections to ourselves. After a strained silence, James comments. Henry has been ordered to contact Aubrey and set up a meet as soon as possible. We have a common enemy, and she'll undoubtedly be of help. Chances are, Sal owes her money too. I need you on standby to accompany me to the meet whenever it takes place. Fine. Call us when you have a time and place, Luca answers, and ends the conversation. I foresee where this is going, I say ominously. Raiding that underground club is going to be a major operation, I fear. Luca ends my thought. And James talks about only a few problems, but he's forgetting the rest of them, I add, agitated. It wasn't easy for me to move the money around in time for the audit, and it was a huge blow to me money-wise. Everything I have is now in offshore accounts. We have to be smart if we want to maintain our standard of living. I have 4 other people to support. I relay my true concern. But you do have enough money, right? Yes, for now. But you and I both need to think long-term. It's just a matter of time before security simplicity also tanks in this economy. No accountant can keep it viable on that scale without any legal activity. If this company doesn't perform better, how the hell are we going to keep laundering our drug money? I'm not keeping cash around, because that will make us walking targets. We're already hiding too much money. It needs to be legitimized, or else it'll stay useless. All these issues surrounding us make me long for the comfort of Cam's seductive body. Now that I've had a taste, I'll never leave her alone again. I need to go. I'm going to Cam. I'm not even saying anything anymore. You two don't listen, he mutters. I pull up my shoulders. Remember, you once asked me if I knew how it was to be consumed by someone. He nods. I know that now. It's hell and heaven to be attached to someone. Of all the women you've met and fucked in your life, Lucas says with a smile, she had to be the one to bring you to your knees. I'm tired of staying away, tired of fighting a losing battle. Be careful with her. Like James said, she's sly. Why is she probing into Syndicate business? What will happen when we have Santino? What will her next request be? She's slowly inserting herself into this organization. Kim's smart enough to take this chance at power. I know that, and that's what turns me on about her. He laughs and pockets his phone. Then I guess you need to make sure James doesn't find out what you two are doing behind his back. Now let's go to the girls. James has a time and place much sooner than expected, and texts us the details of the appointment for tomorrow while we're on our way down to my car. The darkness of the parking garage is replaced by the darkness of the night when I drive out and turn to the left, entering a side street that leads to the main highway. I press the button to open the window and let the warm summer breeze rush into my car. But a loud bang resounds off the interior. I brake before I round the corner, and then another thud hits the metal exterior of my car. Luca and I duck when another shot rings out. Someone's shooting at us. Luca snatches his gun. We need to ditch the car. We're a huge mark in this vehicle. We're being targeted on the street, between the skyscrapers. Hurriedly, I put the car in reverse, and I hit the gas, speeding backward in a straight line, past the garage entrance. Then I brake and turn the steering wheel with one hand, back into the lot, parking in the first vacant spot we see. We split up, Luca orders with his palm on the door handle. Don't go back inside. We can't have a shooting inside the empty building. We'll be visible on all the security cameras. We don't use our weapon until absolutely necessary. Meet at my place. And he jumps out, as do I. Creeping down beside my car, I circle the front, staying low beside the inner wall of the garage. Without delay, I make a break for the exit in a straight run, just as Luca runs ahead. I leave the garage, going toward the entrance of the street that opens into the main road, while restlessly checking the area. Taking a right, I almost stumble upon a woman walking her dog, but dodge her just in time. I slow my walk as I spot nothing out of the ordinary, but then I distinctly hear another thud through the wind, engines and street murmurs. The surprisingly busy lanes for this time of night make it impossible to discern from what direction the shots are coming. As I move forward along the curb, my hand is on my back, gripping the handle of my gun that's hidden underneath my untucked dress shirt. I'm taking a huge risk with this stance, with people behind me and a cop standing at the intersection I'm approaching. There's been an accident, which explains why it's so busy. Cars honk, and I zero in on the tower across the street, which is most likely where the sniper is hiding. Suddenly, up in front of me, right underneath the street lantern, a guy in washed jeans wearing a green baseball cap collapses, and chaos erupts. People start to scream when blood seeps out of his temple as he lies face down on the concrete. I look up and hide behind a pedestrian as the cop notices the people gathering at the curb. Taking cover in the crowd makes it easier for me to maneuver without the possibility of catching a bullet. But I get my gun out anyway, since the shooter could be working with an ally that's on the ground. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Inconspicuously, I turn into a dead-end street and keep peeking around the corner with my gun aimed at the ground. Aggravated, I fish out my phone that keeps vibrating and frown when black call reception flashes across the screen. That's Luca's residence. I swipe the phone and hold my gun behind my hip as I answer. Yes? Mr. Montesi? Yes? Speak quickly. I order, while glancing around the corner and hearing sirens approach the crime scene.
Sir, I tried to contact Mr. DiMiliano, but he didn't answer. You're the first reserve contact. A package has arrived for Miss Guillermo. I scanned it, but she walked in and demanded to take it up with her. I'm afraid there might be disturbing content in it. Nerves spike up. What was in it? Was she alone? Where's David, my guard? He clears his throat. Listen, was it an explosive device? Oh, no, sir. Nothing like that. More like a body part. And you let her take it with her? I spit. Stupido. Fool. Sorry. She was very adamant. Where's David? Right here, sir. Let me speak to him. David here? Go to Cam, and do not let her or Fallon out of your sight until Luca or I arrive. We have trouble. Their safety is your only concern. Yes, sir. I was already on my way up when the receptionist told me about the content of the package. I shove the phone back in my pocket and suddenly feel pressure against my gun, so I whirl around, and my eyes widen in shock when they land on the small round face of a young boy, who's touching my gun with his fingertips. I take a step back as I hear a woman's voice coming closer, yelling, probably his mother. Stashing my weapon back in my pants, I press my finger against my lips and wink at him, making him smile and reveal his tiny teeth. Then I turn the corner and walk at a normal pace toward the subway that will take me to the Black Hall, deserting the scene right before the cops arrive. The entire time I'm on the subway, I'm anxious to get to Cam. We're being attacked full frontal in every aspect of our life, even our personal lives. This will be dealt with according to Syndicate regulations. Retaliation. I call my brother Carmine and instruct him to go to my parents' apartment and stay inside with them and my sister, without explaining why. Luca informs me through a text message that he's taken a cab to his penthouse and that James is also coming to meet us there. Within 20 minutes, I'm barging through the reception area of the Black Hall. The receptionist shoots me a troubled look when he recognizes me. Tensely, I push the elevator button, but it seems to take forever. Desperate to ensure that Cam's safe, I swear under my breath, I need to hold her tight before James gets here.
Chapter 25. Camilla. Fallon cancels on our 10 p.m. self-defense class because she's too lazy after smoking the pot, so I get to travel alone. With David, of course. I'm eager to work out because I want to grow stronger physically. It has empowered me from the first class, and I don't want to skip it. This is also my window to talk to Wade alone. Usually I'm with Fallon and David. I'm rarely alone, except at night in bed. In the back seat of David's car, I text Wade to secretly meet me at the gym and the women's locker room in an hour. My class is 45 minutes and the last one of the day, so the changing room will be empty by that time. Wade confirms within a minute. I smile when I see his acceptance without any further questioning. I had a hunch he's a helpful guy. From what I've learned from Fallon, he's dependable and trustworthy. He's exactly the kind of man I need for the job. Slightly nervous, I bite my lip, knowing it's not smart to go behind James, Luca, and Adriano's backs. But they can't expect me to just sit around, living the new life, while they figure out some master plan. James might be persuaded, but I can tell that Luca and Adriano are in no way planning to help Santino. However, I've been waiting for 9 months, and I'm not waiting anymore. I have money, my strength is increasing, and James is teaching me so much about the Syndicate that I'm starting to think I might be offered a place within the organization, which I would accept. I'm enjoying this newfound power. Without any education, I'll never find a normal job besides waitressing, and I'm not planning to go back to that either. After an intense class that wipes me out, I stay to talk to my instructor while I wait for the last 5 people to leave the locker room, and David stands guard in the gym area. When the last woman leaves, I thank my instructor and go in to meet Wade. He's sitting on the bench, slouching against the wall with his legs crossed at the ankles.
"You summoned?"
he says mockingly. "You're a PI, and I need information on someone." His stoic expression makes me add hurriedly, "If I hire you, is there some kind of client confidentiality agreement?"
"I'm not a lawyer,"
he retorts with a smile. "You know what I mean."
"Yes, I won't speak of any business between us. What kind of information do you want?"
"I want to know more about Sal, the owner
of Club 7,
he finishes with furrowed brows. "Yes, do you know him?" Wade cocks his head.
"I've heard of him. What do you want to know, specifically? And what are you planning to do with the information once you have it?"
"I want you to find out what happened to a guard of his, Santino. I don't have a last name."
"I don't need surnames,"
he replies and continues,
"And I suppose Adriano can't find out?"
Sighing, I answer, "Exactly." He's contemplating my request and then suddenly asks,
"Who are you, Camilla Guillermo?"
"You're not investigating me, and I don't have much time. How much do you cost, and can you help me?" Wade stands up and strolls toward me at the door.
"I'll think about it."
"I need an answer by tomorrow night," I demand, lifting my chin. A grin flashes across his face.
"Tomorrow night."
After a hurried shower, I put on a cotton tank top with a loose-fitting skirt and head back to Fallon's.
"Miss Guillermo, a package has arrived for you,"
the receptionist says as he places it under a scanner. "This late?" I ask, surprised.
"Oh, my God!"
His palm covers his mouth. "What? Give me the package." This can't be good. All the blood has drained from the guy's face. I know that Luca and Adriano wouldn't want him involved in this, so I lean over the counter and seize the square cardboard box off the desk. It's surprisingly light in weight, and something thunks against the sides. His hands shoot out,
"No!"
David comes up right behind me and orders,
"Leave Camilla alone."
I scoff at the receptionist and take the package with me upstairs, dread filling me. Fallon rises from the couch when I enter with the box and place it on the granite kitchen island. Apparently, Rosalia has gone home. "What's that?" Fallon comes into the kitchen. "I don't know. It was just delivered, but I didn't order anything, and the receptionist guy acted shocked when he scanned it," I answer, and slide my bag off my arm, resting it on the bar stool. Fallon hands me a knife from the island drawer, and I glide the tip over the sealed top. Opening the lids, I gasp in horror when my gaze lands on an ear, covered in blood and torn skin, on a bed of blood-soaked cotton, and I shove the box away. "What is it?" Fallon reaches for the lid. "No!" I snatch it back. "You don't want to see." A frown sweeps over her forehead. "What is it, then? You're completely pale." The elevator doors swoosh open, and I jump at the sound. "It's an ear," I murmur, and her eyes widen just as David comes into view.
"I was called and ordered to stay with you two,"
he announces in a formal tone. Fallon and I glance at each other.
"I know what's in the box,"
David adds, and checks it.
"Are you okay?"
He looks from me to Fallon. Shaken into silence, Fallon simply nods. So do I. And then I learn how fast communication lines work in this syndicate. "Who ordered you?"
"Adriano."
So Adriano already knew about my receiving the box before I'd even opened it? I'm positive it's from Sal, but whose ear is that? Santino's? I knew this would happen if I waited too long.
That pesky feeling of guilt screams at me that I waited much too long, and the hatred for Sal multiplies even more. This is why I want to be part of the Syndicate. I want to be able to protect myself and to strike back. I'm so done with being defenseless. We stand there in silence, and I can tell that Fallon also wants to fire a million questions, but knows never to talk about Syndicate business to anyone other than one of the 4 highest-ranking men. Again the door opens, and James steps inside, giving me a once-over as he approaches me.
"Did you open it?"
Yes. He places an arm around my shoulders, and it's strangely reassuring, yet still a little awkward.
"Was there a note?"
I shrug while I'm swimming in thoughts. I don't know. Again, someone enters the penthouse. Adriano, who searches me out instantly, perking a brow and asking if I'm okay without a sound, so I nod. He's sending me a look I haven't seen since I've been back. The look he used to give me when we first met. As if I'm not real, but a figment of his imagination. We're gathered around the island when Luca arrives last.
"A note?"
he asks and wraps his arms around Fallon. She pushes her face into his chest, and he caresses the back of her head.
"Go to the bedroom. I'll be there in a minute."
James presents a typed note with blood spatters. Dear Camilla, guess whose ear? I bend my head, letting out a sigh, and press a palm on the counter. It's Santino's. No one speaks a word, but I'm sure the men around me are communicating silently. And then James says to Luca and Adriano,
"I need to talk to you two on the terrace."
They follow him out, leaving me with David and the box. And my remorse. And my growing loathing for Fat Sal, which I've already carried for years.
Chapter 26. Adriano. I slide the terrace door closed for privacy. After stealing a glance at Cam's bent head, I'm itching to be alone with her, to know what she's thinking and feeling. But James's face is already radiating thunder. How the hell is it possible that my daughter receives an ear at a private residence? James stresses, almost disbelieving it himself. And what happened at SS? There was a sniper in the tower across from our building. I clarify what I saw. I was also followed when I was driving back into the loop. I shook them off. Then Luca called and told me you were being shot at. James looks inside to the kitchen where Cam is standing. Fat Sal's been busy. Luca speaks in a low tone. Any witnesses? James asks. A pedestrian was shot, and a kid spotted me with my gun. I reveal. I'll have Chicago PD notified. I hope this doesn't become a media circus. I'll have a detective on our payroll check to see if a child's statement giving your description comes in. If it does, you will handle the situation. James warns me. I nod in acknowledgement. And someone has obviously been tailed to your private residence without anyone noticing, Luca. James spits. Luca and I have various residences in our names, but everything's classified. The fact that Fat Sal knows this home address is the biggest breach of privacy we've ever encountered. That's David's job. I defend, and scrub a hand down my tired face. He's supposed to make sure the girls aren't followed home. Ever. I'll deal with him. New guards are already on the way here. I need to get Alyssa and Rosalia. Extra soldiers are at my house, just in case it's breached too. I can't take Cam with me, and it's better if we split up now anyway. Can she go with you, Adriano? Additional guards will also be stationed at your building for you and your parents. His request alleviates the tension in my muscles. However, I'm surprised that he's leaving Cam in my custody, but that's tempered down. In a stern tone, James adds, The rules still apply, Capo. She's off limits. I'm entrusting her to you. I've never been trailed home. I'm sure of that. She'll be safe. I speak through my displeasure. This is the moment that I start to resent my capo position. I've experienced this fleeting feeling once before, also concerning Cam. I hate that I'm restrained in my affection toward her, while my lust seems to be mounting with every second she's near me.
Furthermore, I want to know where Fat Sal is. Is he still in the loop? James inquires. We meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. at Adriano's.
He anticipates my next question and adds,
I don't have a plan of attack right now. Ensure that all the Cappy and soldiers are notified to be on high alert. They have permission to shoot to kill any of Sal's soldiers. Everyone in the Syndicate needs to be brought up to date.
Our top soldiers are already on that, I confirm. By the way, my car is still at SS.
My driver will take you and Cam to the Astoria, and I'll have a soldier drive your car to your building, James offers. Luca, Adriano, we're on the verge of a huge operation. We deliberate retaliation tomorrow.
He effectively concludes this discussion and walks back inside to check on Cam. David meets my eyes when I step back into the living room, and I point my finger toward the elevator, ordering him to follow me. You're dismissed, I say, while James is talking to Cam, and Luca disappears in his bedroom to be with Fallon.
Sir, why?
You were tailed to this private residence. Another guard is taking over your duty.
Sir,
this is non-negotiable. Leave, I command, impatient to be alone with Cam. This entire night has flashed by in haste, and I'm confronted with the realization of how easily she could be ripped away from me, or I from her. Earlier tonight, when we crossed a boundary outside on the lounger, everything changed. My resolve that was cracking has now vanished into thin air. We're in the middle of a war in which she can be stripped from my life at any second, and every cell in my body is repelling that idea. I'm going to defy my boss's order. I wait until James and Cam's conversation ends before I ask Cam, "Shall we go?" She edges toward me but then stops, knowing James is watching us. "Let me pack some clothes and say goodbye to Fallon." Her voice is steady, with just a hint of a tremble that unmasks her unease, and she goes to her room. Within minutes, she's back with a bag hanging over her shoulder, stuffing a final item of clothing into it. "I'm ready." She comes toward us, and I take her bag.
Call me if you need me,
James says to both of us. Cam's hand reaches for mine, but she stills her movement and lowers her arm when I lead the way to the elevator. As soon as the doors close, I let the bag fall out of my grasp, and I pull Cam into an embrace. "Are you okay?" I whisper, releasing a loaded sigh as her arms hook around my neck. "Just a little shaken." Tightening my hold, I run one hand through her hair while we find comfort in one another. After a distressing hour, her hug evinces that emotion only she can wake in me, that emotion I've fought for years, but that's never left. "This is bad, Adriano. Sal cut off Santino's ear." "Shh, we're going to take care of it." I cradle her face in both hands. "I promise you." We arrive on the first floor, and James's driver is already waiting outside the entrance. "To the Astoria Tower," I state, sitting in the back with Cam tucked safely against my side.
Chapter 27. Camilla. I'm on my way to Adriano's apartment for the first time. The shock of seeing Santino's ear has subsided, and now anger burns beneath my skin. I'm letting Sal intimidate me, and I'll not tolerate that. I wonder if James, Luca, and Adriano will let me in on their plan. Adriano promised to take care of it, and I'm hoping this will finally jumpstart them into action. But if it doesn't, I have a backup plan. Wade. I'm curious to find out if he'll accept my assignment tomorrow. Snuggling against Adriano in the car, I revel in his tight grasp. I was correct. We have made progress since earlier tonight when we almost had sex on the lounger on Fallon's terrace. Even though a part of me was scared he might try to pull away again, I think that tendency has abandoned him.
Are you sure it was Santino's ear?
He asks. No, I'm not positive.
Then it could also be from someone else, and Sal's just trying to rile you.
That's possible. While our cuddle calms us visibly by the ebbing tension of our bodies, and Adriano's presence is comforting, the guilt about Santino remains as usual.
I have to visit my parents first, but I don't want to leave you alone at my loft, so you are coming with me.
I look up with a smile. I'm going to meet your parents? One brow arches and he gives me a mocking glance.
Yes, so behave.
I always behave, but I'm a mess. I pluck the fabric of my tight top and rumpled skirt.
You look beautiful,
he comments, checking his phone messages. Taken aback by his tender tone, I stare at him while he types with one hand, his other arm around me. I place my lips to his ear, and his palm sneaks down my back, resting on my ass. Thank you. Adriano's head turns slightly until our faces are an inch apart, and we admire each other with the rumble of the engine fading away.
You're always beautiful,
he whispers and grips my behind. Our lips almost touch, but we pull apart just as we hit a bump in the road and slide away from each other. The vehicle stops at a high-rise where the valet is waiting at the front entrance. As we walk through the pristine white and metal foyer toward the elevator, Adriano entwines our fingers, and I feast on our tangled hands and the glint in his eyes.
My brother and sister will also be there. No one knows about any Syndicate business, Cam, so no speaking of anything Syndicate-related. I'll take the lead if they ask you any questions you're apprehensive to answer,
he says as we head up to his parents' floor. Okay. His thumb swirls over the back of my hand, sending a shiver up my spine. The elevator comes to a stop on a spacious floor with only 2 apartment doors on each side of the hall. Adriano lets go of my hand and knocks on the left one. It's opened by a remarkably handsome Italian with the same thick black hair as Adriano's that curls where it's longer. His brows hit his hairline when he spots me, and the corner of his mouth tilts up. I smile back, and Adriano throws the door open.
Carmine, this is Cam.
Carmine covers my hand with both of his.
Cam, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Then he asks Adriano softly,
Fratello, che cosa succede?
Brother, what's going on?
Ti spiegherò più tardi.
I'll explain later. Adriano proceeds the way toward the end of the hall, into a living room with thick curtains hanging down the windows and an indoor terrace. His father's seated on the sofa in the living room, and his mom's lying down with her legs draped over her father's lap. She notices her son and stands up. Adriano! He kisses his mother's cheek and hugs his father. He's as tall as his father, but has his mother's black hair. From the corner of the room, a beautiful brunette dressed in satin sleepwear shifts closer to greet us.
Cam, these are my parents, Sophia and Max. This is my sister, Mary.
He presses his lips to Mary's forehead, and adoration paints her face when she looks at her older brother. Everyone's silent. Then his mom says joyfully, Cam, nice to meet you. His mom has a thick Italian accent, and while her welcome exudes warmth, I can't help but notice how thin she is. Would you like something to drink? And she asks Adriano, Have you eaten, son?
I have, Mama. Thank you. I'm just stopping by to say hello. Sorry I'm this late, but I couldn't come earlier. We were just on our way up.
My son, you come here with a girl for the first time. Do you think I care about the time?
She puts her arms around his middle. I swear a look of guilt blazes behind his eyes, and it's endearing to see how affectionate he and his mom are.
I want to get to know her.
Sophia scoffs and smiles playfully at me. He sighs and can't deny his mother. Sit! She waves her hands downward, so we're forced onto the couch. While Mary sits on the armrest and talks about her graduate program to Adriano, Carmine joins me. So, Cam, you're a friend of Adriano's? Yes. For now, I'm just a friend. Adriano's arm comes around the back of the couch, hand resting on my shoulder. Carmine's boyish grin is eerily similar to Adriano's, and he scoots closer. Just a friend? He's very possessive of his friend. Adriano swats the back of his head. Don't bother her. And he laughs at his brother, who's soothing the sting. His father is constantly at his mom's side and gives her pills to swallow at one point, making me wonder what kind of health issue she has. After 10 minutes of teasing back and forth and answering many questions, his mother chokes when she's taking her medicine. Sadness and worry descend over the room when she coughs and becomes very lightheaded. Adriano's on his mother within seconds and carries her down the hall to the bedroom with his father and sister in tow. Is your mother sick? I ask Carmine. You should direct your questions to Adriano, he answers, combing his unruly hair back. We're still sitting on the couch in awkward silence as Carmine observes me unashamedly. Pretending to ignore him, I keep my focus on the window. Adriano returns, and after witnessing our uncomfortable demeanor, he's eager to leave. So am I. Seeing him interact with his family reinforces my feelings for him. I knew he was protective of them, and they're clearly close. Understanding dawns on me as to why he's fighting our being together. He already told me he couldn't take that risk because he also supports his family. But I think he's their primary provider. Although Carmine's somewhat of a mystery. His brother should be able to support himself, and he evidently has some suspicions about Adriano's work. Let's go. Adriano offers his hand to me, and then he informs Carmine, Mama will be fine. Thanks for staying. I'll call you tomorrow. Adriano, Carmine, he warns, cutting off his line of questioning before it starts. Tomorrow. Is everything all right with your mother? I ask. She'll be fine. She has lupus, but her medications lessen the severity of the symptoms, he explains. We slip out of the apartment and ride the elevator up to the 40th floor, where Adriano escorts me into his dark brown loft with high ceilings and a huge designer TV that hangs at the opposite wall. Definitely a bachelor pad. Floor-to-ceiling windows span one outer wall, and the city lights twinkle red and yellow beneath us. I pass a floating staircase on my left that leads to the open second floor, and my fingers trace the brown brick wall that holds the plasma TV. Adriano sets my bag on the bar of his shiny black kitchen as I turn to face him. A sudden quietness drifts around us. Finally, we're alone. I try to lighten the mood because I really don't know what else to say after the last intense hour. So, I walk straight toward where he's leaning against the bar. You came on me? A grin tugs at his lips, and he crosses his ankles. You didn't give me much choice since you fell asleep. I stop halfway to him. And you felt like your only choice was to spill your semen on me? My semen on you? He throws his head back and laughs. Just call it sperm. Sperm, Cam. I cock my hip. Fine. Sperm. My point is... I don't even know what my point was. Never mind. Palming his neck, he admits softly, Damn, Cam, I've missed you. Relief from months of fear and anxiety breaks free after his confession. I've missed you too. I've missed us, our friendship. He gives me time to speak my mind. Ever since you found me 2 weeks ago, the joy of seeing you again has been overshadowed by your reluctance to let me in. I think it's clear what I want. Tell me with words.
he requests in a tender tone. So I let my emotions out. I want you to give us a chance to be together, truly together, rebuild our friendship without the mistakes of our pasts haunting us. I've always been drawn to you, and it's more than... My sentence trails off, and he doesn't move, so I change my choice of words. I understand that it's a risk for you now that I've seen you with your family. You have an overwhelming sense of obligation toward your parents. That only makes me want you more. I've missed you so much, and still you're always so distanced from me, Adriano. I refuse to stay away from you. You know that by now. And I hope you'll give me another chance. But if you can't, then let me go. I can't continue like this. Not again. The stillness and his lack of response makes me insecure, but I wait patiently and soldier on. What do you want? Talk to me. His palms brace the bar he's resting against, and our eyes lock. I want you too, Cam. I'm done fighting you. You've worn me down. He's letting me in again. I knew I'd get to you eventually, especially after tonight, I say bluntly, provoking him. Why? Beneath that hard exterior is just a boy who adores his mommy, I tease, tipping my chin and fluttering my lashes. He strides toward me in a few measured steps and lifts me off the ground with his hand supporting my ass. I shriek as I twine my arms and legs around him. Boy, I'll show you how much of a boy, he sneers the word, I am. Please do. I bury my face against his throat while he carries me up the floating stairs, their height and lack of banister equally exhilarating as it is frightening. At the top step is an entire upper floor of at least 300 square feet. It's a rectangular space with small windows and glass walls that separate the bathroom. A low, king-size bed is in the center. Adriano puts me down, and at the back of the space I see the brown marble tiles of the shower. My heels click off the mahogany hardwood floors as I shift closer to touch the white bed sheets that feel like velvet. His bedroom is gigantic and absolutely not what I expected. Your loft is beautiful. Don't look so surprised. He saunters closer with playful intent written all over his face. It's definitely a shag pad. Then I should get shagged. He suddenly bends, placing his hands behind my knees and pulls forward, causing me to shriek and bounce on the mattress when I topple back. His chest covers mine, and I laugh when his beard tickles my skin as his mouth trails down my cheek and throat. And then he stands against the side of the mattress and yanks off my skirt and panties in one fluid motion. His hands roam up my legs, spreading me wide. Cam, your skin feels like satin. You're so incredibly beautiful. Built just for me. He growls, and one finger flicks my core, making my thighs quiver. Then he crooks his finger, ordering me to sit up, and wrenches off my top and easily unfastens my bra with a snap of his fingers. Kneeling up on the bed, I start unbuttoning his dress shirt and slide it off his thick biceps. I press my lips against his toned chest while looking up through my eyelashes, seeing pure, unadulterated lust behind his. I scrape my fingernails over the hard lines and muscles and down his abdomen, which flexes under my caress, and I unzip his pants. Adriano kicks off his shoes, pants, and boxers, and I bite my lip, taking in his beguiling body that emits passion and authority. I let my hands wander down his sides and outline the complex pattern of the compass rose tattoo on his side and ribs with my nail. Then I kiss the small V of hair down to his hardening arousal as he threads his fingers through my hair. He jerks my head back as I lick the tip, and suddenly I'm flipped over on the bed, my back on the mattress and my head hanging off the side,
looking at him upside down. His palms massage both my breasts roughly.
I'm going to do everything to you that I've deprived myself of for too long.
His voice drops to a whisper as his eyes are fixated on my body. He takes his hard-on in hand and traces it over my lips.
Open.
Digging my feet into the mattress, I grip his ass and open my mouth. Adriano kneels against the edge of the bed, hissing, while I wrap my lips around him. Slowly, his hips roll forward, and I bask in his familiar taste. Blood is rushing furiously to my head, and a carnal daze has me moaning around him. He's controlling me in my completely exposed position.
Fuck, Cam! I want to eat your pussy.
He hits the back of my throat, and I grip his ass when he bends forward and shoves my legs apart. Adriano continues thrusting inside my mouth, and then his lips are on me between my legs, his tongue moving feverishly over my center. I try to focus on breathing through my nose while he devours me. Sucking hard, I whimper from the absolute pleasure that's rocking my body. My fingertips dig into Adriano's hips as he fucks me with his hard-on and tongue. His firm muscles are sleek with a layer of sweat. I'm about to come and squirm beneath him when the loss of his tongue has me groaning around his shaft. He pulls out of my mouth, and with my head still hanging off the edge of the bed, he kisses me upside down while fisting my hair. Our mingled tastes arouse me more.
You have the sweetest little pussy. I missed eating you, Cam.
His tone is low.
Do you want to be fucked?
Yes, I whisper, and he tugs me up into a kneeling position on the edge of the mattress, facing away from him.
I've waited too long to feel you with my cock.
His breath is scorching against my earlobe, and my arms wind back around his neck. I want to feel you, I murmur.
How badly?
His arousal slides along my wetness, and the tip pushes inside. Come on. I try to move my hips. I feel his lips crooking up against my shoulder, and I widen my knees when Adriano's large hands coax the inside of my thighs apart. He lifts me ever so slightly off the bed and glides inside in one powerful thrust. My head falls back against his chest, and every push lifts me off the mattress.
Take all of me, Cam.
I arch my back so he's filling me entirely, owning my thrill, directing the sensations that rush through me. Adriano's hands touch me everywhere, and I meet his thrusts. Palms move up my sides, grasp my breasts, and lock around my throat as he plunges into me from behind. Wild and brutal before I'm pushed downward.
On your hands and knees,
he orders, and doesn't slow his pace. Adriano. His name leaves my lips continuously in moans. He slams me back into the cradle of his hips, slapping our skin together. Fingers dig down my spine, and he molds my ass while grunting and moving so deep inside with one foot on the edge of the bed. I almost burst instantly from the kick of his fierce fucking, and when he hauls me up against his chest, rolling my nipples between his fingers, I feel the pressure building and am unable to hold back. It smolders as Adriano thrusts harder, rounding his hips as I scream his name in satisfaction. My thighs quiver, and I fall forward with my palms on the sheets. I'm still trembling as his hands fondle my sides and ass.
You're so fucking wet, Cam.
Adriano groans, shoving my body flat on the bed without pulling out. Rolling his hips, he bites my neck. The sheets wrinkle when I clutch them in both fists, and Adriano pulls my earlobe between his teeth as he pistons into me. Then he slows, and his finger trails down between my ass cheeks. Yet I clench my butt in response, and he smacks me hard, holding still inside me. A whimper of titillating hurt.
Open, Cam.
and I comply instantly. His finger doesn't enter. He only adds pressure and rolls his hips again, making the familiar tingles burn inside. Adriano changes his angle, and another unexpected climax surges through me. Moaning, I shout his name when I come again. He covers my fisted hands with his.
Fuck, you feel too good. Addictive.
His teeth scrape the shell of my ear, and I can feel his body stiffening against my back as he powers inside one more time, and then he stills, resting his forehead against my hair. We lie across the bed in that position for several minutes, trying to calm our breaths. Adriano's voice is muffled in my hair when he utters, "Incredible." Both sensationally exhausted, we doze off with him spooning me.
Chapter 28. Adriano. I'm skimming my fingers over the contour of Cam's hip, while I'm moving my morning wood against her ass. Relieved at last. After months, no years of denial, she sucked me in with just a few words. Dread overcame me when she mentioned that I had to let her go, and I vouched that I'd never do that. No one will dictate my life, and if I must, I'll probably risk everything to be with Cam. I realized from the beginning that if I slept with her again, there would be no turning back for me. I faced many obstacles in my life. I'm a man who takes what he wants, and I've denied myself her pleasure for too long, trapped in my own body by resisting the tie that's between us. I'm not meant to live as a saint. I'm a sinner at heart. Now, I'm prepared to fight. I'm primed to risk everything to make her mine, officially. She's a strong woman, but I can bend her to my will. She has a stubborn streak that's always attracted me, and she's the only woman that keeps me coming back. Even though her indiscretion will always sting my pride, I'm still arrogant enough to believe that she'll be faithful if I commit to her. She deserves a commitment for staying loyal and not giving up on us. Without her determination to keep fighting for us, we'd still be apart and miserable. But to even have a chance to build a relationship, I'll need to conjure a plan concerning James. Nuzzling her vanilla-scented hair, I tangle our legs. She's probably still tired from the turn of events of the previous night. However, as dawn breaks, the reality of our lives will need to be discussed. I'm undecided whether Cam realizes that we have limited options. Choices are slim and will affect everything in our lives, but I'm ready to take the risk. Is she truly ready? Has she given thought to the consequences? She'll always be safe as James's daughter, but my life as a capo will be over. Cam stirs and squints as she rolls onto her back. Morning. Her voice is even huskier now, thick with sleep. I press my lips to her temple. Morning. Still tired? She nods with eyes closed, and I pull the sheet down to her hips, exposing the bare skin of her upper body. My thumbnail rakes down her cleavage and a tremor flows through her. You need to wake so we can talk. No. She tugs the sheet up and curls away from me, hiding her face in the pillow. I easily press her onto her back by her shoulder. James will be here soon with Luca and Salvatore. That gets her attention. I'm up. She smiles and rubs her hand lazily over my jaw. Again, I slide the sheet down because I want to see her naked body displayed on my bed, and it fills me with pride and peace now that I've given in. I stroke her belly button. James is coming over to talk about our plan of action. What do you think will happen? I don't know. James has been standoffish lately. I'm hoping that will stop now. She sucks her lip between her teeth and starts to trace my tattoo. What about us? Everything will change, Cam, if we want to be together. I don't understand why I just can't tell James that I love you, and I want to be with you, she says, looking at me. Her confession doesn't shock me. I knew she felt more for me. What I feel goes beyond lust. It's a need to possess her, a deep-seated need to have her as mine. It's love, too. Without her, I'm hollow. I'm his daughter. I do understand the rules and the importance of obeying them, but if it's mutual, then why can't we tell him together? I circle her nipple, making it hard. That's not how this works, sweetheart. Don't forget that James is the capo crimine for a good reason. He can be ruthless. You just haven't seen that side of him. We are all cruel men. Does she get that? I want to be with you, Adriano, more than anything. There will be consequences. I'll need time. No, don't pull away. I won't accept that. I want you with me. She tries to sit up, but I cup her chin and turn her face to me. I want that too, Cam. A loaded sigh blows from her lips. This is the first time you've actually admitted it. I'm positive that I want you, and I'll risk a lot to make that happen. But you must understand that our lives will change drastically. Your life will change again, just when you found your father. A life within the Syndicate with me as capo and you as Mafia princess is not one of the options. Then what are our options? She wrenches her chin free. I love how feisty she is. She's spewing her frustration at me. I've tested her limits for too long. When I grip her breast, she gasps and squirms. We'll have to keep it a secret for a while, I say, until I decide how to disengage myself from the Syndicate. I also have security simplicity with Luca to consider. It won't be easy, Cam. I'll need to think about how to provide for my family, because my income will be stripped. That's what James will do. But why would he do that to you, and hurt me in the process? Because I'll be made an example of what happens when someone disobeys the code of honor. I'm going against hierarchy. That's punishable by death. Shock registers on her face, so I massage the swell of her breast. But how will that work? We'll have to sneak around? And then what? Meanwhile, you'll do your job? How will we get out? I'm not even sure I want to. My movement stills. You're not sure you want to? What the hell, Cam? If I do this, then you better be with me all the way. You must choose me, too. Wait, you're misunderstanding me. I just meant that I'll lose the family I haven't even gotten to know yet. These are the consequences she needs to ponder. So we run? She asks. Eventually, yes. Unless I can think of some other scenario. I'm going to discuss this with Luca, because he'll always be on our side. But until I tell him, you can't confide in Fallon. She tells him everything, trust me. And he needs to hear it from me first. I won't tell Fallon. Or anyone else, I warn. No one will hear it from me. She rolls onto her side toward me, and my palm moves down her luscious ass. For now, it's a secret, but I want to see you and be alone with you as often as possible. I smile as her admission fills me with satisfaction. I believe that I've proven I can't stay away from you. Does that mean I get to stay with you? It means you're never leaving my bed. I growl and press her onto her back with all my weight. She laughs and holds me tight. I'm so relieved you're finally letting me in, Adriano. Me too, Cam. I place a kiss on the tip of her nose. But I do have to get up now, before the men arrive. Tightening her grip, she whispers, Just let me hold you for a second. And I can't refuse her sweet request. I kiss her throat and vow, I'm not going anywhere, I promise. Her face glows with happiness, sending me into a better mood than I've been in for months. If anyone asks what we did last night, you say we stopped by my parents, and then came to the loft and immediately went to sleep. You slept up here and I slept on the couch. Our stories always need to align. Okay. She presses her lips to mine. Go shower. I don't have to get up too, do I? No, lazy girl. I only woke you to get our story straight. But do put on some clothes. I wink and walk into the bathroom. I button my gray dress shirt while Kim watches me through the glass panels. By the time I'm dressed, she's asleep on her stomach, a leg peeking out from under the sheet. Bending down, I bite the swell of her ass and she groans. After smoking my morning cig and drinking my coffee on the terrace of the master suite, while taking in Cam's sleeping form on my rumpled sheets, I snatch a pillow from the bed and go downstairs to toss it on my sofa with a blanket. The receptionist notifies me my visitors are coming up, and I let them in.
"How's Camilla?" James asks,
as Luca and Salvatore follow him to the bar. Cam's still sleeping. She was quiet, but fine last night. I start the coffee machine. Good. She needs to learn not to let situations like this affect her mood if she wants to be involved with the Syndicate. James sets his phone on the counter across from me with Salvatore next to him. Luca is as impatient as I am and begins. "Let's discuss Fat Sal before Cam comes down." James responds.
"He hasn't been spotted in days. He's hiding in the underground club, executing his plan. I haven't figured out if he's working alone, except for Aubrey, the woman who sold him the tracking device. I talked to the New York Syndicate, and Fat Sal has contacted them to supply his drugs, since we cut him off. And he offered them some kind of deal because he said we're becoming a problem. They called me, and I revealed what he's been up to."
"What kind of deal? A new partnership? He's trying to overpower us?" I asked James.
"It seems so. He's desperate. He's dependent on a steady stream of drug supply for his club. He wants to be the boss of the drug world in Chicago. I believe he sees that as a last resort to save his club."
Luca asks before I do. "And how does Cam fit in?"
James answers. "I don't think he was ever interested in Cam when she escaped his establishment, until he discovered she started to work for the Syndicate 2 years ago. And he especially became interested when we started asking questions about her months ago. He knows she's my daughter, although he doesn't have proof. This also lines up with Cam's story about Santino. Santino hasn't been tortured for the entire 2 years since Cam escaped, because you two saw him fine and well a while ago. I also found out that Capo John didn't deliver 2 batches of cocaine because Fat Sal's soldier didn't have enough money, and Sal lost his clientele due to the lack of drugs. All the patrons of his club are addicts, and without drugs, no one comes to his club, which was already losing business. He started investigating all the organizations he's working with so he could find out who's most powerful. His underground club has gone from successful to almost empty within months. The dance club is doing well, but he needs to pay off many people in the city to keep his underground club a secret, and I believe he's too obstinate to give it up. He gets a kick from having that depraved club. He'd rather try to become larger and take over Chicago's underground drug business. And he knows we won't retaliate because of his location and the risk of exposure. When we attack, it will be an enormous and meticulously planned operation. Apart from the physical aspect of having to invade the club without outside notice, we also need to figure out how to either dissolve the business or sell it to someone. I'm not taking it over." Disappointment settles inside when he mentions meticulous. "This means we'll be planning and training for days. In the meantime, we're walking targets." "Do you have a better plan?"
James challenges. I plow a hand through my hair. "I don't. We have to start recruiting soldiers for the raid of Club 7, and this mission is going to be expensive. We'll need to pay off a lot of law enforcement and media to ensure this doesn't make the 9 o'clock news. Capo Alessandro has been assigned to round up soldiers. We meet tomorrow night. And you're right, it's going to be expensive. We'll need cash for payoffs and also for equipment. Salvatore and Henry will be on top of breaching the club's security system. Luca, you and I will lead the team. She, James gestures upstairs, is going to demand to be involved. Tell her no, Luca replies, so that I don't have to. James doesn't accept or refute Luca's advice, and Salvatore cuts in. We'll need to start moving money around. We already did that once this week. Now again? My money is draining like wildfire. Luca and I are keeping Security Simplicity afloat. There'll be no profit this year if we continue like this. I take the filled coffee cups from behind me and slide an espresso to each of them. Salvatore, we'll need to know exactly how much as soon as possible, Luca comments. After tomorrow, when we know how large the operation will be, I can at least give a more accurate estimate. He replies, We have to go see Aubrey in Chinatown. Perhaps we have an ally in her. James sips his coffee and checks his phone screen. Adriano, can you wake Cam? I'd like to talk to her. Returning upstairs, I see Cam sitting on the edge of the bed, dressed. She's been eavesdropping. James wants to talk to you. Okay. She closes the distance, resting her palms on my chest. Promise me that you'll be careful. I cover her hands with mine. I will. Go talk to him. And Cam, a guard will stay with you here. Don't go out alone. And pick up your phone when I call, okay? Of course. I do have a self-defense class tonight. I'd like to go if that's okay, she asks, which surprises me. Still, training will be good for her, since I don't know what our future will bring. And the stronger she is physically, the less I'll worry. Those classes will also teach her to be more observant, a skill that's vital to survive in this syndicate. You can go. I'll inform the guard. She kisses me eagerly, and I welcome the intoxicating assault on my mouth as our tongues and teeth clash. All my blood streams south when she scrapes her nails down my chest. Wrapping my fingers around her wrist, I halt her descent. Go talk to James before I fuck you while they're downstairs. Her eyes twinkle, and she's about to dare me with that salacious smile. She inches closer, but I spank her behind a little too loudly. Go, I whisper, and she goes. Kneeling down on one knee, I slide open the drawer in the bed frame and take out my ankle holsters. I attach them both, one holding my knife and the other my handgun. Back on the first floor, James and Cam are having a tete-a-tete at the sofa. Salvatore is left already, and Luca glances at the pillow, then at me meaningfully with a lifted brow. Smirking, I shrug lightly. He knows exactly what Cam and I did. Let's go, Adriano, James orders. Last in line so that no one sees me touching Cam, I pinch her ass in goodbye as she sends me a naughty smile. The Chinatown neighborhood is located on the south side, and unfortunately, we drive together in one car, mine, so I can't talk to Luca about Cam. Aubrey is Chinese Mafia? I ask James in my rearview mirror, while steering through the compact streets of this mostly ethnic Chinese village. Could be, but I don't think so. I think this place operates as a front. James checks the restaurant I'm pulling up to. A red banner with gold Chinese symbols and a flashy-colored dragon statue adorns the entrance. The door is unlocked, and a redhead with black-rimmed teacher glasses welcomes us in through the deserted dining room and kitchen, fragrant in spices, to a small office in the back with only a desk with a laptop and 2 plastic chairs. This is the place from where someone who has access to the latest technology works? Welcome. Aubrey closes the door to the crammed office and glides past us to the desk. Aubrey, I know you're a front. I need to talk to the boss around here. James speaks impatiently. She presses a button behind her on the desk. I just need to ensure with whom you showed up. Another entry opens behind the desk, and Wade appears. You have got to be kidding me. Both Luca and I mutter under our breath. Gentlemen. He holds open both arms dramatically. Finally, our masks come off. I knew you were the Chicago Syndicate. Wade, James says dryly, introduce yourself properly, since you know who we are. Well, I'm Richard Wade, former Chicago PD, now also known as Aubrey, the person who can get you the most wicked gadget you'll never buy on the market. He joins Aubrey. This is the real Aubrey, my partner and first point of contact. So, what can I do for you? When his hand moves inside his suit jacket, Lucas comes around the small of his back, resting on his weapon. Easy, Wade warns. I'm just taking out my phone. And he holds it up between his fingers while it vibrates. James's agitation increases. I want to know how you got in contact with Fat Sal. And how the hell do you have access to these gadgets? It's CIA professional spy equipment. Luca finishes, probably a little more irritated than James is. What do you want to know? I'm willing to share information, but you have to give me straight answers, too. Luca, James, and I trade a speaking glance. Fat Sal is my enemy, and he's attacked us. Yesterday, snipers targeted Luca and Adriano. One of my men has been held captive by him, and he sent a guard's body part to Cannes to Luca's home residence. James partly reveals the truth, but he doesn't say it was Santino's ear to avoid more questioning. Where my wife lives, Luca interrupts, while a dark cloud passes over his face. Wade straightens, and his eyes widen. Fallon saw it. Yes, Fallon and Cam opened the package, Luca replies. Who is Cam to you? Wade's out-of-the-blue question is directed at me. No, Wade, I retort. Now you give me something, too. What exactly is your relation to Fat Sal, and how are you getting your hands on the gadgets? Wade cocks his head and places his phone back inside his jacket, and again, his stare is pinned on me. Seems like many people are interested in Fat Sal lately. What the fuck does that mean? Then he continues, also addressing Luca and James. Fat Sal still has to send me his last payment. I'm at odds with him as well. And the microchip? Where are you getting them from? James prompts him. Exactly from where you think I get them. CIA. I have many connections in the CIA as I used to work undercover. He never was just Chicago PD. He's CIA. You were CIA? I demand clarification, because he's playing word games. No, technically I am CIA. This is becoming more and more intriguing by the minute. And you provide for the underworld? Yes, but I'm not a functioning agent in the way you suspect. I'm part of a subdivision that generates revenue for research and development. There are only a few who know of my existence, and I've been trying to get in contact with you for years. So you used Fallon to get to me? Luca charges forward and grabs his jacket, but I tug him off. No, Wade denies, straightening his attire. She's my friend, Luca, and you know it. But yes, initially I did find her through the connection with you. You son of a bitch. Luca practically jumps on him, so I clutch one of his arms as Aubrey steps aside, and I grin at Wade's laid-back composure. Luca looks as if he wants to plant his fist in my face, too. James orders, Date una kamata, Luca. Reel it in, Luca. I shake my head to Wade and point to Luca.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
You got Luca mad within seconds. No one's ever accomplished that. James shoots me a stern look. I'm not against you. I'm only offering you my connections. Wade defends, staying calm. Why? I ask, and release Luca. 'Cause you're the Chicago Syndicate. You're my ticket into the most powerful mafia of the United States. Together, we can make a fortune. Money is in the underworld, not in the legal world. And we need that money for research. So the CIA is also Mafia then? I joke. And they call us the bad guys? You betray an entire population. I've never claimed we're the good guys. I'm interested in a prosperous relationship with your syndicate. Evidently, the risk I took with Sal blew up in my face, since I'm not getting any money, and he's losing business rapidly. If I decide to eliminate Fat Sal, James says, then I can help. Wade finishes. Luca's chest is still heaving, so James wraps it up. I'll contact you this week. Fine, Wade comments. But this offer is only on the table for a limited amount of time. I will contact you this week, James repeats, and provides him a challenging glare. Luca smashes open the door and strides out to the car first. Wade. I say goodbye with a salute, and he smirks. I'm impressed with how he's kept this a secret for so long. In the car, James and I are trying to calm down Luca, who's not rational when it comes to Fallon. Luca, Wade has proven to be trustworthy so far. You have to look beyond your annoyance regarding Fallon, I advise him. He nods as the shock is wearing off. Henry can verify Wade's story. Then we decide what to do with his offer. James instructs us as I drive out of Chinatown. We have to consider any new business that generates income. Adriano, I'll pick up my car at your building, and then I'll retrieve the cash I have stashed in various houses. Today, we all move money around. Get as much cash as possible. Salvatore will let you know how much you'll need to pay. All I want is to spend my time inside Cam. We have so much lost time to make up for, and that's exactly what I'll do when I get home.
Chapter 29. Camilla. I take a long shower under the hot stream of water in Adriano's bathroom. Last night has lifted a burden from my shoulders. For a moment, I was afraid he might have regrets about making love. But at last we talked openly about our desires. And that moment dissolved the shadow that's been over my heart since I first met him, when he was never solely mine or I his. Adriano secured his grip on my heart and soul. We've opened Pandora's box, and once again I'm agreeing to an uncertain future. But I know I want to be by his side. I've waited long enough to be with him. I haven't known these men as long as Adriano, yet there's still a part of me that holds out hope. Hope that we can build a relationship within the Syndicate. Luca will back us. Scrubbing my body down with his soap brings back memories of the previous night. He remembered exactly how to touch me, where to touch me. It was more than making love. It was a long overdue reunion I was anticipating for what felt like an eternity. In the middle of my highlighted memory, when Adriano's pistoning into me, I'm smacked by Santino, and my daydream is destroyed. I finish up my shower and put on stone-washed jeans topped with a lilac blouse. As I comb my hair, the short strands fall perfectly straight, and I tuck them behind my ear. After taking my phone from my purse, I go downstairs in search of breakfast. Opening the metallic double doors of the fridge, I see that I have a wide array of choices. Fruit, salads, smoothies. On the bar counter is a box filled with biscotti. I settle for the biscotti and a cup of coffee while the minutes drag by. I'm restless for it to be nighttime so I can meet Wade. I text him, and he confirms our appointment. Then I delete the messages. Boredom leads to snooping around in Adriano's personal belongings in his bedroom, where I notice the drawer under the bed. Hunching down, I glide it open and find an arsenal of weapons inside. My fingers trace the cold silver and black metal guns and accessories. Taking out a Smith & Wesson, I discover that it's surprisingly heavy. I see different long metal objects. Silencers. I hold one up, and again it's heavier than I thought. I wrap both hands around the handle of the gun and aim it straight ahead, through the glass walls, at the sink. It feels exhilarating to hold it.
Training to become a sniper, Cam?
Startled by Adriano's voice, I swirl my upper body around, landing my aim on him, and he ducks. Aim down, Cam, he shouts, sending me a charmed yet shocked look. Shit, sorry. I lower my arms and smile at his comically stunned expression.
They're all loaded.
He joins me on the ground and sits behind me, dropping a kiss on my shoulder.
Were you bored?
Yes. His hands slide down my arms, and he directs them up, showing me how to hold it.
Tighten your grip on the handle. Your target is the faucet.
Adriano's fingers cover mine as we both aim the weapon, his cheek pressed to mine.
Close your right eye, he instructs.
The warmth of his body against my back and his arms over mine have me sucking in a breath, and I wiggle my ass.
Focus.
He strengthens my aim, keeping it steady.
When you pull the hammer back on any gun, you set it to be fired and reduce the pressure needed to do so. Once your target is in focus, pull the trigger with your index finger. The mechanism will have a pullback. You have to control your shot. It's not as easy as it looks.
He places a kiss on my cheek.
That was your first lesson, but you're not shooting in my loft.
And he takes the gun out of my clutch, storing it back in the drawer. It's heavier than I thought.
Because it's a semi-automatic.
Adriano's palm moves under the hem of my blouse and over my stomach while he pecks my neck.
What did James say to you this morning?
A comforted sigh leaves my lips. He asked what we did last night. I told him as instructed, nothing more.
I like it when you follow orders. You should be rewarded.
He undoes my jeans. You're distracting me. What did you guys discuss about Fat Sal?
Nothing yet. We're meeting tomorrow.
His hand goes into my panties, cupping me.
I need to move money around this week, which is a good opportunity for me to set up a new account for us.
Where's everyone else? I whimper when he circles my core and eases 2 fingers inside. His palm is hot on my lower belly as the constraint of the jeans presses his hand into my skin.
They're heading up, so if you want me to make you come, stop your questions.
And he plunges his tongue into my mouth, seducing me with the same motion as his fingers. I'm arching into his hand, practically riding it when I feel him grinding his hard-on against my ass. Adriano's thumb begins a circular motion, and his other hand covers my mouth as I'm climbing toward release, moaning into one hand and riding the other.
Adriano!
Voices from downstairs float up, but he keeps pushing his fingers inside.
I'll be right down,
he shouts, and then whispers against my ear while rubbing me fiercely. I'm going to suck on your sweet pussy tonight, then fuck your tight ass. And that does it. His words are compelling, instigating an enticing climax, and I fall apart in a whimpering mess. Adriano lets me rest against him.
Now don't come down with a I just got fingered face.
We laugh, and he buttons my jeans. I'll show you my gratitude tonight, I promise him.
I'm looking forward to that.
I nuzzle my nose against his, and he places a feather-light kiss on the tip.
Come down right after me.
And he leads the way. Downstairs, Luke is talking on the phone at the window. James says from the bar,
Camilla, I heard you were going to classes later. Make sure the guard stays with you.
I will. Any other answer would prompt a discussion anyway.
Adriano rounds the bar, standing behind James, and observes me while James tells me,
"If you need company, call Alessa or Rosalia. They can go as long as you take guards with you. I can't stress that enough."
Adriano brings his finger to his nose and inhales deeply. I rub my thighs together, and a flare of arousal warms my core. I'm fully engrossed by the man in the corner of my eye. He flicks the tip with his tongue, and a scandalous smile plays on his mouth.
"I'm going to the bank." Luca breaks the spell. "Me too."
Adriano meets him at the door and jerks his head, so they all leave. James is the last one out.
"Be careful, Camilla."
"I will." And he presses a fatherly kiss that's strangely comforting on my forehead before he exits. When Adriano and I eventually run, I'll miss James. I'll miss growing closer to him, finally establishing a bond with someone blood-related, something that's been painfully absent from my life. But I want to be with Adriano, no matter how. Plopping down onto the couch, I switch on the TV and wait for night to come. I'm hanging over my instructor's shoulder while locking an arm around his throat from behind. He lurches forward, and suddenly I'm being rolled and flattened on my back on the mat.
"Never lean on your attacker's back, Cam."
Sweat trickles down my neck while I catch my breath, and he soars up, moving to Fallon.
"Fallon, very nice. That's it for tonight. See you all tomorrow."
He dismisses the 5 of us girls who are in the class. Fallon and I stay in the gym area before she leaves with her guard to go back to her penthouse. "How did you sleep last night?" I ask. "I slept fine. The initial shock of being confronted with my husband's line of work in my own home wore off quickly. I knew what I was getting myself into when I married him. I just hope he'll be safe and comes home alive every night. Luca's good at keeping the Syndicate business away from me, so I'm sure this was just a one-time incident." "What did they tell you?" "They let you in on business," I heard from Luca.
"You know I can't tell you if Luca hasn't," I reply. "I'm glad you aren't letting this affect you two."
I follow orders and wait until the guards stand down. "So what happened with Adriano?"
"He warned me not to confide in her, but I'm bursting, and she's my closest friend now. If I tell you, you can't tell Luca."
"Fine, but then you also can't tell Adriano you told me and I kept it a secret," she retorts.
"Okay, and you also can't promise me, but then do tell Luca and make him swear to keep quiet. He will tell Adriano." She hesitates before she answers.
"Okay, I won't."
"Fallon, you were planning to do that?" I accuse around a smile. She's so loyal to Luca, but she realizes the 2 men chat about everything.
"What? I'm being honest now," she defends, looking contrite. "I won't say a word."
"Fine. We had sex, and it was even better than my memory," I confess with a moan.
"Nice. And now?"
"Now nothing. Apparently James has designated me off-limits."
"Really? Doesn't he know about you and Adriano from before?"
"Yes, he just doesn't believe his capo would defy orders."
"Did he make the first move?"
I make a deriding sound. "After I made the first 5 moves over the last 2 weeks." She laughs quietly and stuffs her towel into her bag.
"I have to go home, but I want to hear more. Call me later."
"Okay.
Don't tell—" "I won't tell Luca, but you keep your mouth shut, too."
She swings her bag over her shoulder.
"Call me."
She and the guard step over the threshold where my protector David is standing. I'm having a quick shower, and I charge to the locker room. Wade's already there, seemingly on edge as he paces back and forth. "What's wrong?" I blurt. "I don't have much time. My guard's waiting." He halts and demands, "Camilla, Who are you to James?
Why do you want to know?
Do you know who the men you surround yourself with are?
I don't understand your question. I was under the impression you were going to accept or decline my assignment.
I decline, and you should let it go too. Listen, Fat Sal's an extremely dangerous man. What kind of business could you possibly have with him?
When I stay quiet, he sighs.
I saw James, Adriano, and Luca this morning.
My composure is completely disrupted.
Where? Why? They're also interested in Fat Sal, and they're the Chicago Syndicate.
I'm not sure if I hide my surprise. They're also looking to hire you? He ignores my question.
Why are you on a mission alone? I think.
He inches closer.
You're part of the Syndicate, too. If you lie to me now, I'll never help you, and I haven't blown your cover.
Relief washes over me, shadowed by curiosity. You haven't told them you met with me last night?
No.
I used to work at Club 7, and I escaped. Now it's his turn to be shocked.
Do you want revenge?
Yes, I answer honestly. I wasn't going to get revenge alone, but with the Syndicate, and now at least I have confirmation they're on it.
Cam, listen to me. I'm not going to provide you information on Fat Sal and risk that you'll go on a vigilante mission alone. I'd strongly advise you to trust James and Adriano. They're cold-blooded men, but they protect their women with all their power.
I know that. What did you discuss with them?
They want to utilize my services, too. What are the odds? Luck is against you.
I thought you were one of the good cops, and that's why you left a corrupted precinct. Why are you working with the Syndicate? He's not revealing the entire story either. I'm learning to read people, and his eye is twitching in displeasure. He's visibly upset that he wasn't aware of all the facts of this situation.
There are no good cops and bad cops in this world, Cam. I've been a cop long enough to learn that, he snaps. We don't speak of our meetings. Do you understand?
Yes. If I keep quiet, so will you. I've learned that unwritten rule in the Mafia.
And now? I'll never tell anyone about this, but the second I find out you're doing something on your own, I'll inform James or Adriano.
He knows I'm James's daughter.
Fine. You haven't been very helpful, I mumbled dejectedly. Trust me, he states. I've been more than helpful.
Chapter 30. Adriano. The next day we set everything in motion. The driveway of the Syndicate headquarters has never been this packed with cars. Most of the soldiers have been rallied up. Inside, in the living room to the right of the foyer, James, Luca, Salvatore, Henry, and around 15 members have gathered. I'm the last of us to arrive, so James begins. As you all know, we've called you here to participate in a new operation. We're going into Fat Sal's Club 7 to rescue Capo John and one of Fat Sal's guards, Santino, who's also being held captive there. We have City Hall's floor plans of the area. However, we don't know if there have been any secret corridors added that lead to an undisclosed exit. Luca adds, we need you to start preparing for it, because we'll hit Club 7 on Saturday. Equipment and gear are needed. Guns, silencers, and bulletproof vests. Check our arsenal at the warehouse for our gun supply. Henry and Adriano are working on the details of how to get access to their security system. Capo Alessandro addresses James. Are you taking over Club 7? No, James answers, because he hasn't figured out what to do with the place. Do we have permission to kill all of his men? And what about casualties? There's a lot of staff in the above-ground club area. Are we attacking both? He asks me. You eradicate that entire place, I answer, fed by my rage that Fat Sal's targeting us in our personal lives. There will be many casualties, Everyone against us dies, Luca finishes. We have 6 days to prepare. Adriano will let you know your positions in the teams. I explain it further. You're going to be divided into teams of 5. Details to follow tomorrow. Be extra alert this week. Any soldier of Fat Sal's you spot, you kill, but not in daylight, and you dispose of the body yourself. He already tried to bait us by having snipers at Security Simplicity. No telephone conversations about this operation. Are we clear? See, the men agree. Then I'll see you tomorrow. I turn to Luca, who's buttoning his suit jacket. Are you leaving? Yes. I promised my wife I'd come home immediately. I was hoping to inform Luca about Cam and me. Perhaps it's better for me not to involve him until I have a sensible, definite plan. But we need to discuss the state of affairs at Security Simplicity. I need to talk to you, I say. Tomorrow, in the morning, come to my penthouse. And he remarks sarcastically before parting, I'm sure you're just dreading to go home. I don't have to tell him I've slept with Cam. He realizes that. But he'll never believe that I'm about to desert the Syndicate to run away with her. The men disband, and James comes up to me when I'm about to go to my car. Adriano, Camilla called me. My blood turns to ice, and I snatch my phone out of my pocket to see if she's contacted me. She hasn't. Is she okay? Yes, she's fine. She had a request, of course. I couldn't deny her, or else she wouldn't cooperate and check the floor plan. She's the only one who can tell us if there are more corridors. What was her request? I ask with false, deadly calm. She wants to be part of the team that goes into Club 7. I knew it. And she knew I would never agree, so she goes to her father. The reason why we can't be together in this syndicate is already occurring. I'm going to give her a personal trainer. She'll need shooting lessons, too. You're letting her come? No, I'm just placating her, keeping her busy, he discloses. Has she told you anything more about Santino? She hasn't mentioned him. Evidently, he's still a priority to her. Displeasure is directed at me. She's very difficult to read nowadays. I think she's hanging out with you guys too much. He departs with a joke that has a dark undertone. I'm guessing he's starting not to trust us. I have my work cut out for me. I need to bend Cam to my will, and I know just how. Instead of letting anger take over, I'll simply seduce her. If I challenge her, she'll be more tenacious to push her own senseless idea. Containers of Italian takeout are scattered over my bar, and someone, wearing only panties and a short white top that barely covers any skin, is lounging on my sofa with her legs draped over the back of it. Seriously, hottest image ever. I smirk as I slam the door closed, and Cam turns her head away from the TV. Hey there. Her foot slides up her leg. Little Miss Conniving has planned this all out. She's going to seduce me into forgiving her, or at least into being sympathetic for what she's requested of James. I'm glad you're comfortable. Throwing my keys onto the oak table, I sit down and prop my feet up. The way she's positioned, I'm looking directly at her ass and panties, and my pants start to feel constricted. I rake a finger up her thigh and take her legs, situating them over my lap. So you talked to James. A tentative smile pulls at her lips. I did it for us, and I was planning to tell you. Taking my pack of cigs from my pocket, I hurl them onto the table. Please, do elaborate. James is allowing me into your organization, Adriano. If he does that, then why wouldn't he agree with our being together? I'm already in the life. It's not about that, I grumble. So it's purely because it's unprecedented to disobey orders? Unprecedented? No, it's forbidden. Fine. But it's also because I want more training. And if I ask to go to the raid, he wouldn't find it odd for me to continue working out and taking my self-defense class. Whatever happens, Adriano, it can't hurt for me to develop physical strength. That's true, and I wasn't even mad at her request. I always knew she'd do this kind of thing. She's persistent and has a mind of her own, and it secretly turns me the fuck on. But her safety is my first priority, always. What did you ask James exactly? Nothing was actually discussed. I requested to go to Club 7. He didn't blatantly say no. I'm okay with you training and taking shooting lessons. But I have to know, are you sure you want to be with me even? I'm positive, she answers straight away. You can't scare me away. Do you even realize how long I've wanted you? Her knee rises, her delicate foot sliding across my thighs, lingering just enough to tease me. She bewitches me with one simple move. Yes, Cam, I realize that. I comment distractedly while focusing on her pussy. Her foot searches for the hardening bulge in my pants. What do you want? I want my cock up your ass. I yank her knee over my lap, pulling her astride me so she's forced to sit up. When I grip her behind, tucking my fingers inside the edges of her underwear, she gasps and I take the opportunity to taste her mouth. She clasps my shoulders while thrashing on my lap. Can you make me come first? My dick just grew an inch with her request. With pleasure, Cam. And I rip her panties off in one tear. My palm roams up her spine as she sublimely bows her back, and I plunge my tongue into her mouth as I let her lean back toward the ground. She clutches my neck and throws her head back, so I kiss up her throat as I raise her back up again. I march upstairs, without breaking our kiss, and throw her onto the middle of my bed. She fumbles with my buttons as I remove her top, and I already have her naked. After stripping my clothes while she watches me through half-lidded eyes, I grab her ankles and hold them apart, licking my lips while gawking at her glistening pussy. Then I release them and dive in, roughly sliding her to me with my arms around her hips, while I consume her like I promised earlier. She moans and smothers me, pushing and circling against my face. I can feel her opening up and glide my tongue inside. I see her tweaking her nipples and biting her lip. I'm throbbing to have her, so I nibble my way up her stomach, sucking her nipples and rubbing my cock up and down against her. Lock your legs around me, Cam, I order, and capture her mouth when she obeys. My palms rest next to her head, and I witness a look of admiration and disbelief that I've never seen before, heating a new responsiveness within me. Her vanilla perfume extinguishes any frustration. Wanting to dispel her belief, I sift my fingers into the hair behind her ears, making sure she's looking straight at me. I'm not going anywhere, Cam. I'm not running away from you anymore. I'm running towards you. Catch me. She mouths, I love you, as her lids fall closed, and I drive inside her. Her warmth grips my cock, and I groan when her small hands land on my ass, forcing me in while she meets my thrusts. And for a man who never enjoys a missionary fuck, I sure as hell missed it with her. I overpower Cam's moans with a kiss while I push her into the mattress. God, you feel so good wrapped around me. The heels of her feet dig into my back, and I slide in deep, biting her nipple. I feel her pussy clamping down around me. Oh, Adriano. When she climaxes, I pull out and wedge her thighs apart, sucking her pussy into my mouth, savoring her essence. Oh, fuck, she screams, and her entire body trembles while she clutches my hair in both hands. Flattening my tongue, I lick my way up her stomach when she goes slack, and she grins lazily. What do you do to me? She utters. No, what do you do to me? I let Cam taste herself on my lips, and she fists my dick that's still rock hard. I'm addicted to licking you. I whisper against her mouth. I'm not complaining. She gives a little squeeze. I reach for my pants hanging off the edge of the bed, getting out a small bottle of KY. I came prepared. No excuses. Her brows rise, and an apparent need to please me flits across her face when she nods sweetly. Rolling her over onto her stomach, I get off the bed and drag her to the edge of the mattress, upper body resting on the sheets as her knees drop onto the floor. I knead her ass and spread her apart, licking up once. She lies with her cheek on the bed, beholding me. I uncap the bottle and let a drizzle of lubricant trail down her ass, and I lock eyes with Cam when I rub her taut hole with one finger. Relax, sweetheart. She obeys, and I gently push my finger past the tightness. Cam groans, and her face creases with a worried frown. I cover her body with mine and press my lips against her temple. Open up, relax. I soothe and feel her unclenching. Good girl. My finger is replaced with the head of my cock. I have to push hard to get past her entrance, and she buries her nose into the comforter while I lose myself inside her. You're incredibly tight, Cam. I move slowly while kissing her neck, and after a few thrusts, she lifts her head and a moan escapes. Since we've done this in the past, she starts to loosen quickly. Better? I want to know. And I take that as my cue to really fuck her ass, like I visualized for so long. I fist her hair and tug her head back to twist our tongues. An unusual awareness of belonging and possession defeats any other emotion. You're mine forever now. I nip her ear while taking her ass without restraint. Yes. She groans and my balls tighten. Cam, fuck. I pound into her and let go, pouring so much lust into this alluring woman that's obsessed my mind from the day we met. With a few hard plunges, I find my sharp release. Our ragged breathing slows down in the silence of the room, and I slip out gradually. Let's go shower. I'll kiss your ass better. She laughs with eyes closed. Was I too rough? No, I like it when you're rough with me. I like it when you voice it. Keep that up, and I'll be hard again within seconds. Cam and I have an exquisitely long shower before ever reaching my bed again. Chapter 31. Adriano. I think about Cam and our uncertain future constantly, and with all the mayhem going on at headquarters, rushing home to my loft every night has become my favorite part of the day. She challenges me and provokes me, but eventually she does follow my direction. I enjoy witnessing her growing mentally and physically. I enjoy how she lets me tease her, how I can't always figure out what she'll do next. With other women, that particular quality bothered me. With her, it absolutely captivates me. She wraps me around her finger without knowing it. That little piece of me that's always belonged to her is growing every day. But my thirst for Cam also clouds my ability to think straight, making it difficult to figure out how to protect my parents and siblings once she and I leave. And until I've come up with a plan for how to protect them, I can't get out with Cam. The Syndicate will badger and torture them to locate her, and not even Luca will have the power to stop James. I'm ready to risk my life for her, but not my parents' lives. Not Carmine and Mary's lives. Carmine is already asking too many questions about my work life lately as it is. Apart from that, I need to tap into a lot of resources to get us out of the country. Then I'll need to continue to protect her, and I don't know how to do that except to keep running. But there's still a part of me that's reluctant to let this life go. This life that has become an intricate part of me over the last 10 years. Yet, within the 2 years I've known Cam, she's apparently taken over that part of me too. Since I'm at a breaking point, unsure of how to proceed, I decide to confess to Luca. I was supposed to meet him yesterday, Tuesday, at his penthouse. But because we're both swamped with keeping our women safe and drawing up our plan of attack, I didn't get to speak to him privately, so I'm on my way to Luca's now. I arrive at his penthouse while he's eating breakfast with Fallon. Good morning. I pour a glass of orange juice from the decanter on the kitchen island and stand across from where they're seated on 2 of the bar stools. Good morning. Fallon stirs a spoon in her mug.
Luca, who, similar to me, has also had a busy week, prompts. We have several items to go over, and I should have left 10 minutes ago.
He addresses Fallon. I need to talk to Adriano alone. And she gives us privacy, gladly fleeing to her library. First, Luca begins. What's the status of the shooting near Security Simplicity's building? Did any witnesses, specifically the child, come forward? Is there any link to us? No. Chicago PD is keeping me posted. The kid hasn't been brought in or questioned. It's a relatively unimportant case, because there was surprisingly minimal media coverage. Our building wasn't even mentioned in the investigation, only the opposite tower that the shot originated from, so we're in the clear. He releases a relieved sigh. Second, the audit. Jeffrey contacted our associate, and he arranged for our previous auditor to handle it now, not the newly appointed female accountant. So while that's taken care of, we're still keeping a company afloat that's not making any profit. We either need to expand or find a new viable company. Can we talk about that later? I have a more pressing matter. Reaching for his coffee cup, he states, Cam? I nod and take a sip of the freshly squeezed juice. Of course. So, how long did it take for you to cave? A grin pulls at his lips, even though I can tell he's also concerned. Hours. It happened the first night. And now, what do you want to talk about? Luca and I have been friends since we were 17. We've shared ups and downs in the Syndicate. We've fought side by side and always together. But my next confession will put us at opposite ends of the spectrum for once. I want to be with her, I admit. His eyes narrow, and he balls his fist that's resting on the counter. I'm ready to take the risk. What does that mean exactly? He asks. I'm going to leave with Cam. Leave? He sneers the word and bolts up. How? When? I set the glass down. I don't have everything figured out. I came to you to confide in my friend. My friend? You come in here telling me you're leaving what we've built for years for a woman? You know she's not just any woman. Then what's your plan? He challenges. I'm going to leave the country with her. We're going to run. Luca braces the counter and leans forward. This is a suicide mission. For both of you. Are you going to desert your family? Your mom? When will you see them? You're thinking with your dick. No, I can't stay away from her, Luca. She's more than just a fuck. He grits his teeth. I know that, but fuck. Adriano, you're not thinking straight. Has she agreed to go with you? To leave her newly found life behind? Yes, I've explained our limited options. He regards me with suspicion. She'll eventually resent you for providing her with another lonely life. You said yourself that she wants a family above all. Now she has one and is willing to give it up this easily? She's in love, probably infatuated with the excitement right now, and isn't really considering the long-term consequences. You don't know what's between us, I defend, not revealing that I share his concerns. I've talked about it with Cam, and we're both certain that we'll do whatever it takes to have a chance. You'll never have a chance if you run with her. I know you, And there isn't a scenario where you'll be able to protect Cam and your parents. And you won't be truly happy unless you can do both. You also know my hands are tied in this situation, because James will be on the warpath. I had your back the entire time you were getting together with Fallon. I would have thought you'd be more supportive of us. Luca gives me a skeptical glance. You're my brother, and I'll always support you, but I refuse to indulge in a suicide mission. With Fallon, you knew from the start she was important to me. Coming here, I knew I'd stumble upon resistance, but didn't imagine he would be this defensive. Then what do you suggest? He looks away in thought. Do you love her? Or is this just lust gone wild? If you love her, then put her welfare above your own. You and Cam have always had a peculiar relationship. I love her, I confess with conviction for the first time. And it shocks him into silence for several minutes before he says in an agonized tone, It's not easy having a woman in this life. Fallon is the best thing and the worst thing that ever happened to me. The best thing is having her. The worst thing is worrying about how to protect the one you can't live without, Adriano. Is this really love? I nod without one shred of doubt streaming through my veins. It had to be the one you can't have. Instead of cracking a joke, I say, She's my Fallon, Luca. I'm not letting her go. I'll lose her forever if I back out again. Christ, he whispers, shouts. I'm not asking you to give her up. I'm just saying you can't go through with your initial plan. I'll keep it a secret from James. I have for some time. But you two must promise me not to take any action without involving me. I can't unless you tell me you'll help us. I will. However, we need to brainstorm about this, Adriano. Damn it. So much is going on right now, especially with the raid Saturday. But I can't lose my best capo. And more importantly, I don't want to lose my friend. We got into this together, and now you're considering leaving? Then I'll ask you again. What do you suggest? Promise me that you just won't pack up and leave, he insists. I promise. Sit then. You have to explain it in detail to Cam. Adriano, are you sure she understands the repercussions? I keep standing. I think she does, but no, I'm not positive. Maybe that should be your first step, he advises. And I recognize that he's correct. Are you honestly willing to give up everything we built? Your syndicate life that's part of you now? Luca knows me better than anyone, and his words spiral me into a world of hesitations.
Chapter 32. Camilla. The days after I receive the disturbing package containing Santino's ear are just plain hectic. I'm somewhat living on cloud 9, allowing Adriano to do anything sexual to me at night while my love for him deepens with every second we spend together. On the other hand, our reunion is overshadowed by an impending goodbye. I've been withdrawing larger amounts of cash, and James asked me once what it was for. I lied and said clothes, but I'm building a buffer for when Adriano's ready to leave. Although I am afraid of running again, I'll follow him anywhere. He's opening up to me like he never did in the past, and the man behind the capo, who I've caught glimpses of here and there, appears more often around me. He's caring for me without restricting me, yet he always seems to convince me to do whatever he wishes. Something that doesn't dawn on me until later on. Then there are also moments when he's 1,000 miles away, plotting our escape from the Syndicate and planning our future together. He's becoming tormented, and I also have my doubts sometimes. When I'm with Fallon, Alessa, Rosalia, or James, I realize that I'll miss this family. But I'm still searching for who I am, still processing everything that's happened. However, I do know what I don't want. I don't want a life without Adriano. My desire to be with him always wins out. I've had dinner with his family, and I'm not sure how he'll ever leave them. But seeing that he's willing to give them up for me solidifies that he loves me. He hasn't spoken the words. Nevertheless, his actions and protectiveness toward me speak louder than words. Even though he's never said it, I feel most loved when I'm in his arms. A hole in my heart has been filled with a fixation to be with him forever. Unfortunately, the only thing Adriano and I can't agree upon is my need to go with them to help Santino and rid myself of this never-ending guilt that's haunting me. That's beginning to upset Adriano. I did call James to get myself on the team, and I'm training for hours every morning and afternoon. It's amazing how fast I'm seeing results, and the feeling of empowerment has only increased. Just when I've started to enjoy this lifestyle, it's sad that it will be taken away. No, I'll choose to leave this time. It'll be my choice. Adriano comes home in the afternoon right when I'm blocking a blow from my instructor on the mat by the window. His presence distracts me, and they both rebuke me harshly when I'm taken down on my back.
Again, Camilla, my instructor shouts. Concentrate. Anticipate my next move.
Jumping up, I move around, countering and mirroring his steps. But when he advances toward me, I turn my back too late, and he catches my arm, twisting it around.
Shit! I yell, discouraged.
You can go, Adriano says to my instructor and empties his pockets on the bar before joining me on the mat. Standing in front of me in a casual stance, he raises both brows.
Again, Cam.
I'm tired.
You want to fight with us? Join us? Well, today's Wednesday, and you only have a couple of days left to train, so you better train until the end. Again, he barks and pushes me too far, charging at me.
I bend forward a little and lift my knee, but he knows exactly what I'm going for and hooks his heel behind my foot, causing me to fall back and get the wind knocked out of me. He pins my wrists next to my head.
Listen to me. I don't want you to die down there Saturday because of some guy you barely know and some sense of misplaced guilt you don't need to feel. You have no idea how dangerous it will be. I'm pushing you for you, but also for me. I'm scared you'll get hurt.
I suck oxygen into my lungs, and the distraught look I'm witnessing dissolves my annoyance.
I understand, but...
No buts. What's going to happen afterward? You and I are leaving. What's going to happen to Santino?
I don't know, but at least he'll be out of there so that he'll have a chance to rebuild a life too. And I won't have to live with the fact that he died in there because of me.
I try to explain it one more time.
You want to be a part of the Mafia? You're still too emotionally attached to people. And don't you understand that with you there, I can't concentrate?
I get that, but I'm stronger physically, and I want to be there to help you. James says it's okay. I'm going.
He's off me swiftly, and I get up.
Really?
He trails off in a derisive tone.
James said nothing of the sort. Don't lie to me. I've warned you about that once before.
Okay, so he hasn't confirmed it yet, but he wants to speak to me tomorrow. And honestly, I don't know if you'll help Santino or just kill him down there.
In a flash, he presses me against the window, a powerful hand on my throat.
You would choose him over me?
His eyes are huge, storming with anger.
No, never.
I place my hand on his jaw.
Calm down. What happened today? Why are you so on edge?
He isn't seeing my face. He's looking straight through me.
Don't forget where your loyalty lies. With me.
You know where my loyalty lies. That's why you let me get away with so much. Because in the end, you know damn well I'd follow you into hell while you can't even tell me that you love me.
Breathing hard, he lets me go. What happened today? I prompt again. Adriano clutches his hair, a clear sign that he's stressed.
I spoke to Luca.
You mean you told him about us? What did he say? Uneasiness sets in. What if Luca has convinced Adriano to choose his capo life instead of me? Whatever Luca said is obviously getting to him. He isn't even trying to hide his absolute distress anymore. Luca's made him second-guess his decision.
He shares my concerns. Do you truly understand what you're giving up? That we'll have a life where we'll be on the run forever. James will never stop searching for you.
His palms cover my cheeks while he implores, Do you get that? I do.
But wouldn't you rather stay here? You've already accepted a Mafia life. You're training and acting like James's protege.
Yes, I admit I would love to stay, but only if I get to be with you. I want to be with you more. I rest my forehead against his. Don't let Luca change your mind.
I'm not. It's just far more difficult than we considered. What about my family, Cam?
We can take them with us, I offer.
They don't know about my Mafia life.
His voice is so soft that it pulls at my heartstrings. They'll find out anyway when we run.
As much as I want them with me, I can't. My mother is too sick to lead a life like that.
His hands slide away from my face.
If there were any other option, would you stay?
Yes, I blurt, and hurriedly add when he's obviously startled by my reaction, if I don't have to sneak around and can be with you. Where is his mind? He's drowning in a million thoughts, floating away. Does Luca have an alternate option for us? I ask. He shakes his head once.
No, not a manageable one. But he did make me promise that we won't take any action without informing him.
Did you?
Yes.
Can I tell Fallon about us?
You haven't already.
He poses it more as a statement than a question. I ignore his comment. Adriano, your reluctance to let me know what's going on in your head is scaring me.
I don't have an answer for you yet. I need to focus on Saturday first.
Rubbing my fingers down his jaw, I agree. Okay, then we first focus on getting through Saturday. And after that, we'll talk to Luca together. I can see that he's got you worried. In turn, it worries me that Adriano will pull away. Years of history with this man upsurges my doubt. But I trust his word. I must trust him. He leaves for work again without saying anything else.
Chapter 33. Adriano. Conflicting emotions divide my thoughts. Deep down, I don't want to give up my life as a capo. I've worked so damn hard to secure this position. And Luca's words hit me hard because he's right. Cam's infatuated, blinded by a love that's only been set free for a few days, and that's intensified our emotions amidst the problems. My hesitancy lies in the fact that the longer we stay, the more attached she'll become to her father and family. And that will conflict her mind. She doesn't even realize that. I desperately want to strip Cam naked and bury myself inside her because of her devotion to me. In the days that she and I have grown closer, we become more attached than we were in the months we were together in the past. And she's scorched into my blood. I'm in love with Cam. I'll never let her go. She belongs to me. She lets me bend her in half in every position I choose in order to feel her body. And we're learning to open up to each other, which is easy for me to do with her, since I trust her love for me. She's the only person in this universe who has experienced all my sides. The capo, the son, the friend, the lover. And she loves each and every part of me. I never have to pretend with her. She knows me, although I'm still not positive she comprehends the extent of my ruthlessness and how I've lived. Nonetheless, I'm ready to take what I want. However, I realize now that I'm definitely not ready to give up my position of power. Luca was correct in so many aspects. I'm being led by my dick. I'm not Prince Charming who's going to sweep her off her feet. I'm offering a life of always being the target without having any substantial influence to protect us. And as a Mafia man, I know that's a precarious predicament to be in. And for the first time ever, I'm experiencing guilt, contrition for being selfish and wanting it all. But that's an emotion a capo can't afford to have. A plan starts to construct in my mind, but it's one that could blow up in my face and ruin many lives. Losing Cam is not an option. I want her with me, indefinitely. I want my position of authority, and I will take what I want. When I return home that Wednesday night, I'm confronted with the resentment of my current position as a capo. Yet I still want to maintain it, and that catapults me into action. Cam's upstairs when I enter my loft. Hungry, I rummage through the fridge and settle on some chicken parmesan my mother left in a Tupperware container. Well into the last bite, Cam comes down in my favorite outfit, panties and a tank. Well, perhaps not my favorite, since that's her naked body. Before she gets a chance to speak, a knock sounds. Our heads whip to the door, then to each other. Bending to get my gun from the ankle holster, I throw my other arm up. Go upstairs.
Adriano, it's James.
His voice drifts from the other side of the door. When Cam hears James, she turns on the top step. Put on some clothes. I whisper shout, and set my weapon on the bar to open the door.
I need to talk to Cam.
James peeks over my shoulder and I let him in. She's upstairs. I just got home. Discomfort arises, and silence descends like a dark cloud until it's broken by Cam's presence. James speaks before she's even reached the bottom step.
Camilla, I have good news. You can come stay with me.
Where's this coming from? I just saw him a couple of hours ago, and he didn't mention anything about taking her. Her footsteps falter, and she freezes. Don't look at me, Cam. Don't ask questions. Remember what we're teaching you. Never show your emotion. And to my astonishment, she says, Okay, I'll get my bag. Nonchalantly, I take the fork with perspiring hands and barely taste the last bite of chicken. What's changed?
I have more guards now, and I felt regret for not protecting her myself. Did she mention anything to you about how she might be disappointed that she didn't get to stay with Alyssa and Rosalia? He asks, seemingly genuine. This man's had decades of training in the Mafia. It's impossible to determine whether he's being honest or simply wants her away from me. I'm inclined to believe the latter. No. A new level of what I can only describe as pure misery overcomes me when she returns, dressed and with an overnight bag, and is about to leave. Shall we go?
James doesn't wait for an answer and touches the door handle.
I'm sure Adriano's tired.
I am. And Adriano wants to fucking sleep with her in his bed.
We'll see you tomorrow at the house.
Again, his tone is bland, and I'm not convinced he doesn't actually know about us. Thanks for letting me crash. Tears pool in Cam's eyes, making me want to brush them away. But she blinks her sorrow back before James witnesses it. Only one quick glance that's filled with 1,000 words we don't get to speak. I dip my chin, and she's gone. The vast emptiness of the room crashes down on me. A whirlwind of emotions clash, and everything from the last few days gushes out. Rolling my neck, I grip my gun and eye it. Then I smash the butt on the counter over and over again until I'm out of breath, shattering the rock-hard granite surface, thousands of tiny splinters covering the bar, while my rage searches for an outlet. I launch my handgun against the fridge, denting it before the weapon clangs to the floor. I didn't even get to say goodbye. Not now, and not earlier. This afternoon, I left without a word because I was organizing my thoughts. Cam might have perceived my hesitancy as second thoughts about us, and I need to rectify that. I can't message or call her now, because James is probably sitting next to her in the car. So I wait, innately knowing that she'll contact me the moment she's alone. The wait is the longest 2 hours of my fucking life. Eventually, my phone in my hand notifies me of a message. Cam, it took them forever to leave me. I'm in my room now. Can I call you? As much as I want to hear her voice, James will be listening. Adriano, no calls, Cam. Only texts, and delete them right away. I didn't know he was planning to take you. How did he act towards you? Cam, okay, I'll delete them. He acted normal, maybe a little too nice, but I get the feeling that's more because he wanted his family together. I eavesdropped on them, and Alyssa badgered him into having me with them too, which is nice. But it sucks because I miss you. I don't think he knows anything about us. He didn't mention you at all. I grin because she's such a shameless eavesdropper. Her words soothe the tension in my muscles, but I need her to be extra observant. Adriano, Cam, I'm proud of how you hid your emotions. Don't forget that James is a master actor. He can blindside us at any moment. Be careful. Promise me that. Send, and I shoot her another one. Adriano, I miss you too. It's too quiet without you prancing around. And again, I add another text because I can't help it. Adriano, it's too quiet without you screaming my name when I fuck you with my cock. Cam, well, it only took you 10 seconds to make this convo sexual. Don't make me horny with my father in the next room. That's just disturbing. I'm glad she's teasing. She's showing me how resilient she is. My phone vibrates with another incoming message from her. Cam, this bed is so cold. Adriano, soon you'll be in my warm bed again, my love. Patience is a virtue. Cam, one I don't have. I want your cock when you say stuff like, my love. I groan around a smile. Adriano, I promise to make you come in some way when we see one another tomorrow. Be careful. Go to sleep. Cam, you better. I'll be careful. You too. Night. I type I love you but erase it, because I need to see her face when I say it to her. Adriano, sleep tight. And within a text message exchange of 5 minutes, she manages to relax me and make me miss her even more at the same time. In my master suite, I strip down to my boxers and crawl into bed, plotting while glaring at my ceiling. I'm taking back the power that's been stripped from me. I'm taking her back. My longing for Cam both weakens and fortifies me. She's my Achilles heel. She's the reason I'm about to shake up the underworld. There's only one way out now. No one takes my girl from me.
Chapter 34. Camilla. As soon as James has shown me to my room in his mansion, I message Adriano, and in his words, I find peace within the war around us. I lie in bed restlessly, missing him so much more than I'd admit. I feel like a part of me has been ripped in two. Within the last week, Adriano has become the center of my existence, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But now I'm tumbling in different directions. I knew the second James announced that I could stay with him that I shouldn't pause. Adriano has been drilling me for days about how to read people and make sure they can't read me. I could practically see the cloud with text floating above his head with, "Just go with James," Don't show your emotions. It's inexplicable how in tune I am with him. The attraction that led us together 2 years ago has grown into an undeniable love that bonds my heart to his. Even when we're apart, we're always connected by an invisible thread that's tied eternally. While my life was at a standstill for months, everything in the past 2 weeks has happened in double time, and I've barely even gotten a chance to wrap my mind around it. Though this is the life I was born into, and I've decided to move forward with it. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that you should never live in the past. The past is gone. You can't change it. I've tried my best for Santino, but if they refuse to let me join the team, I'll have no choice but to trust them. In the end, Adriano is more important to me than Santino, and I'm learning that guilt is a useless feeling. Sooner or later, I'll probably sacrifice everyone to be with him. That's how much of a hold he has over me. I whisper his name in this unfamiliar room and start the countdown until I see him again. The next morning, I'm pacing near the heavily draped window in the Syndicate's living room, waiting for Adriano. I was hoping to see him before everyone clocks in. Soldiers barge in, including Damien, who's staring at me oddly, and the house is getting busier and busier, but no sign of Adriano. Finally, he arrives with Luca, and as he passes me, he spots Damien and whispers calmly to me, "Don't talk to him. I will flip if you even look at him." So the Damien issue is still a major problem. He hasn't mentioned Damien at all since he's been letting me back in, and I'm not going to bring it up. It's in the past. Today, I learn that Adriano, like James, is also a master at hiding behind a mask, and he just greets me like the rest with a formal nod and proceeds into the kitchen. Of course he's hungry and getting food. And the same play we've performed for years starts again, suppressing our feelings and ignoring each other. James joins us after getting the floor plans from his office, and everyone quiets down.
"Where's Adriano?"
James rolls out the blueprint with an etching of the architectural style of Club 7 on the coffee table. Luca arranges a coaster on each of the corners.
"He's in the kitchen. You can begin."
Adriano's back within seconds, standing facing us next to Luca and James at the head of the table. He's popping something into his mouth and chewing casually while James speaks.
"Good morning. Most of you know Camilla. She worked behind the bar upstairs for a while."
About 30 eyes land on me, and I try my best to hide my unease and tilt my chin just like they usually do.
"Camilla is our newest member."
James drops the bomb out of nowhere. Adriano's hand stops mid-air to his mouth at James's revelation, and Luca's amazed as well. Their eyes cut to each other. No one utters a word of complaint.
"You will accept her as a member, but not an equal member. Camilla, come join us."
James beckons to me.
"Camilla is my daughter. Therefore, she outranks everyone in this room except me. She's under my protection."
Now murmurs do start, and I'm speechless. What's he doing? Why is he doing this? Out of obligation toward me? Or is he sucking me into the Syndicate so I won't run with Adriano without his having to use violence to influence me?
"In what capacity will she work with us?"
Capo Alessandro asks.
"She'll be required to oath omerta first. No one is exempt from that. After that, I'll decide with Luca and Adriano what rank she'll be rewarded."
Wait a minute. Are or aren't Luca and Adriano aware of his plan? And what's omerta? Everything moves along, interfering with my train of thought.
"Camilla, these,"
his fingers trace crisscross paths on the paper,
"are the hallways. Do you recognize them?"
I've explained my memory is a blur, and this mathematical drawing just seems like a lot of lines to me. No. He talks me through it by explaining how to read the blueprint, and it comes to life in my mind. Pointing to the room next to Fat Sal's office, I say, "There are rooms with adjacent bathrooms that lead to small chambers. This one was where I saw Santino being beaten. This hall," my finger follows a parallel line, "leads to the elevator that goes to the underground club instead of that hall, I believe."
It's highly possible he rebuilt that place, Lucas states. Is this the way to the club?
I think so, yes, I answer and glance around. I thought this was a huge operation. 15 soldiers doesn't seem like a big group. Adriano takes it over.
You all have your teams of 5 soldiers. Check your gear and material that's in the back of the house. You, as the leader of your team, instruct your soldiers further.
So there are more soldiers. These are just the men that'll lead the operation. Probably the Cappy.
Adriano orders, "Get your equipment for your team. Everyone needs spare ammunition. And I have extra silencers. Gather your soldiers to bring them up to date. We formulate the entire plan today. You have 2 days to memorize this floor plan. We meet daily, and we'll do a final run-through on Saturday afternoon, before we attack."
The men take their cues and span out. I look at Adriano, who's scanning the floor plan and is deliberately turning a blind eye to me. But the moment my stare lands on him, I can see his lip twitch twice. He's as aware of me as I am of him. James asks me,
"Camilla, this is what you wanted, isn't it?"
I did hint I wanted to join them because I never want to go back to being poor and alone, or find myself in any kind of situation where I'm defenseless and men like Fat Sal can get to me. But that was before Adriano turned my world upside down, yet again, within days, by professing his feelings.
"Yes, but why did you announce it like that?" "I'm the boss. I can do whatever I want, and will need you there because the building is unique. This way, they'll make keeping you safe a priority. The soldiers now know that your life is worth more than theirs," he replies.
That seems like a reasonable explanation. Luca and Adriano are suddenly riveted on something behind me, so I turn and stiffen when I'm greeted by Wade, who enters the room, grinning widely, with a black bag in his grip.
"Gentlemen?"
He then smiles at me and adds,
"And lady?"
He is actually working with the Syndicate. But in what capacity? The tension in the room just tripled. Luca gives Wade a stony stare, and Adriano's lips curl up before he smacks Luca playfully on the shoulder. In the meantime, the other members have dispersed, so we're alone with Wade.
"Wade,"
James says,
"what have you got for me?"
What is this about? And like always, it's as if these men can read my thoughts because James comments,
"Wade is our ally, Camilla. We're working together. He provides us with equipment. So," he asks Wade, "what do you have that can aid my operation?"
Wade places his bag on the table and unzips it. I notice that each person is watching everyone else with wary eyes. All 5 of us. Wade catches my glance once, and nothing is missed by Adriano, because I see a frown appear for a split second.
"I have enough earpieces for your team leaders that connect to software on Henry's laptop so that he can easily guide and maneuver you through the halls."
Several small round objects fall through his fingers and clank on the table.
"And I can arrange for the street at the back entrance of Club 7 to be blocked Saturday night without raising any unwanted questions."
This guy is definitely not just some regular PI.
"That's perfect.
James tells Wade as Luca and Adriano survey the objects. Then James addresses me.
You have shooting classes now. You need some training, or else I can't take you Saturday. Your guard will drive you there and then home. It'll be a long session. Be patient.
I've been subjected to so many new things in the last week, and while a rush of excitement surprises me at every turn, I'm also intimidated by the speed at which these men work. There's something unrestrained in their eyes that's both thrilling and frightening at the same time. And now I'm being dismissed, so I wonder what else is going to be discussed among them that I can't know. I'll see you at your house tonight, then, I say to James, yet loud enough for Adriano to hear. He meets my eyes and sends me a fleeting smile right before I leave. I'm alone with the instructor, who's an associate of the Syndicate, in a fire hall. My afternoon that started with enthusiasm ends in an exasperated battle with shotguns that almost dislocate my shoulder. It always looks so easy and cool on TV, but I'm having trouble even controlling my shot the first hour. When the afternoon ends, Adriano messages me to meet him at Fallon's penthouse so we can get a few minutes alone. The guard won't come up with me. He'll wait downstairs.
Chapter 35. Adriano. I wasn't surprised that James announced Cam would be part of the team, but I was taken aback that he told everyone she was his daughter, which was a smart move. Now the soldiers realize the importance of protecting her. I initiated all of this last night, and it's working out perfectly so far. Now that the men are informing our entire team, I get to focus on the small addition that was made to our original plan. Later in the day, I'm throbbing to be alone with her, to be inside her, even for a quickie. The risk will be worth the reward. Our rendezvous doesn't go entirely as planned, though. From the moment I saw Cam this morning, I've been sporting a hard-on, and as the elevator ascends toward Luca's penthouse, I'm itching to be with her. The doors open, and she comes into view wearing a red-striped summer dress that ends below her knees in a wide skirt and sexy red heels with a bow at her ankles. Desperate not to waste one single moment, we crash into each other. "I missed you," she whispers against my mouth. "Me too." I grasp her hips. Pressing our lips together, we fanatically try to extinguish the fire caused by our separation. I've been apart from her for too long already. Any more days would be a bane to my existence. Between frantic kisses and my searching for bare skin to touch under her skirt, she manages to ask, "Why did James tell them I'm his daughter?" "So they'll protect you." I cover her mouth with mine while I discard her panties. "Did you know he was going to?" She unfastens my slacks to pump my dick in her hands, making me hiss from the exquisite stimulation. I shake my head in denial and go down, hiking up her skirt in the process and hefting one leg over my shoulder. Every time I fuck you, I need to taste you before I shove my cock in. I greedily suck her clit into my mouth as she grabs a fistful of my hair. "Adriano." My name leaves her lips in a plead. My tongue flattens against her, and I'm rock hard as I crave her pussy. We don't have much time, and I want to feel you wrapped around my cock, now. I hoist her up with my palms under her thighs, then glide them to her ass and slam her back against the wall right beside the elevator. Her legs link around my hips, and she pants as I ease her onto my cock, disappearing inside in one thrust. "Were you already thinking of me, Cam? You're so wet, as if I've licked your pussy for hours and primed you for my cock." She stares right at me with unreserved ecstasy. "I've been fantasizing about your tongue all night." I reward her with a smile and seize her mouth as I start to hammer into her.
Nails dig into my nape as she clings to me while I bang her against the wall, her back bending, heels in a lock around me, all our clothes on, except her panties which lie on the floor, connected together in a way only she can own me. And the reality of how much I've missed her hits me. Rotating my hips, I mold the flesh of her ass and nibble my way down her throat. Her moans increase into a satisfied scream, and I watch her unravel while I drive into her hard. I'm not far behind. While her body is still trembling in the aftermath, I release the tension into her welcoming heat, growling in rapture when I'm rocketed into heaven. Satisfied and depleted, I rest my forehead against Cam's, and she strokes her fingers through my hair as my heart rate slows and contentment settles in. She'll do whatever I want. Adriano, where are Fallon and Luca? She utters against my mouth. Fallon knows we're here. They won't come home, but your guard's waiting. I did say I was only getting some makeup I left behind. A sigh escapes her lips when I pull out and button my pants, leaving my shirt untucked. Bending down, I take her panties and help her slip them on. What's your plan? I can tell you're cooking up something. Cam looks down at me with a hand on my shoulder to steady herself while I guide the lace over her hips. You have to trust me. I'm setting things in motion, yes. I want to know. She grazes her fingers behind my ear, knowing exactly what I like, but I don't let her deter me. No, you don't. As long as you're in James's house, it's better you have plausible deniability. I sink my teeth into her hip, and she shrieks, pushing me away. I stop her inquiry. Don't ask more questions. We don't have time. I stand so that we're face to face and smooth her hair back. How did gun training go? Her mouth tilts down. It was difficult and frustrating the first couple of hours, but I did get better. It's so hard thinking about you shooting in only those heels. She laughs. Actually, I was wearing clothes and flats while practicing. Sweetheart, don't ruin my fantasy. Your fantasy is me shooting naked with another instructor? She jokes with a huge grin. I bite her nipple over the fabric. No, in my fantasy, I'm the instructor. No one sees you naked but me. That seems to placate her until I see apprehension, which I think is about Saturday on her face. You don't have to come with us, you know. It's not that I don't want to go. Right now, I'm more worried about you getting lost in those passageways. So you're going to protect me, I tease. I'm still not happy about her being there, but the end justifies the means in this case. And she'll be safe because she's on my team, whether anyone likes it or not. I'm not compromising on that subject. You're on my team, and you'll stay by my side. Now, before you leave, I'm going to ask you something. When James mentions me, I want you to start telling him about how you're attracted to me. Don't mention we fucked. As far as James knows, nothing has happened. You don't need to emphasize that fact, but make sure you get your meaning across. As if I would say that to my father, she retorts with mocking disgust. So we're telling him? No, you're letting on that you have feelings for me. I want to know how he reacts. He's difficult to read. I don't understand how this will help us. You'll understand later. Now go back to your guard. My car's out back, and I'll leave after you. I'll see you tomorrow or sooner, depending on how James reacts to your confession. I passionately kiss her goodbye, a goodbye that was robbed from me yesterday. When her body melts against mine, I growl and press the button for the elevator before I get hard again. She steps inside and touches her lips as the doors close. Still hot from our encounter, I'm rolling up my sleeves to my elbows when my phone vibrates in my pocket. It's her. Cam, I answer.
Someone I recognize from Club 7 is staking out at the intersection. Where are you now? I relentlessly press the elevator button, and then I'm on my way down. Right outside the entrance, walking to the car. I'm coming down. Keep going to the car, but don't get in. Inform your guard and talk to him until I get outside. I'm walking through the lobby now. I take the back entrance so the guard doesn't see me coming out of the black hall too, and I stride outside into the sunny afternoon. After rounding the building to reach the front entrance again, I run toward Cam, who's still on the phone, bent down toward the passenger's window of the black car. She sees me and hangs up as I approach them with strain coiling my muscles. Hi. She pretends to greet me and whispers in a rush. I told the guard I called you, and you were in the area. Placing my hand on her shoulder in reassurance, I look through the open window to the guard behind the steering wheel. Do you see him?
Yes, sir. Blond guy in the blue suit. He just came from around the corner. He didn't notice that she saw him.
Meet us at the second side street. I motion in the distance to ensure he understands.
Yes, sir.
Then I snatch my handgun from the ankle holster, and after making sure no one's behind me on the sidewalk, hide it in my waistband at the small of my back, letting my shirt fall over. Twining my fingers with Cam's, I grin and pull her along. Don't look nervous, I soothe her. We're going to bait him. And don't look at the intersection. He's still watching us. She obeys orders perfectly and just smiles and checks the window displays of the shops we pass. From the corner of my eye, I see the soldier cross the street with a swarm of people, and he's now trailing behind us with several pedestrians between him and us. The guard drives by and stops at the red light. Cam sees him too. He's going to the second side street to the right, I inform, as we also stop at the traffic light. So are you. When we cross, I'm going into the first shop we see, that shoe store. I make sure she follows my gaze to the store. You continue at the exact same pace, and turn down the side street as well. The man will follow you, but then I'll be behind him. Do you understand? Yes, she retorts with, I swear, a touch of eagerness. The light changes to green, and together with the rest of the pedestrians, we carry on. Kiss me. I crane my neck a little so I can check to see if the man's still trailing us. She presses her lips against mine, and I swat her ass, making a teenage boy whistle. You continue on down the next street. I sweep inside the busy shoe store, while watching the people pass in the security mirror that's facing the storefront windows. The man goes by and peeks inside at me, and just like I suspected, he chooses to go after Cam. Swiveling around, I march back out and see him nearing Cam right before she turns down the designated street. I swing past a couple and round the corner into a street between two office towers. Just as he's about to draw his gun, Cam reaches our guard's car that's waiting beside the sidewalk. I shift closer, and as he hears my footsteps, I run up to him, grabbing my piece and pressing it into his back. Down, boy. That's my girl you're about to touch. He holds up both hands and swears under his breath as Cam opens the back seat door. Then, without instruction, she opens his jacket with 2 fingers on the lapel and confiscates his gun from his inside pocket with a smirk. Fascination and arousal fly through me. Pushing him forward by his neck, I attempt to heave him into the car. When he objects, I hit him in the back of his head with the butt of my gun, and he falls forward onto the leather seat. In the front, Cam, and watch him. She sits down, pulls the hammer, and directs his own gun at him. I lower my aim, drag his wrist behind his back as he struggles sluggishly, and ask the guard, Do you have cuffs or tie wraps? The guard opens the glove compartment and hands me a black tie wrap, which I lock around my captive's wrists before I slog him into a sitting position. I jump into the back seat with our prisoner and close the door after glancing around to make sure there weren't any witnesses. To our headquarters. At the Syndicate's headquarters, I command the guard to deposit the guy in the basement while I get James and Luca from James's office.
"She called you first?"
James asks, incredulous, and rushes down to the basement. Yes, thankfully, since I was the only one of us in the loop. Cam and the guard are in the room with the captive, who's strapped into a metal chair, hands and feet tied and one eye that's swelling up. Guard must have clocked him. The chair grates against the concrete when he spots James and Luca.
"Cam, who is he?"
James joins her as the guard covers the prisoner's mouth until he stops complaining. Seriously, why keep struggling and use your last breath when you're already restrained? He's one of Fat Sal's soldiers in the underground club. I definitely recognize him now. She's stoic in her reply. For the first time, I witness how Cam's still coping with her time in captivity. Despite the fact that she forgot a lot, the scars are still there. She has danced in the darkness, but the experience didn't break her. It enforced her and brought out the Calderon Mafia gene that runs in her blood. She's finding her identity within the Mafia, and seeing that turns my dick hard. She's craving vengeance. I can sense it. And so does James, because he's studying her while she shoots daggers at the prisoner. He hints for the guard to let go of the soldier's mouth.
"Do you know who I am?"
James asks, with one hand in his pocket.
"Calderon,"
he spits.
"Do you know who she is?"
Silence.
"Do you know who she is?"
"She's ours," he retorts.
No, wrong answer."
James holds his palm out to me over his shoulder.
"Adriano, gun."
Handing over my gun from the back of my pants, I foresee where this is going to end. There will be no turning back anymore for Cam. The oath that's about to commence will also tie her to me forever. James presses my Smith & Wesson into her hand, then cranes his neck to me, silently ordering me to help Cam. He's too involved to help her. She's his weakness. He's getting very attached to Cam. He's always wanted his blood in the Syndicate. We switch places, and I move close behind her, whispering, "Every member of the Syndicate must pledge omerta, Cam. You're required to commit murder, so you can never rat us out without facing charges yourself." She takes the pistol and directs it between his brows, and his eyes widen as he yells, "What do you want?" Is Santino still being held captive in the club? She calmly demands to know. Silence.
"He won't answer. He's of no use. Just one less soldier to kill Saturday."
My lips almost touch her cheek.
"Use both hands. Kill him."
She extends her other arm and steadies her aim. She's a gorgeous vision in heels, cocking my weapon.
"Did he ever touch you while you were held captive?"
"I don't think so." Her voice is robotic.
"Did he watch while others abused you?"
I hiss into her ear. A muscle twitches in her jaw. "Yes." I have an entire speech prepared with Shakespearean dramatization for effect. But to my utter astonishment, a shot deafens us in the small room. I never expected her to shoot so fast. The bullet hits the soldier in the chest, forming a red halo. The chair falls back and his head thuds against the wall. I snatch the weapon from Cam and blast him once in the heart, waving to James and Luca to escort her out of here. "Find one of my soldiers to help you dispose of the body and clean up," I order the guard. I'm riveted, astounded, and a little turned on. Cam's an enigma in her actions. I want to know what's going on in Cam's head, so I go in search of her. And I find her on the living room sofa with Luca and James.
"Camilla, talk to me."
James looks down at her. "About what?" I smile at her incredible composure.
"Are you okay?"
"I feel normal." She comments with wonder herself. "You don't have to hover around me." Pride gleams from James.
Welcome to the Chicago Syndicate, my daughter. You're an official member as of today. And he kisses her cheek. Happiness crosses Cam's face when he commends her with his gesture. This is what she wanted, to belong somewhere. Luca welcomes her as well, and then it's my turn. And just like the first time we met, I take her hand in mine and press my lips to her knuckles. Welcome. I already welcomed her into the Syndicate a while back, knowing this was her endgame. A smile pulls at her lips, and we stare at each other, saying so much, yet so little, since she's hiding behind her poise. I search her depths and observe some reservations. She's not unscathed. She's trying to stay strong and still thinks she needs to go through everything alone. But she has her family, in this case James, because she can't discuss this with Alyssa or Rosalia. And she'll have me. After I accomplish my plan, she'll have me forever. I'll text message her as soon as I'm alone, because I probably won't see her again until tomorrow afternoon. We need to fine-tune the plans for Saturday, Luca says to us. Damien will drive you to my house, Camilla, James offers. Ferociousness blinds me at the prospect of those two being alone, and Cam watches me anxiously. I warn her with a hard expression. Luckily, Luca intervenes. I need Damien here. Another soldier will take you home, Cam. That's fine, too, James comments. We'll talk tonight, Camilla. And without the goodbye Cam and I wish for, we part once again. The rest of the day is filled with the division of the teams, and methodically planning, with Henry, who's a godlike hacker, when which system will go offline during our attack on Saturday. That kid can get access to any program without leaving a trace. At 2 a.m., Luca and James request I stay to check on the men in the strip club while they return to their wives. The room is jam-packed with soldiers and barely dressed girls. Careening toward the bar, I scan the place and am pleased to see everyone subdued. No excessive alcohol is allowed tonight and tomorrow, but after days of training, they deserved a night to wind down. Damien is shoving his tongue into some girl's mouth, and I think about the fact that I really need to get rid of him. His presence enrages me. He defied my orders, and he touched Cam. I won't work with a man who's touched my girl. He'll need to be dealt with sooner rather than later. A pretty redhead and Sky seek me out as I occupy a bar stool. Adriano, I haven't seen you in forever. We miss you. Sky rests her hand high on my thigh. I lean an elbow on the counter. I never think of you. Want to have some fun? She purrs. Tired because she always plays the same game, I enfold my fingers around her wrist. No, and don't touch me ever again. I drop her hand from my clutch. She scurries away with a miserable puckered brow along with her minion. The only one who gets to touch me is Cam. I send her a text, hoping she's still awake. But after an hour and no response, I gather she's asleep, or else she would have replied. I decide to drive to my loft and sleep in my own bed, where Cam's perfume lingers on my sheets.
Chapter 36. Camilla. When you're young, your life is filled with dreams and aspirations. Dreams of a life of prosperity and family. My dreams died long before my mother passed away, and I was forced to take care of myself. Even before that, she was rarely around. But when she died, I was left in the hands of the state. My goals and ambitions didn't even get a chance to flourish because my life demanded certain decisions at vital points that determined my future for me. For so many years, my life consisted of living from paycheck to paycheck and having meaningless relationships with men who couldn't hold my attention. Then it was replaced with living in a daze, trying to survive for months in the underground club. And even after I was free, I was still imprisoned. My reprieve within years of loneliness, money troubles, and running away was him, Adriano. And he still is. Even surrounded by a new family, I want to be with him more than anyone else right now. While I was focused on my target, I registered Adriano's words loud and clear. I don't know how I was able to shoot the soldier. All I did was think about my time in captivity. I vaguely remembered him manhandling one of the other girls one night, beating her up badly. Then something clicked while Adriano was egging me on. At the time, shooting him resulted in an irresistible gratification and a feeling of taking control of my life back. Control that was stolen from me so many years ago when Fat Sal captured me. But now that I'm alone in bed with only my thoughts, that gratification is replaced with turmoil. The last 2 weeks have flown by, and with all the training and excitement, I've been falling asleep each night before my head even hits the pillow. But not tonight. I might be in over my head. Still, this is the choice I made, and I can't show any weakness in front of James or Adriano. I've been somehow searching for myself by Adriano's side and within the Syndicate, but maybe I'm actually losing myself completely in the process. Because in my mind, I'm desperately trying to justify my actions of today. Adriano was right. Just one less soldier to eliminate on Saturday. I believe he's pushing me to learn and make snap decisions, life or death decisions, since that's what our life will be when we run. Or is he just diverting everyone's attention by having me pledge in? I'm an official member of the Syndicate, the organization that reigns deep down in the underworld of drugs and murder. Yesterday, Adriano and I were talking about running, yet today I'm pledged in by the same man. He said that he's setting things in motion. Does that mean that we'll be here for a while? I'm not going to bombard him with questions until after Saturday because I need him to focus. But after that, I'll demand answers and to be involved with making decisions since this concerns us both. Rolling over in my bed, I check my phone screen. It's midnight and no message from Adriano. James also hasn't arrived home, so they must still be working. Exhaustion ultimately overtakes me. During the night, the gunshot keeps ringing in my head while my spirit slays all the demons in my life in unsettling dreams. It hasn't been difficult to transition from a life of complete solitude to a chaotic existence. It hasn't been difficult to accept that I'm part of the Mafia, which can overpower anyone in Chicago and is often at war with its enemies. It hasn't been difficult to accept Adriano back into my life. That's been my highlight. It has been difficult to keep up with these men as they go over the schedule for tomorrow's attack on Club 7. And it has been impossible to keep up with the pace at which this organization works. Yesterday, I killed a man, but I haven't had a second to let anything sink in. Without even having spoken to Adriano, I show up at the Syndicate's headquarters for the meeting. The teams are all in the living room. More men than yesterday. Many similar faces, though. Adriano and Luca are drilling us like sergeants. But for the first few seconds, I take in Adriano's honed physique as I lean against the entryway on the side with the other soldiers. Adriano always has women gawking at him, myself included. He's distinguishably dressed today in his gray slacks and navy blue dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, and never looks tired. Neither do Luca or James, for that matter. They're always sharp and observant. Luca's drawing with a marker on the floor plan on the table. When Team Adriano goes down with the first 5 teams, 10 teams will contain the upper area. If for any reason you need to abandon your position, you call it into Henry. Adriano explains, "We won't all be connected this time. The operation is too big, and that would create disorder. The team leaders will each have an earpiece and will be able to communicate with all the other leaders. Downstairs, getting to Capo John is your first mission.
Fat Sal is to be taken by any means, dead or alive. There's an unknown exit. Team 2 is assigned to locate it, since that's where Fat Sal will attempt to escape from. My team will split up, and 3 soldiers will continue to search for John, while Cam and I find Santino. I'll be in contact repeatedly with all the leaders. If Cam identifies an area not shown on this map, I will call it in and expect backup within minutes, so Team 5 should be near Cam and me. Always.
People nod, but I'm busy trying to figure out who's on what team. At one point, I realize that all the details aren't important. My task is to stay with Adriano. A question from the audience.
It's a maze down there. What if we lose our team?
Adriano answers, memorize the location of the dance club and fight club. If you get separated, you head back to one of the main floors and kill anyone who gets in your way.
He zeroes in on me with a furrow between his brows, and it's the first time this afternoon that he's acknowledged my attendance. Then his voice deepens, and there's a strange expression on his face as he addresses everyone in the room.
Your other priority is keeping Cam safe.
He successfully puts me in the spotlight, yet no one looks at me with contempt.
If at any time Cam is separated from me, she is your number 1 priority,
he insists, and no one disputes him.
So teams 1 through 5, come forward. Do a final check of your gear. Ensure you have enough ammunition.
Luca carries on.
Teams 6 through 15 to me.
Feet shuffle, and the mob breaks apart. I'm on Team 1 with Adriano, so I just walk up to him at the table where a line of soldiers is forming to accept an object similar to a plastic bracelet, and then they turn right and go down the hall toward the back of the house. I step forward, and he charms me with a wink, waving me over next to him.
Come here. You stay with me.
As I join him, he caresses my hand and squeezes it once in encouragement or comfort, I'm not sure which, without anyone noticing, propelling that familiar tingle straight to my lower stomach. The line thins, and when the last man gets his band, Luca comments,
I'm going upstairs to James. Join me in 5.
Effectively granting us 5 minutes alone. Well, as alone as we can be at the moment. The house is anything but deserted, so we can't touch. People keep climbing stairs and going outside.
I didn't get a chance to message you today because it's been hectic.
Adriano folds the floor plan. I know. It's okay. I want him to concentrate on his job. And I honestly feel as if I'm living in a stupor sometimes. I also need to stay focused. Anything else I push to the back of my mind, so I just stare at him. His shirt doesn't hide the shape of his muscled back and thick biceps. A memory of him roughly driving into me pops up.
Come.
He delicately interrupts my daydream without looking at me as he continues to fold the paper.
Stop eye-fucking me, or I'll have to bend you over this table and kill everyone who sees me sliding my cock into your pussy.
I smile at his crassness that's slightly lifting the burden I've felt since I opened my eyes this morning as he straightens.
Adriano grins widely and switches topics. How did you sleep?
Fine, I lie. A little late because no one woke me up. Therefore, I was late to target practice and also late getting here. He's rotating a marker in his hand and completely discounts my casual manner.
You can tell me anything, Cam.
Of course I feel different, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean.
He doesn't let my eyes wander.
You need to learn to open up more. James said you're acting as if nothing's changed.
James is a little overprotective. Do you also expect your other members to open up? I challenge, wanting to be treated like an equal member, but secretly cherishing his stern protectiveness. His voice drops to a whisper.
Not the way I want you to open up to me.
Now who's making the sexual innuendo? Since I need him to remain focused, I say, We can discuss everything after tomorrow.
After tomorrow, he repeats in an unexpectedly despondent tone and adds, You're much smarter than you give yourself credit for. No one's taught you to choose your battles wisely, but you're doing that all on your own.
Thank you. Maybe I am.
Mostly I'm learning from him.
He seems to pacify me by letting me find my own path. However, when he believes I'm pushing a boundary, he's quick to block it and redirect me. Since he does give me free rein in most aspects, I rarely question or become angry at his involvement. He's clever at making people do what he wants while thinking it's their own choice. The front door bangs open and more people enter the house, so I ask, Can I see you alone before tomorrow? Adriano shows me a disappointed look.
I don't think so. I'm swamped, and you're having dinner with James and Alessa. But stay here and leave with James later.
He enchants me with his signature smirk that holds an unspoken promise of temptation if he gets me alone for even 2 seconds. I'll wait here. It's a promise I want to cash in on, and I have to wait for my driver anyway. He inches toward me, but right then we're disturbed by one of the men.
Adriano, can we get another look at the plan? A few men have some additional questions. Yes, take it. I'm running upstairs for a few minutes, and then I'll meet you in the back of the house.
Adriano sighs and continues in all seriousness with his job. We don't get a second alone, but I'm somewhat enjoying myself with these men. Later in the day, when we've gone over the plan of attack 10 times and everything's set up, the girls from the strip club arrive, and apparently the soldiers are allowed to unwind before an attack. These men celebrate before instead of after a raid. As Luca and Adriano speak to the entire team in the same living room, James stands next to me as I observe everyone from the entryway again. Why do you celebrate the night before? Aren't you worried they'll be hungover tomorrow?
No, Camilla, he replies in that Italian accent. No excessive alcohol is permitted tonight. Celebrating beforehand is good for group morale. They rarely see each other since they're usually working in different zones. This will help them bond.
I see.
Most of these men have wives and girlfriends,
he confesses.
They love women. I give them what they want, women and money, so they're loyal to me.
Do you have a girlfriend? His brows shoot up, undoubtedly stunned by my blunt question.
No, I have my hands full with one woman, he answers around a laugh. By the way, we leave in half an hour for dinner with Alessa and Rosalia.
He watches his men with discreet authority and slinks away when he sees that his underboss and capo have everything under control. Luca and Adriano exchange words while a couple of girls hand out drinks. Then Adriano steps onto the table with a glass in hand, and an enormous wave of enthusiasm flies through the crowd. The girls gape at him with a twinkle in their eyes, and I smile at his cheerful behavior under dire circumstances.
Chapter 37. Adriano. My mood improves because Cam's in my sight, talking with James while they view the men. It's incredible that we can form a connection without even locking eyes. You want me to do the speech? I'm honored, I say to Luca while taking the stage, the coffee table, as he shakes his head slowly, already regretting his decision. Men, I state in an embellished low voice. Fuck your wife. Your girlfriend? La tua puttana. Your whore. A collective applaud erupts. I raise my glass into the air, waiting for them to settle. Enjoy your night, then go home, rest, and return, ready to kill. And I throw the drink back. One whiskey shot. Then alcohol is cut off for the night. Swiping my mouth, I jump down, and most of the men stream upstairs to the strip club. One soldier standing a little too close to Cam, inspecting her with a little too much interest. but I watch her, and she senses it instantly. As I speak to her, I make certain that she notices me going into the empty kitchen and toward the back door. I pull a cig from the pack with my teeth and light it as the setting sun colors the horizon red in the distance. I'm on the lawn beside the porch when the door opens behind me and Cam sidles up, taking the cig from my mouth. She turns and leans back against me. My arms snake around her waist as she takes a draw. "So who am I? Girlfriend or putana?" she asks. I inwardly smile and whisper against her cheek. "You're my property, my girl." I cup her between the legs. "But you love it when I fuck you like my putana." As the smoke condenses around us, I detect a fleeting grin on her beautiful mouth. "Do you have any idea how impossible it is not to walk around with a perpetual hard-on while you're constantly around me and I know I can't touch? Look, but don't touch. God, I want your musky taste on my lips and on my dick, Cam." I press my fingers over the fabric of her pants as she places the cig between my lips, and I inhale. Then she takes it back and moans when I circle her pussy. "We can't here," she protests, but her body is melting into mine, slowly rubbing against me. "It's too risky. Don't." I unbutton her pants and slide the zipper down. "I'll do whatever I want." My fingers delve inside of her. She throws away the butt and covers my hand with hers. "Cam, I've been fantasizing about you the entire day." I curl my fingers, finding her sweet spot, and she lets out a groan, which I silence with a kiss. Feeling her luscious ass against my balls, I'm going to fuck her right here, right now. And it appears that Miss We Can't Hear has a similar realization, because she swivels around and unfastens my pants, while I hold my arms wide to let her do what she pleases. Cam pulls down my boxer briefs as she goes down onto her knees while her tongue traces over her lip, and she takes the base of my cock in her hand. Without breaking eye contact, she moves forward and sucks me into her wet mouth. Fuck. I crane my head to make sure no one's spying on us. Fortunately, from where we're standing on the lawn, below my waist isn't in sight if someone comes out the back door. Sifting my fingers through her hair, I pump into her mouth until I hit the back of her throat. She's sucking so hard and it feels so good to fuck her mouth now, after having to see her regularly without being able to touch her. I pull her head back, and my cock glistens with her saliva. Up. And I assault her lips before facing her away from me. I push her pants down her hips until her waistband is right below her ass, sealing her legs shut. Then I widen my stance. A creak has me checking behind me, but no one's coming. Taking my cock in hand, I rub the head between her ass cheeks, pressing against her, but we don't have time for that. So I shift lower as she angles forward slightly to give me better access, and I push inside with a powerful plunge. Then I encase both arms around her, tucking her wrists against her breasts, while I fuck her harshly from behind. She's totally at my mercy, taking what I give her. My balls slap against her wet pussy, and she's sublimely tight in this position, with her thighs pressed together, massaging my cock while I drive into her. Breathing loudly against her neck, I'm getting ready to blow my load. Her stifled moans increase in volume, and she's so wet, also ready to let go. Shh, Cam. She turns her face to kiss me, so I swallow her whimper as we both mesh into each other and reach the pinnacle of bliss together, crushing her against me while I release into her perfect body. But a voice drifts from the kitchen, so I pull out and hurriedly yank her underwear and pants up. Then I button myself. "Adriano." I turn around to see Luca beaming at us. "Get inside, you two. Soldiers are coming outside." Cam hides her flushed cheeks in my chest and bites my nipple before hurrying inside. And I fucking love it how she's such a femme fatale when I fuck her, and now she's so innocent in front of Luca. She stalks off without a word, knowing that will leave me hungering for her. I always want to hear her sexy voice. She's still very much searching for her identity. I love all the potential within her that's just bursting to be unleashed. And I love that she's strolling around here with my scent and mark in and on her. You just can't keep your hands off her, Luca remarks as he holds open the door. Nope, I reply with a nonchalant shrug and walk back into the house.
Chapter 38. Camilla. Paying no attention to Luca and averting my heated cheeks, I go through the kitchen to the front entrance on the other side of the house. I take off my sandals and perch on the steps in the cool breeze in an attempt to allow the thrumming Adriano causes in my veins to rumble down. Someone shuffles up behind me, and I glance sideways as a pair of worn-out stilettos stop next to me. Sky. I'm not in the mood for any of these girls, so I stand up to prevent her from towering over me. Even though she's wearing heels, I'm still taller than she is. She stares ahead into the distance.
I told you before, Adriano's a fuck 'em and leave 'em kind of guy. You have his devotion now, for a while, but soon he'll come back to me. Who do you think he came to when you were gone?
I let out a loud snort and grab a handful of her thin locks, wrapping my fingers through them.
What the fuck?
She howls, and her hands fly to her hair. Listen to me, you little skink. You're not even worthy of our time. He doesn't want you, and he sure as hell never fucked you when I was gone. Now, do you know, I jerk her head back and pinch her throat, that I am James's daughter?
What? Let go, bitch!
Sky's stumbling while I drag her backward. Yes, too bad for you. A throat clears behind me, and I see Luca and Adriano, both wearing highly amused expressions.
Oh my God, help me!
Sky cries. I constrict my grip while she lamely tries to slap me in the face. Do you want to fuck her, Adriano? He holds up both palms, obviously entertained to see what I'm going to do. Nope. I hope it's clear. I hiss into her ear and throw her forward to the men. They step aside and let her fall onto her knees right in front of the door. Adriano comes to me with a giant grin on his face and places my hand against his balls. It gets me so hard when you're possessive of me. Meanwhile, Sky is whining and sending daggers at our display until Adriano turns to her and says, Chill out, Sky. You don't want to piss Cam off more. Even I'm a little scared. I roll my eyes. And finally, getting that she's not wanted here, Sky scurries inside disgracefully. She's annoying, I mutter just as James appears and expects me to follow him to his car. Adriano stops me and rests his hand on my ass while James is walking down the steps with his back toward us, and he whispers, See you tomorrow. Give me a quick kiss. No, I'm still annoyed. You're not annoyed at me, he complains comically, dissipating the tension. You don't ever touch any of these women. Got it? Never. And Cam, the same goes for you, but I'm not even stating it. He speaks with a dare. Now kiss me. I peck him on the lips, and he squeezes my ass before I go to James. When I look back over my shoulder and see his boyish, charismatic smile, my heart skips a beat. The day of the attack. Every base is covered. Teams are already on the way to the loop with James. Henry is set up in this house in James's office. He is our command center.
In order for us to control the media, our associates who are journalists at the Chicago Times and Tribune are on standby to intercept any contact from sources reporting illegal activity in the Club 7 area. Other smaller media can be easily bought. People on our payroll at the Chicago PD and the DEA are informed to terminate and erase any irregularity concerning Club 7 tonight. If any security system triggers anything, Henry is on standby to dismantle it. James explained that this is all a precaution in case Wade fails to deliver, since it's the first time the Syndicate and Wade are collaborating. I'm in Luca's private room on the 3rd floor of our headquarters, wearing a tight black catsuit. One I'm not positive isn't a Catwoman Halloween costume. It's made of a thick, firm material and zips up the front. Who the hell takes care of uniforms around here? I easily load my second handgun, the one with the silencer attached to the barrel, and stash it in the belt around my waist. I feel strong, yet nervous. This organization is good at occupying its soldiers and controlling their nerves until the moment the attack starts. There isn't a second where you get to stop and overthink anything. Once I'm ready, I roll my neck and head down to search for my team on the 1st floor. Adriano, Luca, and a handful of soldiers gape at me, but then everyone looks away as I stand in the doorway, except for Adriano, who's dressed in charcoal slacks and a long-sleeve shirt that draws attention to his toned body. He scans the length of me with a gleam in his eyes, and his hands rest on my hips as he shifts closer. "What's up with this outfit?" I groan. He sends me a guilty look. "That's my doing. I thought it'd look hot on you, and woman, it does." He growls in my ear and bites the shell, making me feel anxious. Should we do this in front of these soldiers? "Is it uncomfortable?" he asks. It's actually not uncomfortable. No. Adriano takes my wrist and attaches a hard plastic black bracelet, one like the other soldiers received yesterday. "Your tracking device." And he adds in a severe tone, "This is your first time with us in an official capacity. I shouldn't worry, but when it concerns you, that's like asking me not to breathe. You stay with me, Cam. If we get separated..." He shows me a round white earpiece. "I have one for you. Don't use it unless we lose one another. No one knows I have one extra for you. If you need it, click it on and put it in your ear." He stores it in my pocket. "Are you ready?" "Yes," I answer. "Let's go." It's 10 p.m. What I didn't know is that another team has already gone in and lured out dozens of patrons that are positively not part of Fat Sal's crew. It's not busy now, but anyone left in the club will be collateral damage. There's a roadblock at the back entrance of Club 7 preventing anyone from going inside. Cars are parked blocks away, and many come on foot. One soldier moves the roadblock and drives through with a truck following behind. The cleanup truck, so I've been told. The easiness of the last couple of days has been replaced with apprehension in the hour ride over here. Everyone's subdued, preparing mentally for what's to come. Adriano's holding my hip in a clutch that reveals his hidden angst. I'm almost in his lap, crammed in the back seat of a station wagon with 4 people. "Everyone on alert?" Adriano asks. "Yes," I and the other soldiers reply. I open the door, and we jump out, shadowed by dozens of others coming from different directions. One soldier touches his earpiece, and the entrance unlocks. As it's sliding open, everyone latches onto their gun, and we run inside, Adriano and 3 other men leading the way, past the vibrant pop art displayed on the wall. As we approach the archway, a hostess comes into view.
"What the hell?"
She ducks and aims a gun at me and the rest as she inches back. One soldier charges at her and hurls the gun from her grip, while the other hooks his arm around her neck. A clear plastic bag is draped over her head, and she's shot in the temple. A mass of red explodes inside the plastic, containing the mess, and her body goes slack. Adriano looks at me and states, "It's either her or you, Cam, and I will always choose you over everyone else." The elevator mechanism starts to make noise, notifying us that someone's coming up. "Don't think. Move." Adriano touches his earpiece. "Henry, shut System Alpha off." Then everything goes black, and he twines my fingers with his and yanks me forward until I crash into him. I hear feet shuffling and men breathing in the dark hall, and I'm trying my best to stay alert and follow their rapid movements. But it's chaotic. The elevator comes to a halt, and a vertical ray of light appears, wider and wider as the doors open. Adriano and 4 other soldiers raise their handguns, and they shoot the 3 guards standing in the elevator in the head before they've even seen us. "Take the bodies," Adriano orders, and they're being heaved away as too many of us crowd into the elevator and descend. On the first stop, 5 men step out, and we continue on down to the underground fight club, our aim on the doors as they open into the empty, lighted hallway from where I escaped so long ago. Everyone's about to disperse, 4 men shielding Adriano, when from the end of the hall, a swarm of guards appear. A massive shootout begins, and I stoop low while Adriano is cocking his gun and firing his round. One soldier at the front gets shot, but we move out of the elevator anyway. Adriano covers me while I push the button to send it back up, and he shouts, "Stay down!" as gunpowder and smoke settle in the air around us. The shooting ends, so I lift my weapon when I can see again through the haze, and thankfully, only our men are standing. Red drips down the walls to the floor, and dead bodies are scattered. Stepping over 4 of them, we all go in different directions. Some rooms to both our left and our right lead to new passageways, and I guide Adriano to the room I was held captive in, where we hope to find Santino and John. In the familiar beige room, 2 abused girls are drugged out on the beds. One bed that used to be mine. Adriano checks the bathroom while I safeguard the hall. "Clear," he says. "No one's here." Footsteps come into earshot, and I hide behind the doorframe. A guard appears from around the corner, and I pull the trigger, hitting his shoulder. I discharge again, right in his chest, and he falls down. "Update on John," Adriano yells into his earpiece, and then shakes his head to me. No one has found Capo John yet. "Upstairs," I say. "Maybe they're both in the room near Fat Sal's office where I last saw Santino. We're 1 floor too low." "We can't go upstairs now. We stick to our plan." We peek into the hall as 2 of our own soldiers come into view, guns targeted at us, then they lower them. "Is everyone down?" Adriano demands to know. "Yes, all teams are in place. Upstairs has been easily seized. Fat Sal hasn't been located, but we have the staff and guards under control." "How many guards are still walking around down here?" "Approximately 20. Definitely fewer than our number of soldiers." "Henry, did the silent alarm trigger? Where's everyone?" Adriano asks. All of a sudden, everything goes black again, and a frenzy explodes. "Motherfucker!" Adriano's voice echoes through my eardrums. "Henry, did you turn off the lights? What's going on? Turn them on! Cam!" "Yes, I'm here." I'm moving forward, touching left and right. My gun scrapes the wall so I can walk in a straight line. "Camilla!" His voice is farther away now, so I turn in the other direction. "Cam, where the fuck are you? Turn on these lights now, Henry!" Feet are shuffling, and someone leaps into me. "Cam! I'm here!" I scream. A gun fires and illuminates the hall for a second, revealing a now jam-packed space. And I spot Adriano's furious eyes. "Turn on the fucking lights!" Darkness again, and I'm being hurled into the wall, but I grip my gun and swing backward, causing someone to grunt. "Come," a male voice says to me.
I'm lurched forward by the hand, but protest and wrench free. I hear a door closing or opening, and abruptly I'm being lifted off my feet onto someone's shoulder and carried through the dark. My equilibrium is disoriented from the blackness and loss of direction. We stumble against walls. I drop my handgun, and my skull bangs against a hard surface. Then the lights flick on, and I sink my nails into a thick neck and kick air until he loses his footing and I can slide off his shoulder. And I come eye to eye with the person I was searching for. Santino. Santino's blood-streaked long hair is tied in a loose knot, and he has a bandage around his head because he's missing an ear. His arms are covered in bruises and scratches. "I knew you'd come back. Are you okay?" he asks and embraces me, taking me by surprise. We're in a room with exits at opposite walls. My head is throbbing. "This place is under attack. Fat Sal is already on the run. I overpowered my guard the second I heard the commotion. We need to leave." He hauls me forward, but I stop, and since he's so weak, I am able to twist free. "We need to go back to where we came from." I search my pockets for the earpiece, and it's gone. Shit! Which way did we come in? "We need to leave this place," Santino persists. He's going to be stubborn, and I don't have time to chat now, but I know all these passages are connected in a circle. "Fine, we need to keep going. I need to get to the Fight Club area anyway."
Chapter 39. Adriano. The dark is finally lifted, and I'm confronted with Fat Sal's guards and my own. Frantic gunfire ensues, and I dive around the corner as a bullet scrapes my bicep. Where the fuck did Cam go? My only concern is finding her. While I know she's cunning and smart enough to comprehend when she needs to run, she's still in training, and if a group of men attack her, she'll have a difficult time fighting them off alone. That's why she was ordered to stay with me. With my weapon against my chest, I shout into my earpiece, "Henry, locate Cam. Luca, James, Cam's missing. I want 2 more teams down here." "Fuck!" I hear James swearing. "I'm coming down with 10 men, Luca confirms. Henry answers, "Adriano, Cam is near you, but she's moving fast toward the club area." "Is the Fight Club contained? There are still many guards walking around down here." I move to the other corner of the hall, remembering that it will lead me to the Fight Club. I can hear guns unloading from different ends of the corridor. A guard runs right into me as he turns the corner, and I smash him against the wall, plant the barrel into his heart, and launch my bullet, letting the body slouch down. Another one comes up with his aim on me, and I look behind him, making him glance away. Then I catapult the revolver from his grip with my own weapon and blast him in the chest twice. "Where's John?" I inquire into my earpiece as I race forward in this maze over so many bodies and crimson blotches everywhere, making the floor slippery. Capo Alessandro replies, "I'm outside the last 3 rooms. He must be in one of these." James informs us, "I've entered the Fight Club. I need more men too." "Everyone downstairs to the Fight Club, except Team Alessandro," I order. "Henry, guide each team to that area." Rifles are being fired. My soldiers aren't using their handguns anymore, which means I'm hearing James's team. "I've got John," Alessandro calls in. "Move him out, Alessandro," James yells. "Henry," I say, wanting an update on Cam. "Cam has an earpiece too. Cam, do you hear me?" Panic seethes in my soul the longer I'm apart from her. "She's not online, Adriano, but she's stopped moving. Go left now, then take the second corridor to your right. She's in the 4th room." I go in the direction he mentioned. "She's still there," Henry updates me. Fright is ringing in my ears, and I'm so preoccupied with finding her that I don't detect the men behind me. An arm hooks around my throat, and I stagger backward but am able to get my balance and lurch down, flinging him over me. Another one plants his fist in my cheek while I rise up, so I shoot the first one in the knee and kick his gun away. Then, with murderous grunts and my head bent down, I lunge into the stomach of my other attacker and cannon him against the wall, releasing bullets into his side. He collapses to the ground with a bellow of pain. Something hits my side, and a burning agony bursts out, causing me to drop sideways. My weapon slips from my hand, and a shot resounds. "Adriano, it's safe. Get up," Luca shouts, while checking both exits of the hall. "Fourth room," I croak out, while sucking in a breath and standing up, lightheaded, with a palm against the wall for support. I bite down any discomfort, pick up my gun, and sprint to the room. Opening the door, I raise my piece and move it to the left and right. "Henry, it's fucking empty." "No, she's there. At least her tracking device is." I finish through gritted teeth, spotting the black band on the floor. When I step back out to Luca, I see that the door handle is covered with bloodied fingerprints. "Something's wrong. She would never take it off. Where's Santino?" Luca's with 4 other men, including Damien. He now yells to the rest of the men through his earpiece. "Does anyone have Santino?"
Negative, negative.
Everyone's reply is no. "Does anyone have Fat Sal?" I ask.
Negative.
Alessandro says,
"According to what John overheard, there's one underground exit that leads to the L station. He thinks it's situated in the Fight Club."
James confirms, "I'm having men check the passages. We've taken control of the Fight Club." I conclude, "Everyone to the Fight Club. Teams 2 and 3, keep watching all the halls. The rest to the club." Luca is throwing his arms out in different directions, snarling additional orders when I notice the hidden door in the room. "Luca, I'm taking this exit." I trace the barrel of my pistol along the marking on the wall and feel around until it clicks open. "You two, go with him." I can hear Luca command as I'm entering a long, dimly lit corridor that we didn't know existed. The fabric of my shirt clings to my side while my skin pulls tight, and I hiss from the ache. Stopping in my tracks, I look back over my shoulder and hold up my hand to the soldiers following me. I bring my finger to my lips, then point to my ear, instructing them to be absolutely quiet and listen. Damien's one of the 2 men that's backing me. Faint noises drift from the end of the hallway, and I gesture forward, running ahead and yelling into my earpiece. "James, when you have Fat Sal, tell me. It's best if I walk into the Fight Club with him." Just as I turn the corner, a shadow disappears at the other end of the hall. "Christ, we're going in circles." Another round of shooting somewhere in another area trembles the foundation of the building. I hurry ahead again. "Cam!" Of course, I'm in another hallway that splits into 2 directions. I look left, then right. Nothing. "Adriano!" The sound is originating from the left, and Cam comes into sight with Santino behind her, and then racing past her, effectively obstructing her from me. My piece is targeted on his forehead, and he slows but keeps a predatory pace toward me. Cam tugs him by his arm. "No, Santino, he's with me." "I told her not to touch other men." "Come to me, Cam," I order, while my 2 soldiers also direct their weapons at Santino, who finally gets the point when he's just a few feet in front of me. Cam peruses me and touches my side, her expression horrified when she sees that her fingers are covered in my blood. "Are you shot?" An acute sense of control and serenity returns to my system now that she's with me again, alive and well. "No." With one hand, I palm her cheek and check her for injuries. "Are you hurt?" She shakes her head. James announces in my ear, "We have Fat Sal." "It's party time." "Take Santino to the Fight Club," I instruct one soldier, and tuck Cam into my side. Kissing her hair, I don't let Santino's eyes skitter away. "Cuff him." Cam becomes rigid, but doesn't make a peep, and he's confounded by our closeness. Santino's wrists are tied behind his back, and he's shoved away, toward the fight club. Damien, Cam, and I are alone. At last. I unhurriedly release Cam, knowing what's to follow, and tilt her chin up so that she's looking into my eyes. "Do you trust me?" "Yes," she replies reservedly. "Do I not deserve?" I jam the butt of my gun into Damien's nose and smack his firearm out of his hand. Then I sink my fingers into his bull-like neck, closing off his windpipe, my Smith & Wesson pointed at his temple. "Retaliation for his disobeying my orders."
What the fuck?
Damien spits with lines of blood running from his nostrils.
She also came on to me.
Cam's upset look is replaced by disdain. "I did not." She edges closer with cautious steps. "We don't have time for this now." I have timed this to perfection, even with her little desertion of my operation, for which she will be punished later. We still have time. Disregarding her, I bury my fist into Damien's ribs, and then deliver a solid blow to his stomach. "That's for touching my Cam." "Jesus Christ, Adriano." Cam scolds and goes down onto her knees beside Damien. "Don't you fucking dare touch him." I drag her up by her collar and say into my earpiece, "James."
"Yes."
"Is everyone on all floors contained?"
"Affirmative,"
he answers. "Bring Fat Sal to me at the main entryway of the fight club. Henry, lead me there." I snap my fingers to Damien. "Come with us. Walk." With my piece pointed at Damien's back, I push him forward as Henry guides me to the destination. "Follow me, Cam." "What the hell are you doing?" she mutters.
Chapter 40. Camilla. "What the hell are you doing?" I ask, my voice laced with anxiety. Nervous sweat rains down my nape. And I also let Adriano take Santino. What's he planning to do with him? The trust we built over the last 2 weeks, trust that appeared secure, is tainted within these few seconds, and doubt pricks my skin. Memories flash by as I'm being led through a familiar passageway that ends in the fight club. 2 soldiers appear with Fat Sal, who's been cuffed and beaten. Sal sneers with scarlet rage when he sees me. Adriano ignores him and whispers back and forth to his men while Damien objects. Then Adriano beckons them forward while he forces Fat Sal to walk, and I follow dutifully. The dank place reeks of burned flesh and gore. Adriano moves with distinct ease as our soldiers hold people under the threat of gunfire. There are bodies piled around in the circle surrounding the slightly elevated center stage where I was sold naked often. But thankfully, my memories aren't vivid. The crowd consists of sparsely clad girls and men in various forms of undress, patrons caught in the crossfire, and dozens of Fat Sal's guards and our soldiers. I swallow through a dry throat and search for Santino, but I can't spot him. At the bloodied steps of the podium, James and Luca are waiting for Adriano. All 3 high-ranking men are stained with blood and have venomous expressions, so different from each of their day-to-day clean and entrepreneurial looks. This is them in action, exercising their supremacy, and it's intriguing yet chilling to witness how they command an entire room. Adriano coerces Fat Sal's obese body to its knees.
"Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're the Chicago Syndicate."
"We are the Chicago Syndicate,"
someone interjects, yelling. Adriano smiles cruelly and traces the slide of his gun down Sal's jaw, causing Sal to jerk away.
"See, that's the crux. You are not a part of the Chicago Syndicate. Your self-appointed capo crimini has never negotiated with us to become part of our organization, and your boss has been interfering with our business."
Then he forces Fat Sal to acknowledge my presence.
Do you see my cam, Sal? She has a score to settle with you.
James wordlessly orders me closer to the front of the stage with a wave as he walks to Sal.
You've hurt one of mine, and she will decide your fate.
With moisture trailing down his temples, Sal refuses to look at James or Adriano and just hisses at me. I take 3 steps forward, grab the second handgun from my belt, and target my weapon. Seeing nothing humane left in Sal's eyes, I decide that a quick death is too easy. The brutality he's inflicted on others should be exacted on him. So I lower my aim. No, I want him to suffer.
How, Camilla?
James asks while Adriano is studying my every move. I don't know.
Any way you see fit, I blurt, surprising even myself.
Adriano bends down, gets a knife from his ankle holster, and offers it to James over the head of Sal, who's still kneeling between them.
Do you want the honors, or shall I?
James grins and seizes it, simultaneously grabbing Sal's hair and plunging the knife into his eye, making him cry out in pain as the blood pours down his cheek. I grimace. Adriano observes it, and decide I don't want to actually witness this.
I don't want to see this.
James stops and pushes Sal to his back as Adriano signals 2 soldiers over.
Lock him up in one of the rooms. He's not to be killed yet.
With pieces of his eyeball hanging out, Sal's dragged off stage by his shoulders. The audience is astoundedly silent and riveted to Adriano, who continues his speech.
This fight club is now closed. More than half of the men are already dead. Every floor and every corridor of Club 7 is now officially the property of the Chicago Syndicate.
However, Adriano's next statement has my jaw dropping to the floor.
Well, let me be more clear. This little fight and sex club now belongs to my organization, and I am the capo crimini of this syndicate. Therefore, I am your capo crimini as of now.
He throws a challenging scowl around the room, and then it softens when he lands on me with an impenetrable stare. Did he just state capo crimini instead of capo? He's no longer a capo, a captain, but now the capo crimini, the boss of the Chicago Syndicate? What about James? How do I fit in? Do I fit in? What about our plans to run? My eyes blur as they meet his, and his brows wrinkle for just a second, disrupting his confident performance, while I stand there in a mindless state of complete confusion. James explains further.
I'll be resigning from my position, but will remain active as a consigliere within the Montesi Chicago Syndicate. Adriano will lead the organization. Luca will still function as underboss,
Adriano adds.
And James roars, Do you pledge allegiance?
Si, most of the soldiers and even some of Sal's guards answer eagerly. James orders,
Bow to your new capo crimini.
And everyone except the capi, who are still holding their guns in shooting positions, bows.
Capo crimini Adriano.
Adriano zeroes in on Damien, who's on my left now, and malicious intent consumes his stance.
I think we have a rogue.
Luca takes position next to Adriano and asks Damien calmly,
And you? Do you pledge?
Fuck you. I'm a dead man anyway.
Damien fires back, and both men display a sinister smile. Faces covered in dried-up blood streaks, they're in full, spine-chilling Mafia mode, and I want to look away, yet I'm incapable of doing so. I swallow back rising fear and glare at Damien, who's glowering at Adriano, provoking him.
Adriano jumps off the stage with flair and lands steadily in front of Damien, whose hands are secured at his back, locking his attention solely on me while uttering to him, "That you are. You've been a dead man walking since the day you fucked my Cam." He walks in a half-circle around him, stopping at his back, and grips his chin from behind as Damien howls in protest. Then it occurs. The moment when I finally grasp the brutality of the organization I'm part of now. And I'm living it as if I'm watching a movie. An array of emotions, all of them familiar to me since I've been in the Syndicate, barrage my brain. Adriano's capturing his new role as boss. He's in charge. Uncontrollable. Alarming. Thrilling. And still alluring. This is the Adriano that I never knew from before. This is the capo, now the capo crimine. So I get to see the extent of his mercilessness. And I realize the extent of the savagery in the underworld. Just like everything else from the last few days, it happens in a flash. Adriano speaks to the spectators. "Don't think that my sparing Sal will extend to anyone else. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. If you're with me, I'll protect you with my life. But if you're against me, man, woman, or child, I will destroy you without hesitation." Then his jealous fury is let loose, and he twists Damien's neck, cracking it and killing him with one dominant snap. I'm stupefied and cringe when I hear his neck breaking, but I shut my eyes and swallow back an objection as the lessons that have been drilled into me for the last 2 weeks manage to hold me together. I've learned not to question Adriano in front of anyone else. Adriano takes 2 steps aside, facing me now, and holds out his hand for me to join him. "Come." A hint of a tremble sneaks into his voice as his other hand braces my shoulder. "Stop overthinking this." Overthinking? I haven't even had a fraction of a second to deal with any of this. You just, without discussing it with me, killed Damien. I retort with almost no sound, but he hears it since we're just an inch apart now. And his tone softens for the first and only time of this entire evening. "Why are you so upset? Because you still consider him to be a friend? Was he? He was ready to throw you to the wolves the second I hit him. Never be loyal to people who aren't loyal to you." I don't consider him a friend, and I did notice how easily he was willing to rat me out. But still, sadness clouds my mind. "This is what I mean by saying you're too attached to unimportant people, Cam." Maybe I am, but apart from Damien, there's more. "You lied to me?" I ask in a voice that doesn't sound like me. "Lies, truth, it's all irrelevant when lives are at stake. Only the tough and the ruthless survive in this world. What's important is us. I found a way for us. I couldn't tell you because it all happened so fast, and you needed to focus on one thing, or else it would have been even more dangerous for you down here." His eyes warn me in a firm manner that shoots any protests to the back of my mind without delay, and he whispers, "Cam, wipe the shock off your face. Don't undermine me in front of everyone. I will explain, I promise." His words that seem to originate from a sincere place appease me. A little. Is James really stepping down? James shifts to us. "Camilla." The 3 of us stand huddled together so that no one can hear our conversation. "You're okay with this?" I ask, unsure whether I'm questioning him about Adriano's and my personal connection, or the fact that Adriano just became capo crimine. He scrutinizes Adriano's hand on me. "As a leader, I could have never agreed to you and Adriano. There's an established hierarchy that centers this world, that grounds this world and gives it a sense of order, and rank is significant.
Yes, I was upset when he first came to me. But as a man who grew up in the Mafia, I admire Adriano's leadership and problem-solving abilities. I'm getting older, Camilla. I don't want to rule this empire anymore. And I knew that Luca no longer wanted to be promoted to the capo crimini position because he has a wife outside the Mafia. So I stayed longer than anticipated. Adriano was also never planning on becoming boss, even though he was next in line to become capo crimini after Luca. But he has stepped up now, Cam, and I have faith in him. He'll be a good leader. You two have my blessing.
And he walks away, giving Adriano and me privacy. Thoughts crash in my mind, and it's impossible to organize them. The breath I've been holding for too long breaks out, and there's such an overriding part of me that's been waiting to be with Adriano that I accept being handled this way. For years I've wanted him, and I still can't deny him. I don't even want to, even though a few minutes ago it appalled me to see how enticingly powerful he is. Desire wins out. Desire that's been ingrained in me for so long that not even ending Damien's life this way can destroy it, apparently, because Adriano manages to divert me before the bewilderment conquers me. But I need to be careful. I didn't risk my life to help Santino just to let him die. I take Adriano's offered palm, and he furtively exhales a breath of relief. We grip each other, and that familiar current still ties us together. Just as he's about to turn, I tug his hand once to regain his attention. Promise me that you'll not hurt Santino in any way. No more surprises now. His nostrils flare, but a grin pulls at his lips, as if he's secretly proud of me. I promise. He cranes his neck to Luca. Ensure that Santino isn't hurt. No one touches him. He became boss to be with me? We can be together? With my family? Here in the loop? And it dawns on me how much under Adriano's influence I actually am.
Chapter 41. Adriano. She's retreating into herself as always, so I choose to get Cam out of here. What's about to happen might be a little much for her. I'll be right back, I say to Cam, and release her hand to go to Luca. We're leaving, and I lean in close to his ear. Kill everyone from Sal's team that's still alive, except Santino. I trust no one from Sal's club, and the patrons have witnessed too much. Then let a crew clean up and lock this floor. Luca rewards me with a pleased expression and nods. It's going to take a while to get used to our new positions. And I stroll out the same way I came in, only with Cam beside me in a quiet, dazed state. People clear our path, and our soldiers bow slightly on each side while we proceed to the exit, with an entirely different prospective future than when we came in. As we wait in the hallway for the elevator, I'm impatient to find out what happened during those minutes she was away from me. Cam, why did I lose you when the lights went out? What exactly happened? I'm holding her hand in a tight clutch. I got knocked into the wall and was completely disoriented. When gunfire lit up the area, Santino saw me and dragged me to another hall. The earpiece was gone from my pocket, so we just tried to find the fight club. Why was your bracelet off? She raises her wrist to inspect it and then lowers her arm. I guess I lost it. I didn't even notice during the chaos. That's careless, but I don't reprimand her now. Once we're alone in the car that's waiting for us outside, Cam fires the questions at me at rapid speed. You really became capo crimini to be with me? She asks, staring at me with wide eyes. I became capo crimini only to be with her. Yes. Since when have you been planning this? The streets are deserted as I drive us to the Astoria Tower. Since Wednesday night. Was this Luca's plan? Did you know Luca didn't want to become Capocrimini? Yes, Luca initiated this plan. I knew Luca was resistant about being promoted. However, I didn't know he had already informed James that he would never accept the role of boss. After I told Luca about us, he advised me to rethink declining the highest-ranking position. Luca was always supposed to become Capocrimini. I never wanted that job. It's an immense responsibility. Luca then discussed his plan with James. When James came to take you to stay with him, it was actually a test, but not for you. For me. James wanted to know if I would risk my life for you and come to him, or if I would let you down. I passed the test, and only 4 of us knew about it. Okay. I glance at her, and I think she's starting to get that we can be together out in the open, because through her puzzled expression, she's gradually beginning to relax. So I rest my palm on her thigh. Since I have other plans for Cam when we get home, I explain it all to her now. The morning after James took you away from me, James, Luca, and I deliberated the possibility of my taking over the Syndicate. But James was extremely pissed to hear about us, Cam. And now that you're boss, it's suddenly okay? I don't get it. You'll understand it better the longer you're in our organization. The hierarchy is like our religion. James had a rule, and the highest boss can never be undermined, or else you'll have a weak reputation. And reputation is most important in the Mafia. Look, I'm not jumping at the opportunity to become Capocrimini, but I was suddenly offered a chance for us, and I took it. It was my only option for keeping you and my family safe. It won't be easy. A lot will change again. What Cam doesn't understand is that it isn't a covetous position once you've seen up close and personal what the job entails. It's constant politics and mind games with other Mafia. It's a damn rough job, but for Cam, I'll do it. I continue. After Luca and I talked to James, he saw that this was his way to step down, something he was planning to do last year. But then Luca decided not to become Capocrimini when he met Fallon. We agreed not to tell the soldiers until tonight, and I honestly thought it was best not to put more on your plate. Since I'm not opposed to taking over Club 7 and making it a thriving business again, Luca and I need a new venture to launder our money anyway. Our entire plan simplified, which made it easy to convince James. Salvatore and Wade can legalize all the papers, and I'll be the official owner of Club 7 by Monday. Her head whips to me. Wade? Yes. He has powerful connections and has proven to be a good ally tonight. To dispel that last hint of stiffness between us, I add, while I want to shoot him in the balls for ever touching you, I must admit, he's an okay guy. And mission accomplished. She sends me that smile I love to see as I'm pulling into the parking garage. What I don't tell Cam is that I wasn't originally planning on killing Damien, especially not in front of her. I was only going to use him as an example, since I still had so much rage toward him. But I was incensed because I'd lost her in the corridors, and then Santino was being a bit too possessive of her. So the second Damien claimed that she came on to him, I decided that I didn't want him near us anymore. I shift the car into park and catch her eyes. I did this all for you. She doesn't waver under my gaze, and then she says in her husky voice, I know, before we head up to my loft in silence. As soon as I toss my keys onto the table in my apartment, I lead Cam upstairs to the master suite. I comb back the strands of hair that are plastered to her temples as we stand in the middle of the room by my bed. I can tell she's battling her shifting emotions, trying to cope, so I'll take her mind off things the only way I know how. I refuse to let her break down when she's been irrepressible so far. We can talk more tomorrow. Tonight, she needs me, and I definitely need her. I'm a selfish man at heart, and she owns mine like I own hers. I can make her forget and think only of me. Cam, I need you. I want to hear you say the words. Are you going to be by my side, unconditionally, indisputably forever? I have many men below me now, but I want you beside me. I cradle her head in my hands. I love you, Cam. I love all that you are and all that you'll be. Her pupils dilate, but suddenly she frowns when she sees the rips in my shirt. She pulls the hem up, making me wince from the dried blood that's sticking to the fabric on my side. Oh my God, you are hurt, she accuses. You said you weren't. No, I said I wasn't shot. I was grazed by a bullet, but it's just a superficial cut. It's fine. Focus, Cam. She carefully considers her answer. I love you too, and I promise to stay by your side. I'm rewarded with a playful smirk, tainted with some incredulity. Her words breathe life into my murderer's soul. I seal them with a hard kiss as she unfastens my pants, and then I kick off my shoes. My body is aching for Cam. The adrenaline rush from tonight is also unbridled within her at the same moment, and we move across the room while wildly attempting to undress one another. I'm walking her backwards, yanking her zipper down as she loses her shoes, while our teeth clash and I frantically flick my tongue over hers. Cam bangs against the nightstand, and the lamp knocks to the floor with a loud crash. I pull back and bend down to shimmy the fabric of her suit and her panties down her hips. Rising again while she flings off my shirt, I graze my fingers over her pussy to find her soaking wet. Cam jerks my boxer briefs down, and then I pick her up by her legs, which she locks around my middle as I stride to the bathroom while kneading her ass and capturing her mouth. We slam into the glass panel, then through the door, but my intention to reach the shower is negated by an uncontrollable longing to bury myself inside her now. So I practically throw her onto the floor beside the tub. As I'm kneeling down, she sits up quickly and pushes me onto my back with strength. Any way you want me, baby. I wink and lie back when she smiles lasciviously with half-lidded eyes. God, I need you too, she whispers as she sits astride me and glides onto my cock. Again, her words soothe the anarchy of this night. The cut on my side hurts like a motherfucker, but the pain's alleviated by watching Cam accepting all I give her. I cover her breast with my palms and thrust up, filling her entirely in one motion and making her moan. I fuck her unrelentingly as she bounces on my cock, and I never lose my grip on her breasts as I worship her body. Fuck. I'm almost coming but hold back, determined to mark her. My fingers stroke down her sides, and I clutch her curvaceous hips and push up hard, causing her to fall forward. She bites her lip and places both hands beside my head on the floor. Suck my cock while I lick your pussy, sweetheart, I order against her lips, and she eagerly obeys, turning and planting her sweet ass right on my face as she hungrily takes my dick into her hot, wet mouth and massages my balls in her hands, making me growl in carnal desire. I lock my lips between her legs and hook my arms around her hips. She writhes above me while I lick and lap at her, her taste now so familiar and addictive. She licks the pre-cum from the tip of my cock, and I groan when her teeth scrape down. I suck her clit as I slide a finger inside in search of her G-spot. Her moans grow louder, and her thighs begin to shudder, So I circle her with my tongue and pump my finger until she arches her back. Then I remove my finger and replace it with my tongue. She throws her head back in ecstasy and shouts out an intense orgasm while smothering my face with her pussy and scraping her nails up my stomach. Desperate for my own release, I guide her up, and she shrieks when I toss her over the edge of the tub. With her knees on the floor and her ass in the air, both of her hands fly to the opposite edge of the tub so she can hold herself steady. She turns her head and gazes at me with adoration, making my cock twitch. Then I bend down behind her. I lick her from pussy to ass once and slip my finger past the rim, using her own juices to prepare her for me. Then I spank the swell of her ass hard, making her groan, and I spank her again twice until her skin turns red. That's for leaving my side tonight. And then one more time. Stop it, she pleads around a moan. No, you're never leaving my side again. Just fuck me. I smirk and swat her one last time. She doesn't speak now, but I detect the corner of her lip curving up. I fist my cock and cover her back with my chest, my knees beside hers on the floor. Positioning myself at her tight entrance, I whisper, "As you wish. Hold on tight, Cam," and plunge inside, inflexible. My hands move up her bowing spine while I thrust in and out slowly, allowing her to adjust. Her back bends in that tempting arch, driving me mad with hunger. I grip her shoulders and neck, and I piston into her at a deafening pace. The rousing passion surging through me while I sink into her ass erases any doubt of my choice to lead the Chicago Syndicate. She's mine forever. And when she whimpers, I release into her with a low groan, fingers digging into her skin and pulling her back onto my cock over and over until we're both thoroughly spent. Our harsh breathing is all I hear when I collapse on top of Cam with a hand on her hip, clinging to her as our heart rates slow down. Minutes pass in complete stillness. Then I pull out, ready to rinse this night off our bodies, and help up a fatigued Cam, who awes me with a satisfied grin that slams my heart into my chest. I pick Cam up again, and she loops her arms and legs around me as I step into the shower. She turns on the faucet while I press her against the tiles, and we stand under the hot stream of water in a tight embrace. The scalding water washes blood and sweat off our skin. It washes murder and havoc off our bodies. Mi piace tutto quello che sarete. I love all that you'll be. I love you, she whispers against my hair when I nuzzle her throat. As we both drown in our thoughts, I can feel that she's now unequivocally bound to me. I've never claimed that I'm a good man. Even a killer needs the strength of a good woman behind him. I have my woman, and I own the Chicago Syndicate. I took what I wanted without losing anything. In the end, I always get what I want. Never make the mistake of forgetting that little-known fact. This concludes For Adriano by Soraya Naomi, narrated by Tortom and Elizabeth Russell. Copyright 2015 by Soraya Naomi. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Soraya Naomi and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.